20 years later, I fainted my own daughter. Creek.in, the bustling community of Kaiyuan City, Hangzhou. Lung Feng trembled as he inserted the key into the lock. With a heart full of trepidation, he turned the key. With a crisp sound, the door swung open. Seeing the door ajar, Lung Feng's anxiety intensified. He was uncertain of the scene that awaited him. 20 years prior, he had taken his wife, on the verge of childbirth, to the hospital. After completing the admission procedures, he had gone to the supermarket to purchase supplies for the delivery. However, an unforeseen incident occurred on his return to the hospital. A drunken heir, driving a sports car, veered onto the sidewalk, resulting in Lung Feng's immediate demise. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself reborn. In fact, he had been reborn 20 years later in Hangzhou. This residence was his marital home, the fruit of hard work shared with his beloved wife. The fact that the key still opened the door indicated that the owner had yet to be replaced. With a mixture of apprehension and hope, he pushed the door open and stepped into the living room. The familiar decor and layout welcomed him back. The walls still adorned with photographs of himself and his wife on their wedding day. Gazing at the picture, a wave of bittersweet nostalgia washed over him. If his wife were to see him return, what emotions would flood her heart? The room was empty. His wife and children had likely stepped out. Closing the door behind him, his gaze fell upon a photograph on the television cabinet. Triplets? Lung Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. In the picture, 3 identical beauties embraced his wife, their faces radiating joy. Could these triplets be his daughters? How remarkable it was that he had fathered triplets. Creek.s Lung Feng reveled in excitement. The door suddenly swung open, and a striking young woman with a chic haircut walked in. This beauty bore an uncanny resemblance to the girl in the photograph, though the latter appeared to be around 16, while the one before him was already a 20-year-old young woman. Their eyes met. The 20-year-old daughter stood gracefully, her exquisite features seemingly sculpted with precision. Her flawless skin glowed with the vitality of youth. A ghost! Under the intense gaze of Lung Feng, the young woman let out a terrified scream, her eyelids fluttering before she fainted. Congratulations on activating the shock system and completing your first shock mission. Reward: a limited-time super ability card. A shock system? The voice echoed in Lung Feng's mind, leaving him astounded. Such an outrageous concept truly existed. Yet, considering his rebirth 2 decades later, it seemed nothing could be more surreal. He had frightened his daughter to the point of fainting and was rewarded with a super ability card. Setting the system aside for the moment, he focused on reviving his daughter. He had anticipated that his sudden appearance would startle her, but he had not expected her to faint. Though she had never met him in person, she had seen his photograph daily. How could she not recognize him? A man who had been dead for 20 years suddenly reappeared before her. Anyone would be terrified. Hastily, he pinched her acupoint, and her eyes fluttered open slowly. Daughter, don't be afraid. I am your father. Cold Ningming screamed in fright, scrambling to the corner of the sofa, her voice trembling. Dad, why are you back? Is it because we didn't burn paper money for you during Qingming Festival, and you're angry? It's not our fault. We 3 sisters have school, and our hometown is too far. We couldn't return. Wait, you're back? Where's Mom? What do you mean? What happened to your mother? Hearing Cold Ningming's words, Lung Feng's expression turned to shock as disbelief filled his voice. Why mother passed away from heart disease 2 years ago? Didn't you encounter her down there? Cold Ningming trembled as she spoke. At this revelation, Lung Feng staggered, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. His heart was wrenched in agony as memories of his time with his wife flooded back. 2 years ago? Why hadn't he been reborn 2 years earlier? At least he could have seen his wife once more. His wife could not endure fright, but even a distant glimpse would suffice. Noticing Lung Feng's despondent demeanor, Cold Ningming trembled. Dad, you should go find Mom. I'll call my 2 sisters to go with me to pay respects. I am a living person. Lung Feng's heart was a tumult of emotions as he spoke softly. Though it was now 20 years later, for him, the separation from his wife felt like it had only happened hours ago. He had thought that heaven had granted him a chance to rectify his regrets, only to discover that he had returned. Yet his wife had departed. Dad, don't joke with me. Just before Spring Festival, we cleared the weeds from your grave. You have been dead for 20 years. How could you possibly be alive? Cold Ningming's face turned pale with fright as she trembled. I am your biological daughter. Please do not harm me. I can always burn more paper money for you. Lung Feng was at a loss for words. How could he explain himself to make his daughter believe? Spotting a fruit knife on the table, he hurriedly picked it up. Ah! Cold Ningming thought he intended to harm her, to drag her into the underworld, and she fainted once more in terror. Lung Feng, exasperated, wondered why his daughter was so timid. Could she not muster a bit of courage? He was her father. Even if he were a ghost, would he truly harm her? With a heavy heart, he revived Cold Ningming again. He hoped she would not faint again. He had no wish to scare her into madness. As Cold Ningming slowly awakened, Lung Feng quickly reassured her. Daughter, I am not here to harm you. Do not be afraid. I merely wish to prove that I am indeed alive. Cold Ningming remained silent, her gaze filled with fear. Watch closely. I will cut my finger. If I bleed, it will prove that I am alive, right? With those words, Lung Feng sliced his finger open. As he squeezed, droplets of crimson appeared on his fingertip. See? I am not a ghost. I am truly alive. Fearing Cold Ningming might still doubt him, he pointed to his wrist. I have a pulse. If you don't believe me, come and check. As Cold Ningming saw the blood from his finger, her fear began to dissipate. Could it be that her mother had lied? Was her father not dead? But that couldn't be. Her father appeared to be the same age as he had been at 28. If he were truly alive, how had time left no mark upon him? Logically, he should now be 48, bearing the weight of years. Try it. I truly have a pulse. Do not be afraid. If I intended to harm you, I wouldn't be wasting my breath. Lung Feng raised his wrist. Seeing Cold Ningming's fear lessen, he slowly approached with trepidation. Cold Ningming placed her hand on her father's wrist. The warmth of his skin greeted her. Thump, thump. The strong, steady pulse reverberated against her fingertips, transforming her shock into profound astonishment. You are truly alive? You didn't die? Cold Ningming gazed at Lung Feng in disbelief. I did die, but… Just as Lung Feng began to explain further, he noticed Cold Ningming's head droop, and she fainted again. Chapter 2. Are you a superhero? Lung Feng was utterly speechless, having realized he was indeed alive. How could she still faint? He had yet to finish his explanation. This time, his daughter had genuinely fainted from fright, devoid of any element of surprise, so the system did not grant him a reward. It seemed a tad unfortunate. Once again, Lung Feng awakened Lang Ningming, saying, Please listen to my explanation before fainting at the slightest provocation. I wish to remain conscious, but the thought of you being a ghost is simply overwhelming, Lang Ningming replied, her voice trembling with fear. To put it simply, I have been reborn. I am now a regular, living human, Lung Feng asserted. Lang Ningming fell silent, staring at Lung Feng in disbelief. Reborn? Am I losing my mind? Do you not believe me? Lung Feng implored with urgency. What I say is the truth. Dad, tell me honestly, are you not a scoundrel who abandoned his wife and daughters? At this moment, Lang Ningming was certain that her father standing before her was indeed alive. Yet the notion of rebirth was simply too absurd for her to accept. She speculated that Lung Feng must have forsaken his family, which was why her mother claimed he had died. This was the most rational explanation. Lung Feng fell silent, aware that the concept of rebirth was difficult to comprehend. Look at my face, it still bears the youthfulness of my prime. Is that not evidence enough? He pointed out. Reversing aging is not an extraordinary phenomenon. Many celebrities in their 40s still resemble youthful heartthrobs. Lang Ningming retorted. Lung Feng was at a loss for words. The idea of rebirth was impossible to elucidate. After all, he had died when his 3 daughters were merely newborns. Proving his status as a reborn individual was an insurmountable challenge. Now, he could only fabricate a reason to convince his daughter that he was not a scoundrel. But what reason could he conjure? Ultimately, Lung Feng devised a rationale that would not only convince Lang Ningming but also elevate his own stature. Very well, I shall speak the truth, but you must keep it a secret. The consequences of disclosure could be dire, he said, fixing a serious gaze upon her. At this moment, Lang Ningming's emotions were a tumultuous blend. Her father's return filled her with excitement. The 3 sisters had always envied other families, those with fathers present, while they had none. Now that their father had returned, they finally had a dad. But was this father worthy of their respect? If he was indeed a scoundrel who abandoned his family, she would rather he had remained absent. In truth, I am a member of the Avengers, safeguarding Earth from the cosmos, Lung Feng declared with conviction. Do you take me for a fool? That explanation is as ludicrous as the notion of rebirth. Lang Ningming said, her irritation evident to her. Lung Feng's explanation seemed a mere disguise for his scoundrel persona. The Avengers? Why not claim to be a celestial deity descended from the heavens? I can prove it to you, Lung Feng asserted, summoning his system and binding a superpower card. Superpower card bound, you have acquired the ability of mind control, and the card's time can be frozen. Lung Ningming scoffed, and how do you intend to prove it? Can you fly or transform? Just then, Lung Feng noticed a few sparrows outside the window. That an idea struck him. He pointed to the sparrows and said, my power is mind control, I can make them fly in a circle. Lung Ningming remained skeptical about the existence of superpowers. Very well, if you can accomplish that, I shall believe you. Under the influence of the power card, Lung Feng instinctively utilized his mind control. With his command, the 5 sparrows on the treetops did indeed take flight, forming a circle in the air. Witnessing this spectacle left Lung Ningming utterly astonished. Is this truly real? Could her father actually be a superhuman? Was he a superhero? Make them perch on the windowsill, she said, still unable to grasp the reality. Lung Feng nodded and complied with her request, allowing the sparrows to settle on the ledge. Lung Ningming gazed at him in shock. Could this be genuine? Was her father truly a member of the Avengers? A superhero? Congratulations on completing the intermediate shock task. You have earned a musical mastery card. Lung Feng did not wish to deceive his daughter, but given the circumstances, he felt he had no choice. Explaining rebirth was beyond his capacity, and he did not want his daughter to perceive him as a scoundrel. The title of superhero was far more appealing. Are you truly a member of the Avengers? Lung Ningming asked, her voice trembling with astonishment. Something akin to that organization. Though the name differs, Lung Feng explained, a hint of unease in his tone. Why have you only returned now after 20 years? Do you have any idea how much my mother has struggled all these years? You were busy saving the earth while neglecting us? Lung Ningming felt a complex mix of emotions. The revelation that her father was a superhero thrilled her, yet the 2 decades of his absence bred resentment within her. I'm sorry, I spent the last 20 years resisting extraterrestrial forces in space. A single lie often necessitates countless others for concealment, and this was the predicament Lung Feng now faced. Though his excuse was far-fetched, the demonstration of his abilities rendered it somewhat more believable to Lung Ningming. Her eyes welled with tears, and they streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Seeing his daughter's sorrow, Lung Feng's heart ached. He stepped closer and embraced her. I am truly sorry, it is my fault. Dad, do you have any idea how much Mom missed you? I often saw her wiping tears while gazing at your photograph. You became a superhero of Earth, yet failed to be a hero to Mom, Lung Ningming cried. A full half-hour passed before Lung Ningming's emotions began to stabilize. Nestled in her father's embrace, she whispered, Dad, my sisters and I missed you so much. Every time we see other families, we feel a profound discomfort. My second sister has grown cold and distant, like an iceberg. Upon hearing this, Lung Feng's heart sank further. His death had inflicted immeasurable pain upon this family, impacting his daughter's growth as well. I shall never leave again. I will devote the rest of my life to making amends for you, he promised softly. Okay. After shedding her tears, Lung Ningming's resentment towards him had diminished significantly. This was largely due to the admirable image of a superhero he had portrayed. Without requiring Lung Feng to explain further, she understood that he had likely been compelled by circumstances beyond his control. It must have been the superhero's guardianship that afforded them such a secure life. For all these years, Lung Feng had undoubtedly been engaged in relentless battles, escaping death countless times. What right did she have to resent a heroic father? By the way, I still do not know your names. What about your 2 sisters? Lung Feng inquired. Chapter 3. Did you not die? At the outset, the hospital had declared them to be twins who could have anticipated the arrival of triplets. Lung Feng and his wife had contemplated several names, but they had never envisioned all 3 being daughters. Perhaps only the name Lung Xingyao would be fitting. I am Lung Ningming, my eldest sister is Lang Xingyao, and my second sister is Lang Muyun, she said, reluctantly pulling away from her father's embrace. Eldest sister is at Kyoto University, and second sister is at the National Defense University. Neither is in Hangzhou. Lung Feng was taken aback by his daughter's accomplishments. Both Kyoto University and the National Defense University were among the premier institutions in the Great Xia Nation. Graduating from such esteemed places would surely pave the way for bright futures. And you? He inquired with curiosity. I am at Hangzhou University, Lung Ningming replied with a smile. Hangzhou University is also a prestigious 985 university, where Lung Feng and his wife had met and fallen in love. Dad, should we inform eldest and second sister about your return? Lung Ningming asked. Lung Feng hesitated. Do you think they would believe it? Rubbing her head in contemplation, she replied, they would undoubtedly think I have lost my mind. If we were to video call, you would surely frighten them to death. To be honest, Lung Feng longed to reunite with his two daughters. It is challenging to articulate matters clearly through video. One wonders about the psychological resilience of the two daughters. What if they faint in shock like cold lemon? Despite being thousands of miles apart, there is little one can do to rescue them. How long until summer vacation? Cold Maple pondered aloud. There are still over 2 months left, but they will be working to support themselves, so they probably won't return, Cold Lemon replied. Both Cold Maple and his wife were orphans, having grown up in an orphanage. This shared background fostered a deeper connection between them, leading to their union. After Cold Maple's passing, the weight of family responsibilities fell solely on his wife. Even if his death could yield some compensation, it would be a mere drop in the bucket. Clearing the mortgage alone required $1 million. With 3 children to care for, his wife would be unable to work normally for at least 7 years. Her premature demise was undoubtedly linked to her excessive toil. Following her departure, the 3 daughters would need to fend for themselves, striving for their respective tuition fees. The thought of this filled Cold Maple with profound guilt. Now that Dad is back, I will handle the financial matters, he declared. When summer vacation arrives, take me to see them. Dad, we will manage the finances ourselves. It will help us gain social experience. Cold Lemon expressed her concerns. Will you leave again? I will not leave again, Cold Maple assured her. That is wonderful, Cold Lemon exclaimed joyfully. I will be by your side, watching you establish your families and careers, and I will help look after your children, Cold Maple said with a smile. Cold Lemon nodded happily, yes. After conversing with Cold Lemon for a considerable time, they lost track of time and it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Just then, Cold Lemon's phone rang. Dad, I need to go into the room to teach my students for 2 hours. You should rest for a bit, she informed him. Cold Lemon worked as a tutor on an online platform, which was her part-time job. Seeing Cold Lemon work so hard pained Cold Maple. He contemplated going out to buy some groceries to prepare dinner for her. As he descended the stairs, he encountered someone coming up. Upon their meeting, a shrill scream reverberated through the corridor. You, I thought you were dead. The woman, in her 40s, was Cold Maple's neighbor from upstairs. When both families moved in, they had become well acquainted. The news of Cold Maple's death was known throughout the building. Thus, her shock at seeing him was understandable. She believed she was seeing a ghost. Congratulations on completing the advanced shock task. You have received a martial arts MasterCard, with no time limitations. A martial arts MasterCard? To be termed a master is indeed a remarkable accolade. This card, once bound, would undoubtedly empower Cold Maple significantly. Oh, not be afraid, I am Cold Maple's biological brother, he explained, as he could not reveal to the neighbor that he was a superhero. Biological brother? Wasn't Cold Maple an orphan? The woman's anxiety subsided upon hearing his explanation. Cold Maple smiled and clarified, I have only just begun searching for my family, and to my dismay, I discovered my brother died in a car accident. But wait, if you are biological siblings, why do you look so young? The woman questioned, puzzled by Cold Maple's youthful appearance. He should be of a similar age to her. In her youth, she was a beauty, yet now she was a middle-aged woman. How could Cold Maple's brother still appear to be in his late 20s? It defied logic. Cold Maple chuckled, I am what one might call a reverse-aging individual. The woman, hearing this, expressed her envy. I truly admire you. We are the same age, yet I appear aged. I'm just stepping out to buy a few things. See you later, Cold Maple said as he passed by her. The woman gazed at Cold Maple's retreating figure with immense admiration. Agelessness is a dream for every woman who wouldn't desire to preserve their youth. Exiting the community, Cold Maple headed to a nearby market. 52 yuan, the pork vendor said as he weighed the ribs Cold Maple requested. In reality, Cold Maple's body had already been cremated, yet for reasons unknown, he had been resurrected along with his belongings. He produced a 100 yuan bill to hand to the vendor, who was momentarily taken aback. Brother, with digital currency being so prevalent, I can't provide change for cash, the vendor remarked, astonished at Cold Maple. Is there still anyone using cash in this age? A decade ago, the entire nation of Great Xia abolished cash in favor of a fully digital currency system. Even the elderly now utilize mobile payments. Vendors like him no longer handle cash. Cold Maple felt embarrassed in his time. Mobile payment was just emerging, and he had not yet adopted automatic payments. 2 decades had passed, leaving Cold Maple somewhat out of touch with the times. Moreover, Cold Maple realized a serious issue. His current identity was that of a deceased person, meaning he had been deregistered. His bank card, identity card, and mobile number would be unusable. He needed to find a way to establish his identity, otherwise, he would struggle to find work. Is cash not accepted anywhere else? Cold Maple was astonished. This advancement was too rapid. No one uses cash anymore. You're quite young, how could you not know this? Are you filming a video? The vendor joked. I spent over a decade in a developing country, which has left me out of touch with domestic advancements. Cold Maple awkwardly fabricated an excuse. Chapter 4. Rest assured, Dad is here. Cold Maple's excuse proved effective. In some foreign nations, cash payment remains prevalent. Upon hearing Cold Maple's explanation, the pork vendor smiled. Do you have WeChat? If you give me cash, I can transfer the change to you. The vendor was quite accommodating, but Cold Maple's old phone lacked the advanced capabilities of WeChat. In fact, he was entirely unaware of what WeChat even was. How about this? Slice me some more meat to total 100 yuan, Cold Maple suggested. That works, the vendor replied with a smile. With the pork and ribs in hand, Cold Maple left the market. He was now troubled by how to obtain a legitimate identity. In the household registration records, he was already listed as deceased, leaving him unable to register anew. Even repatriated individuals required foreign documentation for relocation. This was not something he could share with Cold Lemon. The only solution was to locate someone in authority on this matter to obtain a legal means of identification. With mental control, it should be manageable. Cold Maple suddenly recalled his superpower card. With such an ability, how could he be stymied by identity issues? With that thought, he headed directly to the local household registration office. Upon seeing that only one person was working at the office, Cold Maple felt fortunate. Half an hour later, he emerged from the household registration office with a smile. The identity situation was resolved. Superpowers had their advantages. Once his identity card was issued, Cold Maple could reopen his bank account and reintegrate into normal life. Returning home, Cold Maple began to prepare dinner. Having grown up as an orphan, he was particularly self-sufficient. Cooking was a mere trifle for him. He made home-style ribs, braised pork, and steamed rice. Shortly after finishing the meal, Cold Lemon joyfully emerged from her room. Wash your hands and let's eat, Cold Maple smiled. Upon seeing the dishes on the table, Cold Lemon's heart trembled. Since her mother's passing, she had not tasted those 2 dishes. Cold Lemon hurried to wash her hands and seated herself at the dining table. Eagerly picking up a piece of braised pork, Cold Lemon couldn't help but shed tears. Why are you crying? Cold Maple asked, a hint of panic in his voice. Cold Lemon, choked with emotion, wiped away her tears. It tastes just like what my mother used to make. With a smile, Cold Maple replied, I taught your mother how to prepare these dishes. Recalling this, memories of their joyful days together flooded Cold Maple's mind. Fate had played a cruel trick on them ultimately. They were not destined to grow old together. Suppressing his own sorrow, Cold Maple offered a piece of rib to Cold Lemon. Try this. With a smile, Cold Lemon responded affirmatively and began to relish the meal. This was her first experience of dining on her father's cooking, filling her heart with happiness and satisfaction. If her 2 sisters were aware that their father was a superhero and had not perished, they would surely be overjoyed as well. Reflecting on how Cold Maple had frightened her into fainting 3 times, Cold Lemon felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Is it delicious? Cold Maple inquired with a smile. Yes, it's absolutely delightful, Cold Lemon exclaimed enthusiastically. I in front of the neighbors. You may call me uncle. Only among familiar faces should you refer to me as father, Cold Maple said awkwardly. I nearly scared the upstairs neighbor into sitting on the floor when I stepped outside just now. Upon hearing this, Cold Lemon couldn't help but burst into laughter. I've fainted from your fright on multiple occasions. It's impressive that this neighbor hasn't. The bond between father and daughter, though separated for 20 years, quickly rekindled. After their meal, Cold Lemon took the initiative to wash the dishes. Lemon, would you like to go for a stroll? Cold Maple wished to spend more time with her, and a leisurely walk seemed most fitting. Cold Lemon nodded happily. Sure. After changing clothes, they stepped outside together. At that moment, they encountered 2 neighbors. Upon seeing Cold Maple, the neighbors were startled, believing they had encountered a ghost. Noticing their astonished expressions, Cold Maple knew he would receive another reward from the system. As anticipated, the system's reward promptly appeared. Congratulations, you have triggered an intermediate shock task, earning a delay card. Seeing the neighbors so taken aback, Cold Lemon hurriedly explained, "This is my uncle, my father's long-lost brother. There's no need to be afraid. You scared me to death, I thought." One neighbor trailed off, realizing that continuing would lead to awkwardness. After exchanging greetings, they passed each other. Walking side by side down the street, Cold Lemon whispered with a smile, "Dad, is Iron Man really real? What about Thor and Hulk? You've seen those old movies?" Cold Maple asked in surprise. "Of course, they are classic superheroes. Just last year, Avengers 5 was released," Cold Lemon replied with a grin. "So, are they real?" "There are corresponding superpowers, but it's not quite like the movies," Cold Maple responded. "Really?" Cold Lemon exclaimed with delight. "You must introduce me to them sometime." At this, Cold Maple felt awkward. He didn't know any other superpowered beings. Yet, having started boasting, he could only continue the charade. "Superpowered individuals are forbidden from meeting ordinary people. My return has been quite difficult. Meeting them is likely out of the question," Cold Maple stated. "Alright," Cold Lemon sighed, "my dad being a superhero is already very cool." As night fell, many ventured out for evening strolls. Cold Maple and Cold Lemon blended into the crowd, chatting as they walked. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a bustling square filled with people. They found a place to sit, and Cold Maple began narrating his fabricated heroic history. As Cold Lemon listened to his tales, her admiration for her father grew. To think her father was so extraordinary, engaging in fierce battles to protect the earth from malevolent forces. While they were engrossed in conversation, a commotion erupted nearby. Suddenly, they witnessed a chaotic scene as many people fled in panic. "What's happening?" Cold Lemon asked, intrigued. Cold Maple shook his head. "I don't know." At that moment, he spotted 3 men wielding knives, holding 3 children aged 8 or 9. In an instant, a group of enforcers charged forward. "Don't move or it'll kill them," the 3 men shouted in a panic. "You can't escape," the leader of the enforcers bellowed. "Escape? Well, just take a few hostages," one of the men replied menacingly. "Dad, those kids are in danger," Cold Lemon said, looking at Cold Maple. With a reassuring smile, Cold Maple declared, "Don't worry, your father is here. I will make these 3 surrender." "Okay," Cold Lemon replied eagerly. Cold Maple activated his superpower card and then employed mental control. The once boisterous men suddenly fell into a daze. They discarded their knives and knelt down, covering their heads with their arms. The actions of the 3 criminals left everyone astonished. What was happening? Just moments ago, they had been so arrogant. Why had they suddenly surrendered? The 3 frightened children fled, and only then did the enforcers react, rushing to subdue the 3 men. Chapter 5. Surely it cannot be superpowers? Congratulations on completing the beginner's shock task. You have received a bottle of exquisite healing ointment. Due to the enforcer's astonishment, Lung Feng was once again rewarded. This system truly is prolific. With every shock comes a surprise. However, the exquisite healing ointment seems rather impractical. Would it not be a waste to use such a precious remedy for a mere cut from a kitchen knife? Seeing the enforcers subduing the criminals, Lung Feng finally withdrew his mental influence. "Let me go. What has happened? What is wrong with us?" The 3 criminals struggled frantically, utterly perplexed by the events that had just transpired. Had they not captured a hostage? How had the hostage managed to escape? In the blink of an eye, how had they found themselves apprehended? The enforcers, too, were filled with bewilderment. What was the situation with these 3? They had willingly laid on the ground moments ago, yet now it seemed as though they were completely unaware of what had occurred. Witnessing all of this, Lung Ningming exclaimed, "Dad, you are incredible. How did you do that?" Lung Feng made a shushing gesture and replied, "Let us go. We must not be discovered." The 2 rose and turned to leave. After departing from the square, Lung Ningming grasped her father's arm, her excitement palpable. "Dad, I'm your daughter. Do you think I could awaken a special ability as well?" "That is uncertain. Yet the hope is rather slim," Lung Feng responded. "I wish I could be as formidable as you, Dad," Lung Ningming said, linking her arm with his. Feeling her affectionate gesture, a smile of joy crept upon Lung Feng's face. Previously, when they had set out together, Lung Ningming merely walked alongside him, still harboring some reservations. However, after the recent events, she had taken the initiative to link her arm with his, signifying her deep admiration for him. Upon returning home, Lung Ningming tidied the master bedroom, which belonged to their parents. After her mother's passing, Lung Xingyao had moved in. Now that their father had returned, it was only fitting to prepare the room. When Lung Xingyao returned, the sisters would share the space together. Meanwhile, at the Enforcement Bureau, a group of enforcers wore frowns of confusion. The events of the night had been exceedingly strange. According to the testimonies of the three criminals, they had not surrendered voluntarily. In that fleeting moment, they had collectively lost consciousness. Their surrender seemed as if they had been controlled by an unseen force. Such a mysterious occurrence left the enforcers utterly baffled. What are you all discussing? Just then, a strikingly beautiful female enforcer entered the room. Her name was Feng Qianghua, the captain of another team. Captain Feng, could you assist us in analyzing tonight's events? They are truly peculiar. The team leader invited her to take a seat. Please, share the details. Feng Qianghua, with her ponytail swaying and clad in her enforcer uniform, looked every bit the part. Once seated, the team leader recounted the events of the night. All three criminals lost consciousness, and during that time, they voluntarily discarded their weapons and laid down on the ground. Doesn't that seem odd? Upon hearing this, Feng Qianghua furrowed her brow. So bizarre? Indeed, the three criminals had no reason to fabricate lies. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Qianghua suggested, let us retrieve the surveillance footage from the square. Right? Let us check the footage. The group hastened to the large screen, where the technical department promptly located the surveillance footage from the square. They focused on the moment the criminals invaded the park, scrutinizing the screen for anything out of the ordinary. Look, the behavior of those two individuals appears rather abnormal. Feng Qianghua pointed to the screen, indicating Lung Feng and Lung Ningming. While others are retreating in panic, they remain completely still. Perhaps they were stunned, someone ventured. Feng Qianghua instructed, zoom in on their expressions. Let us examine them closely. Coincidentally, a camera had captured the exact location of Lung Feng and Lung Ningming. As the image magnified, their figures became clearer, though not to the extent of discernible lip movements. Observe, when the criminals voluntarily surrendered, while others wore expressions of confusion, this girl appeared exceptionally joyful, Feng Qianghua noted, pointing at Lung Ningming. This suggests she understood why the criminals acted this way, likely in connection with this man. While the implications were intriguing, one enforcer inquired curiously, but how could he have achieved that? They were 10 meters away. Even if it were a form of hypnosis, it should not have succeeded. Could it possibly be superpowers? How could such a phenomenon exist in this world? That girl may simply be overjoyed at the rescue of the hostage. The enforcers debated for quite some time but ultimately reached no conclusion. The notion of superpowers was dismissed as mere jest, not to be taken seriously. The following morning, Lung Feng rose early to prepare breakfast for Lung Meng. Consuming the meal prepared by her father filled Lung Ningming with a profound sense of warmth. The home at last felt like a true family abode once more. After breakfast, Lung Ningming bid farewell to her father and set off for school. After tidying up the house, Lung Feng opened his computer. 20 years prior, he had been the chief designer at a construction company, earning a salary that was quite substantial for the time. However, 2 decades later, he found himself out of touch with contemporary trends. As he perused various news articles on the internet, Lung Feng gradually acclimated to the current world. Once a top student at Hangzhou University, he now possessed no academic credentials. The prospect of securing employment at a large company seemed bleak, unless he enrolled in adult education to obtain a degree anew. Yet, this process would be time-consuming, and he required a job to earn money. His daughter's life was already quite strained, and he did not wish to become a burden. Contemplating his options, he realized that only jobs that did not require formal qualifications would be suitable for him. Security guard, waiter, delivery driver, factory worker. Aside from these, there was one high-paying occupation, bodyguard. Though Lung Feng lacked formal training as a bodyguard, he possessed a martial arts master card. With the card activated, his skills should suffice. Bodyguards earned substantial salaries, with even the most basic positions offering monthly pay of 20 to 30,000. More elite bodyguards could command salaries of up to 100,000 per month. With this in mind, Lung Feng searched for bodyguard job listings. Typically, Bodyguards are recruited directly by security companies, so private postings should be rare. Yet, to his surprise, he found a listing for a bodyguard position. The salary was $50,000 per month, requiring only 9 hours of work each day, a rather comfortable arrangement. Although his identification card had not yet arrived, it should not hinder his application. The deadline for submissions was noon. Seeing this notice, Lung Feng hurriedly submitted an application using Lung Ningming's social media account. Within half an hour, he received a response, inviting him for an interview at Shengshi Group at 2 o'clock that afternoon. This was a position with a monthly salary of $50,000. Lung Feng felt it imperative to seize the opportunity. With this job, his 3 daughters would not have to struggle as much. Chapter 6. I Fear Death. Although the Shengshi Group may not be a top-tier conglomerate, it boasts a market value in the billions. The conservative valuation of just the headquarters alone is estimated at 200 million. While Lung Feng possesses a shocking system, it regrettably does not provide him with funds to spend. Though his extraordinary abilities could potentially yield money, engaging in illegal activities is out of the question. One must uphold a correct moral compass. Thus, he can only rely on the martial arts MasterCard to earn an income. However, Lung Feng has yet to bind the martial arts MasterCard and remains uncertain about its true power. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Lung Feng arrived at the reception of the Shengshi Group. After registering, he was escorted to a waiting room already occupied by 6 individuals. These 6 men were either menacing figures or physically imposing. Among them, one wore a tank top, his bulging muscles radiating a sense of explosive strength. In stark contrast, Lung Feng appeared as a vulnerable little lamb. The Shengshi Group's selection process seemed rather lax. What sort of candidates were allowed to attend interviews? Just look at his slender limbs and delicate skin. Could he even fight? No matter, he could merely serve as a human punching bag. Kid, you might as well leave. There's bound to be a physical test, and you'd only end up getting beaten. Lung Feng paid no heed to their taunts. The more they looked down upon him, the more astonished they would be later. As long as they were shocked, Lung Feng would receive rewards from the system. He wondered if the system would reward him with money. If it directly provided several million, would he even need to work as a bodyguard? Noticing Lung Feng's indifference, the others grew bored and ceased their chatter. Subsequently, more individuals entered the room. It was evident that these newcomers were either veterans or skilled fighters. Anyone bold enough to apply for a bodyguard position must possess some level of competence. At 2 o'clock, a middle-aged man entered alongside a 26-year-old woman. This woman was tall and voluptuous. Her stunning features could be described as perilously captivating. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, and she donned a pristine white business suit that accentuated her noble demeanor. The arrival of this beauty elicited enamored glances from everyone present, including Lung Feng, who couldn't help but steal a few extra looks. My name is Sun Sihan, and I am the CEO of Shengshi Group. Sun Sihan's gaze swept across the room, and she continued, I have a question for you all. If a bullet were to be shot directly at me, would you shield me with your bodies? I would. It is my duty, an obligation I cannot refuse. Each individual, one after the other, affirmed their willingness, their responses resounding with certainty. Soon, it was Lung Feng's turn. He cleared his throat and replied, I would not. His answer sent ripples of shock throughout the room. How could someone not stand in front of their employer to take a bullet and still dare to apply for a bodyguard position? Congratulations! You have completed the preliminary shock task. You are rewarded with a bottle of scar removal ointment and a recipe for a weakened version. To receive a reward for such a response, and a recipe at that. What did weakened version even mean? Someone who wouldn't dare to take a bullet yet still applied for a bodyguard position. Was he here to cause trouble? Coward! You should just leave and spare us the embarrassment. Curiously, Sun Sihan gazed at Lung Feng and asked, since you are here to apply for a bodyguard position, why wouldn't you shield me from bullets? With a smile, Lung Feng replied, first, I fear death. I do not wish to leave my loved ones behind. Second, I do not need to take a bullet to save you. Proceed. Sun Sihan smiled faintly and then looked at the individuals behind Lung Feng. Aside from him, everyone else appeared willing to take a bullet for her, as if dying was not something to be feared. Lung Feng scoffed at their responses. Aside from those rigorously trained as bodyguards, how many could genuinely protect their employer from bullets? Among those present, there were certainly individuals with the capability, but most were merely boasting. In a real crisis, they would undoubtedly flee faster than anyone. You have been eliminated, stated the middle-aged man beside Sun Sahan, pointing at Ling Feng. Upon hearing this, the others found it entirely reasonable. Even if one lacked the courage, one should not vocalize it. To express one's fear of death before an employer was tantamount to self-sabotage. Are you the CEO? Sun Sahan asked the middle-aged man, her brow furrowing in displeasure. The man, startled by her inquiry, stammered, I apologize. It was my mistake to speak out of turn. Sun Sahan turned to Ling Feng and remarked, I admire your honesty. Congratulations on advancing to the second round. CEO Sun, why would you retain someone who wouldn't take a bullet for you? Questioned one of the other applicants. Perplexed by her decision to allow Ling Feng to proceed, Sun Sahan smiled at the crowd and replied, Among you, only 3 have undergone professional military training. I can trust their words when they say they would shield me from bullets. But what about the rest of you? Do you genuinely believe you would stand in front of a bullet? Even if you possess such courage, your instincts would not permit it. In contrast, he is far more honest than you. At her words, the crowd awkwardly lowered their heads, fully aware of the truth in Sun Sahan's statement. Often, a person's thoughts cannot override their instincts. Only those who have undergone rigorous training can overcome such instincts. The 3 retired Special Forces soldiers will also advance. The rest of you may leave, Sun Sahan declared. Hearing this, the muscular men had no choice but to depart, caught off guard by their unexpected elimination, having not even had the chance to showcase their skills. Let us settle this with our fists, Sun Sahan said, addressing Ling Feng and the 3 others. Just as the other 3 prepared to engage, Ling Feng suddenly interjected, CEO Sun, Shengshe Group has a cosmetics company, correct? Sun Sahan, taken aback by his question, wondered what it had to do with his bodyguard application. Although confused, she nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we have a cosmetics line. I possess a recipe for a scar removal ointment. Would you be interested? Ling Feng inquired with a smile. Ah, Sun Sahan exclaimed in surprise. Are you here to apply as a bodyguard or to sell a recipe? Are you trying to cause a disturbance? One of the other candidates voiced his displeasure at Ling Feng's inquiry. Both. I am applying as a bodyguard, but we can also discuss a collaboration. Ling Feng replied cheerfully. Scar removal ointment? What is its efficacy? Sun Sahan's curiosity was piqued. If it were indeed a good product, she did not wish to overlook it. Ling Feng turned to the 3 applicants, stating, Surely, you 3 bear scars. Don't you? What? Do you intend for us to be your test subjects? Even if we agree, can your scar removal ointment yield immediate results? It will show effects within 5 minutes. By the time we determine the victor, the results will be apparent. Ling Feng had glanced at the introduction of the scar removal ointment earlier. According to the system's description, it could indeed demonstrate efficacy within 5 minutes. Chapter 7. Technological Equity. Results in 5 minutes? Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Sun Sahan displayed a hint of perplexity. Is this a miracle drug? Can effects truly be discerned in just 5 minutes? Are you certain that results will manifest within such a brief span? The cosmetics division of Shengshe Group, which Sun Sahan oversees, piqued her curiosity at Ling Feng's assertion. Ling Feng slid his hand into his pocket and opted to extract a scar cream. In an instant, he felt a small bottle materialize in his grasp. Emerging from his pocket, he discovered a jade vial clasped in his hand. This jade packaging left him astonished. How extravagant! A container fashioned from jade. However, he quickly reconsidered. Perhaps the jade was of inferior quality and thus not particularly valuable. Who among you bears a scar in a conspicuous location? Ling Feng inquired of the 3 candidates. I do, one individual responded, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a scar resembling a centipede on his arm. Approaching him, Ling Feng unscrewed the jade vial and applied the ointment onto the man's scar. Afterward, he returned the jade vial to his pocket and stored it in the system's repository. Well, we may now resume our pursuit of the bodyguard position, Ling Feng declared, feeling confident that the system's card would prove formidable. He brazenly added, Why not all 3 of you attack me at once? Should you manage to defeat me, I shall withdraw. His audacious challenge incited furious indignation among the others. How arrogant! To challenge all 3 of them at once. You are overly presumptuous. I have no desire to bully you. Defeat me first, one retorted. As soon as the words left his mouth, he charged at Ling Feng with great fervor. Ling Feng, perceiving the aggressor's swift approach, hastily bound the martial arts card. In an instant, he felt as though a miniature universe had been unleashed within him, brimming with power. The opponent's speed was alarming, closing the distance in mere moments. At that moment, Lung Feng instinctively struck. He sidestepped and thrust his palm outward. Ah! The assailant was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground 3 meters away. Lung Feng sensed that he had not exerted his full strength. Had he done so, the man would likely be in dire straits. The system's offerings indeed proved extraordinary. Previously, Lung Feng had never engaged in combat. Yet with the card's assistance, he had transformed into a martial arts master. Congratulations on completing the initial shock task. You have received a body-refining pill. With a single strike, Lung Feng had vanquished his opponent, leaving the onlookers astounded. No wonder he was so arrogant. He was, after all, a skilled fighter. Such rapid execution. I barely caught a glimpse. Do not be overconfident. Let us team up against him. The remaining two regarded Lung Feng with serious expressions, their gazes glinting with determination as they charged at him from opposite sides. Yet, they too were no match for Lung Feng's prowess. The crowd failed to witness Lung Feng's movements as the two fell one after the other. What just transpired? The fallen duo looked utterly bewildered. Was this a dream? They were seasoned warriors, rigorously trained. How could they falter so easily? Even now, they remained oblivious to Lung Feng's capabilities. Remarkable, Sun Sihan observed, her gaze toward Lung Feng radiating admiration. His strength was unparalleled. 3 rigorously trained soldiers were no match for him. How did you achieve this? One of the 3 incredulously inquired. Lung Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, responding proudly, through diligent training. There are no shortcuts. Although this may come off as boastful, Lung Feng felt somewhat helpless. Surely, he could not divulge the entire truth. We concede. Your prowess commands our respect. The 3, wincing in pain, admitted as they rose. How is this possible? How much time has passed? My scar appears to have faded. Suddenly, the man who had applied the scar cream screamed in astonishment. Everyone turned to witness his scar transforming into a delicate pink hue. The results were astonishing. Is this scar cream truly so miraculous? Sun Sihan gazed at Lung Feng in disbelief. At that moment, Lung Feng received another reward from the system, identical to the previous one, a body-refining pill. As the name suggests, this pill enhances physical constitution. Its utility is undeniable. If the effects prove favorable, it could be administered to his daughter to bolster her health. The formula I provided is a milder version. The effects are not as dramatic, but with prolonged application, it can certainly eliminate scars, particularly effective for stretch marks, Lung Feng explained. Sun Sihan was now overwhelmingly elated. This was undoubtedly a treasure. Countless women grappled with stretch marks, and such a remarkable product would surely create a sensation among women nationwide. In the future, it could even cross international borders. Shengshi Group might very well achieve nationwide acclaim through this innovation. As for whether it was a milder version, that was of little consequence. As long as it proved effective, that was sufficient. What price do you wish to sell it for? Sun Sihan hastily inquired. Having once been a business elite, Lung Feng understood the value of this formula. Selling it outright was not a prudent decision. I propose a technical equity arrangement. I shall receive 20% of the profits from the scar cream, with all associated costs deducted from your share, Lung Feng stipulated. Sun Sihan recognized that Lung Feng's request was reasonable. Nodding, she affirmed, agreed. I accept your terms. Having previously researched Shengshi Group's background, Lung Feng held a favorable view of the company, especially given Sun Sihan's exemplary conduct. A person who values integrity is indeed a worthy collaborator. The advantage of a technical equity arrangement lies in sustained and substantial returns. However, the drawback is that no immediate profits are realized, and the associated risks are considerable. The launch of a product entails numerous processes. It may take months or even years to see returns. Fortunately, Lung Feng could retain the patent rights. Even if Shengshi Group was unable to produce it, he could sell it to another company. Let us discuss the details of our collaboration. Once my identification is replaced, we will sign the contract, Lung Feng suggested. Sun Sihan nodded. Certainly. Do you still require the bodyguard position? Based on her estimations, the annual profit from the scar cream would exceed 10 million. 20% would yield over 2 million in earnings. With such an income, Would Leng Feng still need to be a bodyguard? Of course. The Scar Cream's profitability remains uncertain for now, and I still need to provide for my child, Leng Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Sun Sihan joyfully remarked, then let us proceed with the employment process. The monthly salary is 50,000, with 5 insurances and a housing fund, along with year-end bonuses. My identification has yet to be processed. May I complete the paperwork in a few days? Leng Feng inquired. Sun Sihan nodded, of course. However, can you start working tomorrow? I have a business meeting and require your presence. Absolutely. That poses no problem. Leng Feng replied with a smile. Chapter 8. The super smartphone accompanied by Sun Sihan. The two engaged in a comprehensive discussion regarding the collaboration on scar removal cream in the president's office. As they departed from the Shangshi group, the clock struck 4:30. Leng Feng intended to purchase groceries, but soon realized he lacked digital currency, leading him to abandon the idea. Upon returning home, he heard the sound of Lang Ningming attending an online class from her room. Entering the kitchen, he discovered a plethora of ingredients still available in the refrigerator, prompting him to select a few items for dinner. When the meal was prepared, Lang Ningming emerged from her room. Dad, where did you go today? Were you out vanquishing evil again? She asked, her demeanor much more affectionate, her words laced with a sweet smile. Leng Feng chuckled. I'm aiming for a more tranquil life, so I found a job. Job? Did you secure one? Lang Ningming inquired, curiosity shimmering in her eyes. Nodding, Leng Feng replied, I've taken up a position as a bodyguard, earning 50,000 a month. A bodyguard? 50,000 a month? Lang Ningming laughed. Who is so fortunate as to hire a superhero for such a sum? First, wash your hands for dinner. We can chat afterward, he instructed. Okay, she replied and headed to the bathroom to wash her hands. Seated across from each other at the dining table, the father-daughter duo engaged in casual conversation. Lang Ningming expressed her fascination with extraterrestrials, prompting Leng Feng to tap into his imagination and concoct fantastical tales. After their meal, Lang Ningming washed the dishes, while Leng Feng tidied up the dining area and floor. Dad, let us go for a walk, she suggested, drying her hands with a cheerful smile. Sure, he agreed readily. They changed their shoes and stepped outside together. During their stroll, they shared numerous light-hearted exchanges, their bond growing ever stronger. Upon reaching the square once more, they settled into their usual spot. At that moment, Feng Qianghua appeared in the distance, her gaze instantly landing on Leng Feng and Lang Ningming. She had come to investigate the peculiar behavior of 3 individuals, having previously harbored suspicions about Leng Feng and his daughter. Feigning casual interest, Feng Qianghua approached and sat beside Lang Ningming. Unperturbed by her presence, the father and daughter continued their cheerful banter. Dad, do you think I should get a puppy? Lang Ningming asked, her eyes sparkling as she watched others walking their dogs. Of course, what breed do you fancy? I can take you to the pet market, Leng Feng replied. I'd like a teddy bear dog, but definitely not a husky, she declared. Their conversation was lively, while Feng Qianghua observed them, astonished. Dad? Their father and daughter? What a joke. Leng Feng looks no older than 27 or 28. How could he possibly have a 20-year-old daughter? Surely, this dad is not merely a new nickname for a boyfriend? Congratulations on completing the preliminary shock task. You have received a super smartphone. Please provide your own SIM card. Caught off guard mid-conversation, Leng Feng pondered how he had completed a shock task. He had merely engaged in casual dialogue with his daughter, without uttering anything particularly astonishing. Moreover, Lang Ningming displayed no shocked expression. Only then did he notice Feng Qianghua, and upon seeing her astonished face, he deduced that this reward must have been triggered by her reaction. Realizing Leng Feng was looking at her, Feng Qianghua asked in disbelief, You two, are you really father and daughter? Indeed, Lang Ningming answered with a smile. May I ask how old you are? Feng Qianghua inquired, her curiosity piqued. Unaware of Feng Qianghua's true identity as an enforcer, Leng Feng responded, I'm 48. 48. Feng Qianghua's eyes widened in astonishment. Her shock elicited another reward for Leng Feng, this time a pair of trousers. Previously, he had received a shirt, and now a pair of pants. Perhaps shoes would follow in due course. With work looming the next day, he decided to try on the new clothes to see if they were suitable for the office. My dad just looks youthful, Lang Ningming said with pride, noticing Feng Qianghua's astonished demeanor. Feng Qianghua found it hard to believe. Surely, such a youthful appearance defied logic? With skin and demeanor that suggested a man in his late 20s, it was perplexing. By the way, I heard something unusual happened here yesterday. Do you two know anything about it? She asked, attempting to sound casual. Not at all, Lung Ningming replied, fully aware Feng Qianghua was referring to the incident involving the surrendering criminals. She shook her head. Upon hearing this, Feng Qianghua's eyes gleamed with suspicion. How could Lang Ningming, who had witnessed the surrender, claim ignorance? What were they concealing? Could the surrender incident genuinely be linked to these two? It's getting late. We should head home. Lung Feng sensed something amiss. Was Feng Qianghua a reporter? He had no desire to attract unwanted scrutiny, so he stood up. With a smile, Lung Ningming rose and linked her arm through Lung Feng's. As they made their way home, there is something peculiar about that man, Feng Qianghua muttered under her breath. Dad, do you think that woman is a reporter? Lung Ningming whispered as they exited the park. Is she investigating yesterday's events? I think so too. Lung Feng nodded. It must be the unusual behavior of those three criminals that caught her attention. Good thing I reacted quickly, Lung Ningming boasted. The father and daughter shared laughter on their way home. After watching a bit of television, they both retired to their respective rooms for the night. The following morning, Lung Feng retrieved the clothing and trousers awarded by the system. Both items were stylish and urban, appearing exquisitely crafted. Wearing them felt incredibly comfortable. Satisfied, he stepped out of his room, donned an apron, and began preparing breakfast. As Lung Ningming rose, she was just in time to eat. After a hurried breakfast, Lung Feng announced, I'm off to work. Goodbye, Dad. She smiled, waving. A blissful smile graced Lung Feng's face as he opened the door and stepped outside. The household boasted 2 electric scooters, and he rode one to work. Upon arriving at Shangshi Group, Lung Feng parked his scooter in the designated area. The security personnel were already familiar with him and had received prior notification, so they did not impede his entry. He made his way to Sun Sihan's office, knocking before entering. Welcome. Sun Sihan greeted him with a smile. Lung Feng nodded. When do we set off? Sun Sihan glanced at the clock and replied, We'll depart in an hour. You can rest a bit in the meantime. By the way, you have a driver's license, right? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lung Feng admitted, I have an international license, but I haven't obtained a domestic one yet. I plan to get one once my ID arrives. Sun Sihan, not suspecting anything amiss, nodded. All right, I'll drive today. Chapter 9. The Quenching Steel Baton. An hour later, Lung Feng and Sun Sihan arrived at the company parking lot. Approaching a BMW 7 Series, Sun Sihan opened the door. Lung Feng settled into the passenger seat as Sun Sihan drove away from the company. It was only then that Lung Feng inquired, Why the sudden need for a bodyguard? General Sun, has something occurred? In response, Sun Sihan explained, This project involves dealings with a dubious group. As a woman, interacting with them poses certain dangers, so I am taking precautions. Lung Feng nodded, that is quite reasonable. During their journey, Sun Sihan and Lung Feng revisited the details concerning the scar removal ointment. 40 minutes later, Sun Sihan parked the car outside a nightclub. After disembarking, Lung Feng followed closely behind her, fully aware of his role as her protector, ensuring her safety. The nightclub was devoid of patrons during the day, which already hinted at something amiss regarding the chosen venue for their discussions. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of over a dozen nightclub security personnel stationed along the corridor, their expressions menacing as they regarded Sun Sihan and Lung Feng. This was Lung Feng's first encounter with such a scene, and he felt a flicker of surprise. However, recalling his possession of a MasterCard, his confidence surged. After all, what did numbers signify? A martial arts master could easily contend with dozens. Sun Sihan's face betrayed a hint of anxiety. She remained an ordinary woman. You need not fear. I am here, Lung Feng whispered. They are attempting to intimidate you. If you show fear, it would be tantamount to defeat. Upon hearing his words, Sun Sihan took a deep breath. Do you have confidence in this? If they dare to touch you, I will ensure they pay tenfold, Lung Feng asserted. Very well. I entrust myself to you, Sun Sihan replied gravely. Can I refuse? My daughter may not wish for me to find her a stepmother. Lung Feng jested. Sun Sihan's face flushed crimson at his remark. What are you implying? Lung Feng chuckled lightly, just a joke to lighten the mood. At that moment, Sun Sahan felt her tension ease considerably. Just then, a sultry woman clad in a short skirt approached them, smirking at Sun Sahan. "General Sun, follow me." Under the guidance of the alluring woman, Lung Feng and Sun Sahan entered the nightclub's main hall. Scattered throughout the room were over a dozen individuals, inhaling smoke and embracing heavily made-up companions. The atmosphere was chaotic and ruthless. In the center, a bald middle-aged man lounged on a luxurious leather sofa, flanked by his companions. Upon spotting Sun Sahan, his eyes gleamed with possessiveness. "Ah, I have heard of the goddess of the business world, Sun Sahan," he remarked, his gaze appraising her. "Indeed, the rumors do not do you justice. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. The project in the East City is now under our control, and it is rather unseemly for you, Mr. Zhong, to obstruct our work. What is your condition?" Sun Sahan stated firmly. The man, known as Zhong Heihu, made his fortune in shady dealings and commanded over 50 ruthless henchmen. Beyond his entertainment venues, he also operated his own construction team. He had previously vied against Sun Sahan's firm for a renovation project but had lost, unwilling to relinquish his ambitions, hence sending his men to create disturbances, delaying the project significantly. As time was of the essence, Sun Sahan sought to negotiate with Zhong Heihu while her father was abroad. "General Sun, you are direct. Thus, I shall be as well," Zhong Heihu replied coldly. "Allow my team to undertake the project, and you will receive 30% of the profits. If we hand the project to you, what will become of our construction team?" Sun Sahan maintained her composure. "Moreover, your team has garnered a notorious reputation in Hangqing. I fear repercussions should we engage your services." "Are you refusing my offer?" Zhong Heihu scoffed. "Let me be clear. I will not be denied this project. Agree to my terms, and you will earn a profit. If you refuse, you may find it difficult to leave here unscathed. Do you dare to threaten me?" Sun Sahan retorted angrily. Zhong Heihu stroked his chin, grinning. "I have a particular fondness for beautiful women, and you, General Sun, fit my type perfectly. If you do not acquiesce, I shall make you my woman, and then we will be family." "You!" Sun Sahan seethed. "Mr. Zhong, do you have no regard for the law?" "Indeed, you are correct," Zhong Heihu replied, his gaze shifting to Lung Feng. "I hear you are the bodyguard she hired. He hardly seems impressive." Lung Feng responded with indifference. "Perhaps you should test him." "Ah, you exhibit a bold demeanor," Zhong Heihu laughed. "How many do you believe you can take on?" "My men are all seasoned fighters. Let them have their fun with you." Recognizing that Zhong Heihu would not relent, Lung Feng understood that conflict was inevitable. "Let them come at once. If they do not fall, it will be difficult for us to escape." At his words, a cold glint flashed in Zhong Heihu's eyes. "Very well, I will indulge you." He gestured, commanding his men to confront Lung Feng. "Lung Feng!" Sun Sahan exclaimed, her expression fraught with concern. Placing Sun Sahan behind him for protection, Lung Feng instructed, "Stand against the wall and do not worry about me. Remember to send my bonus once we are outside." Sun Sahan was left speechless. Even in such dire circumstances, he was preoccupied with thoughts of remuneration. "You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Let's see what you can do." A young man with white hair stepped forward and charged at Lung Feng. Activating his martial arts master card, Lung Feng felt a surge of power. He stepped forward decisively, delivering a powerful kick to the side of the white-haired man's face. With a thud, the man was sent sprawling to the ground, rendering him unconscious. Gasps of astonishment coursed through the onlookers. The white-haired individual was one of Zhong Heihu's elite fighters, known for his strength. Typically, it would take 4 or 5 ordinary people to even approach him. Yet Lung Feng had taken him down with a single blow, showcasing his formidable prowess. "Congratulations on completing the shock task. You have received a quenching steel baton." In the wake of Zhong Heihu's astonishment, Lung Feng acquired a baton, a practical tool should the situation escalate. "Everyone, attack!" Zhong Heihu bellowed. As his command echoed, the throng of men surged forward. Yet, Lung Feng remained vigilant, maintaining a safe distance while ensuring Sun Sahan's safety. Chapter 10. Finding one's footing. Once a threat emerged against Sun Sahan, Lung Feng was poised to intervene with utmost swiftness. Though not a professional bodyguard, he understood the gravity of his responsibilities. He could not afford to neglect his employer's safety for the sake of a brawl. In the blink of an eye, a confrontation erupted. Observing the movements of those around him, a strategy flickered through Lung Feng's mind, and he instinctively sprang into action. Bang! Bang! With deft precision, Lung Feng unleashed a flurry of strikes, effortlessly incapacitating 3 adversaries, who crumpled to the ground in agony. Within 20 seconds, all of Zhong Heihu's men lay defeated, their cries of pain echoing through the air. Zhong Heihu and the women nearby stared in astonishment. None had anticipated Lung Feng's formidable prowess. Those who stood by Zhong Heihu's side were seasoned fighters, yet they were no match for Lung Feng. Congratulations! You have completed a shocking task and earned a body refinement pill. Ignoring the system's notification, Lung Feng shielded Sun Sahan and addressed Zhong Heihu. Boss Zhong, shall we continue? Bring me the weapons. This man must not leave here unscathed. Zhong Heihu roared in fury. With his command, another 20 men surged forward, brandishing rubber clubs and charging at Lung Feng. With a mere thought, a baton materialized in Lung Feng's grasp, swiftly extending as he swung it with finesse. Sun Sahan, now paralyzed with fear, could hardly comprehend the extent of Zhong Heihu's ruthlessness. The situation had escalated beyond her expectations. Although Lung Feng was skilled, facing such a multitude seemed daunting. Get out and alert the enforcers to rescue me, Sun Sahan urged anxiously. Protectively, Lung Feng escorted her to the bar. Stay inside and do not emerge. If anyone dares to seize you, use a bottle to defend yourself. Just as he finished speaking, their adversaries charged forward. Lung Feng engaged them, swinging his baton with remarkable ease against the throng of assailants. The MasterCard proved its worth, as Lung Feng effortlessly handled over 20 armed opponents. Bring Sun Sahan to me, Zhong Heihu barked, realizing that his men were struggling against Lung Feng. Capturing Sun Sahan would render Lung Feng hesitant, allowing Zhong Heihu to assert control. Hearing Zhong Heihu's command, 3 men lunged toward the bar. Sun Sahan's face blanched in terror. She instinctively grasped a bottle and hurled it at the approaching trio. The bottle shattered on the floor, startling them into retreat. For a moment, they found it difficult to reach her, hindered further by the bar's height, which made climbing cumbersome. The entrance was firmly blocked by Lung Feng. 5 minutes later, all 20 of Zhong Heihu's subordinates lay defeated, many nursing severe injuries. Bang! One hapless underling, struggling to rise, was sent sprawling by Lung Feng's kick onto a table. Lung Feng opened the bar's door and took Sun Sahan's hand, leading her outside. Boss Zhong, I advise you to reconsider your actions. Should you persist, I am more than willing to become your adversary. Unless you maintain the protection of over 50 men, should I be given the slightest opportunity, the consequences will be dire. With that parting threat, Lung Feng departed. Zhong Heihu's eyes betrayed his panic. Lung Feng's strength had left him awestruck. With only 50 subordinates, he had witnessed over 30 fall to Lung Feng's might. If Lung Feng truly sought retribution, who could stand in his way? Such power seemed unfathomable. Boss, many of our brothers are injured. We should head to the hospital, one subordinate suggested. Upon exiting the nightclub, Lung Feng and Sun Sahan returned to the car. Sun Sahan, still trembling, was overwhelmed by the horrific scene she had just witnessed. Grateful that her protector was Lung Feng, she knew that had it been anyone else, her escape would have been impossible. Are you hurt? Sun Sahan inquired with concern. Not at all, Lung Feng replied with a smile. Sun Sahan, feeling awkward, admitted, my hands and feet are still shaking. I need a moment to compose myself. If I drive now, I might cause an accident. Lung Feng nodded. There's no need to rush. They won't dare to make another move. As she calmed, Sun Sahan noticed Zhong Heihu's men emerging, some supporting one another, others limping, many nursing severe injuries from Lung Feng's assault, with some suffering fractures that would take months to heal. You are truly remarkable. Over 30 men, and none could match you, she exclaimed in astonishment. Lung Feng chuckled. Do you have any thoughts on the matter? Her cheeks flushed crimson. Sun Sahan retorted, what thoughts could I possibly have? Do you believe I might develop feelings for you? Don't be ridiculous. Lung Feng, slightly disheartened, responded, the one overthinking is you. I merely meant to suggest that perhaps I deserve a raise. With my skills, is 60,000 a month unreasonable? Sun Sahan's face flushed with embarrassment at the mention of a salary increase. All right, 60,000 it is. When we return, I will give you a bonus of 30,000. Had it not been for you, I would have been in grave danger today. Thank you, boss. Lung Feng replied with a grin, but I will need to wait for my ID to be processed first. My bank account hasn't been set up yet. Your ID can be completed in a day. You haven't received it yet? Sun Sahan questioned. Really? Can be done in a day? Lung Feng was astonished. Yes, all documents can now be processed within a day, she confirmed. Realizing the advancements in efficiency over the past 2 decades, Lung Feng suggested, in that case, let us make a stop at the Civil Affairs Office to collect my identification. After conversing with Lung Feng, Sun Sahan's nerves began to settle, and her tremors subsided. She started the car and drove him to the Civil Affairs Office. Upon entering, Lung Feng stated his name and successfully obtained his ID. It still bore the information that he was 28, for his appearance remained unchanged, and revealing his true age might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. With his ID in hand, Lung Feng requested Sun Sahan to assist him in opening a bank account and securing a mobile phone plan. The CEO became his driver for the day. Back at the company, Lung Feng completed his employment paperwork. Just as the formalities concluded, the promised 30,000 bonus appeared in his account. At last, Lung Feng was on the path to a more stable life. Chapter 11. Is it someone like you? At noon, at 12 o'clock, Lung Feng and Sun Sahan returned to the company together. Shengshi Group boasts its own employee cafeteria, known for its delightful meals. Typically, Sun Sahan dines here regularly. Under her guidance, Lung Feng entered the cafeteria. The moment they appeared, they attracted numerous gazes. Sun Sahan epitomized the ideal affluent beauty, revered as a goddess by many male employees. Her presence invariably invigorated the spirits of those around her. However, this time, the expressions on their faces were rather grim. Few were aware of Lung Feng's true identity, leading many to mistakenly assume he was Sun Sahan's boyfriend. That's it. President Sun is in a relationship. My chances are gone. I had meticulously crafted a series of plans, and given just another month, I would have won her over. But suddenly, this unexpected rival appears. Who on earth is this guy? How could he be dining with President Sun? Usually, she only dines with Assistant Wang and never with male employees. Under the astonished stares of the crowd, Lung Feng and Sun Sahan proceeded to the food counter. As they walked, they engaged in light conversation, radiating harmony. After collecting their meals, they settled at a table. Just then, Sun Sahan's phone chimed. Upon answering, she beamed at Lung Feng, saying, Zhonghehu's men have withdrawn. We can finally commence construction. Such ruthless individuals may not concede easily. You should remain cautious, Lung Feng advised. Sun Sahan nodded, therefore. You must escort me home before you can leave work. Of course, that's my duty, Lung Feng replied, hastily adding, but I prefer not to work overtime. I need to prepare dinner for my daughter. That's not a problem, Sun Sahan agreed. Their table was somewhat distanced from others, rendering their conversation inaudible to nearby colleagues. They could only observe Sun Sahan's joyous laughter, as if discussing something exceedingly delightful. 10 minutes later, Sun Sahan set down her chopsticks and declared, I am full. Upon glancing at her plate, Lung Feng noticed 2 pieces of braised pork and a skewer of meat still untouched. As an orphan, Lung Feng had always recognized the value of food. He had been taught never to leave leftovers. Observing the remnants on Sun Sahan's plate, he asked, Aren't you going to finish these? Though Sun Sahan's character was commendable, she, being from a wealthy family, may not comprehend the pangs of hunger. Leaving food behind was simply a norm for her. I'm full, Sun Sahan replied, patting her belly with a smile. Then please give it to me, Lung Feng said. At this, Sun Sahan pointed toward the food counter. Are you still hungry? There's plenty more there. These are the remnants of my meal. With his chopsticks, Lung Feng transferred the uneaten food from her plate to his own, stating, It's not that I am still hungry. I simply cannot bear to see you waste food. These pieces are untouched and clean. Discarding them would be a pity. Hearing Lung Feng's words, Sun Sahan's face flushed crimson. The phrase refuse to waste food is universally recognized. Yet how many genuinely heed it? Even in this cafeteria, where signs admonishing against waste abound, how many truly follow suit? Noticing Sun Sahan's embarrassment, Lung Feng gestured toward the wall. As the company's president, You ought to set an example for the employees. This slogan should not merely be for show. Sun Sahan, overwhelmed with shame, nodded. I understand. I will eat these leftovers and will be more mindful in the future. As she spoke, Sun Sahan picked up her chopsticks and transferred a piece of braised pork from Lung Feng's plate to her mouth. While they were discussing the issue of food wastage, to the onlookers it appeared otherwise. First, Lung Feng took food from Sun Sahan's plate, and then she took from his. Their actions came across as exceedingly intimate. This is it. It's confirmed. They are undoubtedly in a romantic relationship. If they weren't, how could they share a plate? One astonished security guard exclaimed. Upon hearing the guard's outburst, many turned to look. What did you say? Is he an employee of the company? Which department does he belong to? In response to the inquiries around him, the security guard whispered, he is the bodyguard recently hired by President Sunday. A bodyguard? Surely that's just a facade. It must be an excuse to be together. This guy is far too delicate to be a bodyguard. Publicly flaunting their relationship is quite demotivating for the rest of us. Indeed, my heart is shattered. At that moment, Sun Sahan stood up and looked toward the crowd. Her actions startled everyone present. Did she overhear our idle chatter? Dear colleagues, I sincerely apologize to all of you. Sun Sahan began earnestly. I have long exhibited wasteful behavior concerning food, rendering the cafeteria's slogans mere decorations. Just now, I have come to a profound realization of my errors. Starting tomorrow, I shall cherish food and avoid waste. I urge all my colleagues to take me as an example and refrain from wasting food. Upon hearing her words, the crowd finally grasped that Lung Feng and Sun Sahan's actions were not merely an exhibition of affection. It was, in fact, Lung Feng teaching Sun Sahan the importance of not wasting food. The cafeteria erupted in applause, some out of admiration for Sun Sahan's willingness to amend her ways, while others simply wished to save face for her. Indeed, love transforms individuals. The words of a boyfriend carry weight. If it were a mere employee sharing such sentiments, they would likely be dismissed for stepping out of line. Let us not waste any more, Sun Sahan concluded, taking her seat once more. Lung Feng gave her a thumbs up. Well done. Sun Sahan smiled before expressing her frustration. It seems the days of leaving leftovers are behind me. Not quite. You may still leave food behind in the future. Lung Feng smiled in response. What do you mean? Sun Sahan looked at him quizzically, recalling his earlier admonition against waste. Once you find a partner willing to tidy up your leftovers, then you may leave food behind, Lung Feng replied. Sun Sahan chuckled and quipped, someone like you? Chapter 12. The out-of-tune Ren Xiaofei. As soon as the words slipped from her lips, Sun Sahan sensed an unsettling shift in the conversation. The dialogue seemed to carry an air of ambiguity that was rather too intimate. Was it a trap set by Lung Feng? Or had she inadvertently flirted with him? It was acceptable for him to regard her as a benchmark for potential partners. After all, she considered herself quite exceptional. In a jesting tone, Lung Feng replied, of course. You cannot pursue me. I have a daughter to raise, and my heart space is already occupied. His statement left Sun Sahan momentarily speechless. Embedded within his words was a revelation that she found hard to digest. He spoke of a daughter, yet made no mention of a wife. If he were married, he would undoubtedly refer to his spouse. Was it possible that his wife had passed away? Such youth, and yet a widow? Was Lung Feng a single father? Congratulations on completing the initial shock task. You have earned a reward of 20,000 yuan. Upon hearing the system's reward, Lung Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The system actually dispensed money? Furthermore, where had this shock emanated from? He glanced around and noted that many colleagues were observing him with peculiar expressions. Could it be that these individuals were the reason behind his task completion? Just as he pondered this, his phone chimed. Retrieving his ultra-smartphone, he was greeted by a notification of a deposit. It was indeed 20,000 yuan. Lung Feng had initially assumed that the system would not provide monetary rewards, but it seemed he had misjudged it. Perhaps his previous lack of a digital banking account had been the reason for the absence of funds. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of his ultra-smartphone, he merely glanced at the notification before stowing it away. With Sun Sahan's 3,000 and the system's 2,000, he had earned a total of 5,000 yuan that day. This sum would certainly alleviate the financial burdens of his and his daughter's livelihood. Suppressing her astonishment, Sun Sahan refrained from probing further into the matter, lest she offend Lung Feng. She picked up her meal and began to eat. After finishing, they both departed the dining hall. I'll be in the office this afternoon. I'll have the finance department transfer 5,000 yuan to you so you can obtain a driver's license, Sun Sahan stated. Lung Feng nodded in agreement. In today's society, a driver's license had become a necessity. As a bodyguard, it was unreasonable for him to rely on the CEO for transportation indefinitely. Upon returning to the office, Sun Sahan contacted the finance department. Soon, Lung Feng received the 5,000 yuan deposit. With numerous security personnel at the Shengshi Group, Sun Sahan's presence in the company would likely ensure his safety. As he approached the company entrance, 2 security guards immediately approached him. Mr. Lung, are you heading out? One of them inquired, glancing at Lung Feng's employee badge with a friendly smile. Yes, I have some matters to attend to, Lung Feng replied. Take care, and let us grab a meal together sometime, the other guard added. This remark puzzled Lung Feng. Why were these individuals attempting to befriend him? Was it merely because he was associated with Sun Sahan? After exchanging a few light-hearted words, he mounted his electric bike and headed to the nearby driving school. After spending over 3,000 yuan on registration, Lung Feng received a textbook. If he felt prepared, the school would allow him to take the first exam. Back at the office, he made his way to the employee lounge. With other employees busy at work, the lounge was empty. Eager to obtain his license, he devoted his time to studying traffic regulations. While engrossed in his reading, a woman clad in a professional suit approached him. She possessed an appealing figure and features that garnered attention. Carrying 2 cups of coffee, she sat beside him. Care for a cup of coffee? She offered, placing one of the cups before Lung Feng. Only then did he notice her name badge. Ren Xiaofei, the assistant manager of the Human Resources Department. Thank you, he replied courteously. No need for thanks. The coffee is from the company. I merely lent a hand, Ren Xiaofei said, her legs elegantly crossed, her demeanor poised, yet her eyes sparkled with a compelling allure. Having experienced life, Lung Feng recognized her intentions. It was clear she sought to utilize him for some ulterior motive. Otherwise, she would not have extended such unwarranted kindness. In truth, I am not fond of coffee, he stated, setting the cup aside and taking a sip of plain water instead. Ren Xiaofei's expression froze. She had not anticipated such a response. In her mind, she began to question Lung Feng's emotional intelligence. However, he simply wished to avoid entanglements in office politics. Leading a straightforward life as a bodyguard was satisfactory for him. Is that so? Ren Xiaofei said, her tone awkward. With a smile and a nod, Lung Feng resumed his study of the textbook. Are you studying for your driver's license? She inquired, noticing the book in his hands. Yes, he replied nonchalantly. As Sun Zong's bodyguard, it's imperative I learn to drive. I can't expect her to chauffeur me everywhere. May I ask, how much does a bodyguard earn per month? She probed. Not much. During the interview yesterday they mentioned 50,000, and today it has increased to 60,000. It's barely sufficient, he casually responded. What? 50,000 a month? And it increased by 10,000 in a single day? Ren Xiaofei was incredulous. Could being a bodyguard be so lucrative? As the assistant manager of human resources, she earned only about 25,000 a month. Lung Feng merely had to stay by Sun Sahan's side, and he was making 60,000? It seemed this bodyguard was merely a title. He was, in fact, Sun Sahan's boyfriend. She mused silently. Congratulations on completing the initial shock task. You have been awarded a photographic memory card, which, once bound, will grant you the skill of eidetic memory. Lung Feng was elated upon hearing this reward. A photographic memory? How remarkable! He eagerly flipped through the traffic regulation book, feeling as though the information was embedding itself within his mind. In no time, he had perused the entire book and memorized all the regulations. Thank you, he said, intending to provoke Ren Xiaofei's disdain, yet he unexpectedly received a system reward. He smiled at her. Ren Xiaofei was taken aback. Why was he thanking her? What had she done? Was there something amiss with his thought process? Ignoring her confusion, Lung Feng picked up his phone and called the driving school. Hello, this is Lung Feng. I registered for a driver's license this afternoon. Please arrange for me to take the first exam. Mr. Ling, are you sure you want to take the test? If you do not pass, you will need to pay a retest fee, and it will also consume your time. The school staff responded. astonished that he wished to take the exam just an hour after registering. Confidently, Lung Feng replied, "Rest assured, I have memorized the content from the book and will definitely pass." Chapter 13. 3 pieces of the same size with Cold Maple's unwavering confidence. The driving school personnel naturally could not refuse. The day after tomorrow happened to feature an examination, and the staff promptly registered Cold Maple for it. After hanging up the phone, Cold Maple returned to his seat. Although Ren Xiaofei still sat across from him, Cold Maple chose to ignore her. The traffic regulations were already etched in his memory, rendering any further study unnecessary. With some idle time on his hands, Cold Maple took out his ultra-smartphone. He had yet to explore this device in detail, and he was curious about just how advanced this so-called ultra-smart technology could be. Noticing Cold Maple engrossed in his phone, Ren Xiaofei felt a twinge of awkwardness. She glanced at his phone and said, "What brand is that? It looks quite different from mainstream phones." "A generic model," Cold Maple replied casually. Seeing him behave this way, Ren Xiaofei felt a surge of frustration. With her appealing looks and figure, she had initiated a conversation. Yet Cold Maple remained so indifferent. Did this fellow have no appreciation for women? "I'm off to work," Ren Xiaofei stated, rising from her seat. Cold Maple paid her no mind, which left her feeling dejected as she turned to leave. The manager of the Human Resources Department was on the verge of retirement, and currently, 2 deputy managers were vying for the position. Ren Xiaofei was one of the candidates. She had hoped to win Cold Maple over to her side, hoping he would speak favorably of her in front of Sun Sihan. However, she had not anticipated that Cold Maple would be so dismissive. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Cold Maple received a call from Sun Sihan, who was preparing to leave work. He made his way to the company lobby to await her arrival. A few minutes later, Sun Sihan emerged from the elevator. "Let us go. Take me home," she said with a smile. Cold Maple walked alongside her as they exited together. "Still need a ride home?" The chairman and his wife are abroad. A man and a woman going home together. 2 security guards whispered as they observed Cold Maple and Sun Sihan's retreating figures. Seated in the passenger seat, Cold Maple gazed at the side mirror. Though he was not a professional bodyguard, he had seen enough films to have an inkling of how to be cautious. As they left the company parking lot, he noticed a Volkswagen following them. Sun Sihan turned several corners, yet the car remained close behind. 20 minutes later, Sun Sihan's vehicle halted outside a high-end residential complex. "Take a cab home first. Meet me here at 8 tomorrow morning. Keep the taxi receipt, and you can reimburse it at the company," Sun Sihan instructed. "Understood," Cold Maple replied, opening the car door to exit. Sun Sihan waved goodbye before driving into the community. Taking a glance back, Cold Maple noticed that the Volkswagen was parked by the roadside. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he observed the entrance to the community, realizing that security measures were quite stringent here. Outsiders needed the owner's consent to enter the premises. As long as Sun Sihan remained inside, she should be safe. Cold Maple walked towards the Volkswagen, and upon seeing him approach, the driver hastily started the engine and sped away. Once the Volkswagen had left, Cold Maple hailed a taxi. After purchasing groceries at the market, he returned home. Hearing that Cold Lemon was still working in her room, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Tonight's menu featured fried lotus root and cucumber with meat. The fried lotus root was rather greasy, thus pairing it with a cold dish was ideal. As he was still cooking, Cold Lemon emerged from her room, surprised to see him frying lotus root. "Dad, you can fry lotus root too?" she exclaimed. "Of course. When it comes to cooking, I excel, though your mother was better with pastries," Cold Maple replied proudly. His words brought a hint of melancholy to Cold Lemon's expression. "If only Mom were still here, we could all be together." Her statement tugged at Cold Maple's heartstrings. "I'm sorry, Dad," she quickly added, sensing his sadness. For them, their mother had passed away 2 years ago. Over time, they had learned to come to terms with the loss. However, Cold Maple had only recently learned of his wife's death. He could not reconcile with it so swiftly. Just because he did not openly display his sorrow did not mean he wasn't deeply affected. "It's all right. Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon," Cold Maple said, suppressing his grief with a smile. 10 minutes later, Cold Maple brought the dishes to the table. By then, Cold Lemon had also set the bowls and chopsticks. After sitting down, Cold Maple smiled at her and said, give it a try. Cold Lemon nodded with a smile. After tasting the food, she exclaimed, delicious. So crispy and flavorful. Hearing his daughter's praise filled Cold Maple with joy. He served her a bowl of rice, encouraging her, eat up. Dad, how was work today? Cold Lemon asked with a smile as she accepted the rice. Not bad. From now on, let me handle the earning. You all can focus on your studies. Cold Maple replied, nodding. Cold Lemon smiled. I still need to do part-time work. It won't interfere with my studies. Plus, it enriches my experiences and hones my skills. You're right, Cold Maple agreed with a smile. As they chatted, dinner swiftly came to an end. Once everything was tidied up, Cold Maple said to Cold Lemon, change your clothes. I'll take you to the supermarket to buy outfits for you three sisters. All right, Cold Lemon exclaimed with delight upon hearing that her father would buy them clothes. This was the first time he was treating them, and she was overjoyed. After changing, they linked arms and stepped outside. A large supermarket was located just across the street from their community, and they strolled there together. Upon reaching the women's clothing section, Cold Maple asked, do you prefer dresses or casual wear? My eldest sister likes dresses, while my second sister prefers t-shirts and jeans, Cold Lemon replied. As soon as she finished speaking, a sales associate approached them. Have you found any styles you like? We have a full range of sizes. Let us start with dresses. Then we can look for t-shirts and jeans, Cold Maple instructed. Cold Lemon's gaze fell upon a creamy white dress. She turned to the sales associate and said, this one. A few minutes later, Cold Lemon emerged wearing the creamy white dress. The garment hugged her figure beautifully, accentuating her tall and delicate frame. Her long, fair legs appeared even more graceful against the backdrop of the dress. I think it looks stunning. What do you think? Cold Maple exclaimed, impressed. Cold Lemon nodded with a smile. I love it too. Then let us purchase it. Get 3 pieces in the same size, Cold Maple told the sales associate. The sales associate, taken aback, replied, Sir, did you say you want to buy 3 pieces in the same size? Cold Maple affirmed, yes, 3 pieces. Buying 3 of the same item? What a curious choice. Though surprised internally, the sales associate did not question his reasoning, as she had no qualms about him purchasing 3 of each outfit. Chapter 14. How old is your daughter? Although the second daughter does not favor wearing skirts, it is essential to purchase one regardless. Whether she chooses to wear it or not is entirely her decision. As Lang Ningming prepared to return to exchange the skirt, Lung Feng pointed out a knee-length color block dress and suggested, this one should be quite lovely. Why not give it a try? The garment was priced over 500, while the dress chosen earlier by Lang Ningming was merely over 100. The disparity in cost seemed rather extravagant. No worries, just try it on, Lung Feng encouraged. Indeed, trying it on incurs no expense, he added. The sales assistant, noticing Lung Feng's eagerness to buy another dress for Lang Ningming, swiftly fetched her size. Entering the fitting room with the dress in hand, Lang Ningming emerged shortly after. True to the adage, you get what you pay for. The quality and cut of this dress surpassed the previous one remarkably. It accentuated Lang Ningming's purity and beauty. It is exquisite. Let us have 3 of the same size, Lung Feng instructed the sales assistant. Delighted by the news, the assistant nodded enthusiastically. Dad, it's 500 per piece. Lung Ningming whispered hurriedly to Lung Feng upon hearing his decision to purchase the dress. Due to familial circumstances, the 3 sisters rarely wore expensive clothing. To Lung Ningming, a 500 yuan dress felt excessively lavish. Do not fret, your father is not lacking in funds, replied Lung Feng softly. Moreover, I have not bought you clothes in the past 20 years. Consider this a one-time compensation. Seeing her father's firm stance, Lung Ningming withheld further objections. Please recommend a t-shirt and jeans combination for us, Lung Feng requested the sales assistant. Eager to assist, she promptly provided suggestions. After 20 minutes, they finally settled on the perfect ensemble. Let us have 3 sets. Please prepare the invoice, Lung Feng stated. The sales assistant beamed with joy, knowing that Lung Feng's total expenditure exceeded 3,000, a significant commission for her. When Lung Ningming changed back into her original clothing, the sales assistant had already prepared the receipt. Sir, you can proceed to the front counter to settle the payment while I package the garments for you, she cheerfully informed. Wait here for me. I will handle the payment, Lung Feng replied as he departed. As the sales assistant wrapped the clothes, she turned to Lang Ningming and remarked, "Young lady, your boyfriend is truly kind to you." "Ah?" Lang Ningming quickly clarified, "You are mistaken. He is my father, not my boyfriend." "What? Your father?" the sales assistant exclaimed in disbelief. "He can't possibly be your dad. He looks no older than 30. My father defies aging. He is actually 48. Lang Ningming chuckled. 48? The sales assistant could hardly believe it. Lung Feng certainly did not appear to be that age. As Lung Feng approached the counter to pay, he suddenly heard a notification from the system. Due to the sales assistant's astonishment, he received a reward from the system. This time, the reward was a rejuvenating elixir, though its effects were not immediately discernible. Upon returning to Lang Ningming's side, the sales assistant, still in shock, asked Lung Feng, "Brother, are you truly 48? What do you usually eat?" The assistant, around 35, referred to Lung Feng as brother, which was not entirely incorrect, considering that he, in essence, should be 48. Noticing the assistant's astonished expression, Lung Feng realized she had unwittingly helped him fulfill a surprise task. It is merely a matter of a balanced diet. Eternal youth is largely influenced by genetics. He smiled. Lung Ningming chimed in, "If that is the case, I will inherit that too, as I am your daughter and share your genes." "Indeed, that is a certainty," Lung Feng replied with a grin. As they spoke, he returned the receipt to the sales assistant and, with garments in hand, departed with Lang Ningming. How enviable, the sales assistant mused as she watched them leave. Filled with longing, women naturally desire to retain their youth. How splendid it would be to maintain a youthful figure and appearance at 48. Alas, she was not blessed with such genetics and could only allow time to etch its marks upon her. Upon exiting the mall, Lung Feng remarked to Lang Ningming, "Tomorrow, send the clothes to your two sisters and tell them they were purchased on clearance." Lang Ningming nodded, "Yes, I understand." They chatted leisurely as the father and daughter returned home. After changing into their pajamas, Lung Feng separated the three outfits into packages, so Lung Ningming could directly deliver them to the courier service. The following morning, Lung Ningming stepped out clad in her new, off-white dress. Today, her hair was styled in a short ponytail, giving her a more playful and adorable appearance. "Dad, what kind of shoes do you think I should wear?" she inquired with a smile. "White sneakers will suffice. High heels are not suitable for school," Lung Feng advised. "All right, I will heed your advice," she responded with delight. With a smile, Lung Feng said, "I have peeled the eggs for you, and there is millet porridge in the pot. Remember to drink it. I must head to work now." "In such a hurry?" Lung Ningming asked. "Yes, take your time on the way," he said, having finished his breakfast and quickly departing. Watching her father leave, Lung Ningming's lips curled into a smile of happiness. With her father living with her, she no longer felt lonely. After freshening up, she served herself the millet porridge, which included the peeled eggs. Savoring her breakfast, Lung Ningming felt an undeniable sense of comfort. Outside the community, Lung Feng hailed a taxi, headed towards Sun Sahan's neighborhood. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance. After a short wait, Sun Sahan pulled up in her car. Once seated in the passenger seat, Sun Sahan said, "Let us take a quick look at the construction site first, then we will visit the cosmetics factory. We must expedite the project for your scar cream and plan the subsequent steps." Lung Feng nodded with a smile. "As you wish, I shall follow your lead." "Very well," Sun Sahan replied with a chuckle. "I have a banquet to attend tomorrow evening. Would you accompany me? Consider it overtime." "What is the overtime pay?" Lung Feng inquired. Sun Sahan pondered before answering, 300 per hour. "How does that sound?" Lung Feng agreed, "That is acceptable." "Have you hired a nanny? Is someone watching the child?" Sun Sahan assumed that Lung Feng's daughter was still quite young. With a smile, he replied, "It's all right. She is independent and can take care of herself." "How old is your daughter?" Sun Sahan asked, smiling. "She is 20 and studying at Hangzhou University," Lung Feng answered. "If I recall correctly, your ID states you are 28. If your daughter is 20, did you not marry and have children at 8? Sun Sahan teased, knowing the details from their contractual agreement. Upon hearing that Lung Feng's daughter was 20, Sun Sahan could hardly believe it. Chapter 15. You shouldn't go in there. Sun Sahan's inquiry momentarily left Lung Feng speechless. Recently, he had told an abundance of lies, and he had forgotten that Sun Sahan had seen his identification card. Ha ha. I'm just joking with you. How could my daughter possibly be 20? She is only 6 this year, with the future goal of attending Hangzhou University. Lung Feng replied with a somewhat awkward smile. 6 years old? You got married and had children at 22? Quite early. Indeed, Sun Sahan remarked with a chuckle. Lung Feng smiled. I cannot delay my child's education. This way, when she gets married and has children, I will still be young enough to assist her. Are you sure a 6-year-old can be independent? Sun Sahan ceased her playful banter, not wanting her own issues to leave Lung Feng's child without care. My mother can help watch over her, so you need not worry, Lung Feng said. He did not wish to lie, but his identification card indicated he was 28. Having become a bodyguard, he understood the importance of being responsible. Sun Sahan attending the banquet was a perilous matter. Should Zhong Heihu take the opportunity to act, it would spell disaster. Engaged in light conversation, the two arrived at the construction site. This project was for the Hangqing government, and many companies were vying for it. Sun Sahan had exerted considerable effort to secure this project. If it were to fail, it would be exceedingly difficult for Shangshe Group to obtain future contracts with the Hangqing government. Consequently, Sun Sahan was deeply invested in the endeavor. She had even dared to negotiate with the Grey Forces led by Zhong Heihu for this project. Currently, Zhong Heihu refrained from provoking Lung Feng, choosing instead to summon everyone back to protect himself. The absence of Zhong Heihu's interference allowed the project to proceed smoothly. After inspecting the site for quite some time, Sun Sahan finally led Lung Feng to the cosmetics factory. Lung Feng had already registered the patent online, and they had signed a cooperation agreement. Hence, he provided the formula to Sun Sahan. The previous night, she had contacted the factory's laboratory to expedite the creation of samples. She wished to ascertain the efficacy of this modified version. Only by acquiring various data could she proceed with her subsequent plans. The Shangshe Group's factory was situated in the outskirts, covering a vast area. Upon arriving, they noticed a group of people standing outside, awaiting their arrival. Lung Feng was all too familiar with the scene. It was the typical display of leaders inspecting work. Previously, he had often stood outside to receive leaders, but unexpectedly, this time he was the one being received, even though the true leader was Sun Sahan. After halting the vehicle, Lung Feng exited from the passenger seat. Observing this, the factory executives furrowed their brows. Who is this? Why is he seated in Deputy General Sun's passenger seat? As they pondered, Sun Sahan also stepped out. General Sun, please head to the conference room to rest for a moment, said the leading middle-aged man, Wang Fuguei, the factory manager, who approached with a smile. Sun Sahan shook her head. No need. Have the samples been completed? They have been finished, replied the manager, accompanied by the laboratory head, a woman in her 40s. Sun Sahan nodded. Then let us proceed directly to the laboratory. Speaking, she led the way toward the laboratory, with Lung Feng silently following behind. Noticing this, Wang Fuguei instructed the others, return to your work. We must ensure the quality of production. Once the others departed, Wang Fuguei followed along with the laboratory head. Minutes later, the four arrived at the laboratory, where Wang Fuguei stated, General Sun, I will wait here. Call me if you need anything. Although Wang Fuguei was the manager, he only oversaw production. The laboratory was a critical area, accessible only to laboratory personnel and the true executives of Shangshe Group. Sun Sahan nodded and entered, while Lung Feng intended to follow. At that moment, Wang Fuguei obstructed Lung Feng, saying, Brother, this is a restricted area. You shouldn't enter the laboratory. On the way to the laboratory, Wang Fuguei had discerned that Lung Feng was merely Sun Sahan's bodyguard. As the factory manager, he was prohibited from entering the laboratory. Certainly, a bodyguard had no qualification to do so. Furthermore, there was no one within the laboratory posing a threat to Sun Sahan. He could enter. Upon hearing Wang Fuguei's objection to Lung Feng, Sun Sahan interjected, Let him in. Wang Fuguei stood there, astonished. Sun Sahan was actually allowing her bodyguard into such a sensitive area? This was an extraordinary level of trust. However, Wang Fuguei was unaware that Lung Feng was the creator of the scar removal formula. Congratulations on completing the initial shock task. You have earned 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lung Feng felt a surge of joy. 10,000 yuan was not a trivial sum for an ordinary person. Even in this era, many individuals earned less than 10,000 yuan monthly. As Wang Fuguei looked on in frustration, Leng Feng and the others entered the laboratory. After donning lab coats, the trio proceeded further inside. General Sun, this is the sample produced according to the formula, the laboratory head said, handing a glass vial to Sun Sihan. Sun Sihan examined it briefly before asking, has the testing commenced? My colleagues and I have already used the samples. Over the next week, we will use our data as the standard. Many of the female employees in the laboratory were mothers, and their bodies bore the marks of pregnancy. Hence, it was unnecessary to seek additional subjects for testing. Sun Sihan nodded. Thank you for your hard work. You are too kind, General Sunday. If this scar removal ointment proves effective, it will be a boon for us, the laboratory head replied with a smile. Very well. I appreciate your assistance. Once the product successfully hits the market, I will ensure you receive bonuses, Sun Sihan promised. Upon hearing this, the laboratory staff felt elated. Following this, Sun Sihan inspected other experimental projects, confirming that everything was in order before leaving the factory with Leng Feng. On their way, the two discussed the subsequent plans for the scar removal ointment. Leng Feng's principle was simple. As long as Shangshi Group did not engage in fraudulent practices or unethical behavior, he would not overly involve himself in the product's operation. He was not well-versed in business matters, so there was no need to meddle in areas beyond his expertise. By the time they returned to the company, it was lunchtime. Leng Feng and Sun Sihan proceeded directly to the company cafeteria. Given that Sun Sihan had mentioned wastefulness the previous day, improvements were evident, with most people's plates being remarkably clean. Sihan, you have finally returned. As the two entered the cafeteria, a handsome young man approached them with excitement. The young man addressed Sun Sihan by her first name, indicating that he was no ordinary employee. Surprised to see him, Sun Sihan inquired curiously, what brings you to our company's cafeteria? Chapter 16. The divine music card. The young man named Cui Xiao is the heir of the Cui Group, whose financial resources far surpass those of the Shengshi Group. The two companies have been collaborating for over 20 years, growing together as partners. Due to their amicable relationship, Sun Sihan and Cui Xiao share a bond akin to childhood sweethearts. Hearing Sun Sihan's inquiry, Cui Xiao chuckled. I anticipated your arrival, so I came here to wait for you. Let us dine together. Sun Sihan smiled in response. Cui Xiao nodded enthusiastically. Very well. As Sun Sihan's friend, Leng Feng, approached, he remarked, President Sun, I shall dine separately. Just call me when you leave. No need. We can all eat together, Sun Sihan replied, not perceiving her lunch with Cui Xiao as particularly formal. Leng Feng sensed Cui Xiao's intentions towards Sun Sihan and preferred not to create any animosity. I shall not intrude. You two enjoy your conversation, he said, quickly walking away. Cui Xiao's expression was one of satisfaction as he thought to himself. This fellow knows how to handle matters well. Is this your employee? I have never seen you dine with a male employee before, Cui Xiao remarked with a smile. My bodyguard, Sun Sihan clarified. Come. Let us sample our company's cuisine. Leng Feng served himself food and found an empty seat. Sun Sihan's entrance into the dining area drew many curious glances. Upon noticing Sun Sihan dining with Cui Xiao, several employees exchanged bewildered looks. What is happening? Why is Leng Feng dining alone? Aren't they a couple? Have we misinterpreted the situation? They whispered amongst themselves, each concocting various theories. Meanwhile, Leng Feng took out his phone, scrolling through the social media posts of Lang Ningming while eating. Her posts were fully visible to him, featuring updates from their three sisters and his late wife. The images on his screen stirred a sense of melancholy within him. It has been 2 years since his wife's passing, yet the pain felt as fresh as yesterday. Though Leng Feng led a seemingly normal life, he remained unable to reconcile with the loss of his wife. Suddenly, an alert sounded. Danger alert. The network you are connected to is under attack. The company's server is currently experiencing a data download, with a progress of 10%. Would you like to terminate the illegal download? At that moment, 2 notifications popped up on Leng Feng's phone. Connected to the Shengshi Group's network, his phone had the capability to monitor the network status. Impressive. This smartphone possesses remarkable functionality, he mused. Noticing the slow download progress, he hastily approached Sun Sihan's side. At that moment, Sun Sihan was engaged in conversation with Cui Xiao, and she looked puzzled at Lung Feng's approach. Why is he not eating? What does he want? President's son, there is an intrusion into the company's server, and files are being downloaded. Should we send someone to investigate? Lung Feng inquired. Upon hearing this, Sun Sahan sprang to her feet. What? Are you certain? Lung Feng nodded. 15% has already been downloaded. Should I intervene? Can we trace the intruder's location? Sun Sahan asked. Lung Feng glanced at his phone and found a tracking option, immediately selecting it. Tracking the intruder's location now. The intruder is in the Shangshi Group's server room, he reported. Sun Sahan, alarmed, shouted to several security personnel nearby. Someone has breached the server room to steal data. Quickly apprehend them. The security guards abandoned their meals and rushed out. I will cut off the connection once the download exceeds 80%. If we interrupt now, it will surely alert them, Lung Feng stated. Sun Sahan nodded. Let us head to the server room. As Lung Feng monitored his phone, he and Sun Sahan made their way to the server room, with Cui Xiao feeling frustrated that his chance to dine alone with Sun Sahan was interrupted by this incident. He hastily followed after them. Inside the server room of the Shangshi Group, a man in black was leisurely downloading data from the server using a tablet. To him, this task seemed exceedingly simple. Once he delivered the data to his employer, he would earn a handsome reward. The progress bar on the tablet steadily advanced. But just as it reached 85%, it abruptly turned red. Download interrupted. Seeing those words, the man's expression shifted dramatically. Not good. I've been discovered. The Shangshi Group's network security is formidable. Without wasting a moment, he severed the connection, masking his face as he made his way out of the server room. Just as he stepped outside, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. In an instant, 5 security personnel blocked his path. The server room was at the end of the corridor, leaving the man in black with no choice but to overpower the guards. Apprehend him, commanded the head of security, and all the guards charged forward. Humph! A rabble, the man in black scoffed, remaining unperturbed. When the two sides collided, the man in black's prowess became evident. He effortlessly dispatched the 5 guards, sustaining no injuries in the process. You think you can stop me? It's not that simple, he chuckled, just as he noticed 3 figures appear before him, Lung Feng, Sun Sahan, and Cui Xiao. Sahan, hurry and leave, Cui Xiao urged, alarmed at the sight of the defeated guards. This man is too dangerous. Sun Sahan, however, smiled confidently. With Lung Feng here, I am not in peril. Will you surrender, or shall I take you down? Lung Feng stepped forward with a smile. The man in black looked disdainfully at Lung Feng. You? Pathetic. Pathetic, you say? Lung Feng's expression turned icy as he lunged forward. The man in black snorted, meeting him head-on. In an instant, the two collided. The man's attack was fierce, throwing a punch towards Lung Feng's face. Lung Feng blocked with his left hand while striking the man's chest with his right. Ah! The man in black was taken aback by Lung Feng's speed. It was too late for him to defend himself. He fell to the ground, coughing violently, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Congratulations! You have completed the intermediate shock task and received the Divine Music card as a reward. The man in black could hardly believe it. Someone had managed to knock him out instantaneously. He had undergone rigorous military training abroad, and dozens of ordinary individuals were no match for him. Even elite special forces would find him a formidable opponent. Yet, who was this young man before him? His strength was utterly terrifying. With just one punch, he felt completely dismantled. Chapter 17. Who are you really? Cui Xiao was taken aback. He had presumed the strength of the man in black was formidable, yet he was astonished to discover that Sun Sahan's bodyguard was even more powerful. A person capable of effortlessly overcoming 5 security guards could not withstand even a single strike from Lung Feng. No wonder Sun Sahan exuded such confidence. Take him down, Lung Feng commanded. The 5 security guards, now on their feet, were equally shaken by Lung Feng's prowess. It was no surprise he had become the president's bodyguard. His strength was indeed terrifying. Upon hearing Lung Feng's order, the 5 men promptly restrained the injured man in black. Approaching the subdued figure, Lung Feng removed the mask, revealing a rather handsome face. The man stared at Lung Feng in disbelief and inquired, "Who are you? Did you detect my network intrusion? Are you one of the dragon guards of the Great Xia Kingdom?" Dragon guards? Lung Feng furrowed his brow. What department was that? Perhaps an elite unit in cyberspace? Who is your employer? He pressed. I will not betray my employer, the man in black replied resolutely. Recognizing the man's steadfastness, Lung Feng refrained from further questioning. As a mere bodyguard, his duty was complete. The rest was best left to the authorities. Sun Sahan instructed the security personnel, notify the law enforcement. For the time being, Lung Feng remained vigilant in front of the man in black. His strength was considerable, and if Lung Feng were to leave, the 5 guards might struggle to contain him. 10 minutes later, a group of law enforcers arrived, led by Feng Qianghua. Upon seeing her, Lung Feng's expression soured. Feng Qianghua had encountered him before, and Lung Ningming had informed her of his age, 48. If she discovered his ID stated he was only 28, it would lead to numerous complications. You're here too? Feng Qianghua said, slightly surprised upon spotting Lung Feng. He nodded. I am President Sun's bodyguard. Feng Qianghua appeared puzzled, as Lung Feng's demeanor did not suggest he was one to engage in combat. This individual attempted to steal our company's confidential information and injured our guards. Sun Sahan explained to Feng Qianghua. I understand. We will investigate this matter and provide you with a response afterward, Feng Qianghua affirmed. After a brief registration, she escorted the man in black to the Law Enforcement Bureau. With law enforcement present, the man should be unable to escape. Cui Xiao, I have matters to attend to. You may leave, Sun Sahan said to him. With no other option, Cui Xiao smiled and took his leave. Returning to her office with Lung Feng, Sun Sahan curiously asked, how did you know someone was infiltrating the server? Lung Feng raised his phone. I have a specialized program that detects the security of the network I am connected to. Thanks to you, our server contains core confidential information. If it were leaked, the consequences would be dire, Sun Sahan said, visibly shaken. Wait, I will have finance send you a bonus of 100,000. President Sun is generous, Lung Feng replied with delight. Sun Sahan's expression darkened as she furrowed her brows. Who is attempting to undermine our Shanghai group? Is it Zhong Heihu? Lung Feng remained silent, as he was not well acquainted with Shanghai group, and any hasty assumptions would only mislead Sun Sahan. At 2 in the afternoon, Sun Sahan received a phone call from Feng Qianghua. The man in black was refusing to speak, and the law enforcers were at a loss. Feng Qianghua wanted to ascertain Sun Sahan's thoughts on whether to continue the investigation or to initiate legal proceedings and imprison the man in black. After hanging up, Sun Sahan turned to Lung Feng, who was seated on the sofa, and asked, what do you think I should do now? While absorbed in his phone, Lung Feng pondered her question before responding. We can either imprison him or I could persuade him to cooperate. This man possesses considerable strength. Persuade him? Sun Sahan's eyes lit up at those words. What do you mean? Should I have him work for me? Wouldn't that be inviting danger into our midst? She questioned, torn. That is indeed a possibility, but I believe he has potential, Lung Feng conceded. The man was undeniably skilled. Sun Sahan nodded slightly. His ability to stealthily infiltrate the server room indicated a sharp mind. Moreover, his effortless takedown of 5 security guards showcased his combat prowess. Most importantly, he had breached the company's server password, demonstrating impressive hacking skills. If such talent could be harnessed, it would be an invaluable asset. I will draft an authorization letter, and you can negotiate with him on my behalf. If he agrees to work for me, I can drop the charges, Sun Sahan decisively declared, fully aware of the significance of talent. Half an hour later, Lung Feng arrived at the Law Enforcement Bureau with Sun Sahan's authorization letter. After locating Feng Qianghua, he presented the letter and stated, I have been entrusted by President Sun to speak with that individual. Very well, Feng Qianghua replied. Follow me. Under Feng Qianghua's guidance, Lung Feng entered an interrogation room. Once she closed the door behind her, he sat across from the man in black. Do not waste your efforts. I will not betray my employer. The man in black languidly reclined in his chair, appearing indifferent. I am not here to interrogate you about your employer. Lung Feng smiled, activating the camera function on his phone and capturing a photo of the man. The man in black observed Lung Feng's actions with confusion. If you are not here to question me about my employer, then what is your purpose? Why are you taking my picture? Lung Feng pointed at the screen of his phone, ignoring the man's inquiries. The man, growing irritated, demanded, what exactly do you intend to do? Yuan Hua, Enlisted in the Dazhou Kingdom Marine Corps at 18, recruited into the intelligence department at 20, officially retired at 26, now a freelance bounty hunter. Lung Feng exclaimed, astonished. You are quite impressive. If I were to hand this information to the Law Enforcement Bureau, you would never see the light of day again. Who are you? How did you obtain this information? Yuan Hua stared at Lung Feng in disbelief. This data should have been classified by the Dazhou Kingdom. How was this person aware of it all? He was currently using a false identity, and even the Law Enforcement Bureau could not uncover any discrepancies. If Lung Feng were to disclose this information, it would far exceed mere theft of corporate secrets. Congratulations on completing the beginner shock task. Reward: 1 piece of advanced bulletproof armor. Due to Yuan Hua's astonishment, Lung Feng was once again rewarded. The advanced bulletproof armor sounded incredibly impressive. He had only discovered this function on his phone that afternoon. By capturing a person's photograph, he could access detailed information about them. Yuan Hua's data, typically classified by the Dazhou Kingdom, was rendered utterly unconfidential in the presence of an ultra-intelligent smartphone. Chapter 18. Is there a salary? Cold Maple's expression was as serene as a clear sky, as if everything happening around him were merely trifles unworthy of concern. He refrained from answering Yuan Hua's query, instead smilingly asking, "Will you keep your word?" "Of course," Yuan Hua replied, his gaze wary as he observed Cold Maple. In the presence of Cold Maple, he felt akin to a child in kindergarten. Unable to win in a fight, now even his true identity had been uncovered. "Let us make a deal. If you agree, I can not only withdraw the charges against you but also ensure your information remains confidential," Cold Maple proposed, looking intently at Yuan Hua. "What kind of deal?" Yuan Hua inquired. "Join the Shangshi Group and work under President Sun from now on," Cold Maple stated. "This arrangement does not require you to compromise your principles. I believe you will not refuse." "Join the Shangshi Group?" Yuan Hua laughed heartily. "Aren't you afraid of letting a wolf into your den? With me around, what waves do you think you can make?" Cold Maple remained unperturbed. Yuan Hua's laughter abruptly ceased, and he closed his mouth in frustration. Despite Cold Maple's audacious words, Yuan Hua recognized the underlying truth. If he chose to defy Cold Maple, given his capabilities, he could easily have Yuan Hua imprisoned, facing an indefinite sentence. "Is there a salary? You cannot expect me to work for love alone," Yuan Hua lamented, feeling cornered. He had no other options now. "Certainly. It's 20,000 a month," Cold Maple replied with a smile. "And most importantly, lunch is provided. The meals at the company cafeteria are quite delectable." Yuan Hua nodded reluctantly. "All right, I can agree to that. But one condition. You are not to interfere with my side jobs after working hours." "After work, you are free to do as you wish," Cold Maple reassured him. Upon Yuan Hua's acceptance, Cold Maple stood up and said, "Please wait here. I will take care of the paperwork." Exiting the interrogation room, Cold Maple sought out Feng Qianghua, stating, "We will withdraw the charges. You may release him." "Are you certain?" Feng Qianghua asked, surprised. Did Cold Maple already uncover the mastermind behind this? "Yes," Cold Maple nodded. Since the plaintiff had decided not to pursue the case, they would naturally cease their pursuit. Feng Qianghua had the necessary procedures completed and opened the interrogation room. Seeing Yuan Hua approach, Cold Maple addressed Feng Qianghua. "We're leaving now. Thank you for your help." Observing Cold Maple's retreating figure, Feng Qianghua felt an inexplicable aura of mystery enveloping him. Half an hour later, Cold Maple returned to the Shangshi Group with Yuan Hua. As they entered the elevator, Cold Maple warned, "Let me remind you, should you dare to flee, do not blame me for being unkind. 20,000 a month for part-time work. Why would I run away?" Yuan Hua replied with an awkward smile. "Is being a bounty hunter lucrative?" Cold Maple inquired with curiosity. "Well, it's acceptable," Yuan Hua chuckled. "Take the tasks from the Shangshi Group as an example. If I complete a task, I can earn 1 million as a bounty, which is barely enough for 2 months of fun." Hearing this, Cold Maple felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. 1 million as merely acceptable? How utterly pretentious. "I have a question for you," Yuan Hua said, looking at Cold Maple with intrigue. Cold Maple nodded. "Ask away. What is your monthly salary? With your capabilities, your annual income must be at least several million, right?" Yuan Hua queried. At Yuan Hua's inquiry, Cold Maple felt as if he had been struck 1,000 times. Several million. And he even added a must to it? Did this fellow believe money flowed like water in a river? I no longer wish to converse with you, Cold Maple said, visibly annoyed. Ha ha. Yuan Hua laughed at Cold Maple's vexed expression. Join me as a bounty hunter. Together we could easily earn millions each month. I have no desire to end up in prison, Cold Maple retorted. Stepping out of the elevator, they arrived at Sun Sihan's office. Upon seeing Cold Maple return with Yuan Hua, Sun Sihan realized that Yuan Hua had agreed to join. This is Yuan Hua. I offered him 20,000 a month. Cold Maple indicated. What do you think of 20,000? Sun Sihan asked, standing to address Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua chuckled. The money is inconsequential as long as I can atone for my past. Moreover, it is an honor to work under a beautiful leader like President Sunday. Rest assured. I will never again engage in actions that harm Shengshi Group. Cold Maple, upon hearing this, gave Yuan Hua a thumbs up. You truly possess a certain charm. From now on, I shall refer to you as Charming One. You. Yuan Hua began to protest but quickly recalled Cold Maple's prowess and awkwardly remarked. It is inappropriate to give nicknames. Cold Maple informed me that you are a talented individual. Hence, I would like you to remain at Shengshi Group. Your starting salary will be 30,000 a month. With subsequent raises, Sun Sihan announced. Thank you, President Sun, for your kindness. I will certainly not disappoint. Yuan Hua replied with a smile. What will my position be? You will serve as a security consultant. Please ensure that the company's security matters are well managed, preventing unauthorized access. Sun Sihan instructed. Understood. I will ensure our company's security is foolproof, Yuan Hua promised, patting his chest with determination. Sun Sihan summoned Ren Xiaofei from the HR department to assist Yuan Hua with the onboarding process. Once Yuan Hua departed, Sun Sihan turned to Cold Maple, inquiring, is he trustworthy? Trust is something that must be cultivated. I will ensure he serves willingly, Cold Maple assured her with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sun Sihan nodded with a smile. I believe in you. Before they knew it, the workday had concluded. As yesterday, Cold Maple first escorted Sun Sihan back to her residence before taking a taxi home. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the inviting aroma of cooking. Discovering that Cold Ningming was busy in the kitchen. Dad, you're back, Cold Ningming exclaimed. A university student, her classes were scheduled for the morning, leaving her ample time in the afternoon. Cold Maple acknowledged her and changed his shoes before entering the kitchen. Are you not working part-time today? My classes are in the evening, Cold Ningming replied with a smile. You should change your clothes. Dinner will be ready shortly. Filled with excitement, Cold Maple realized this was the first time he would savor a meal prepared by his daughter. After changing into his loungewear, he emerged to find Cold Ningming, dressed in an apron, serving the dishes. Cold Ningming's culinary skills were merely average, as she could only whip up a few simple dishes. Dad, try this, she said, handing him chopsticks. Cold Maple picked up some shredded potatoes and placed them in his mouth, smiling as he said, this is quite good. I didn't expect your cooking to be this delightful. Pleased by her father's praise, Cold Ningming beamed. This is my specialty. As she served the rice, they began to chat while enjoying their meal. Remembering what Sun Sihan had said earlier, Cold Maple informed Cold Ningming, tomorrow night, I will accompany my boss to a dinner. You should cook for yourself and do not wait for me. Cold Ningming nodded. All right, just be careful. Cold Maple responded with a grin. Fear not. Your father is a superhero and shall face no danger. Chapter 19. It's all a misunderstanding. After dinner, Lung Ningming assisted Lung Feng in tidying up the household chores. As the clock approached 6:30, she hastily returned to her room. Starting from 7 o'clock, she was scheduled to conduct online classes for the children. Due to her part-time job that evening, Lung Ningming had no time for leisurely strolls. Lung Feng, unwilling to venture out alone, chose to do laundry at home. He washed all the dirty clothes except for Lung Ningming's personal garments. At 10 o'clock that night, the window on the 6th floor of the Shengshi Group was abruptly flung open, and Yuan Hua leapt into the corridor. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Now that you're home, who can stop me from this company? Yuan Hua chuckled sinisterly as he retrieved his lock-picking tools to once again unlock the server room. Silently, he entered the room and connected his tablet to the Shengshi Group server. While manipulating the tablet, he scoffed, the reward for this task is 3 million. How could I possibly give up so easily? Who would care for the position of security consultant? Just as Yuan Hua was deciphering the new password for the server, Lung Feng's phone buzzed with a notification. Earlier that afternoon, he had added the Shengshi Group's network to his surveillance sequence, so the moment Yuan Hua breached the defenses, Lung Feng received an alert. At that hour, he was preparing to sleep when he heard the notification and picked up his phone. I knew you wouldn't give up. Lung Feng smirked as he tapped on the screen. In the server room of Shengshi Group, Yuan Hua was leisurely observing the download progress bar. Once the download was successful, he could leave the Great Xia Kingdom. At that point, even if Lung Feng reported his information to the authorities, he wouldn't fear any repercussions. Just as the download bar reached 98%, a horrifying ghost face suddenly appeared on the screen. Yuan Hua, engrossed in the screen, was nearly scared out of his wits by the unexpected terrifying image. Damn it! He exclaimed, dropping the tablet in fright. Despite his rigorous training, he trembled all over from the shock. After a few moments, Yuan Hua finally regained his composure and closed the horrifying image, only to discover that the download had failed. Cursed be it. He realized that Lung Feng must have interfered. At that moment, a video call interface popped up on the tablet, revealing Lung Feng lounging on his bed, smiling as he said, "Should I notify the authorities to catch you right now? Big brother, it's all a misunderstanding. I was merely testing the Group S network defenses. As you know, I'm a security consultant, so I must uphold my responsibilities," Yuan Hua stammered, his face pale with fear at the realization that Lung Feng could detect his intrusion from home. "Is that so? Then please go on," Lung Feng replied with a smile. "See you tomorrow morning." As the video interface vanished, Yuan Hua fumed. This guy is deliberately messing with me. Looking at the tablet in his hands, Yuan Hua found himself in a quandary. Should he really work as a security consultant in this small company? He possessed genuine skills. What was the point of being a mere security chief here? But did he have any other options? If he wished to leave Shengshi Group, he would have to abandon the task at hand and hastily flee the Great Xia Kingdom. After a long contemplation, Yuan Hua gritted his teeth and declared, "Isn't it just a 3 million task? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There's no need to stubbornly clash with this guy." Coming to this conclusion, Yuan Hua quickly locked the door to the room and then exited through the window. Lung Feng had already surmised Yuan Hua's intentions, so he input Yuan Hua's information into his ultra-smartphone. The device featured a program called Tianyan Tracking. By inputting the information, he could monitor the target's every move, be it purchasing tickets or shopping at local stores. Nothing would escape his surveillance. This smartphone was a cutting-edge tool of a new era's elite hacker. Having received a reward in the form of a body refinement pill, Lung Feng decided to test its effects. Just moments ago, he had completed a shocking task through Yuan Hua. This reward was yet another body refinement pill. Lung Feng already possessed many of these pills but had never consumed them. Out of curiosity, he took one and swallowed it. The instant he ingested the body refinement pill, he fell into a deep sleep. The pill also had a remarkable sedative effect. Upon waking in the morning, Lung Feng felt invigorated, his body brimming with strength. "Is this really me? My physique is simply perfect," he marveled as he gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Previously, he had a slight belly, but now his 8-pack abs were prominently defined. At that moment, he was undoubtedly a dashing figure. After admiring his physique for a while, Lung Feng dressed and stepped outside. Just as he exited his room, Lung Ningming emerged as well. Lung Feng asked in surprise, "Daughter, why are you up so early today?" With a sweet smile, Lung Ningming replied, "I wanted to have breakfast with you. If I wake up late, I'll have to eat alone." Hearing his daughter's words deeply moved Lung Feng. Her approval and affection brought him immense joy. "All right, you go freshen up first, and I'll prepare some millet porridge," he said with a smile. Lung Ningming nodded and turned toward the bathroom. While simmering the millet porridge, Lung Feng also fried an egg and grilled sausages. As he was cooking, Lung Ningming entered the kitchen and sweetly urged, "Dad, why don't you go wash up? I can handle things here." Lung Feng nodded with a smile, handing the apron to Lung Ningming before heading to the bathroom. 20 minutes later, the father and daughter sat down together for breakfast. While eating, Lung Feng said to Lang Ningming, "I helped the company resolve a crisis yesterday, and the boss rewarded me with 100,000. If you need any money, just let me know, alright? Lung Ningming smiled and nodded. Got it, but I don't really have any use for money right now. Sunday is the day after tomorrow, right? I'll ask the boss today, and if there's nothing pressing, I'll take you to the amusement park, Lung Feng suggested, taking a bite of the fried egg. Sounds great. Lung Ningming replied enthusiastically. Lung Feng chuckled. Whether we can go or not depends on the boss's schedule. After all, I have to be a regular worker now. I can't be too casual. I understand. I'll wait for your good news tonight. Lung Ningming smiled as she said. After finishing their meal, Lung Ningming glanced at the time and said to Lung Feng, Dad, you should head to work now. I'll take care of the dishes. Noticing the time was tight, Lung Feng did not refuse. All right, I'll head out first. Be careful on your way. With that, he hurriedly left the house. Lung Feng first took a taxi to Sun Sahan's neighborhood, then got into Sun Sahan's car. Once inside, he pulled out his phone to check Yuan Hua's movements. According to the display, Yuan Hua had booked a flight at 8:30, destined for overseas. He was attempting to flee. Lung Feng, however, remained unhurried. With the ultra-smartphone in hand, Yuan Hua would undoubtedly be unable to escape. With just a few taps, Lung Feng could cancel Yuan Hua's flight ticket. Chapter 20. Why am I so afraid? At Hangzhou Airport, Yuan Hua sat in the waiting area, idly playing with his phone. Initially, he had anticipated that this mission would be straightforward, but he never expected to encounter Ling Feng. Not only did the mission fail, but he also came perilously close to being incarcerated. The theft of corporate trade secrets could lead to a minimum sentence of 3 years. Fortunately, Lung Feng extricated him from that predicament. Yet it was absurd that Lung Feng believed he had him cornered. Could he not evade Ling Feng, even after leaving Hangzhou? At 8:20, the airport announced the commencement of boarding. Yuan Hua retrieved his electronic ticket and made his way to the boarding gate. Upon arrival, however, his ticket information could not be detected. What was happening? Yuan Hua was perplexed. Why could he not check in? The airport had already implemented online check-in, eliminating the need for staff involvement. Sensing something was amiss, a staff member approached him. Sir, what seems to be the problem? The airport employee inquired with a smile. Yuan Hua responded, bewildered. Why can't I check in for my ticket? Please hand me your ticket, and I will take a look, the staff member said, retrieving their device. Yuan Hua presented his ticket code for scanning. After a moment, the staff member stated, Sir, your ticket has been cancelled. What? Cancelled? Yuan Hua exclaimed in disbelief. He had purchased the ticket himself. Who would cancel it for him? Just then, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Frustrated, Yuan Hua stepped out of line to answer the call. Who is this? He asked. Yuan Hua, this is your final chance. Either return to work obediently, or I will personally ensure you are sent to the Enforcement Bureau. Lung Feng's voice echoed from the other end. Yuan Hua's expression changed drastically. It's you. You cancelled my ticket? You can choose to continue fleeing, but the consequences are yours to bear. Lung Feng replied before abruptly hanging up. Fuming, Yuan Hua clenched his fists. How had Lung Feng managed to cancel his ticket? Had he hacked into his phone? He had been engrossed in his phone, completely oblivious. The extent of Lung Feng's abilities filled him with dread. Was escape truly impossible? Aside from flying, he had numerous other means to leave Hangzhou. But could he genuinely evade capture? If Lung Feng handed over his information to the enforcers, he would face a lengthy prison sentence, or worse, the death penalty. Torn, Yuan Hua stood in place, ultimately cursing under his breath before hailing a taxi to Shangshe Group. Meanwhile, Lung Feng was seated in a taxi, en route to the driving school for his first exam. He needed to queue at the testing center. In truth, Lung Feng was merely attempting to intimidate Yuan Hua. Even if Yuan Hua managed to escape, he had no intention of handing over his information to the authorities. He had done all he could. Whether he could retain this talent for Sun Sahan depended on Yuan Hua's choices. Upon arriving at the exam center, Lung Feng found the staff responsible for his driving school. After submitting his information for the exam, the staff member said, just wait for your name to be called, and let me know the results. With a considerable number of candidates today, Lung Feng stood behind dozens of others. After half an hour, it was finally Lung Feng's turn. The questions were all derived from traffic regulations, and Lung Feng had memorized all the answers, allowing him to submit his exam paper promptly. As expected, he passed with flying colors. After exiting the examination room, he informed the staff of his success. With the first exam completed, the next step was to practice driving at the school. However, as it would take a few days to arrange, Lung Feng decided to return to the office first. Upon his return, he spotted Yuan Hua seated in the lounge area. "I thought you had left," Lung Feng said with a smile. "With leverage over me, how could I possibly leave?" Yuan Hua replied, filled with resentment. Lung Feng chuckled lightly. "I was only trying to scare you. Even if you really did leave, I wouldn't harm you." Yuan Hua looked at Lung Feng in astonishment. "Are you serious? Whether I am or not, you can only guess," Lung Feng said with a smile before stepping into the elevator. Watching the doors close, Yuan Hua felt increasingly frustrated. "I can't believe you. Is it amusing to toy with me? Forget it. I'll take this as a life experience. Better not provoke this guy for now." Yuan Hua was not cowardly. Rather, he could not fathom Lung Feng's prowess. In terms of combat, he could barely withstand a single strike from Lung Feng. Regarding hacking skills, Lung Feng could easily overpower him. Opposing Lung Feng would only lead to his own misfortune. For now, he could only acquiesce, treating his time in Hangzhou as a vacation. Once Lung Feng's guard was down, he could make his escape. After knocking, Lung Feng entered Sun Sihan's office. "I'm back. Is there anything I can do?" he asked with a smile. "Nothing pressing. Feel free to wander a bit. We can have lunch together later," Sun Sihan replied with a smile. Nodding, Lung Feng returned to the lobby, where Yuan Hua was watching a TV series on a tablet. Noticing Lung Feng approach, he casually remarked, "What's this? Off to wander again?" Lung Feng sat beside Yuan Hua. "Not going out. I came to chat with you." "Chat with me? What on earth do we have to discuss?" Yuan Hua asked, puzzled. Before Lung Feng could respond, the elevator in the lobby suddenly opened, revealing Sun Sihan rushing towards them. "Lung Feng, Zhong Heihu is causing trouble at the construction site. Come with me," Sun Sihan said urgently. Lung Feng turned to Yuan Hua and said, "You should come along too." "Me?" Yuan Hua laughed. "I'm responsible for the company as security. The bodyguard matters don't concern me." "All right, I'll find you later for a spar," Lung Feng said, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Yuan Hua understood perfectly what Lung Feng intended. Sparring was merely a guise. The real intention was to take the opportunity to beat him. Considering Lung Feng's strength, Yuan Hua reluctantly complied and followed them outside. As Yuan Hua possessed a driver's license, he took the wheel, knowing that with Sun Sihan preoccupied, it was unsafe for her to drive. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at the construction site. They found Zhong Heihu surrounded by dozens of men, obstructing the construction equipment while Shangshi Group's employees were forced to stand aside, too intimidated to act. Upon seeing Sun Sihan and Lung Feng arrive, a cold glint flashed in Zhong Heihu's eyes. "You're a bit late," he said coldly. "Are you still daring to cause trouble, Zhong Heihu?" Sun Sihan retorted angrily. "Why wouldn't he?" Zhong Heihu laughed mockingly. Recognizing that Zhong Heihu had sought assistance, Lung Feng stepped forward a few paces and addressed him. "Enough with the idle chatter. Where are your accomplices? Bring them out." "Fine, as you wish," Zhong Heihu replied, clapping his hands. 6 men emerged from a nearby vehicle, their dark skin and piercing gazes instilling fear in those who beheld them. Chapter 21. You are quite arrogant. The essence of aura is formless and colorless, yet it undeniably exists. The 6 individuals before him were silent, but their mere presence radiated an intimidating force that instilled fear. Under this oppressive atmosphere, Sun Sihan felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding, as if calamity were imminent. Although Lung Feng was formidable, he was no war god. These 6 were evidently ruthless experts. Could Lung Feng truly stand as an equal against them? In the great wilderness kingdom, the Twin Sabers group, Yuan Hua's gaze fell upon the arms of the 6, each adorned with a blood-red Twin Sabers emblem. "Who are you to know our identity?" Upon hearing Yuan Hua's exclamation, the 6 turned in astonishment. Yuan Hua replied with a smile, "I am but an inconspicuous nobody. Please do not concern yourselves with my identity." "Are they truly formidable?" Sun Sihan inquired nervously. The great wilderness kingdom was rife with chaos, giving rise to numerous security firms. The Twin Sabers group was the apex of these companies, their members hailing from across the globe, boasting exceptional prowess. Yuan Hua addressed the six. They are mercenaries, driven solely by profit. For the right price, they would not hesitate to send others to their demise. Sun Sihan's eyes widened in shock. She had not anticipated that Zhong Heihu would enlist such merciless allies. These individuals were indeed ruthless, willing to kill, and Lung Feng's confrontation with them was perilously reckless. Lung Feng, having heard Yuan Hua's introduction, was taken aback to find himself facing such a formidable force. Though he was a reincarnate, he had once been an ordinary worker. Despite possessing a master card, he still felt an immense psychological burden. Would entangling himself with these individuals endanger his daughter? After all, he currently resided with Lung Ningming. Yet, should he retreat, what would become of Sun Sihan? Having taken on the role of her bodyguard, he was determined to fulfill his duty. With this thought, Lung Feng's gaze hardened. Since you know our identity, you must also be aware of our strength. As long as you comply with Boss Zhong's requests, we shall refrain from taking action, stated the lead henchman coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. Zhong Heihu, you have taken quite a gamble, Lung Feng remarked, scrutinizing Zhong Heihu. Upon hearing this, Zhong Heihu laughed with arrogance. What? Are you afraid? Let me assure you, I, Zhong Heihu, am no coward. Do you think I would succumb so easily? Zhong Heihu, if you wish to play, I shall indulge you. At this juncture, Lung Feng turned to the six from the Twin Sabers group and asked, Has Boss Zhong settled the bill? Boss Zhong is generous. Our fees have been fully paid, replied the lead henchman. Lung Feng nodded slightly and then, retrieving his phone, tapped the screen a few times. What are you doing? Zhong Heihu inquired, his brow furrowing. At that moment, Lung Feng returned the phone to his pocket and addressed the six. I have no desire to entangle myself with the Twin Sabers group, so it would be wise for you to leave promptly. What do you mean? The lead henchman asked coldly. I have already sent the evidence of Boss Zhong's crimes to the law enforcement agency. He will soon find himself behind bars, Lung Feng told the henchman. Since you have received your payment, I suggest you leave quickly to avoid being implicated. Zhong Heihu laughed at this. My criminal evidence? Who are you trying to scare? You will find out the truth in 15 minutes. Lung Feng replied with a smile. Enough with the chatter. Incapacitate him, Zhong Heihu commanded the six. Upon hearing his words, the six advanced towards Lung Feng. Boss Zhong has ordered us to deal with you. Having received our payment, we must fulfill our duty. Must we then become adversaries? Lung Feng sighed. Very well, if you insist on confronting me, I shall oblige. Lung Feng, let us depart. I do not wish to pursue this project any further. Sun Sihan understood that continuing down this path could jeopardize many lives. She did not wish for anyone to be harmed because of this matter. Even if I relinquish the project, Zhong Heihu will not let me go, Lung Feng remarked, turning to Zhong Heihu. Is that not correct? Zhong Heihu's eyes glinted with malice. You are quite right. I will not rest until you are incapacitated. Ensure Sun Zong is safe. I will entertain them. Lung Feng instructed Yuan Hua before striding towards the six from the Twin Sabers group. Sun Sihan clenched her delicate fists, deeply concerned for Lung Feng's safety. Yet, given the circumstances, there was little she could alter. I hear you are quite skilled. Allow me to test your mettle. One burly, scarred man stepped forward. The man's eyes were filled with disdain, completely dismissing Lung Feng. As Lung Feng quickened his pace, the scarred man lunged at him. With a swift motion, the scarred man's fist, like a hammer, aimed for Lung Feng's side. In that instant, Lung Feng surged forward, colliding with the scarred man's chest like a freight train. Bang! The impact sent the scarred man sprawling to the ground, nullifying the force of his earlier attack. The scarred man's companions stared at Lung Feng in disbelief. They were well aware of their comrade's strength. Lung Feng's ability to fell him in one strike was a testament to his prowess. Congratulations on completing the intermediate shock task. You have earned the Kargod card as a reward. Due to the astonishment of those present, Lung Feng received a new reward, a mid-tier one at that. Quite impressive. The scarred man groaned, clutching his chest in pain and frustration. Come at me together. You would do well to leave before the law enforcement arrives, Lung Feng stated, unfazed by their presence, though he wished to shield Lung Ningming from harm. Lung Feng could defeat them, but Lung Ningming was merely an ordinary girl. If animosity arose, they would likely resort to any means to retaliate. Thus, Lung Feng sought to manage the animosity between them. Winning against them would not breed hatred. But should they be apprehended by law enforcement, the Twin Sabers group would hold him accountable for their grievances. As an adult, one must refrain from reckless bravado. Actions must be measured and judicious. You are exceedingly arrogant. I shall see if you possess the merit to be so, the lead henchman bellowed, charge. With that command, the six lunged forward in unison. They were a ruthless lot, seasoned by the fires of battle, each capable of taking on 10 opponents. Zhong Heihu paid no heed to Lung Feng's prior declarations. He believed Lung Feng was merely attempting to intimidate him, doubting the existence of any damning evidence. If such evidence were readily available, he would not have lived in peace for so many years. Chapter 22. How did you do it? Yuan Hua gazed curiously at Lung Feng, eager to discern the extent of his prowess. Each of the 6 individuals before him possessed strength that was not inferior to his own. Yuan Hua contemplated the situation. Facing 2 opponents might yield a narrow victory, but 1 against 6 would only result in a humiliating defeat. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lung Feng engaged in a fierce skirmish with the 6 adversaries. The sounds of impact echoed as, astonishingly, the 6 could withstand only 30 seconds against Lung Feng's onslaught. Yuan Hua was beside himself with disbelief. This was simply extraordinary. These were elite members of the Twin Blades group, yet they appeared so feeble before Lung Feng. The 6, united in their efforts, realized that their combined might was not merely a sum of their strengths. Zhong Heihu was equally astonished. Was this truly what it meant to be a master? How did he differ from his own subordinates? The 6, having been vanquished, were left in a state of shock. As they had anticipated an easy victory over Lung Feng, it was evident to them that Lung Feng had shown restraint. Had he wished to harm them, they would have been left crippled. Such formidable strength was indeed terrifying. Sun Sihan was equally struck with astonishment, her initial anxiety dissipating. She felt fortunate to have encountered such a remarkable bodyguard. A figure of his caliber surely deserved $1 million salary. Zhong Heihu's subordinates and the staff of the Shengshe group were left dumbfounded. Was this a film? The display of skill was beyond anything seen in the action sequences of Kill Zone. Congratulations on completing the advanced shock task. You have received an ability treasure chest. Activate it to randomly obtain a limited-time ability card. Upon hearing the system's reward, Lung Feng's excitement surged. He had acquired yet another ability card, though he was left wondering what powers it would bestow. Curiosity piqued. He pondered how the system determined the level of shock. Was it based on the number of shocked individuals or the severity of the event? Setting aside his questions for the moment, he addressed the 6 adversaries. You may leave now. The enforcers should be arriving shortly. Very well. We concede, the 6 acknowledged, fully aware that they were no match for Lung Feng. Continuing to press the matter would only lead to further humiliation. With that, they turned to depart. Zhong Heihu, witnessing their retreat, cried out in alarm, "You're just leaving? You took my money but refused to fulfill my requests. The money was provided by the company. If you wish for a refund, you must consult the finance department," they replied, departing without hesitation. Seeing the 6 leave, Zhong Heihu felt compelled to follow suit. His subordinates were clearly no match for Lung Feng, and a confrontation would only result in his own misfortune. "Just you wait. We shall meet again," Zhong Heihu declared, turning to leave. At that moment, Lung Feng chuckled lightly. "You needn't rush away." "What do you mean?" Zhong Heihu retorted angrily. "Even if my subordinates cannot defeat you, they can still ensure my escape." Lung Feng pointed behind Zhong Heihu. "Look who has arrived." Zhong Heihu turned to see dozens of enforcers rushing towards them, led by none other than Feng Qianghua. "Zhong Heihu, you are under arrest." With a wave of her hand, 2 enforcers pinned Zhong Heihu to the ground. His subordinates dared not move a muscle. "On what grounds are you arresting me?" Zhong Heihu bellowed. "We received an anonymous tip-off containing all the evidence of your crimes. Prepare to face justice," Feng Qianghua declared coldly. At this revelation, Zhong Heihu was engulfed in panic. He glared at Lung Feng, shouting in fury, "Did you orchestrate this?" Lung Feng smiled in affirmation. "You brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me." "You? How did you manage this?" Zhong Heihu questioned, frustration evident in his tone. Without answering, Lung Feng returned to Sun Sihan's side and remarked, "From now on, there will be no more disturbances." Sun Sihan, still in shock, had previously assumed Lung Feng was merely intimidating Zhong Heihu. She was astounded to discover that he had indeed gathered incriminating evidence against him and orchestrated his downfall. Upon receiving a system notification of a $20,000 reward, Lung Feng's lips curled into a smile. Money was undeniably tangible. In contrast to Sun Sihan's astonishment, Yuan Hua remained composed. If Lung Feng could obtain Zhong Heihu's information so easily, acquiring evidence against him was trivial. However, he was unwilling to pursue such matters without compensation. After this incident, Yuan Hua viewed Lung Feng with increased wariness. His formidable strength quelled any thoughts of rebellion within him. To put it plainly, Yuan Hua was not an irredeemable villain. He merely indulged in dubious methods for personal gain. He had never engaged in heinous acts such as murder or arson. Given his capabilities, he could have easily committed such acts, revealing that he possessed principles. Wait a moment, Feng Qianghua called out as she noticed Lung Feng and the others preparing to leave. Lung Feng halted, turning to face her. Feng Qianghua stepped forward, inquiring, Zhong Heihu claims you provided the evidence. How did you come by it? What evidence? Lung Feng feigned confusion. The evidence of Zhong Heihu's crimes, she clarified. Lung Feng shook his head. I have no idea what you are talking about, nor do I understand Zhong Heihu's claims. With that, he turned and resumed his departure. Thank you for your assistance, Captain Feng, Sun Sihan said, following Lung Feng as they left. It was you? Feng Qianghua recognized Yuan Hua, recalling her previous encounter when she had detained him at the Enforcement Bureau. Ahem. Yuan Hua chuckled awkwardly. Do not misunderstand. I have turned over a new leaf and am now a security consultant for Shengshe Group. A security consultant? Feng Qianghua was bemused. Was Sun Sihan's judgment truly so peculiar as to hire a thief for such a position? Did she not fear inviting trouble? My boss is leaving, so I must take my leave as well. Until next time, Yuan Hua smiled and hurried after Lung Feng and Sun Sihan. Once in the car, Sun Sihan turned to Lung Feng and asked, how did you manage to obtain the evidence against Zhong Heihu? Such matters are trivial. I can handle this easily, Yuan Hua interjected. Indeed, it is quite simple, Lung Feng replied with a smile. Now that Zhong Heihu has been brought to justice, there will be no further obstacles to the project here, so you can rest easy. Sun Sihan refrained from pressing for details. Nodding happily, this is thanks to you, and I will ensure you receive a bonus when we return. Thank you, Miss Sun. Lung Feng expressed his gratitude before asking, now that this matter is resolved, do you still require a bodyguard? Sun Sihan hesitated. That was indeed a pertinent question. She had initially hired a bodyguard to protect against Zhong Heihu's potential malice. With him now neutralized, was there still a need for such protection? Why not take on the role of security department manager at the company? Sun Sihan proposed, recognizing Lung Feng's talent and wishing to retain him within the organization. Chapter 23 The position of security manager sounds far more prestigious than that of a bodyguard. However, in reality, this role is not as lighthearted as that of a bodyguard. The security manager is required to attend meetings daily, a prospect that Cold Maple is not keen on. Having Yuan Hua as a security consultant suffices for him. He prefers a more liberated existence. If Cold Maple were an ordinary person, he would surely not let such a promising job slip away. Yet now, equipped with a system by his side, why should he lead a rigid life? Are you leaving the company? Sun Sihan asked, feeling quite reluctant. Without Cold Maple, the Shengshe Group would have faced numerous crises long ago. Beyond the issue with Zhong Heihu, there are others eyeing the commercial secrets of the Shengshe Group. If Cold Maple had not intervened to stop Yuan Hua, their company's confidential information would have been compromised. We may consider ourselves friends. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out, Cold Maple assured her. Even if I were to resign, it would have to wait until tomorrow. Tonight, there is a banquet I need to accompany you to, Sun Sihan replied. Cold Maple nodded. That is naturally no problem. The day passed without incident until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when Cui Xiao unexpectedly arrived at the office. Cui Xiao, what brings you here? Sun Sihan inquired curiously. Cui Xiao glanced at Cold Maple, who was sitting on the sofa engrossed in his phone, and replied, Tonight is young Master Zhao's birthday banquet. Have you forgotten? I came to take you with me. I haven't forgotten, but I don't see the necessity of attending together. I have some matters to attend to first. And I want to be able to leave immediately, Sun Sahan responded. I can wait here for you, Chui Xiao offered. Sun Sahan pointed at Cold Maple. No need for that. Cold Maple will accompany me. Bringing him along? Chui Xiao's expression darkened. It may not be appropriate to bring a bodyguard to young Master Zhao's birthday banquet. If someone provokes him in front of young Master Zhao, it could lead to his displeasure. Chui Xiao, are you not aware of the temperament of those people? Sun Sahan sighed. The last time young Master Zhao looked at me differently, and this time he specifically invited me. It feels off. Chui Xiao smiled. My relationship with young Master Zhao is quite amicable. With me by your side, he will undoubtedly show me respect and won't cause you any trouble. Sun Sahan hesitated before saying, Fine. You can wait outside for a moment while I handle some work. Chui Xiao pointed to the sofa beside Cold Maple. I'll just wait here for you. I have some matters to discuss with Cold Maple, Sun Sahan stated. Seeing that Chui Xiao was reluctant to leave, Chui Xiao nodded. All right, I'll step out for a moment. As Chui Xiao exited, Sun Sahan turned to Cold Maple with a hint of frustration. I'll send you the address for the banquet shortly. Please wait nearby and be ready to assist if any trouble arises. Who is young Master Zhao? Cold Maple inquired with curiosity. The young heir of the Zhao group, Zhao Zongyan, Sun Sahan replied disdainfully. He is notoriously lecherous and arrogant. However, the Zhao group's influence is immense, and we at the Shengshi group are rather insignificant in comparison. Cold Maple was not unfamiliar with the Zhao group. 20 years ago, they were already one of Hangzhou's leading conglomerates. 2 decades later, the Zhao group's financial prowess has only grown, with an even more diversified portfolio, solidifying its substantial influence in Hangzhou's business realm. Given the circumstances, if trouble arises, I would need to take you away without resorting to violence against Zhao Zongyan. Cold Maple posited. Sun Sahan nodded. If possible, that would be ideal. Very well, I shall venture out for a while. When you are ready to leave, I will take a taxi and follow you, Cold Maple declared. Sun Sahan smiled and nodded. Sounds good. Upon leaving Sun Sahan's office, Cold Maple noticed Chui Xiao standing in the corridor. As Cold Maple emerged, Chui Xiao asked, What did Sahan say to you? Company secrets, Cold Maple replied before departing, leaving Chui Xiao looking rather dejected. With some time to kill, Cold Maple decided to visit a nearby milk tea shop. The shop's owner was a 26-year-old beauty with a ponytail, exuding a vibrant energy. She had a delightful smile, and when she beamed, she easily scored above 9 out of 10. Cold Maple's visit was solely for leisure, not to admire beauty. After ordering a cup of milk tea and a slice of cheesecake, he settled into a windowside seat. Upon tasting the cheesecake, he couldn't help but exclaim, This is quite delicious. I shall buy one for my daughter tomorrow afternoon. As he savored the dessert, Cold Maple suddenly heard the sound of a guitar. Looking up, he saw the owner strumming away, a microphone set before her. Accompanied by the enchanting music, her melodious voice floated through the air. Cold Maple found himself tapping his fingers to the rhythm, utterly captivated by her impressive singing skills. When the song concluded, the patrons erupted into applause. Thank you, the owner said with a smile as she stood up. If any of you enjoy singing, feel free to join in. Her words reminded Cold Maple of a reward he had previously received. He pondered how his performance would be if he were to activate the singing god card. Despite his curiosity, he refrained from taking the stage. His nature was such that he preferred to avoid the spotlight. He lacked the courage to sing before strangers, and it seemed the singing god card might never be put to use. Placing his phone on the table, Cold Maple perused his daughter Cold Lemon's social media while sipping his milk tea. An hour slipped by unnoticed. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message from Sun Sahan. He turned his gaze toward the Shengshi group's direction and saw Sun Sahan, accompanied by Chui Xiao, exiting and getting into Chui Xiao's sports car. Approaching the counter, Cold Maple said to the beautiful shop owner, Could you please prepare my bill? 30 yuan, she replied with a smile. Cold Maple scanned the payment and then hailed a taxi to leave. 40 minutes later, the taxi pulled up outside a 5-star hotel. After disembarking, Cold Maple entered the hotel. Sun Sahan was headed to the banquet hall on the 8th floor, while Cold Maple made his way to the buffet restaurant on the 7th floor. They were separated by just 1 floor. Should anything arise, Cold Maple could reach her within 2 minutes. As he was about to enter the buffet, Cold Maple paused. Since he was not accompanying Sun Sahan, why not invite his daughter to join him for the buffet? After all, it was a 5-star hotel buffet, and his daughter had likely never experienced such a feast. With that thought in mind, Cold Maple dialed Cold Lemon's number. Before long, Cold Lemon answered with a cheerful tone. Dad, what's up? Do you have any plans tonight? Come to the Jean Dao Grand Hotel. I'll treat you to a buffet, Cold Maple said with a smile. Chapter 24. How is this possible? Half an hour later, at the entrance of the hotel, Lung Feng encountered Lang Ningming. At that moment, she was brimming with joy, eagerly anticipating the buffet at the 5-star hotel. Dad, aren't you supposed to be with the boss? How do you have time to join me for the buffet? She inquired curiously. With a smile, Lung Feng replied, the boss is in the banquet hall. I don't need to go there for now. If anything comes up, she will notify me. Who is paying for tonight's buffet? Lung Ningming whispered. Is it reimbursable? Of course. Lung Feng chuckled. Upon hearing this, Lung Ningming's excitement grew. I'm ready to feast. Let us go. Just as they were conversing, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan pulled up beside them. The hotel staff hurriedly approached to open the car door, revealing a pallid young man stepping out. Young master, you have arrived, the manager of the Golden Island Hotel greeted promptly. Lung Feng cast a glance at Zhao Tsongyan before leading Lung Ningming into the hotel. It turned out that this Golden Island Hotel belonged to the Zhao Group, which explained why the birthday banquet was held here. Upon arriving at the buffet restaurant, Lung Feng and Lung Ningming took their trays to choose their food. Lung Feng pointed to the spicy crab and asked, Shall we get this? With a cheerful nod, Lung Ningming replied, Yes, and this too. After more than 10 minutes, they had selected a table full of delicacies. To avoid waste, they decided to finish what they had before going for freshly grilled steaks. Lung Ningming, is that really you? Just as the father and daughter were about to dig in, a surprised voice rang out. Turning around, they saw 2 young and beautiful girls approaching with smiles. What a coincidence to see you here at the buffet. These girls were classmates of Lang Ningming. Although their relationship wasn't particularly close, they were considered friends. The girls looked at Lung Feng, and one of them remarked to Lang Ningming, No wonder so many handsome guys are pursuing you, yet you don't accept. Turns out you have a boyfriend. Realizing her classmates had misunderstood, Lung Ningming quickly clarified, You're mistaken. This is my dad, not my boyfriend. Your dad? The 2 girls exclaimed in shock. Ningming, you must be joking. This handsome man looks no older than 28. How could he possibly be your father? Dating is a normal thing. No need to be embarrassed, the other girl added. Lung Ningming chuckled. I'm not joking. He really is my dad. In fact, he's 48. He just doesn't show his age. How is that possible? Even if one ages backward, there should still be some signs of time. Uncle, are you really 48? Would it be too much trouble to show us your ID? One of the girls asked. Lung Feng felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. If he revealed his ID, which stated he was only 28, it would lead to complications, and they would think Lung Ningming was lying. Sorry, I don't have my ID with me. Lung Feng apologized. Are you truly Ningming's father? Lung Feng nodded. Of course, my name is on her birth certificate. Upon hearing this, the 2 girls began to believe him a little more. Uncle, you look far too young. What's your secret to maintaining such youth? Please teach us. The girls were filled with envy, astonished that a 48-year-old could look like he was 28. It's all in the genetics. I don't have any special secrets, Lung Feng awkwardly replied.
How enviable.
One of the girls exclaimed. We won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. After exchanging farewells with Lung Ningming, the 2 girls walked away. Once they were a distance away, one girl whispered, Do you believe that's really her father? The other girl frowned. I remain skeptical. Even if one were to age in reverse, there should still be some traces of time. I'm also a bit doubtful. He seems far too youthful. But why would she lie? If she wanted to deceive us, why not say he's her brother? True, it's quite perplexing. Due to the astonishment of the 2 girls, Lung Feng received a reward of 50,000 yuan, effortlessly earned. Dad, aren't you feeling quite proud? Lung Ningming asked as she snapped a photo of their feast on her phone. Why would I feel proud? Lung Feng queried, perplexed. With your youthful appearance, my classmates are all envious of you, Lung Ningming replied with a grin. Lung Feng laughed. Hearing you say that does bring me a small joy. I too wish to maintain such eternal youth as you. Lung Ningming sighed enviously. I wish I could preserve my youth forever. Don't worry. Leave it to Dad. I'll ensure you remain forever youthful, Lung Feng assured her. Hearing this, Lung Ningming beamed with delight. Great. The father and daughter continued their cheerful conversation while savoring the buffet at the five-star hotel. In the banquet hall above, numerous young men and women gathered, all heirs of the business world in Hangzhou. Although Zhao Tsongyan had arrived at the hotel, he did not immediately make his way over. The business community in Hangzhou is a vast circle, which contains many smaller circles. Those with a market value below 100 billion form one circle, while those above 100 billion form another. The range from 500 billion to 1,000 billion constitutes yet another circle. To attend Zhao Tsongyan's birthday banquet, one must possess a market value of at least 100 billion. Those lacking even that threshold would not be allowed entry. Many individuals desperately sought ways to infiltrate the circle, hoping to gain resources within. Upon arriving at the hotel, Zhao Tsongyan first visited the supreme private room. Only those from family enterprises valued at over 500 billion could enjoy themselves there. These individuals would amuse themselves until the banquet officially commenced, at which point they would mingle with others in the banquet hall. At that moment, Sun Sihan sat in a corner of the banquet hall, idly playing with her phone. Sihan, shall we go dance? Cui Xiao asked. Sun Sihan shook her head. I don't feel like dancing. Cui Xiao felt a bit awkward. Cheer up. This banquet is a great opportunity. Who knows? We might even secure a few projects for Shengshi Group. Sun Sihan nodded. You have a point, but I'm still not in the mood. As they were conversing, several young men and women approached. President Sun, why do you look so unenthusiastic? A young man with a glass of red wine asked Sun Sihan. With a smile, Sun Sihan replied, Oh, it's nothing, just thinking about work. I heard that Zhong Heihu is trying to steal your project. Is that why you're feeling troubled? The young man said smugly. Qin He, your information is quite outdated. However, another beautiful woman joined in, smiling. This little issue would not daunt President Sun, would it? Don't you know that Zhong Heihu has been detained at Shengshi Group's construction site? Chapter 25. General Sun, truly remarkable tactics. Zhong Heihu has been apprehended? The words of the beautiful woman drew the attention of many. Those scattered around, curious, gathered closer. Qin He looked in astonishment at the beautiful woman, saying, Hong Jie, don't jest. Zhong Heihu was captured? When did this happen? How come I'm unaware? Zhong Heihu possesses considerable connections in Hangzhou. How could he be arrested without cause? Another voice chimed in with skepticism. Hong Jie, whose real name was Chung Hong, hailed from a family that established itself in the culinary industry, and while her group was somewhat less affluent than the Shengshi Group, she had assumed the role of president in her family's enterprise, much like Sun Sihan. Observing the disbelief in the crowd, Chang Hong smiled. How could I jest about such matters? If you doubt me, feel free to inquire with General Sunday. At that moment, Zhong Heihu was threatening General Sun, insisting she hand over the project. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Sun Sihan. The project in her hands had been fiercely contended by several mid-sized groups, ultimately secured by her. Many had secretly ridiculed her when they learned that Zhong Heihu was making things difficult for her, well aware of his nature. They believed it impossible for her to proceed without some form of sacrifice. Yet, to their astonishment, Zhong Heihu had indeed been captured. Was it truly the case that General Sun was so fortunate? With Zhong Heihu apprehended, there would be no one to obstruct her project. General Sun, is it true that Zhong Heihu has been captured? Qin He inquired of Sun Sihan. She nodded. Indeed, he was captured this morning. Moreover, I've heard that it was my bodyguard who submitted evidence of Zhong Heihu's crimes to the Public Security Bureau in Kyoto, which led to his downfall. Chang Hong looked at Sun Sihan and remarked, General Sun, did you procure this evidence? Such remarkable tactics. At this, the crowd gazed at Sun Sihan in shock. They had initially thought she was merely fortuitous, not realizing that Zhong Heihu's imprisonment was orchestrated entirely by her. Did she not fear retaliation from Zhong Heihu's subordinates? However, with the tree fallen, the monkeys scattered. With Zhong Heihu captured, his subordinates were preoccupied with carving up his territory. Who would seek revenge for him? General Sun. Truly impressive tactics. I am in awe, one said. Zhong Heihu has been a blight on the business environment. a malignancy in Hangzhou's commercial sphere. General Sun has indeed rid us of this menace. This statement rang true. Zhong Heihu had muddied the market, and now that he was gone, life would be somewhat easier for them. General Sun, I raise a toast to you, Chang Hong said, lifting her glass with a smile. Chang Hong appeared to be promoting Sun Sihan's reputation, yet it seemed more akin to a veiled attempt to undermine her. In the business world, few were untainted. If Sun Sihan could employ such measures to bring down Zhong Heihu today, might she not employ similar tactics against them in the future? Many in attendance grew wary of Sun Sihan. Our Shengshe group has always prioritized harmony, but Zhong Heihu's actions were indeed excessive, and my response was compelled. Sun Sihan stated, recently, a corporate spy infiltrated our company to steal trade secrets, but my team apprehended this individual, who has now reformed under our persuasion and joined Shengshe group. Our business community in Hangzhou requires a benevolent environment. Those who resort to unscrupulous methods will meet with dire consequences. Sun Sihan was unaware of who had instigated Yuan Hua, but it was an opportune moment. Her words could unsettle the mastermind behind the scenes. Since Yuan Hua had already defected, would he conceal the identity of his employer? Though Yuan Hua had indeed remained tight-lipped, who would believe him? As Sun Sihan concluded her remarks, an idea struck her. Was this the true aim of Lung Feng in recruiting Yuan Hua? In her mind, Lung Feng was meticulous. He not only possessed strength but also strategy. His recruitment of Yuan Hua could not merely be an appreciation of talent. In reality, Lung Feng had not contemplated this deeply. He simply recognized Yuan Hua's capability. Upon hearing Sun Sihan's words, the expressions of those present varied. Qin, he chuckled. General Sun truly values talent. You dare keep such a corporate spy in the company? Aren't you afraid of inviting danger? Sun Sihan smiled. That depends on one's methods. This individual is highly skilled and proficient in computer technology. Such talent can certainly be harnessed to one's advantage, proving to be a significant asset. General Sun seems confident in her ability to manage him, Chang Hong remarked with a smile. Just then, Zhao Dao entered with 6 remarkable individuals, exuding charisma. What are you all discussing? It seems quite lively, Zhao Tsongyan said with a hearty laugh. Happy birthday, Zhao Dao. Wishing you endless fortune. The crowd enthusiastically greeted him as he entered, showering him with birthday wishes. Zhao Tsongyan relished the attention, responding, Thank you all for attending my birthday banquet. Let us enjoy the evening. Zhao Dao then turned his attention to Sun Sihan, asking, What were you discussing with General Sun just now? Share it with me, I'd love to join in. We were just discussing Zhong Heihu's arrest. It turns out General Sun played a pivotal role in exposing him, Chang Hong said with a smile. Zhao Tsongyan responded with surprise. General Sun. Impressive indeed. Zhong Heihu is ruthless. Many fear to provoke him, and yet you managed to bring him down. Necessity drove my actions, Sun Sihan replied, adept at navigating the dualities of the business world despite her disdain for Zhao Tsongyan. Thank you, Zhao Dao, for inviting me to this gathering. I'll raise this juice as a toast to you, wishing the Zhao group continued success. Zhao Tsongyan appeared delighted, saying, Juice 1 tea do. At least have a glass of champagne. Zhao Dao, I have a low tolerance for alcohol. I apologize, Sun Sihan smiled. At that moment, Cui Xiao chimed in, Zhao Dao. I'll drink on her behalf. On what authority do you speak for her? Zhao Tsongyan did not respond, but a woman beside him interjected. She was strikingly beautiful, with a figure to match, and her company rivaled the Zhao group. Her tone was condescending, dismissing Cui Xiao entirely. Cui Xiao felt momentarily embarrassed by her words and replied, Sun Sihan is a dear friend I've known since childhood. Our parents have intentions of bringing us together. Perhaps we will unite in the future. Upon hearing this, Sun Sihan furrowed her brow. Although she found Cui Xiao's comment distasteful, she refrained from confronting him directly to avoid embarrassing him further. Zhao Tsongyan's expression turned icy at this remark. Cui Xiao, there are no certainties in life. Don't speak recklessly. General Sun is a paragon of beauty and grace. I believe you are unworthy of her. Cui Xiao was not foolish. He sensed the tension that had suddenly arisen. Chapter 26. I shall be most unhappy. Zhao Tsongyan's intentions were unmistakably clear. He had taken a liking to Sun Sihan. If Cui Xiao dared to compete with him, he would be opposing him directly. Cui Xiao had initially believed that Zhao Tsongyan would show him some consideration, but he now realized how naive that thought was. Zhao Tsongyan regarded him with utter disdain. Casting a sharp glare at Cui Xiao, Zhao Tsongyan's expression softened into a faint smile as he addressed Sun Sihan. Miss Sun, as friends, shouldn't we at least share a drink? Sun Sihan responded with a smile. If Mr. Zhao truly considers me a friend, then he should not impose upon me. Friends ought to understand one another, should they not? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tsongyan's demeanor darkened slightly. Hey, you make a valid point. I shall not press the matter, lest you misconstrue my intentions, he replied, raising his glass. Cheers. Sun Sihan smiled before finishing her juice. Everyone, I hope you enjoy yourselves tonight, Zhao Tsongyan declared, and as his words faded, the banquet hall was filled with the pulsating beats of a DJ. Under the flashing lights, many began to dance. Sun Sihan discreetly distanced herself from Zhao Tsongyan and sent a message to Leng Feng. Although Zhao Tsongyan had not troubled her earlier, it did not guarantee a peaceful evening. My apologies for earlier, Cui Xiao said as he approached Sun Sihan. Hearing his words, she replied, I appreciate your concern, but please refrain from such methods in the future. Cui Xiao nodded awkwardly. Understood. As they conversed, Zhao Tsongyan approached again, asking, Miss Sun, are you aware of the redevelopment plan for the East City No. 6 area? Yes, I have heard your company has acquired it, Sun Sihan replied with a smile. Zhao Tsongyan nodded. I wonder if you might be interested in collaborating with us? Why would Zhao Group seek our cooperation if you already possess a complete construction team? It seems to me you are merely offering us a favor, Sun Sihan pointedly remarked. Zhao Tsongyan chuckled. You are quite astute. Indeed, I am extending a favor to Shengshi Group. Miss Sun, you are a clever person and must understand my intentions. If you are willing to be with me, I can share half of the profits from this project with you. Sun Sihan was taken aback by Zhao Tsongyan's blatant proposition. The project's net profit was estimated to be around 200 million. Zhao Tsongyan was essentially offering her 100 million to become his woman. Although Shengshi Group was valued at 10 billion, its actual cash flow was only in the tens of billions. 100 million was not a trivial sum for them. Mr. Zhao, are you treating me as a commodity? Sun Sihan asked, her anger masked by her smile. I would advise you to seek someone else. I, Sun Sihan, am not so desperate as to sell myself for money. There is no need to speak so harshly, Zhao Tsongyan retorted, his lips curling into a smirk. To be candid, I am genuinely fond of you. If you would agree, I could take you as my wife. In the future, you would be the lady of Zhao Group, and it would be only right for me to look after you. Thank you for your generous offer, Mr. Zhao. But alas, I am not destined to enjoy such a fate. Sun Sihan maintained her smile. Zhao Tsongyan's expression darkened, his smile turning cold. Ms. Sun, I hope you will consider this carefully. If you reject my offer, I shall be quite displeased, and I may resort to actions that could be detrimental to Shengshi Group. Sun Sihan's smile gradually faded. Zhao Tsongyan was threatening her. With the financial power and connections of Zhao Group, dismantling Shengshi Group would not pose much of a challenge. If Zhao Group truly decided to take action, Shengshi Group would undoubtedly struggle to survive for 2 years. Is this what your affection entails? Sun Sihan inquired, her face growing serious. Zhao Tsongyan nodded with a smile. I am indeed the type of domineering CEO who will stop at nothing to possess the person I desire. If rejected, I shall ruin her, leaving her no choice but to seek my assistance. Ms. Sun, it is wise to recognize the situation. One of Zhao Tsongyan's companions chimed in. Aligning with Zhao Tsongyan will only bring you benefits. Besides, you will eventually find yourself with another man. Why not leverage your advantages now? By pleasing Zhao Tsongyan, Shengshi Group could soar to great heights. However, if you offend him for the sake of your so-called virtue, we can ensure that your Shengshi Group becomes a thing of the past. Zhao Tsongyan's loyal friends exerted further pressure on Sun Sihan. You are all taking this too far. Cui Xiao interjected angrily as he witnessed Zhao Tsongyan and his entourage threatening Sun Sihan. Cui Xiao, what do you mean by this? Are you opposing me? Zhao Tsongyan shot a cold glare at him. Feeling stifled, Cui Xiao closed his mouth. In terms of financial strength, Cui Group was no match for Zhao Group. In fact, there were existing collaborations between the two. Although Cui Xiao harbored feelings for Sun Sihan, he dared not provoke Zhao Tsongyan on her behalf. Mr. Zhao, today is your birthday celebration. I do not wish to disrupt it. I shall take my leave, Sun Sahan said, suppressing her anger. Noticing Sun Sahan's intent to depart, Zhao Tsongyan swiftly blocked her path, mockingly stating, Miss Sun, it is my birthday. How about a kiss as a gift? Kiss her. Kiss her. Zhao Tsongyan's companions began to jeer. Others, unsure of the situation, joined in the ruckus, eager to align with Zhao Tsongyan's friends. Zhao Tsongyan reveled in the chaos, turning to Sun Sahan and saying, a mere peck on the cheek will suffice. It is simply a kiss of blessing, nothing more. Sun Sahan clenched her fists. Recalling the rumors of Zhao Tsongyan's lecherous nature, his audacity took her by surprise. Just then, the doors of the banquet hall burst open, and Lung Feng rushed in, causing a stir among the guests. Who are you? Qin he demanded, stepping forward to intercept Lung Feng. Stopping abruptly, Lung Feng addressed Sun Sahan urgently. Miss Sun, I've received word that an assassin is coming to kill you. We must leave at once. Mr. Zhao, I sincerely apologize, but there is a threat against me. To avoid putting everyone at risk, I must take my leave, Sun Sahan explained to Zhao Tsongyan before moving towards Lung Feng. Seeing this, Zhao Tsongyan quickly stepped in front of them both. An assassin? How thrilling! He scoffed, discerning Sun Sahan's intent. The mention of an assassin was merely a ruse for her escape. Mr. Zhao, you are aware that I was imprisoned because of Zhong Heihu? Sun Sahan stated. It must be his people seeking vengeance against me. If you do not allow me to leave, it could very well implicate you. This is my family's hotel. Zhong Heihu's men would never dare cause trouble here, Zhao Tsongyan retorted with a cold snort. Chapter 27. Are we the same age? Sun Sahan was filled with rage. Zhao Tsongyan clung to her like a stubborn adhesive bandage, determined to stay by her side that night. Lung Feng looked at Zhao Tsongyan and asked, Do you really think I am lying? Zhao Tsongyan chuckled and replied, What if you were telling the truth? If there truly were an assassin, staying here would be the safest option. This hotel has an impeccable security system. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Zhao Tsongyan was right. The Golden Island Hotel was indeed a property of the Zhao Group. Who would risk harming General Manager Sun in such a place? General Manager Sun, please rest assured and enjoy yourself. I will have the security team dispatched to ensure your safety, a man beside Zhao Tsongyan remarked coldly. Lung Feng felt helpless. He had painstakingly concocted a reasonable excuse, only for it to backfire. At that moment, a man dressed in a server's uniform entered. Upon seeing him, Zhao Tsongyan waved him over. Come here, he commanded. The server hurried over. What can I do for you, Zhao Xiao? Word is that an assassin is coming to stir up trouble. Please have the security team come and monitor our banquet hall. Zhao Tsongyan smiled. Of course, the server replied. But suddenly, he seized Zhao Tsongyan by the collar. Everyone was taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. Before they could react, the server brandished a knife and lunged at Zhao Tsongyan. The blade plunged into Zhao Tsongyan's abdomen, eliciting a ghastly scream of pain. In that instant, the crowd finally reacted. They scattered in fright while Lung Feng hurriedly shielded Sun Sahan behind him. As her bodyguard, Zhao Tsongyan's fate held no relevance for him. The assailant, having stabbed Zhao Tsongyan, fled in panic. It was only then that Zhao Tsongyan's close friends began to spring into action. Some called for an ambulance, while others alerted security to apprehend the attacker, creating chaos in the room. We should leave, Lung Feng urged Sun Sahan. Sun Sahan, still in shock, wondered if there truly was an assassin. However, this assassin had not come for her but rather to target Zhao Tsongyan. Just moments ago, Zhao Tsongyan had boasted that no one would dare act out on his territory. Yet here he was, stabbed just minutes later, a striking blow to his pride. As Lung Feng pulled her away from the banquet hall, Sun Sahan, astonished, asked, Did you know there was an assassin? Lung Feng shook his head. I fabricated a reason. Who could have known it would turn out to be true? With your abilities, you could have captured the assassin just now. Sun Sahan intended to inquire why he hadn't intervened, but midway through, she changed her mind and said, It's none of our concern. There's no need to meddle. Lung Feng smiled. That's precisely the point. Sun Sahan nodded, sighing, Please take me home. You must be hungry. The buffet here is splendid, and my niece is waiting for me inside. Let us go have a bite together. Before entering the banquet hall, Lung Feng had already coordinated with Lang Ningming to avoid any slip-ups in front of Sun Sahan. Indeed, Sun Sahan was feeling a bit peckish. and upon hearing Lung Feng's suggestion, she agreed. The two entered the buffet area and made their way to Lung Ningming. Ningming, this is my boss, General Manager Sun. Lung Feng introduced. Lung Ningming looked at Sun Sahan in awe, exclaiming, General Manager Sun, you are so beautiful. Receiving the compliment, Sun Sahan smiled. You are lovely as well, youthful and vibrant. Let us skip the flattery, Lung Feng interjected. General Manager Sun, I'll accompany you to get some food. Sun Sahan nodded, and the two returned with plates of food. Noticing Sun Sahan's distracted demeanor, Lung Feng asked, General Manager Sun, are you troubled by something? With a sigh, Sun Sahan recounted the earlier events. Zhao Tsongyan 1T, let this go. Our days at Shengshi Group will be challenging. Lung Feng smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. For the time being, he will not have the inclination to concern himself with Shengshi Group. Given the Zhao family's influence, the law enforcement will undoubtedly exert all efforts to capture the assailant. Sun Sahan expressed her melancholy. Even if the case is solved, Zhao Tsongyan will still come after me. There will always be a way forward. Worrying now is futile, Lung Feng advised. Sun Sahan nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. Rest assured, General Manager Sun. My father. Lung Ningming began but then awkwardly corrected herself. My uncle will assist you. Everything will be fine. Sun Sahan, feeling disheartened, did not pick up on Lung Ningming's slip. She turned to Lung Feng and said, You should continue being my bodyguard. I fear Zhao Tsongyan may pose a threat to me. Very well. I have no other matters to attend to, Lung Feng agreed. His willingness to stay brought Sun Sahan a sense of reassurance. After spending these past few days together, she had come to trust Lung Feng deeply. With him by her side, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. After finishing their meal, the three exited the Golden Island Hotel together. They hailed a taxi, with Lung Feng and his daughter escorting Sun Sahan back to her apartment before taking a cab home themselves. In the car, Lung Ningming lowered her voice and said to Lung Feng, Dad, General Manager Sun is so beautiful. Don't you have any other thoughts? Lung Feng chuckled. What are you thinking? She is my boss. I have no such intentions. Dad, you are still young. Do you really want to grow old alone? Mom has been gone for 2 years. It's time you start considering your future. I think General Manager Sun is quite splendid, and she trusts you. You should think it over, Lung Ningming urged. Enough, don't tease me. I only wish to be with you three right now. I'm not looking for a second spring, Lung Feng replied. Despite their hushed tones, the driver, seated in front, overheard their conversation. Before Sun Sahan exited the vehicle, Lung Feng sat in the passenger seat, making it clear to the driver what he looked like. To the driver, Lung Feng appeared to be merely a man in his late 20s. Yet now his 20-year-old daughter was calling him Dad? The driver incredulously inquired, Brother, how old are you? Are you really her father? You don't look it. My dad is 48 this year, Lung Ningming chimed in with a smile. 48? That's impossible. Aren't we the same age? The driver exclaimed, looking worn and resembling a man in his 50s. He glanced at himself, then at Lung Feng, and began to question his own life choices. Lung Feng smiled and said, I belong to the ageless category. That's incredibly unfair. With your looks, you could easily pass for a 28-year-old, and no one would doubt it, the taxi driver lamented. Congratulations on completing your initial shock task. You have earned a reward of 20,000 yuan. Lung Feng was taken aback. Who would have thought that riding in a taxi could yield a reward of 20,000 yuan? Due to the age and appearance discussion, he had received numerous shock rewards in the past. Chapter 28, Third Sister. I miss home. By the time I returned home, it was nearly 9 o'clock. As soon as I changed my shoes, my phone rang unexpectedly. I glanced at the screen and anxiously told my father, Dad, my eldest and second sisters want to video chat with me. I'll head to my room first. Without waiting for a response, I hurried into my room and shut the door. Once inside, I accepted the video invitation. On the screen appeared two stunningly beautiful women, who, aside from their differing hairstyles, bore an uncanny resemblance to me. Eldest sister, second sister, I greeted them with a smile. We received the clothes. My eldest sister, Lung Xingyao, said cheerfully. You're quite thoughtful for buying us outfits. I chuckled. What do you think? Do you like them? Not bad, replied Lung Miyun, her demeanor cold as she scrutinized me. Are Are you seeing someone? No, why do you ask? I responded. Really? Where did you get the money for those clothes? She pressed. Eva checked. And those 3 pieces weren't inexpensive. Buying 3 of each must have cost at least 3,000 yuan. I earned it from my part-time job, I quickly countered, having prepared my excuse. And I bought them on sale. They were quite cheap. Third sister, I miss home, Lung Xingyao said. Turn the camera to the back and give us a tour of the house. Let me see how it's arranged. At Lung Xingyao's urging, I felt a pang of anxiety. Was this truly a longing for home? Or were they suspiciously checking if there were any men around? Sisters, are you doubting me? I huffed. I won't show you anything. Think what you will. There's definitely something off. Hurry up and take the phone outside for a look, Lung Xingyao insisted sternly. If you don't comply, I'll come back this Sunday. Reluctantly, I relented. Fine, I understand. I stood up and opened the door. Seeing me emerge, my father was about to speak. But I gestured for him to be quiet. Switch to the rear camera, Leng Muyun instructed. At her command, my father quickly retreated into the kitchen. Once he was hidden, I adjusted the camera and walked around the house. Don't forget the kitchen, Lung Xingyao reminded me. With a racing heart, I pushed open the kitchen door. It was empty, but my father was hiding just behind the door. This felt akin to being an accomplice in a heist. See, there's really no one here, I declared. All right, perhaps we were too suspicious, Lung Xingyao conceded. Third sister, check if I have a pair of skate shoes at home. If I do, please send them to me tomorrow. I approached the shoe cabinet and peered inside. No, I don't see any. Third sister, I have a question. Can you answer it? Lung Muyun's tone was laced with anger. Feeling uneasy, I asked, what question? There's a pair of men's shoes on the floor? Whose are they? Lung Muyun's inquiry was merely a ruse to discover if there were any men's shoes in the cabinet. She had spotted a pair of men's sneakers through the camera. I gasped, realizing how astute my second sister was. Those belong to Dad. I found them while cleaning. I feigned sadness, choking back tears. Seeing those shoes reminds me of Mom and Dad. All right, don't cry, Lung Muyun quickly replied. Just be careful at home. Don't rush into a relationship. And above all, maintain your self-respect. Enough of this, I trust she will take care of herself, Lung Xingyao interjected. I retorted, it's you who doesn't trust me, yet you're the one saying nice things. I need to study now. When summer vacation comes, you both should visit. I'll take you out for a few days, Lung Xingyao said before abruptly ending the video call. I'm watching a documentary now, goodbye. Lung Muyun also concluded the call. Phew. Once the call ended, I let out a sigh of relief. That was a close call. Just then, my father emerged from the kitchen, chuckling. Have they grown suspicious? They know I don't have much extra money, so they think I must have a boyfriend, I admitted, still shaken. Thank goodness I didn't post any buffet photos on social media. Let us wait for summer. You can take me to meet them then. My father nodded. All right. After a brief conversation, we both proceeded to freshen up and return to our rooms. The next morning, we enjoyed breakfast together before my father headed to Sun Sihan's neighborhood. Upon arriving at the company, we noticed a law enforcement vehicle parked nearby. What's going on? Sun Sihan wondered. Why is there a law enforcement vehicle? My father shook his head, equally puzzled. As we entered the company, we were greeted by Feng Chonghua and her team. President Sun, it's good to see you again, she said. Sun Sihan inquired. Is there something wrong? We're here regarding Zhao Tsongyan, Feng Chonghua replied, turning her gaze to my father. According to our information, before Zhao Tsongyan was injured, you mentioned that an assassin was coming. How did you know? So that's what this was about. My father smiled. I had no idea an assassin was coming. At that time, Zhao Tsongyan was bothering President Sun, and I just needed an excuse to help her out. I didn't expect that there truly was an assassin, and it was aimed at Zhao Tsongyan. Is that so? Feng Chonghua asked. Of course. Why would I go after Zhao Tsongyan? I have no grievances with him to warrant such an action, my father replied with a smile. Feng Chonghua nodded. All right. I understand the situation now. Thank you for your cooperation. Would you like to join us for tea? Sun Sihan offered. No, thank you. I don't want to impose, Feng Chonghua said as she and her team departed. Once they left, Sun Sihan asked my father, do you have a way to catch the culprits? My father nodded. I have some ideas, but why pursue this? I believe Zhao Zhongyan brought this upon himself. This incident serves as a lesson for him. Sun Sahan agreed. You make a valid point. At that moment, my father received a call from the driving school, notifying him to come for practice. After hanging up, he turned to Sun Sahan and asked, President Sun, do you have any errands to run today? If not, I'll head out to practice. Chapter 29. Is the driving school owned by your family? Today, Sun Sahan would not leave the company. Thus, she did not require the protection of Lung Feng. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lung Feng arrived at the driving school. Before coming, he had specifically researched the process of obtaining a driver's license. To date, the licensing requirements consist solely of a theoretical examination and a road test, significantly reducing the time investment needed for the examination. In the practice area of the driving school, Lung Feng located his instructor, a middle-aged man in his 40s who was seated in a car, instructing a novice on how to reverse park. Once the student finished, the instructor waved to Lung Feng. You must be Lung Feng, the new arrival? Yes, Lung Feng nodded. Please get in the car. I will give you a brief overview. The instructor beckoned. Taking his seat, Lung Feng skillfully fastened his seatbelt. Observing this action, the instructor complimented. Good habit. Have you driven before? I have, Lung Feng replied. Although he did not own a car, he had driven company vehicles and previously obtained a driver's license. Let us have you go through all the subjects first. I'll assess your skills. If you pass everything on the first attempt, I will directly enroll you for a simulated test, the instructor jested. However, I must warn you, the examination is quite different from regular driving. Based on past experiences, those who are overly confident in their driving abilities tend to fail the test. Upon hearing this, Lung Feng felt invigorated. Saving time on learning to drive would certainly be advantageous. While Lung Feng's driving skills were commendable, he was uncertain about passing all the requirements. Just then, he recalled his task rewards. Previously, he had received a driving god card and wondered if it could assist him in successfully passing the tests. The items produced by the system were exceptional, and this card would surely be no exception. With that thought, Lung Feng activated the driving god card. Instructor, hold on tight, he remarked, feeling a strange sensation envelop his entire being, as if he had become one with the car. The instructor sensed something amiss, reminiscent of a film from over a decade ago titled Fast Life. At that moment, Lung Feng had already started the vehicle. Skillfully shifting gears, the car surged forward abruptly. Before the instructor could react, the car came to a sudden halt as Lung Feng deftly maneuvered the steering wheel and shifted into reverse. The car reversed sharply, perfectly entering the parking space. After executing a flawless parking maneuver, he accelerated out of the garage. The next task was to park by the side of the road, which proved to be quite simple. With a swift turn of the wheel, he parked impeccably within the white lines, avoiding any infractions. Following this, he proceeded to the hill start and simulated road driving, both of which were effortless for him. 5 minutes later, Lung Feng halted the car at the starting line and turned to the instructor, inquiring, "What do you think, instructor?" The instructor, astonished, replied, "Are you retaking your driver's license?" Lung Feng smiled. "You could say that. There's a simulated test in the afternoon. If you can pass, I'll submit your application for the actual exam." The instructor expressed hope that Lung Feng would indeed pass, as it would reflect positively on his own performance while also sparing him the cost of additional lessons. Dismounting the vehicle, Lung Feng approached the other students. "How long have you been learning?" he asked, as they watched him drive so adeptly. "I just started today," Lung Feng responded. "Just today? Are you joking? You drive this well on your first day. Have you driven before? Your skills are definitely those of a seasoned driver." The students exclaimed in disbelief. Upon hearing Lung Feng's reply, they were utterly astonished. "Congratulations, you have completed the initial shock task and earned a reward of 10,000 yuan. The astonishment of both the instructor and students allowed Lung Feng to complete an introductory shock task. He greatly appreciated the cash reward, as 10,000 yuan equated to what many earned in a month. Remarkably, he had done nothing but engage in casual conversation to receive such a reward. As the afternoon simulated test approached, Lung Feng remained at the school. Observing his impressive driving, the other students sought his advice on driving techniques. The group chatted amiably, and time passed swiftly. Later, Lung Feng took another turn behind the wheel, further impressing the instructor. To save time, the instructor made a phone call to a colleague, securing Lung Feng a spot in the simulated test area by 11 o'clock. With the driving god card in hand, he effortlessly passed the simulated examination. Wow, I've been learning for half a month and haven't passed the simulated test yet. And you breezed through it on your first day? I'm so envious. Now all you have to do is wait for the actual exam, the other students lamented. Learning to drive can be a torturous experience. Yet Lung Feng had managed to pass the simulated test in a single day, a feat that seemed remarkably effortless. Once he passed the subsequent examination, he would obtain his driver's license. The next exam is the day after tomorrow. So prepare well and don't falter at the crucial moment, the instructor advised him upon learning of his success in the simulated test. At noon, Lung Feng returned to the company, where complimentary lunch was provided, negating the need to spend money elsewhere. In the cafeteria, he spotted Sun Sihan dining with her assistant. Sun Sihan's assistant, a 26-year-old woman with a sweet demeanor and an alluring figure, would undoubtedly score above an 8.5 on any rating scale. Noticing Lung Feng's arrival, Sun Sihan waved. Come sit here. With a smile, Lung Feng nodded, dishing up his meal before joining her at the table. Brother Feng, Sun Sihan's assistant, He Lin, whom Lung Feng affectionately called Xiao Lin, greeted him. Over the days, Lung Feng had grown quite familiar with He Lin, their interactions becoming increasingly casual. Hello, my dear Xiao Lin, he jested. He Lin, being a capable assistant to Sun Sihan, possessed both strong work and social skills. She recognized the playful nature of Lung Feng's comment and took no offense. How's the learning going? Sun Sihan inquired, holding a skewer of meat and vegetables. I passed the simulated test. I'm set to take the actual exam the day after tomorrow, Lung Feng replied. What? You passed the simulated test? The actual exam is in 2 days? Sun Sihan exclaimed, astonished. Your progress is astonishingly rapid. Indeed, it took me a week to pass the simulated test. You managed to do it in just a few hours on your first day? Is the driving school owned by your family? He Lin echoed her disbelief. Seeing their shocked expressions, Lung Feng anticipated another reward. As expected, the notification of the shock system chimed again, and this time he received a bottle of snow ginseng pills. Chapter 30. The scoundrel Zhao Tsongyan. The body refinement pill enhances physical constitution, but what effect does the snow ginseng pill have? Cold Feng suppressed his inner curiosity. As Sun Sihan and He Lin were present, he resolved to examine the snow ginseng pill's description after returning home. Do not be so astonished. Exceptional individuals excel in all they undertake, and that is simply an immutable truth, Cold Feng remarked with a smile. Upon witnessing Cold Feng's ostentatious demeanor, He Lin scoffed. You must be an experienced driver. Did you lose your license and have to retake the test? Ah, I see you possess an international driving permit. No wonder they arranged for you to take the exam directly. Sun Sihan suddenly recalled that Cold Feng had mentioned his foreign license. No wonder, He Lin echoed. As the trio conversed, Yuan Hua approached with a tray of food. Without hesitation, he plopped down beside He Lin and inquired, What are you discussing that seems so delightful? May I join in? You seem to be late today, Cold Feng remarked. Yuan Hua sheepishly replied, I had some personal matters to attend to last night and overslept. What personal matters? Do share, Cold Feng asked, his curiosity piqued. Sun Sihan and He Lin turned their attention to Yuan Hua as well. Yuan Hua glanced around before lowering his voice. The young master of the Zhao family was stabbed, and he has placed a bounty of 200,000 to capture the assailant. I went out to hunt the criminal last night. 200,000? Cold Feng exclaimed. Did you catch him? Yuan Hua shook his head. The fellow likely went into hiding. He will not be easy to locate for the time being. You must have investigated the assailant's background, right? Cold Feng asserted, confident in Yuan Hua's capabilities to uncover the criminal's identity. His name is Zhang Hu, an ordinary rural youth, Yuan Hua sighed. Continuing, his sister was forcibly violated by Zhao Tsongyan, and in despair, she committed suicide at home. Zhang Hu sought revenge, which led to the assassination attempt on Zhao Tsongyan. Cold Feng, upon hearing this, seethed with anger. Zhao Tsongyan is a beast. Zhang Hu is also a pitiable soul. Sun Sihan added, her indignation evident. She was astonished that Zhao Tsongyan could commit such heinous acts without a hint of remorse, continuing to act arrogantly. It was utterly unforgivable. I acknowledge his plight, but capturing him would yield 200,000. An opportunity that is not to be missed, Yuan Hua said eagerly, looking at Sun Sihan. I'll take a 2-day leave. Just 2 days and I will surely apprehend Zhang Hu. Leave denied. Although Zhang Hu has harmed someone, considering Zhao Tsongyan's actions, I cannot allow him to be caught, Sun Sihan replied, reluctant to see Zhang Hu fall into the hands of the law. Yuan Hua quickly countered, if I do not catch him, the authorities will, so I might as well profit from it. Sun Sihan hesitated, her resolve wavering. Very well, this is your affair. Handle it as you see fit. Thank you, son, Yuan Hua responded, turning to leave. However, Cold Fong interjected. Stop. Do you have a request? Are you hoping to partake in the bounty? Yuan Hua chuckled awkwardly. Finish your meal properly. Cold Fong gestured towards Yuan Hua's tray. Yuan Hua chuckled, I completely forgot. He hastily devoured his food before making his exit. Indeed, bounty hunting was Yuan Hua's true passion. Zhang Hu was also a tragic figure, driven to seek vengeance in such a manner. Sun Sihan lamented, if Yuan Hua captures him, he will undoubtedly hand him over to Zhao Tsongyan, who will surely subject him to torment. Once Yuan Hua has located him, I will notify Feng Qianghua to take him away. That is all the assistance I can offer him. Though Zhang Hu's circumstances were unfortunate, the world was harshly realistic. He had indeed injured someone severely. If Cold Fong were to rescue him, it would be akin to defying the law. Yet, not aiding him would weigh heavily on his conscience. Cold Fong pondered whether to bring Zhao Tsongyan down. This villain had committed numerous atrocities. Seeing him face justice would be a commendable act. This endeavor was feasible, but it required a suitable method. Cold Fong had previously utilized an anonymous tip to topple Zhong Heihu. If he were to resort to the same tactic again, the Zhao family would undoubtedly suspect him. While Cold Fong was unafraid of the Zhao family, he wished to avoid implicating the Shengshi group. Thus, he would have to proceed cautiously. Sun Sihan seethed. Zhao Tsongyan is brazen and arrogant. He will eventually reap the consequences of his actions. Just then, Sun Sihan's phone rang. It was a call from Cui Xiao. Cui Xiao, what is it? Sun Sihan inquired. Sihan, Qin He and the others plan to visit Zhao Tsongyan. Should we go as well? Cui Xiao asked. We are not the same. You may go, but I will definitely not, Sun Sihan replied coldly. Though my Shengshi group is not a top-tier conglomerate, we are not so desperate as to grovel for attention. Cui Xiao was at a loss for words. Very well, you may visit Zhao Tsongyan, Sun Sihan concluded, ending the call abruptly. Zhao Tsongyan had forced Sun Sihan to become his plaything before so many witnesses. Should she visit him, it would render her spineless. Even at the risk of opposing the Zhao family, Sun Sihan would not compromise her dignity. Cold Fong applauded Sun Sihan, raising his thumb in admiration. I must devise a strategy to counter Zhao Tsongyan. Should he strike against the Shengshi group, I will not be caught off guard. Sun Sihan's expression grew somber. After their meal, she hurried back to her office to strategize, while Cold Fong retreated to the lounge to enjoy some coffee. With idle time on his hands, Cold Fong utilized his advanced smartphone to hack into Zhao Tsongyan's phone. Upon successfully breaching it, he discovered dozens of videos, many serving as incriminating evidence against Zhao Tsongyan. Scoundrel! As he viewed the footage, a flame of indignation ignited within Cold Fong. Now that he had 3 daughters of his own, had they faced similar circumstances, he would have made the same choices as Zhang Hu. He saved the videos as potential evidence and password-protected the folder. Zhao Tsongyan could revel in his triumph for a few more days. When the time was ripe, Cold Fong would ensure he received the punishment he deserved. Putting away his phone, Cold Fong accessed the system interface. The system repository was now brimming with various items. Body refinement pills, song god cards, snow ginseng pills, and more. His gaze landed on the snow ginseng pill, and an accompanying description caught his eye. Treats internal injuries? This seems rather useless. In real life, there are no martial arts experts. Where would one even find internal injuries? He mused, concluding that the snow ginseng pill would likely share the same fate as the song god card, forgotten in the system repository. At 3 in the afternoon, He Lin hurried into the lounge. Brother Fong, Sun is heading out. At that moment, Cold Fong, reclining with his legs crossed while watching a drama, turned off his phone upon hearing He Lin's words. Chapter 31. The gorgeous Lin Ying. 5 minutes later, Lung Fong and his companions departed from the company. Today, He Lin was serving as the driver, while Lung Fong occupied the passenger seat. Meanwhile, Sun Sahan was seated in the back, perusing documents. Lung Fong, the experimental data on the scar removal cream shows remarkably positive results. Sun Sahan exclaimed excitedly after reviewing her papers. We can initiate the plan now. Leave these matters to you, General Manager Sun. I shall simply await my dividends, Lung Fong replied, sharing her anticipation. As long as the scar removal cream entered the market, he would be on a path to substantial wealth. Sun Sahan smiled. I will notify the subsidiary right away and have them commence operations. After making the call to the cosmetics division, she turned to Lung Fong and asked, What are we doing now? My university classmate is visiting, and we are going to pick her up, Sun Sahan replied. Lung Fong nodded, refraining from further inquiries. An hour later, the trio arrived at the airport. My classmate is a stunning beauty who always wears her hair in a ponytail. Keep an eye out for her, Sun Sahan remarked. Is it that one? Lung Fong inquired, pointing towards a tall beauty amidst the crowd. Sun Sahan followed his gaze and nodded with a smile. Yes, that is her. A true man indeed. Your eye for beauty is keen. With a peculiar expression, Lung Fong wondered if this was a compliment or a jest. Lin Ying, I'm over here, Sun Sahan called out to the beauty. Upon hearing Sun Sahan's voice, Lin Ying turned her gaze, revealing an enchanting smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. Indeed, as Sun Sahan had stated, she was breathtakingly beautiful, scoring above 9.5. Standing at approximately 1.75 meters, she possessed fair, slender legs and a perfectly proportioned figure. Although her hair was tied back, it did not detract from her elegance. She stood like a goddess from a painting, exuding nobility and grace. Surrounding Lin Ying were several young men captivated by her allure, but she remained indifferent to their gazes, seemingly immune to their admiration. Soon, Lin Ying approached and embraced Sun Sahan with a smile. Surprised? She asked playfully. Sun Sahan replied joyfully, You should have given me a heads up so I could prepare. Actually, I'm here to escape, Lin Ying said with a hint of frustration. You must shelter me. Escape? Sun Sahan paused briefly before laughing. I understand now. It's about a family-arranged marriage. Lin Ying nodded. You guessed it. I came to seek refuge because of that. Let us get in the car and talk. Sun Sahan suggested. Allow me to take your luggage, Lung Fong offered, stepping forward. It was only then that Lin Ying noticed him. And who might this be? She asked Sun Sahan. This is my bodyguard and partner, Lung Fong. He is quite impressive, Sun Sahan introduced with a smile. Hello? I'm Lin Ying, a close friend of Sahan's. Lin Ying extended her hand to Lung Fong. Lung Fong shook her hand and replied, It's a pleasure to meet you. Noticing the clarity in Lung Feng's gaze, Lin Ying felt a newfound affinity towards him. After taking the suitcase from Lin Ying, the four of them made their way outside. Once in the car, Lin Ying curiously asked Sun Sahan, You mentioned that Lung Fong is both a bodyguard and a partner? What does that entail? Sun Sahan explained with a smile, Lung Fong has developed a formula for a cosmetic product, which we are now producing, making him a partner in this project. Lin Ying nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. Where are we headed now, General Manager Sun? We're going to the Mingyue Hot Pot restaurant. Sun Sahan replied with a smile. Lin Ying exclaimed with delight, You truly know me well. Hot Pot is my favorite, of course, Sun Sahan affirmed. As the two chatted in the back seat, Lung Fong took out his phone and sent a message to Lang Ningming, informing her of their hot pot outing. As a bodyguard, he felt it was his duty to accompany them. Upon arriving at the hot pot restaurant, Sun Sahan turned to He Lin and said, You can take a taxi home now. Lung Fong will stay here with us. Since He Lin was an assistant and it was after working hours, there was no need for her to linger. The three of them entered the restaurant and found a table. Sahan, what made you think of hiring a bodyguard? Has something happened? Lin Ying asked with curiosity. In response to Lin Ying's question, Sun Sahan recounted the incident involving Zhong Heihu. Are you saying Lung Fong single-handedly took on over 30 men? Lin Ying looked at Lung Fong in disbelief after hearing Sun Sahan's account. Congratulations on completing the initial shock task. You have earned a delay card, Lung Feng thought, surprised to receive a reward without any effort. I'm not exaggerating, Sun Sahan asserted, looking at Lung Feng. Without him, I would have surely fallen victim to Zhong Heihu. I didn't realize you were so formidable. Lin Ying smiled at Lung Feng. It sounds like your skills are on par with Captain America. Thank you for the compliment. Lung Feng replied with a smile. You're rather unreserved, Lin Ying remarked. Excessive modesty is merely hypocrisy, Lung Feng said, lifting his cup of tea with a grin. What did you do before? Were you, perhaps, a legendary soldier? Lin Ying inquired, intrigued by the man capable of taking on so many opponents. Actually, I'm a superhero, Lung Feng responded playfully. Haha, you have quite the sense of humor, Lin Ying laughed, clearly entertained. Lin Ying, what are you doing? Sun Sahan interjected, teasingly. I can't shake the feeling that you're quite curious about Lung Feng. Be careful. Curiosity is often the precursor to infatuation. What are you worried about? Afraid I'll steal him away? Is it the classic hero saving the damsel that has you smitten? Lin Ying, appearing soft as a breeze, revealed her playful side. You're overthinking it, Sun Sahan replied. The two beauties engaged in a lively banter, leaving Lung Feng feeling somewhat awkward and perplexed. Deciding to remain silent, he focused on his meal. Just then, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he realized it was Yuan Hua attempting to call Zhao Tsongyan. Previously, Lung Feng had set Yuan Hua's phone as a monitored contact. Whenever he called Zhao Tsongyan, Lung Feng would receive a notification. Yuan Hua reaching out to Zhao Tsongyan could only signify one thing. He had captured Zhang Hu. Pressing the monitoring button, Lung Feng listened in on their conversation. Indeed, Yuan Hua had apprehended Zhang Hu, and Zhao Tsongyan instructed him to bring Zhang Hu to his villa. It was evident that Zhao Tsongyan had prepared for a brutal interrogation, and Zhang Hu was in for unspeakable torment. Chapter 32. Do you wish to oppose me? Seeing that Lung Feng answered the call without speaking, Lin Ying and Sun Sahan exchanged puzzled glances. What could this mean? Once Lung Feng concluded his eavesdropping, Sun Sahan curiously inquired, What are you doing? Why aren't you speaking on the call? I was listening in on a conversation between Yuan Hua and Zhao Tsongyan, Lung Feng replied. Zhang Hu has already been captured by Yuan Hua, and he has taken Zhang Hu to Zhao Tsongyan. Has he been caught by Yuan Hua so quickly? Sun Sahan exclaimed in astonishment. Lung Feng smiled reassuringly. Do not underestimate Yuan Hua's abilities. He would be a talent in any nation. What shall we do now? Once Zhang Hu falls into Zhao Tsongyan's hands, it will be disastrous. Sun Sahan expressed her concerns. After glancing at the time, Lung Feng said, I will call Feng Qianghua and hope she can rescue Zhang Hu from suffering. With that, Lung Feng activated the voice modulation and concealment software on his phone. After completing these tasks, he finally located Feng Qianghua's number and dialed. At that moment, Feng Qianghua had just finished work and was sitting on her sofa, enjoying instant noodles while watching a crime drama. When her phone rang, she answered it. Zhang Hu has been located. He will arrive at Zhao Tsongyan's villa in 20 minutes. If you do not come to take him away, he will be subjected to Zhao Tsongyan's torment. A hoarse, ominous voice echoed through the line. Feng Qianghua was about to respond when the call ended abruptly. Who was that? Although puzzled, she had no time to ponder further. She hastily set aside her noodles, changed her clothes, and rushed out. At a hot pot restaurant, Lung Feng tucked away his phone and said to Sun Sahan, We can only do so much now. Sun Sahan sighed in agreement. I hope Captain Feng can make it in time. What are you two discussing? Lin Ying asked curiously. Sun Sahan, who shared everything with Lin Ying, recounted the events of the birthday banquet. This Zhao Tsongyan is truly despicable. Lin Ying fumed. He uses his wealth and power to intimidate you? Sun Sahan nodded. I have been troubled by this lately. Once he recovers, he may come looking for trouble. Lin Ying scoffed. Fear not. Just play along with him. If he dares to meddle with your Shangshi group, I shall have my family deal with his Zhao group. Thank you, Sun Sahan chuckled. Perhaps I should offer myself to him, and we can be together. Lin Ying nodded enthusiastically. Sounds good. We are true love. Men are merely for procreation. Could you refrain from treating me as invisible? Lung Feng interjected awkwardly, feeling rather out of place as the two women laughed heartily at his discomfort. The Dillon Villa district belonged to the Zhao group, and Zhao Zongyan's villa was situated there. At that moment, a Land Rover SUV came to a halt outside the villa. The door swung open and Yuan Hua, wearing a mask, escorted Zhang Hu out. Zhang Hu's mouth was gagged, and his hands were bound with rope. Yuan Hua clutched Zhang Hu by the collar and marched him into Zhao Zongyan's villa. Inside the villa, 8 bodyguards clad in black surrounded the perimeter. Zhao Zongyan sat on the sofa, a pained expression etched on his face. Upon seeing Yuan Hua enter with Zhang Hu, Zhao Zongyan's face lit up with excitement. Indeed, a bounty hunter. Your efficiency surpasses that of the enforcers, he remarked. Zhao Xiao, please confirm the order, Yuan Hua requested. Zhao Zongyan picked up his phone and confirmed receipt of Yuan Hua's task order. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Hua received the settlement from the task platform. He pushed Zhang Hu forward and turned to leave. Join me from now on. I will guarantee an annual salary of 10 million, Zhao Zongyan offered. Yuan Hua did not respond and simply exited. Zhao Zongyan, feeling slighted by Yuan Hua's disregard, suppressed his anger, not wishing to provoke the bounty hunter further. You dare to stab me? Zhao Zongyan glared at Zhang Hu, his voice laced with fury. Zhang Hu glared back defiantly and charged at Zhao Zongyan. However, the numerous bodyguards would not allow him to approach. At that moment, one of the bodyguards lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Zhang Hu's chest. Bang! Zhang Hu was sent flying 2 meters, crashing onto the floor. Gasping in pain, Zhang Hu emitted muffled cries. You think you can stab me? Zhao Zongyan, enduring the pain in his abdomen, picked up a fruit knife from the table. You stab me once, and I shall cut you 100 times. Seems fair, does it not? As he spoke, Zhao Zongyan advanced toward Zhang Hu. Hold him down, Zhao Zongyan commanded fiercely. Upon hearing Zhao Zongyan's order, 2 bodyguards stepped forward to restrain Zhang Hu. Just as Zhao Zongyan was about to act, 3 individuals burst in. What do you want? The newcomers were Feng Qianghua and her 2 team members. Upon seeing Feng Qianghua, Zhao Zongyan's gaze turned sharp. What a coincidence! Zhang Hu had just been captured, and Feng Qianghua arrived? Was there a mole, or had she followed the bounty hunter? Captain Feng, what brings you here? Zhao Zongyan's eyes glinted with greed, though he dared not act recklessly due to Feng Qianghua's status. What are you planning? Feng Qianghua pointed at the fruit knife in Zhao Zongyan's hand. Zhao Zongyan smiled as he picked up an orange. Just slicing an orange to eat. That shouldn't be illegal, right? Take Zhang Hu away, Feng Qianghua instructed her subordinates. As Feng Qianghua's team advanced, Zhao Zongyan's bodyguards blocked their path. Without Zhao Zongyan's command, they would not allow Feng Qianghua to take Zhang Hu. Seeing this, Feng Qianghua's anger flared. Do you wish to oppose me? Captain Feng, I have some questions for him. You may come back tomorrow to take him away, Zhao Zongyan replied. Feng Qianghua glared at Zhao Zongyan. Zhao Zongyan, do not presume everyone fears you. I am taking him now, and if you dare resist, I will bring you in for questioning. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zongyan's eyes glinted coldly. Very well, Captain Feng, you are impressive. Stand down and let her take him. Only then did the bodyguards part ways. Feng Qianghua's team pulled Zhang Hu up and began to exit. Captain Feng, I hope you will provide me with a satisfactory answer, Zhao Zongyan called after her. Feng Qianghua ignored him and walked out without a word. Damn it! Zhao Zongyan seethed, angrily throwing the orange he held to the floor. He had intended to torment Zhang Hu severely, but Feng Qianghua's timely arrival had thwarted his plans. How could Feng Qianghua arrive so fortuitously? Zhao Zongyan raged. Could it be that the bounty hunter has set me up? The bounty hunters have their own rules. They would not do that, the head of the bodyguards pondered. It is likely that Feng Qianghua followed the bounty hunter here. Zhang Hu falling into Feng Qianghua's hands was akin to a ticking time bomb. Zhao Zongyan's expression darkened. Feng Qianghua is renowned for her unwavering integrity. If Zhang Hu reveals anything about his sister, I will be in serious trouble. Chapter 33. Speak if you like me. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lung Feng finally returned home. At that moment, Lung Ningming was sprawled on the sofa, munching on snacks while watching a variety show. Upon seeing her father return, she cheerfully exclaimed, Dad, what delicious food did you have with President Sun tonight? Fat beef hot pot, Lung Feng replied with a smile. It's quite tasty. This Sunday I'll take you out to enjoy it. Great. I'm suddenly looking forward to it, Lung Ningming said happily. How was your day? Any bothersome matters? Lung Feng inquired with a grin. Lung Ningming shook her head. I had a wonderful time. Now that you're back, I feel like a carefree little sprite. That's good to hear, Lung Feng chuckled. Just then, Lung Ningming remembered something and patted the sofa beside her, saying, Dad, come sit. I'd like to consult you about something. Curious, Lung Feng walked over and sat down. What is it? My classmate wants me to start a business with her in college. Do you think it's reliable? Lung Ningming asked. Starting a business in college? Lung Feng queried, intrigued. What industry? A beverage franchise, Lung Ningming replied. Lung Feng shook his head. If it's just one person, there might be decent profits. But if several people are involved, it's unlikely to yield much. I think so too, but they seem very confident, Lung Ningming nodded. It's likely that the restaurant painted a rosy picture for them, making them envious, Lung Feng smiled. Those people will tell you that you can make money effortlessly, but once you actually open a store, you'll find reality is completely different. Franchise stores profit from franchise fees, technical fees, and equipment costs. Once you're hooked, they won't care about how your business fares. Lung Ningming nodded. I understand. I'll talk to them. If they're determined to proceed, I won't interfere. Lung Feng smiled and asked, Do you want to start a business? I just want to find something to do, Lung Ningming replied. I have 2 hours of part-time work, leaving me with plenty of free time. I'll keep an eye out for good part-time opportunities, Lung Feng said thoughtfully. Okay. Lung Ningming replied with a smile. The next morning, Lung Feng rose early to prepare gnocchi soup and fried 4 sausages. As the father and daughter enjoyed breakfast together, the atmosphere was warm and happy. Taking advantage of the time, Lung Feng helped Lung Ningming tidy up the house before they took a taxi to Sun Sihuan's neighborhood. 10 minutes later, Sun Sihuan drove out, with Lin Ying sitting in the back seat. Good morning, handsome. Lin Ying greeted Lung Feng with a gentle smile. Good morning, goddess. Lung Feng replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Ying beamed even more sweetly. You are quite the smooth talker. I feel rather unsafe with Sihuan being with you. Sun Sihuan, driving, chimed in. He wasn't this charming when he was with me. It seems he has an interest in you.
Lin Feng laughed. Ladies, I am merely exchanging pleasantries.
There's no need to elevate the theme. Sun Sihuan and Lin Ying giggled, and Lung Feng felt like the subject of their teasing. Lung Feng, today you'll accompany Lin Ying out for a stroll, Sun Sihuan said after they shared a laugh. In response, Lung Feng smiled. You're the boss. I'll follow your lead. Have you decided where to take me? Lin Ying asked Lung Feng. I'm a bodyguard, not a tour guide, he quickly replied. You should plan the itinerary. I'm not familiar with Hangzhou, so you should handle the arrangements, Lin Ying said. Seeing the two of them push back and forth, Sun Sihuan suggested, there are only a few attractions in Hangzhou. Let's start with the West Lake Scenic Area today. Lung Feng was indifferent. As long as Lin Ying was happy, he was fine with it. Before long, the trio arrived at the company. After parking, Sun Sihuan asked, Should I have Yuan Hua come over to drive you? No need. It's hard to find parking at the scenic area. It's better to take a taxi. Lung Feng replied. All right, then let us take a taxi, Sun Sihuan agreed. Sun Sihuan went into the company to work while Lung Feng took Lin Ying to the roadside. While waiting for a taxi, Lin Ying asked, Do you have a girlfriend? I have a daughter, Lung Feng replied. Really? Lin Ying exclaimed, surprised. Of course, it's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask President Sun, Lung Feng said. Looks like I can't tease you in the future, lest your wife gets jealous, Lin Ying remarked. Hearing this, Lung Feng's expression turned somber, and he jokingly said, She has passed away. I'm sorry, Lin Ying quickly apologized. I didn't mean to. That's all right, Lung Feng reassured her. Just then, a taxi pulled up, and Lung Feng and Lin Ying got into the back seat. On the way to the scenic area, Lung Feng's phone chimed. Checking it, he saw that Sun Sihuan had transferred 20,000 yuan. Take Lin Ying out for a nice meal at noon, Sun Sihuan had texted. After reading the message, Lung Feng asked Lin Ying, What cuisine do you prefer? Sichuan or Shandong? I think Sichuan, Lin Ying pondered. Although Lung Feng was from Hangzhou, he wasn't familiar with the restaurants there. Previously, he and his wife always cooked at home, so restaurants never profited from them. Moreover, now it was a world transformed 20 years later, and Hangzhou had changed drastically. Nevertheless, this did not stump Lung Feng. He asked the taxi driver, "Master, where can I find a good Sichuan restaurant in Hangzhou?" These taxi drivers know the city well, having driven around it all day. "Bashu Jiangnan is quite good. It's a popular choice among customers," the taxi driver replied. "Thank you," Lung Feng smiled. "Are you two here for your honeymoon?" The taxi driver, ever chatty, asked with a grin. Lung Feng felt awkward and quickly said, "Don't get the wrong idea. We're not a couple. Haha. It's only a matter of time," the taxi driver chuckled. "You two look like a couple. I'm just a bodyguard." "Yes, my employer," Lung Feng clarified. "If you like me, just say it." "Who knows, I might agree," Lining suddenly remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the taxi driver laughed. "See? Even the beautiful lady is saying that. What are you afraid of? Such a gorgeous woman? And you don't want her? Many would line up for a chance." Lung Feng felt speechless. Lining seemed so gentle, yet her jokes were so bold. "Yes, I really like you. How about you don't go home tonight, and I'll take you to see the stars," Lung Feng said, leaning closer to Lining. Understanding that he was joking, Lining didn't back down. She even leaned towards him and laughed. "Sounds good." Chapter 34. Who is teasing whom? While Lung Feng and Lining were jesting with one another, a sports car suddenly overtook them, aggressively changing lanes. The cab driver was taken aback and quickly swerved the steering wheel. This unexpected maneuver caught Lung Feng and Lining off guard. Lining lost her balance and collided into Lung Feng's embrace. The softness of her form and the delicate fragrance wafting into his nostrils left Lung Feng momentarily dazed. Lining, equally flustered, found her face pressed against Lung Feng's chest, able to hear the rapid beating of his heart. "Miss Lin, are you all right?" Lung Feng asked, suppressing his inner turmoil. "I'm fine," Lining replied, stepping away from him, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. "You've taken advantage of me. What a loss for me. How about you give me a hug to even the score?" "Would you like me to?" Lung Feng inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Ying's face flushed deeper. "You wish." Half an hour later, they arrived at the scenic area. The beauty of Westlake is renowned far and wide, attracting countless visitors daily. Lung Feng and Lining strolled side by side, blending into the crowd. To onlookers, they appeared to be a young couple. "Please take a picture of me," Lining requested, turning her back to Westlake and striking a pose that exuded tenderness. She stood there, as if melding with the picturesque backdrop. However, recalling Lin Ying's earlier words, Lung Feng felt an incongruity. He pulled out his phone and captured her image. "Let me see how it turned out," Lining said cheerfully as she approached him to gaze at the screen. When she beheld her photo, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this the photo we just took? It looks as if it has been pre-edited and enhanced. It's stunning." Lung Feng's phone was a product of cutting-edge technology. It not only boasted top-tier photographic hardware, but also featured advanced photo enhancement capabilities. Once the picture was taken, the phone automatically beautified it. "Not bad, right?" Lung Feng asked. Lin Ying nodded vigorously. "You've captured me beautifully. Keep it up." Thereafter, Lung Feng became Lin Ying's dedicated photographer. Unbeknownst to them, an hour had elapsed while they enjoyed their time at the scenic area. "Excuse me, may I have a moment?" At that juncture, a young man obstructed their path. "What is it?" Lung Feng inquired, regarding the young man with curiosity. "Apologies for the interruption," the young man replied politely, extending a business card towards Lin Ying. "I am an agent from Starlight Media, and you possess remarkable potential. You could certainly achieve stardom. Would you be interested in joining our agency?" At that moment, Lung Feng realized that this was indeed a talent scout. "Not interested, thank you," he replied firmly, turning to leave with Lin Ying. However, the young man was unwilling to concede so easily. He trailed behind them, saying, "Starlight Media is one of the largest entertainment companies in Hangzhou, with substantial resources." Lung Feng halted, turning to the young man. "I must firmly inform you that I have no interest. If you continue to harass us, I will involve the local security. Such individuals can be quite bothersome. Without a firm stance, they will not depart." Upon hearing Lung Feng's words, the young man appeared somewhat intimidated. "Wow, you're so handsome," Lin Ying remarked with a smile. Lung Feng was left speechless. "Your compliment lacks sincerity. I want to ride a covered boat." Lin Ying pointed toward a wooden boat in the lake. Certainly, Lung Feng agreed, as the choice of activity was inconsequential to him. 10 minutes later, they boarded the covered boat. It was Lin Ying's first experience on such a vessel, and as it swayed, she felt as though she might capsize. Out of fear, she clutched Lung Feng's arm tightly. "Lung Feng, this boat won't tip over, will it?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Why worry?" Lung Feng reassured her, patting the life jacket he wore. "Even if it does tip, we have life jackets. It will be like swimming in Westlake." "Your heart is quite bold," Lin Ying said, fearfully. "I regret coming on this boat. It's a shame to waste the ticket now that we've purchased it." Lung Feng smiled. "Just follow my instructions. First, close your eyes and take a deep breath, feeling the breeze on your face." Summoning her courage, Lin Ying closed her eyes and followed his guidance. Although her anxiety subsided somewhat, a lingering trepidation remained. "Look at this photo. Isn't it breathtaking?" Lung Feng said. Lin Ying opened her eyes to view the screen of his phone. The image captured her inhaling deeply with the entire Westlake as her backdrop, portraying a serene connection with nature. It evoked a sense of tranquility and contentment. "This is exquisite. Your photography skills are remarkable," Lin Ying exclaimed happily. "Save it for me. Send it later." "Of course," Lung Feng smiled. "Would you like to take another? This time adopt a different mindset." "What mindset?" Lin Ying asked. "Focus on that island." He pointed to a small isle in the lake, "and let your gaze reflect contemplation." With a joyful nod, Lin Ying followed his directive. Soon, Lung Feng remarked, "This one is also lovely. Take a look." Lin Ying took the phone, marveling, "It's beautiful." "Primarily, it's because you are stunning," Lung Feng replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lin Ying's spirits soared. "I appreciate your honesty, but refrain from saying such things in front of me. I might think you are flirting. I have a soft heart, and if I lose control, it could lead to complications." With a light laugh, Lung Feng responded, "Who is truly flirting with whom? I merely complimented you, yet you give me hope, making me feel that pursuing you might yield success. Fortunately, my current focus is on nurturing a daughter. I have no intentions toward you. Such matters of the heart are intricate," Lin Ying teased. "You must exercise restraint." "Are you still afraid?" Lung Feng inquired. Having heard his question, Lin Ying realized her anxiety had dissipated. The fear of the boat had vanished. "I didn't expect you to be quite resourceful," she said with a smile. "Taking pictures was a distraction for me." "Do you think so? I personally do not enjoy photographing others," Lung Feng remarked. Lin Ying pointed to his phone and asked, "What brand is this phone? Why do the photos turn out so exquisite, resembling processed images?" "This phone is a limited edition. You cannot buy it," Lung Feng replied. "I don't believe you. Tell me the brand." "I refuse to accept that there is a phone money cannot buy," Lin Ying insisted. "There is no brand. It is a proprietary product of the League of Superheroes, an extraterrestrial creation," he stated with utmost seriousness. "Stop the nonsense and tell me the brand." Lin Ying pressed. "Really, there is no brand," he said, flipping the phone around. "Do you see any brand logo?" Chapter 35. The leading lady of Wolf Warrior 4 Lin Ying could not find the logo on the surface of her phone, even after restarting it, which left her feeling quite helpless. Cold Maple did not provide her with any information, and she felt powerless. As the two enjoyed their outing, the talent scout made a call to his boss. "Boss, I've discovered a stunning beauty. If we sign her, she will undoubtedly become a sensation," the scout exclaimed, gazing at the boat on the lake with excitement. "What are we waiting for? Sign her," the boss replied. "But she is not responding to me." "I think you need to take the lead," the scout insisted. "Do you have a photo? Send it over so I can take a look." "Yes, I secretly took a snapshot earlier. I will send it to you right away." Shortly after the scout sent the photo, the boss called back, exclaiming, "This is definitely a gem. Keep an eye on her. I'm on my way. I guarantee I will complete the task." Under the scout's watchful gaze, Cold Maple and Lin Ying disembarked. It was already 11 o'clock in the afternoon, and Cold Maple led Lin Ying out of the scenic area. After checking online reviews of Bashu Jiang Nan and finding them favorable, he decided to take Lin Ying there. Once outside the scenic area, they hopped into a taxi. At that moment, the talent scout, driving a cherry, followed closely behind. Bashu Jiang Nan was adorned with traditional decor, and to their surprise, There was a face-changing performance inside. Cold Maple and Lin Ying found a table and settled down. The waiter promptly approached them. As the guest, Lin Ying was naturally in charge of ordering. After placing their order, they sipped tea while watching the captivating performance, which proved to be quite entertaining. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 40s entered the establishment. His gaze immediately fell upon Lin Ying, and with a look of awe, he approached them. "Hello, you two," the middle-aged man greeted, smiling as he introduced himself. Before he could finish, Cold Maple interrupted him, raising a hand to summon the waiter. "Excuse me, this gentleman is intruding on our meal. Could you kindly address the situation?" The middle-aged man looked taken aback. How could he be dismissed before even completing his introduction? "Brother, hold on. Let me introduce myself first. You are a senior executive from Star Media, capable of making grand promises. Correct? I have no interest in your words. So please leave," Cold Maple asserted, easily deducing the man's identity from his tone, which mirrored that of the previous scout. "Sir, may I ask if you wish to dine? If not, please refrain from disturbing our guests," the waiter interjected politely. Ignoring the waiter, the middle-aged man hurriedly addressed Lin Ying. "Miss, our company is a partner of the Wolf Warrior production team. I can recommend you for the lead role in Wolf Warrior 4. With your qualifications, this opportunity is truly within your grasp." Cold Maple couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity of the middle-aged man. Did the selection process for Wolf Warrior 4 really involve such tactics? Moreover, whether the film would even be made remained uncertain. As two waiters engaged in polite conversation, they began to usher the middle-aged man out. Cold Maple turned to Lin Ying with a smile. "Indeed, beauty can be a double-edged sword. From Westlake to here, your allure is quite remarkable. Being exceptionally beautiful is hardly my fault," Lin Ying replied with a cheerful laugh. "You could say that this encounter has given my vanity a slight boost." Cold Maple was taken aback by her self-adoration. He had initially perceived her as a serene goddess, only to discover her inner goofiness. The dishes at Ba Shu Jiang Nan were delightful, and Lin Ying was thoroughly satisfied with her meal. After settling the bill, they stepped out of the restaurant. Standing by the roadside, Cold Maple inquired, "Where to next?" "Let's find a place for milk tea," Lin Ying suggested. Remembering a milk tea shop across from Shangshi Group, which served delicious drinks and cakes, Cold Maple had intended to buy some for his daughter but had forgotten. "Please give me 10 minutes, Cold Maple said, just as the middle-aged man reappeared. This man was truly persistent, akin to a stubborn adhesive. "Are you not tired of this?" Cold Maple remarked in annoyance. "I am the owner of Star Media. I am only so persistent because this young lady is exceptionally talented," the middle-aged man earnestly replied. "Give me 10 minutes. After hearing me out, you can refuse if you wish." Cold Maple pulled out his phone and snapped a picture of the middle-aged man. "Your name is Luo Xing, formerly the marketing manager at Guangxi Media, dismissed for abusing your power. Star Media was established merely a month ago, signing over 10 female students and having them live stream online and serve as hostesses in malls. Most alarmingly, you have coerced these young women into illicit arrangements with other businessmen for profit. You. Who are you?" Luo Xing was left speechless, stunned by Cold Maple's knowledge. How did he uncover all this? Was Cold Maple part of the industry? Lin Ying was equally astonished. How could Cold Maple know so much from just a photograph? Remembering how many images Cold Maple had taken of her, Lin Ying's heart raced. If he wished to investigate her background, it would be effortless. "I advise you to reconsider your actions. If you persist in your unscrupulous ways, do not blame me for sending you to jail," Cold Maple warned coldly, astonished by the man's shamelessness. "Are you threatening me? Do you have any idea of the connections I possess?" Luo Xing's anger surged as he retorted, "You better not provoke me. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. I hope you find the opportunity to face me," Cold Maple replied, swiftly sending Luo Xing's incriminating evidence to Feng Qianghua, this time without anonymity. After dispatching the evidence, Cold Maple and Lin Ying boarded a taxi. "Threaten me? Thinking I'm easy to intimidate? Pa!" Luo Xing spat angrily, hurling a glob of phlegm onto the ground. In the taxi, Lin Ying glanced at Cold Maple's phone and asked, "Did you really uncover all his details just from one photograph?" "Rest assured, I have deleted all your photos. I won't investigate your background," Cold Maple reassured her. Earlier, while dining, he had sent Lin Ying the photos he took in the morning and subsequently deleted the originals. Lowering her voice, Lin Ying curiously inquired, "Tell me, who exactly are you? I can't shake the feeling that you're quite impressive, almost akin to someone from a special department." "As I mentioned before, I am a superhero safeguarding the entire galaxy." Cold Maple smiled, claiming Thor, Hulk, Iron Man, and Black Widow are my close friends. If you choose not to share, that's fine, but please don't treat me like a fool. Lin Ying huffed. "Why don't you mention that Captain Marvel is your girlfriend?" Chapter 36. The worry-free milk tea at 2:30 in the afternoon. Luo Xing returned to the company. As he stepped through the entrance, he spotted a stunning woman seated on the sofa. The moment he laid eyes on her, his earlier displeasure evaporated. Who was this captivating beauty? With someone like her, he could potentially earn a significant fortune. "Are you Luo Xing?" The enchanting woman was none other than Feng Qianghua. After receiving evidence from Lung Feng, she had come to Luo Xing's company accompanied by her subordinates. At that moment, her associates were taking statements from the victimized girls. There was something unsettling in Feng Qianghua's tone that made Luo Xing uneasy. "Yes, that's me." It was then that Luo Xing realized something was amiss. Where were his employees? Why was no one around? "I am Feng Qianghua from the City Law Enforcement Team. You are under arrest." She presented her credentials with a cold demeanor. "What?" Luo Xing exclaimed in shock, his mind racing to Lung Feng. It was he who had threatened to imprison him. To think that, merely an hour later, the law enforcement team would come knocking at his door. "This must be a misunderstanding. You must have been deceived." "I am a law-abiding citizen," Luo Xing hurriedly attempted to clarify. Upon hearing his words, Feng Qianghua smirked. "Whether you are a good person will soon be revealed once my subordinates finish taking statements." Upon hearing this, Luo Xing turned to flee. However, Feng Qianghua swiftly kicked him to the ground and handcuffed him. Meanwhile, Lung Feng was seated in a milk tea shop, engaged in conversation with Lin Ying. As they listened to the soothing music, they savored their leisurely afternoon. "Congratulations on completing the beginner shock task. You have received the worry-free milk tea recipe and 10 kilograms of worry-free tea." Lung Feng paused momentarily, taken aback by the system's reward. How had he accomplished this shock task? Could it be related to Luo Xing's predicament? The notion of worry-free milk tea sounded quite delightful. "What's wrong?" Lin Ying inquired curiously as she noticed Lung Feng's sudden silence. Snapping back to reality at the sound of her voice, he replied, "Nothing. I just thought you were utterly captivated by my charm." Lin Ying chuckled. "I was beginning to think you were truly handsome." "Stop teasing me. I am just an ordinary man," Lung Feng replied with a wry smile. While they conversed, the owner of the milk tea shop stepped up to the singing stage. Soon, her melodious voice filled the establishment. Lin Ying, watching the owner sing softly, remarked enviously, "Her life seems so enjoyable. Doing what you love is indeed a form of happiness. Would you like to go up and sing a song?" Lin Ying playfully asked Lung Feng. He shook his head. "I have a fear of the stage. Just being watched makes me tense all over." Lin Ying smiled and quietly listened to the owner's performance. After the song concluded, the patrons erupted in applause, and the owner beamed with joy at their appreciation. At that moment, Lin Ying stood up and asked the owner, "May I sing a song?" "Of course." The owner replied with a smile. As Lin Ying ascended the stage, many male customers turned their attention toward her. The owner was also a beauty, yet Lin Ying's allure and presence surpassed hers. Wherever a beautiful woman goes, she inevitably draws attention. Picking up a guitar, Lin Ying began to play. To everyone's surprise, she was quite skilled, her guitar playing resonating beautifully. As her enchanting voice filled the air, Lung Feng was astonished by her talent and gave her a thumbs up. Seeing his gesture, Lin Ying flashed a captivating smile. "How beautiful! I envy this guy for having such a stunning girlfriend. If I had a girlfriend like that, I would willingly sacrifice years from my life. Such grace. She is truly a lady of elegance." The men present, aside from Lung Feng, harbored their own thoughts. Even if their girlfriends were sitting across from them, they could not suppress their excitement. As for Lung Feng, he had become the object of their envy. After completing her song, Lin Ying returned to Lung Feng's side amidst the applause. "How was that? Impressive, right?" she said, beaming with pride. "Very impressive," he nodded in agreement. Just then, The milk tea shop owner approached them, extending her hand with a smile. "Hello, I'm Yu Bing, the owner of this milk tea shop. Nice to meet you. I'm Lin Ying," she replied with a smile. "You sing exceptionally well. Have you had professional training?" Yu Bing inquired. Lin Ying responded with a grin. "I know a professional singer who taught me some basics. There's a singing competition on Blueberry Stage. Would you be interested in participating?" Yu Bing asked with a smile. "If you're willing, we can form a team." Lin Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? Can we join? There are auditions. But with our talent, we should easily qualify," Yu Bing confidently asserted. Lin Ying felt tempted, but recalling her need to evade her family's pursuit, she hesitated. "I'm sorry, I don't want to be in the spotlight. You can choose to wear a mask," Yu Bing suggested. "I don't want to be recognized either, so I'll wear a mask on stage." Yu Bing came from a decent family and merely wished to fulfill her dream of performing. In this regard, she and Lin Ying were quite alike. Lin Ying loved the feeling of being on stage, but she had no desire to become a star. "Wonderful. If I can wear a mask, I'll agree to join you," Lin Ying exclaimed with excitement. The two women then sat together, brainstorming a name for their duo and selecting songs. Observing them, Lung Feng could only entertain himself on his phone. Before they knew it, it was already 4:30. Lung Feng turned to Yu Bing, saying, "Miss, please pack up a few pieces of cake for me. We should be on our way." "Sure. Just give me a moment," Yu Bing replied, having finished her conversation with Lin Ying. Upon hearing Lung Feng, she stood up to pack the cakes. As Lung Feng was about to settle the bill, Yu Bing smiled and said, "Today's expenses are on me." "That's too generous," Lung Feng replied, feeling embarrassed. "For the next little while, I'll be taking up a lot of your girlfriend's time. She may not have the opportunity to accompany you, so consider this cake and milk tea as my token of gratitude," Yu Bing said playfully. Lung Feng, feeling awkward, replied, "You've misunderstood. She is not my girlfriend." "Are you not a couple?" Yu Bing asked Lin Ying. With a smile, Lin Ying replied, "Not at the moment, but who knows about the future." "You're teasing me again," Lung Feng said in frustration. "You should come by to hang out tomorrow. I want to be joining you. The temptation is too great." Seeing his reaction, Lin Ying burst into laughter. After bidding farewell to Yu Bing, Lung Feng and Lin Ying returned to Shengshi Group, where they encountered Sun Sihan, who had just finished work and was stepping out. Chapter 37. 500 yuan a cup. In the parking lot, three individuals crossed paths. Sun Sihan held a file folder in her hand, clearly indicating that she had yet to complete her work and needed to return home to continue her endeavors. Being a company president is no trivial task. "Darling, how well has Cold Feng attended to you?" Sun Sihan inquired with a smile directed at Lin Ying. Lin Ying nodded with satisfaction, very comfortably. "I'm quite pleased." This exchange left Cold Feng feeling bemused, pondering the absurdity of their words. Sun Sihan and Lin Ying burst into carefree laughter, utterly devoid of any goddess-like demeanor. Subsequently, Cold Feng accompanied the two women to the market before escorting them back home. By the time Cold Feng returned to his residence, it was already 6:30. Upon entering, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of dishes being prepared. Cold Ningming was already cooking. He placed the cake he had purchased on the coffee table and then proceeded to the kitchen. "Dad, you're back," Cold Ningming exclaimed, clad in an apron and wielding a spatula. "Do you need any assistance?" Cold Feng asked. "Grab some bowls and chopsticks. We can eat as soon as I finish this dish," Cold Ningming replied with a smile. "Got it." Cold Feng opened the cupboard and retrieved the necessary utensils for the dining table. Before long, Cold Ningming brought the dishes to the table, announcing, "Dinner is served." Pointing to the cake on the coffee table, Cold Feng added, "I bought you a cake. You should try it later. The rest can serve as breakfast tomorrow." Cold Ningming nodded with delight. "Great. I've been craving cake lately." The father and daughter settled down and began their meal. As they dined, Cold Feng inquired, "Ningming, how is your entrepreneurial venture progressing?" Upon hearing the question, Cold Ningming sighed. "They all believe it's a promising project and refuse to heed my advice." Cold Feng recalled the forgetfulness tea he had recently acquired, curious about its unique qualities. If it proved to be marketable, perhaps Cold Ningming could utilize it for her business. After finishing their meal, Cold Ningming suggested, "Dad, shall we go for a stroll? I don't have class tonight." Let us skip the stroll tonight and make some milk tea instead. Cold Fong responded with a grin. You wash the dishes while I go buy milk. Make milk tea? Cold Ningming exclaimed in surprise. Dad, you can do that? Cold Fong awkwardly admitted, I just learned a recipe. I'm unsure if it will taste good, but let us give it a try together. Cold Ningming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. All right, I'll tidy up the kitchen while you get the milk. The supermarket was conveniently located within the neighborhood, and Cold Fong returned home within 10 minutes. By then, Cold Ningming had already completed her household chores. Cold Fong placed the milk down and then entered his room. The 10 kilograms of forgetfulness tea was too much to bring out in front of Cold Ningming. As he extracted it, a large jar of forgetfulness tea appeared in the room. Opening the lid, an intense fragrance of tea wafted through the air. The aroma filled his senses, leaving him with a sense of ethereal lightness and an inexplicable joy swelling within him. This forgetfulness tea is truly remarkable. Cold Fong filled an ordinary tea canister with some of the forgetfulness tea and stored the remainder back in the system pouch. Emerging from his room, he told Cold Ningming, I'll guide you, you handle the operations. Cold Ningming nodded eagerly. Sure. Upon entering the kitchen, Cold Fong summoned the system interface, visible only to him, eliminating any fear of exposure. First, we need to brew the tea, Cold Fong instructed, handing the tea canister to Cold Ningming. This tea is quite special. It embodies the essence of our secret recipe, so please don't disclose it to anyone. Cold Ningming's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this really a secret recipe? Lowering his voice to add an air of mystery, Cold Fong replied, to be honest, I obtained this formula from an extraterrestrial being, and even the tea leaves are sourced from another planet. If he had uttered this to anyone else, Cold Fong would undoubtedly have been deemed insane. However, Cold Ningming was different. Having witnessed her father's extraordinary abilities, she found it entirely believable. How extraordinary! Cold Ningming exclaimed in shock. Congratulations on completing the initial shock task. You have earned a reward of 100,000 yuan. Hearing the system's voice, Cold Fong secretly rejoiced. Boasting about an alien recipe had earned him a substantial reward. What a delightful turn of events. Take a whiff of the tea's aroma. Cold Fong encouraged, opening the lid and placing the canister before Cold Ningming. She inhaled deeply, her eyes widening in surprise. Do you feel an inexplicable joy, as if all your worries have vanished? Cold Fong inquired. Cold Ningming nodded vigorously. Yes, I truly feel that way. It's incredible. This tea is called Forgetfulness Tea, and the milk tea we're about to create will be named Forgetfulness Milk Tea, Cold Fong explained with a smile. As long as you drink Forgetfulness Milk Tea, all your troubles will dissipate. Once we successfully make it, we can open a shop solely dedicated to selling Forgetfulness Milk Tea. How much should we charge per cup? Cold Ningming asked. After considerable contemplation, Cold Fong finally declared, 500 yuan a cup. What? Cold Ningming gasped in disbelief. Dad, you must be joking. 500 yuan a cup? We'll be trending for all the wrong reasons. Congratulations on completing the shock task. You have earned a large elixir. Cold Fong's outrageous pricing left Cold Ningming utterly astonished. 500 yuan for a cup of milk tea was akin to daylight robbery. If this news spread online, they would surely face public outrage. It wasn't tea that Cold Fong was heartless. Rather, he had to consider the future. Forgetfulness Milk Tea was a product of the system, and its effects were bound to be extraordinary. Selling it for just a few yuan would certainly lead to overwhelming demand, rendering the 10 kilograms of forgetfulness tea insufficient. Once you experience the effects of this forgetfulness tea, you will understand its value, Cold Fong explained. For ordinary individuals, it alleviates worries. For those suffering from depression, it is a lifesaver. If their mood improves, they are less likely to contemplate drastic measures. Cold Ningming nodded in agreement. That does make sense. We want tea, just sell it for 500 yuan a cup. We'll limit it to only 10 cups a day, and not a single cup more, no exceptions, Cold Fong stated. Cold Ningming, impressed, gave her father a thumbs up. Dad, I'm increasingly in awe of you. Haha, Cold Fong chuckled. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. We need to successfully make the forgetfulness milk tea first. Agreed, Cold Ningming nodded. In the subsequent moments, Cold Fong meticulously guided Cold Ningming through the process of creating forgetfulness milk tea. Most girls possess a natural talent for crafting milk tea and pastries, and in truth, making milk tea isn't overly complicated. Half an hour later, 2 cups of forgetfulness milk tea were ready, filling the room with its invigorating fragrance. The delightful aroma alone was enough to uplift spirits, allowing one to forget the day's troubles and sorrows. Cold Ningming gazed expectantly at the milk tea in her cup. "Dad, give it a taste." Chapter 38. The triple shock effect with a sense of anticipation. Lung Feng and Lung Ningming took a sip of the Forgetting Worries milk tea in their cups. Although neither of them bore any sorrow, an indescribable joy blossomed from within upon tasting the tea. It was truly miraculous, incomprehensible even. Lung Ningming exclaimed in astonishment. A cup of milk tea can genuinely affect one's mood. It's beyond belief. Congratulations on achieving 3 instances of novice shock within an hour, activating the triple shock effect. Announced a voice. You have triggered a mid-level shock reward, acquiring ownership of a store. Relevant documentation will be mailed to you. Lung Feng was equally astonished. Such an occurrence was indeed possible? Completing 3 shocks within an hour could lead to the activation of the triple shock effect. Most remarkably, it included a gift of real estate, a store no less. Just as he contemplated opening a store for Lang Ningming, the opportunity presented itself. What a considerate system. The father and daughter sat on the sofa, savoring the Forgetting Worries milk tea. After finishing their tea, Lung Feng curiously brewed a bit of Forgetting Worries tea, eager to discover its effects when consumed alone. Soon, a look of dismay crossed his face. The Forgetting Worries tea was not suitable for drinking straight. It tasted exceedingly astringent when brewed alone. However, when combined with milk, it transformed into a fragrant and delightful beverage. Upon awakening from a nap, Lung Feng felt invigorated, undoubtedly thanks to the Forgetting Worries milk tea. "Good morning, Dad." As he stepped out, Lung Ningming emerged from her room, her mood buoyant. "How about it? Are you interested in starting a business selling Forgetting Worries milk tea? I've secured a store for you. Once you give the nod, your milk tea shop can be ready for opening," Lung Feng offered with a smile. "Did you really secure a store for me? When did that happen?" Lung Ningming asked, astonished. "It was arranged last night, but we'll have to wait a bit longer to finalize the paperwork." Lung Feng replied with a smile. "If you wish to open the shop, I'll help you inquire about the necessary procedures. However, I only have time in the afternoon and evening." Lung Ningming looked troubled. "Is that enough time? Don't forget we have a daily limit of 10 cups. It will suffice to open in the evening," Lung Feng assured her. Upon hearing this, Lung Ningming frowned. "If that's the case, do we really need a store? Wouldn't it be a waste?" "Having your own store and not using it would indeed be a waste," Lung Feng countered. "Your own store?" Lung Ningming had presumed that Lung Feng had merely rented a space, not realizing it was his own. After finishing breakfast with Lung Ningming, Lung Feng hurried off to work. Upon arriving at the office, Sun Sihan entered to handle official matters while Lin Ying made her way directly to Yubing's milk tea shop, with Lung Feng following closely behind. Lin Ying remarked, "I'm just going across the street. You don't need to protect me." "You're overthinking it. I merely have a few questions for Yubing," Lung Feng replied. Lin Ying appeared somewhat disheartened. In the morning, Yubing's milk tea shop had little business, with only 2 young ladies tidying up. When the 2 entered, Yubing emerged from the back room. "You're here," she greeted with a smile. "Yes," Lin Ying replied. "Shall we start? May I ask a question first? I need to take my driving test soon, so time is of the essence." "What is it?" Yubing inquired curiously. "What procedures are required to open a milk tea shop? Is it complicated?" Lung Feng asked. Yubing laughed upon hearing this. "You wish to open a milk tea shop? My niece is interested in starting a small venture, so I'm helping her out." Yubing candidly explained the process of opening a milk tea shop to Lung Feng. After receiving the information, he bid farewell to the 2 and took a taxi to the driving test center. The driving test was monotonous. The actual examination lasted only a few minutes, with the remainder spent waiting. Since he was unfamiliar with the others, Lung Feng occupied himself with his phone. It wasn't until 11 o'clock that he heard his name called. Despite possessing a driving god card, he still felt a wave of nerves. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and he passed. By the time he left the driving test center, it was already noon. Returning to the office would mean missing lunch. Unable to partake in a complimentary meal, he decided to spend his own money. He found a noodle shop on the roadside and ordered a plate of fried noodles and a dish of spicy tofu skin. As he was eating, Chapter 39. As promised, congratulations on completing the beginner's shock task and receiving a Qingling pill. The Qingling pill? This was the first time that Lung Feng had obtained such a pill, and he was curious about its efficacy. At that moment, the elder suppressed his astonishment and, with utmost respect, clasped his fists toward Ling Feng, saying, "I am Mu Hongyuan. I sincerely thank you, young friend, for your rescue. It was merely a small effort." Lung Feng replied, pouring out 3 snow ginseng pills. "Take one each day for 3 consecutive days, and you should be well on your way to recovery." What? A complete recovery? The mere thought that Lung Feng's medicine could alleviate his pain left Mu Hongyuan utterly astounded. Over the years, he had searched everywhere for a remedy for his internal injuries, but to no avail. The only thing that had managed to ease his suffering was Lang Feng's pill. He had not anticipated that Lung Feng would claim this medicine could completely heal his internal wounds. "I cannot guarantee it, but it should be effective," Lung Feng said, placing the snow ginseng pills into Mu Hongyuan's hand before returning to his seat. With the prospect of healing his internal injuries, a flicker of hope ignited within Mu Hongyuan. Perhaps this pill could indeed cure him. "Young friend, how much does this medicine cost?" Mu Hongyuan hurriedly inquired. The snow ginseng pills were not of great significance to Lung Feng, so he replied nonchalantly, "Just settle my meal bill." Upon hearing this, Mu Hongyuan quickly exclaimed, "Young friend, your medicine is akin to a life-saving grace to me. How could a mere meal suffice as repayment? If one meal is insufficient, then let it be 2. Lung Feng jested. Hearing this, Mu Hongyuan insisted, "Young friend, please leave your contact information with me. I shall properly express my gratitude later." Seeing Mu Hongyuan's earnestness, Lung Feng had no choice but to provide his phone number. Mu Hongyuan promptly dialed it, and once he heard the ring from Lung Feng's phone, he hung up and said, "Young friend, I have some connections in Hangzhou. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Lung Feng smiled, dismissing the notion. "Old sir, let us first sit down and enjoy our meal." "Very well, young friend, please eat. I will take care of your bill," Mu Hongyuan replied. As they were dining, a message popped up on Lung Feng's phone indicating that a package had arrived. He had no other deliveries, the sole package being the reward from the system. After finishing their meal and bidding farewell to Mu Hongyuan, Lung Feng returned to his apartment. Opening the parcel locker, he discovered a document bag inside. To his astonishment, the package bore neither a recipient's name nor a sender's name. Who had placed it there? Considering the system's wonders, such occurrences felt almost mundane. Upon opening the document bag, he found a property purchase contract, a storefront title deed, and a key. Both the contract and title deed bore Lung Feng's name. This indicated that the system's reward was legally protected and entirely belonged to him. 305 Wulin Street. Seeing the address on the title deed, Lung Feng was taken aback. Wulin Street was one of the most bustling streets in Hangzhou, where even the cheapest storefronts cost over 4 million. Most importantly, Wulin Street was not far from his residence. After a 10-minute walk, Lung Feng arrived at Wulin Street and located 305. Gazing at the storefront before him, his heart raced uncontrollably. The location was superb, with a total area of about 150 square meters. Given the local property prices, it was worth at least 6 million. This was the most valuable reward Lung Feng had ever received. To dedicate such a large storefront solely to selling 10 cups of forget-me-not milk tea seemed rather extravagant. For the time being, he had no brilliant ideas, so he decided to bring along Lung Ningming and let her ponder it. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lung Feng returned home with groceries. Hearing that Lung Ningming was attending an online class, he went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. When he finished cooking, Lung Ningming emerged from her room. "Wash your hands and let's eat. Afterward, I will take you to see the shop." Lung Feng smiled. "Where is the shop? Is it far?" Lung Ningming inquired curiously. "On Wulin Street," Lung Feng replied. "Wulin Street? Dad, are you really that wealthy? The storefronts there must cost at least 3 million. Well, your father is a superhero who protects the earth. How could he be short on money?" Lung Feng chuckled. "That does make some sense." Lung Ningming laughed. "So it seems you are just working as a bodyguard to pass the time." Indeed, one must find something to occupy their time. By the time they finished dinner, It was already 7:30. The father and daughter linked arms and left the apartment. 10 minutes later, they stood outside the shop. Lung Feng pointed to the storefront, saying, "This is it. Dad, this shop is enormous." Lung Ningming exclaimed, "We are only selling 10 cups of milk tea. A small space would suffice. Then we can partition it and rent out the extra space," Lung Feng suggested. Lung Ningming nodded in agreement that could work. He handed the shop key to Lung Ningming, saying, "This shop is yours to manage. Do as you see fit." "Me? But I'm not very knowledgeable about this," Lung Ningming said hesitantly. "That's all right. Consider it a learning experience," Lung Feng reassured her. "With Dad backing you up, you can do whatever you want." Hearing this, Lung Ningming smiled and nodded. "Okay. Thank you, Dad. There's no need to be so formal with me," Lung Feng replied with a grin. Lung Ningming. What a coincidence. While the father and daughter were conversing, they suddenly heard someone call out to Lung Ningming. Turning around, they saw 4 young men and women approaching. "Ian, are you all out shopping?" Lung Ningming asked, still linked to Lung Feng's arm. "We're here to see if there are any suitable storefronts for rent," Gu Yuyan and her group, who had been trying to persuade Lung Ningming to start a business, replied. "Ningming, are you dating someone? Why didn't you tell us?" Another girl looked at Lung Feng and smiled. Lung Ningming laughed. "Don't misunderstand. He is my dad, not my boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Lung Feng knew that another reward was about to arrive. "What did you say? This is your dad? Are you joking?" They were incredulous. "He looks no older than 30. How could he possibly be your dad?" "Ningming, that excuse is too far-fetched. It's just dating. It's not a heinous crime. There's no need to hide it," Gu Yuyan and her friends exclaimed in shock. "Congratulations on completing the beginner's shock task. You have received a reward of 70,000 yuan. As Lung Feng had anticipated, the system's reward arrived right on cue. 70,000 yuan had been effortlessly acquired. Lung Ningming took out her phone and found a photo, saying, "Look, this is a picture of my parents on their wedding day." Despite seeing the wedding photo, Gu Yuyan and her group remained skeptical. Lung Feng appeared far too youthful to be Lung Ningming's father. Chapter 40. Wealthy father? Upon witnessing the incredulity of her classmates, Lung Ningming chuckled and explained, "My father merely possesses a youthful appearance. In reality, he is already 48 years old." 48? He looks so young. Are you joking? Is this the legendary phenomenon of reverse aging? Lung Ningming's revelation left Gu Yuyan and her companions in utter astonishment. Their renewed shock granted Lung Feng another reward, albeit a modest 2,000. Just one more instance of astonishment would lead to a trifecta of surprises, and Lung Feng felt a sense of anticipation, curious if he could astonish them once more. "I envy my uncle for his ageless visage." Despite their lingering disbelief, Gu Yuyan and her friends chose not to delve deeper. "Ningming, why are you all standing here?" a girl beside Gu Yuyan inquired. Lung Ningming gestured toward a storefront ahead. "My father just acquired this shop. I wanted to take a look." "This shop belongs to your father? The total price exceeds 6 million. I didn't realize your uncle was so affluent," they exclaimed, aghast at Lung Feng. They had never suspected that Lung Ningming was a second-generation rich kid. In their minds, she was a frugal and thrifty girl. They had whispered among themselves about her family's modest means. Yet it was astonishing to discover how deeply she had concealed her wealth. With such a 6 million yuan store now in her father's possession, Lung Feng eagerly awaited the system's reward as he observed their astonished expressions. Indeed, the reward arrived. Congratulations on achieving a trifecta of astonishment, triggering a threefold reward. You have activated the intermediate astonishment reward, granting you 1 million yuan for vehicle purchase. Note: this 1 million must solely be used for acquiring a vehicle and cannot be allocated for other purposes. Lung Feng's heart raced at the unexpected windfall of 1 million. Although this sum was designated exclusively for purchasing a car, it was still a substantial reward. Truth be told, Lung Feng had a passion for automobiles. The prospect of acquiring a luxury vehicle priced at 1 million thrilled him immensely. "Uncle, do you intend to open a store?" Gu Yuyan inquired. With a smile, Lung Feng replied, "I possess a milk tea recipe and wish for Ningming to open a small shop." "A small shop?" Gu Yuyan laughed in surprise. "This space is anything but small. I plan to utilize only 10 square meters and will partition the remaining area for rental," Lang Ningming explained. You only need 10 square meters? Gu Yuyan and her friend's eyes lit up. If that's the case, why not rent us the remaining space? You know we plan to open a beverage store. That seems a bit inappropriate. Ningming's milk tea business might conflict with ours, Gu Yuyan added. Lung Feng smiled. In truth, there isn't a conflict. Our milk tea will only be sold in limited quantities. 10 cups a day, operating solely from 7 to 8 in the evening. Only 10 cups? What kind of strategy is that? Gu Yuyan and her friends were perplexed. Each cup of milk tea could cost up to 15 yuan, and since Lang Ningming would not incur rent, the profit would amount to around 10 yuan per cup. Selling merely 10 cups a day would yield only 100 yuan. Is this how the wealthy behave? Are you truly only selling 10 cups? And for just 1 hour? Gu Yuyan queried. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lang Ningming nodded. Yes. If that's the case, we won't conflict. Gu Yuyan replied with a smile. Are you genuinely interested in proceeding? Lang Ningming asked. Yes. We've consulted with someone who estimated the feasibility, Gu Yuyan and her friends affirmed. After some contemplation, Lang Ningming suggested, if you intend to rent the shop, it would be best to discuss it with my father to avoid any misunderstandings between us. Uncle, what do you think? Gu Yuyan turned to Lung Feng.
I'm indifferent.
Renting to anyone is still renting, he replied with a smile. I can offer you a discount, but all necessary procedures must be followed, and rent must be paid in advance without delay. That sounds good. Gu Yuyan and her friends exclaimed joyfully at the prospect of a discount. Lung Feng instructed Lang Ningming, open the door and let your classmates in to take a look. If they find it suitable, we can discuss the details and sign the contract tomorrow. After spending considerable time in the shop discussing with Gu Yuyan and her friends, they ultimately finalized the details. The average rent for this street was around 32,000 per month, while Lung Feng's shop was in a prime location with a market rate of 33,000. Aware that these students had limited startup capital, he offered them a rate of 30,000 per month. This, of course, would only apply to the first year. Should they manage to sustain their business, the rent would be adjusted to the street's average rate from the second year onward. Lung Feng's generosity left Gu Yuyan and her companions immensely grateful, as they had saved a substantial 36,000 on the first year's rent. In truth, Lung Feng held little faith in their beverage venture. Whether they could persist for a year remained uncertain. At 9 in the evening, Lung Feng and Lang Ningming returned home. Dad, we've secured tenants for the shop. I can contact a renovation company tomorrow to partition the window, Lang Ningming announced with a smile. I'll transfer you several thousand for the renovations, Lung Feng replied. However, Lang Ningming quickly shook her head. Dad, I can manage the costs for the renovations myself. I don't want to use your money. Seeing her determination, Lung Feng laughed. All right, but remember to ask your father if you run out of funds. Ningming nodded with a smile. If I truly find myself short, I won't hesitate to ask. Get some rest. You handle the milk tea shop, and once it's open, I'll accompany you during business hours, Lung Feng said with a grin. The father and daughter took turns washing up before retiring to their respective rooms. As Lung Feng lay in bed, he summoned the system interface. His gaze fell upon the Qingling pill, and a description caught his eye. The Qingling pill possesses extraordinary effects in enhancing mental acuity. Those with heightened mental faculties can achieve photographic memory and improved comprehension. This description sparked excitement in Lung Feng. This pill would undoubtedly benefit Lang Ningming, making her studies considerably more manageable. Closing the system interface, he opened his phone. With 1 million yuan designated for purchasing a vehicle, Lung Feng began to explore options to determine which car would offer the best value. With a budget of 1 million, many choices presented themselves. Had Lung Feng been single, he would have undoubtedly chosen a flashy performance car. However, as a father of 3 daughters, comfort and practicality took precedence. Thus, he set his sights on spacious SUVs. After browsing online, he ultimately focused on the Lincoln Navigator. While it may not rival brands like BMW in prestige, its quality-to-price ratio surpassed that of other luxury vehicles in the same price range. With 1 million earmarked for the purchase, Lung Feng realized he would need to supplement the cost with additional funds. Fortunately, he had managed to save approximately 400,000 to 500,000 in cash. Chapter 41. Old Classmates, Part 1. In the early morning, Cold Feng and his daughter, Cold Lemon, sat together for breakfast. Cold Feng retrieved a photograph of a Lincoln Navigator and handed it to Cold Lemon. inquiring, "My dear, do you find this vehicle appealing?" Cold Lemon glanced at it and smiled, responding, "It looks quite grand, but it must be rather expensive, I presume." Cold Fong chuckled, "It's reasonable enough. I plan to check it out today, and if it suits me, I shall purchase it." "Father, are you really buying a car?" Cold Lemon asked, slightly taken aback. "Once your two elder sisters return, I can drive you all around for outings," Cold Fong replied with a smile. Hearing this, Cold Lemon nodded enthusiastically. "That sounds wonderful. A family road trip awaits us." After finishing their meal, Cold Fong changed his shoes and smiled at Cold Lemon, saying, "I'm off to work now." "Be careful on the road," Cold Lemon replied with concern. Cold Fong acknowledged with a brief sound and then stepped outside. As usual, he first gathered with Sun Sahan in her neighborhood before heading to the company together. On their way, Sun Sahan remarked, "The scar removal cream's formalities have been completed, and the production workshop is being organized. It should be operational next month." "Excellent, I trust in your capabilities, General Manager Sunday. By the way, do you have any external commitments today?" Cold Fong inquired. Sun Sahan pondered for a moment, then replied, "I have to visit a construction site this afternoon. If I have no pressing matters in the morning, I might step out." "What for?" Sun Sahan asked curiously. "To buy a car," Cold Fong responded, a hint of excitement in his voice. "My driver's license is coming soon, and I wish to own a personal vehicle." Upon arriving at the company, the trio dispersed. Linning continued her vocal practice at the milk tea shop, while Cold Fong took a taxi to the Lincoln dealership. The Lincoln brand is considered luxurious, and the 4S dealership was impressively adorned. Upon entering the showroom, a poised female salesperson approached him. "Sir, have you found a model you fancy?" she asked with a professional smile. Cold Fong's gaze fell upon the Navigator. "How much is this Navigator currently?" "What configuration are you interested in, sir?" the salesperson inquired. "The mid-range," Cold Fong replied casually. "This model has significant discounts with the mid-range price around 1 million. If you place an order today, I can request the maximum discount from the manager," she added. As she spoke, she led Cold Fong to the white Navigator. "You may experience the vehicle, sir." She smiled as she highlighted the car's advantages. The previous night, Cold Fong had already researched this vehicle. He was particularly drawn to its spaciousness and quality materials. Just as the salesperson was elaborating on its features, a middle-aged woman passed by. Initially, she brushed past Cold Fong, but then she suddenly stepped back. "Are you perhaps named Cold?" she asked, looking at him in surprise. The woman bore a sense of familiarity, yet he could not recall her identity. "Yes, my surname is Cold. And you are?" Cold Fong queried, puzzled. "Is your father named Cold Fong?" the woman asked. Upon hearing this, Cold Fong deduced that she was an old friend. Yet, having transformed into middle-aged individuals, he found it challenging to recognize her. "Cold Fong is my elder brother. I am his younger brother," Cold Fong fabricated a response. "You have quite a significant age gap between you two," the woman questioned. Cold Fong awkwardly chuckled. "Yes, my parents were in their 40s when they had me. You brothers are not twins, yet you resemble each other so closely," the woman laughed. "I am Zhuokai, a high school classmate of your brother." Hearing her name, Cold Fong suddenly realized. Zhuokai was the school beauty back in high school, and they had been desk mates, enjoying a good rapport. "Your brother has mentioned you. He said you were the school beauty, and you two were desk mates," Cold Fong chuckled. Zhuokai sighed. "Indeed, we had a great relationship back then. However, I heard that your brother—" Cold Fong had no choice but to follow Zhuokai's lead. "Yes, he passed away in a car accident." "Ah, how unpredictable life can be," Zhuokai remarked with a hint of sadness. Cold Fong remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. "Are you considering purchasing a vehicle?" Zhuokai shifted the topic as she noticed Cold Feng's silence. Cold Fong nodded. "Yes, I wish to buy a car. Take your time to look around. Once you've made your choice, I will ensure you receive the best deal, including insurance rebates," Zhuokai offered. Cold Fong then noticed her name tag indicated she was the general manager. "Thank you very much," he expressed, feeling a sense of nostalgia as he realized a friend was now in such a position. After test driving the Navigator at the dealership, Cold Fong decided to make the purchase. Zhuokai did not resort to any tricks and genuinely helped him save a considerable amount. However, During the paperwork, Zhuo Kai was taken aback, staring at Cold Feng's identification, exclaiming, "You share the same name as your brother?" Cold Feng had already prepared his explanation, stating, "My name was meant to be Feng as in sharp, but a mistake was made on my birth certificate, and I ended up with the same character as my brother." Zhuo Kai nodded, understanding the situation. After processing the payment, the paperwork was promptly completed. Now, he merely needed to wait a week to collect the vehicle. Bidding farewell to Zhuo Kai, Cold Feng took a taxi back to the company. It coincided with lunchtime, and he headed straight to the dining area. Cold Feng sat down beside Sun Sihan and He Lin, carrying his meal. "Back so soon? Did you finalize the car purchase?" Sun Sihan inquired. "Yes, I can pick it up in a week," Cold Feng replied with a smile. "What vehicle did you acquire?" He Lin asked curiously. Cold Feng grinned. "It's nothing extravagant, just a Lincoln Navigator." Upon hearing this, He Lin was incensed, exclaiming, "You must be joking. Do you think I'm ignorant about cars? The Navigator costs over $1 million. Do you really intend to buy it?" Cold Feng produced the receipt from the dealership, smiling, "I speak the truth." Seeing the receipt, He Lin was astonished. "You truly are impressive to buy a luxury vehicle worth millions. Honestly, are you in need of a girlfriend? I am available." "You're thinking too much," Cold Feng chuckled. Sun Sihan, equally surprised, jested, "I wonder who the real boss is here. The car of a mere bodyguard surpasses mine. I bought my 7 Series for only 900,000, and yours is 1 million. After this purchase, I have become a pauper, eagerly waiting for you to issue my salary, General Manager Sunday." As he spoke, Cold Feng sighed, "Lately, no one has sought trouble, and I haven't received any bonuses for several days." Just as he finished speaking, a security guard rushed over, anxiously addressing Sun Sihan, "General Manager Sun, trouble is brewing outside." Chapter 42. Counterfeit and Inferior Products, Part 2. "What trouble?" Sun Sihan inquired, her expression one of confusion. "It seems to be a matter concerning the quality of cosmetics," replied the security guard, albeit uncertainly. Dismissing her meal, Sun Sihan hurriedly rose to investigate. Naturally, Lung Feng, serving as her bodyguard, followed closely behind. As they departed, he casually grabbed 2 skewers of meat to munch on. Observing his demeanor, He Lin remarked quietly, "You still have the appetite to eat?" With a smile, Lung Feng replied, "If this is due to our actions, we must face the consequences. However, if someone is stirring trouble, we shall not be easily intimidated." He Lin, impressed by his words, gave him a thumbs up. Soon they arrived downstairs. Outside the company, a group of over 10 men and women brandished banners, their voices filled with indignation. The banners proclaimed, "Trash Corporation, get out of Hangzhou." Upon exiting the building, Lung Feng noticed that the protesters bore red rashes on their skin, evidently suffering from an allergic reaction. Among the crowd, several individuals were recording videos on their phones. As Sun Sihan stepped out, the crowd grew even more agitated, shouting accusations against the Shangshe Group. "The Shangshe Group has harmed us. We demand compensation for our losses. Your inferior cosmetics have caused our skin allergies. You must make amends." Taken aback by the scene, Sun Sihan raised her voice. "Everyone, please calm down. Can someone explain what is happening? How can you still ask that?" One woman retorted angrily. "We purchased your company's cosmetic sets, and now we look like this." While Sun Sihan engaged with the protesters, Lung Feng discreetly captured photographs of them and scrutinized their transaction records. To his surprise, he found no irregularities. There were no similar financial transactions in their accounts, indicating they were not hired by anyone. Could it be that the cosmetics were genuinely defective? "Dear all, if this is indeed our fault, we shall take responsibility," Sun Sihan asserted. "May I ask where you purchased these cosmetics? Does anyone have the products with them? I will have the factory analyze them immediately." "These are your cosmetics, purchased from your designated stores and online shops." One woman handed over a cosmetic set, asserting, "You are lying. Your products were bought from private online shops, not from official counters." Carefully examining the consumer's purchase records, Lung Feng ultimately discovered that they had all shopped from the same online store. A quick search revealed that this store specialized in cosmetics, offering a plethora of brands at remarkably low prices. Confronted by Lung Feng's findings, the crowd appeared somewhat embarrassed. One individual retorted, even if we bought from a private store, these cosmetics belong to your brand. How did you find this online shop? Did you search for it yourself? Or were you instructed to pay online and collect the products offline? Does that really matter? Are you trying to evade responsibility? It seems they are unwilling to admit their mistake, said another. At that moment, Sun Sahan intervened. Everyone, we merely seek to uncover the truth. Even if you purchase counterfeit products, we will compensate you. Please do not worry. Hearing her words, the crowd's agitation began to subside. Now that Ms. Sun has made a promise, can you answer my questions? Lung Feng inquired. We met the store owner in a shopping group. He claimed these cosmetics were sourced through special channels from the factory, which is why they were so cheap. We paid online and he delivered them to us, they explained. Upon hearing this, Lung Feng was convinced that these individuals had been deceived. The so-called special channels were mere smokescreens. These were counterfeit products. You must have purchased counterfeit goods. Nonetheless, our company also bears some responsibility for inadequate market regulation, which has led to your losses. Sun Sahan pondered before stating, I am willing to compensate each of you 5,000 yuan. Upon hearing her offer, the crowd's expressions softened. They recognized that their eagerness for a bargain had led them to purchase inferior products. Sun Sahan's willingness to offer compensation was commendable. Had they approached another company, they might have been left to their misfortune. She summoned her colleagues to ensure the matter was resolved properly, and then returned to her office with Lung Feng. Lung Feng, can we trace the address of this shop? Sun Sahan asked. He nodded, yes, I have already located it, and I have also reported it to Feng Chonghua. She should be on her way to apprehend them. Sun Sahan acknowledged his response and instructed He Lin, please issue an official statement. He Lin promptly exited to fulfill the task. Did you have some sort of good fortune with your words? Sun Sahan lamented. You mentioned there was no opportunity for a bonus, and now one arises. Lung Feng felt somewhat awkward, having only jested moments ago, unaware of the ensuing events. I won't joke about this again, he assured. Noticing his discomfort, Sun Sahan smiled and said, finding the address of the counterfeit manufacturer is indeed a significant achievement. I will ensure the finance department grants you a bonus of 20,000 yuan. Due to the unexpected incident, Lung Feng and his companions had yet to eat. Sun Sahan ordered 3 takeout meals, and the trio dined in the office. Just then, Feng Chonghua entered, guided by staff members. Captain Feng, have you apprehended the suspects? Sun Sahan asked, setting down her food and wiping her hands with a napkin. With a sigh of resignation, Feng Chonghua replied, we arrived too late. They have already fled. The buyers must have tipped them off. They anticipated trouble, Lung Feng speculated. How infuriating. They escaped. Sun Sahan expressed her frustration. Fear not. I will track down their location, Lung Feng assured her with a smile. How do you manage to accomplish this? Feng Chonghua inquired, intrigued by Lung Feng's abilities. Despite his lack of admission, she was certain that he had provided crucial information regarding both Zhong Heihu and Zhang Hu. How had Lung Feng uncovered details that their entire team could not? For Lung Feng, these matters seemed rather straightforward. What do you mean by how? He feigned ignorance. How did you determine the address of the counterfeit factory? Feng Chonghua pondered aloud. From the time the buyers began protesting to your provision of the factory's address, only 20 minutes elapsed. How did you manage to find that information in such a brief period? Chapter 43. Beautiful lady, do not deceive me. Part 3. Lung Feng did not anticipate that Feng Chonghua would focus on this detail. In response to her inquiry, he smiled and said, that is a secret. I cannot disclose it. Please cooperate with my work. Feng Chonghua's tone grew assertive. Yet, Lung Feng maintained his smile, replying, beautiful lady, do not deceive me. I am not a criminal. You have no right to interrogate me. Seeing that Lung Feng was impervious to both persuasion and coercion, Feng Chonghua resigned, saying, fine, you need not speak, but I shall eventually uncover your background. You claim to be able to locate the other party's address. When will you tell me? After a trip to the restroom, I shall provide you the address in 5 minutes, he stated before turning and exiting the office. As Lung Feng departed, Feng Chonghua remarked to Sun Sahan, President's son, you truly possess remarkable skills. You have ensnared such a talented individual. We are merely partners. Being a bodyguard is but his side job. Sun Sahan smiled in response. While they conversed, Lung Feng returned and informed Feng Chonghua. The address is Building 18, Unit 1, 202, in the prosperous scenic community. Are you certain? Feng Chonghua asked, astonished that he had managed to find the address in such a brief span of time. Absolutely. I have already sent the incriminating evidence against the mastermind to your email, he replied. I do not know how you acquired all this, but you must understand that breaching the systems of certain departments is illegal, Feng Chonghua warned. Do not let your evidence be discovered. Otherwise, I shall come to apprehend you next time. Thank you for your advice. I shall remember it, Lung Feng responded calmly. Feng Chonghua cast a deep glance at him before turning to leave. Lung Feng felt a sense of helplessness. His identity card issue would eventually be exposed. Given Feng Chonghua's position, uncovering the flaws in his identity would be a simple task. Captain Feng has set her sights on you. It would be wise to refrain from infiltrating various departmental systems in the future. Sun Sahan expressed her concern. Do not sacrifice yourself for my sake. Do not worry. She will not uncover me, Lung Feng reassured her. In a residence within the prosperous scenic community, for men were gathered, drinking. The leader, adorned with a gold chain, remarked, Fortunately, we retreated swiftly. Otherwise, we would have been caught. I just received word that the enforcement team has gone to our previous factory. Will they trace it back to us? Rest assured, we have all used false identities as a cover. They will not trace it back to us. This incident is entirely the monkey's fault for introducing substandard materials, which led to our exposure. How can you blame me? You were the one who contacted that supplier. The monkey retorted angrily. Enough. This is not the time for such discussions. Let us remain low-key for now, and once the storm passes, we shall restart, the leader advised. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. The four men jumped in surprise. Who is it? The monkey inquired. It's the delivery guy. A male voice responded from outside. My milk tea has arrived. One man stood up and approached the door. He peered through the peephole and, upon seeing a delivery person, opened the door. The instant the door swung open, it was abruptly kicked wide, and 8 enforcement officers stormed in. This scene startled the 4 men, who attempted to flee, but it was too late. What do you want? The leader shouted in anger. You are suspected of producing counterfeit goods. You are hereby formally arrested, Feng Chonghua declared. We are innocent. I do not know what you are talking about, the leader shouted back. Feng Chonghua scoffed. There is no need for your denial. We have already gathered all the evidence against you. Impossible. This cannot be. I am innocent, the man bellowed. Take a look at these documents. Do you still believe yourself to be innocent? Feng Chonghua showed him the information on her phone. Upon seeing the details, the man's demeanor crumbled. How is this possible? We used so many identities as cover. How could we still be discovered? And this was only a few hours ago. How could our protective measures have been so ineffective? Is the enforcement team truly this efficient? While Feng Chonghua was apprehending the suspects, Lung Feng accompanied Sun Sahan to a construction site. After ensuring that everything was in order, they returned to the company. As they got out of the car, Sun Sahan remarked, There is nothing left to attend to at the company. Let us go watch Lin Ying sing. Lung Feng was indifferent, as it was still not time to leave work. In the afternoon, the milk tea shop was bustling with business. However, all the patrons were single men, clearly with ulterior motives. When Sun Sahan entered, she captured everyone's attention once more. Another goddess-level beauty, several men whispered. What a pity, she is already taken. After finding a seat, Lung Feng and Sun Sahan were approached by a staff member. Brother Feng, what would you like to drink? The young woman recognized him as he had frequented the shop many times. I would like a mango milk tea and a slice of cheesecake, Lung Feng ordered, turning to Sun Sahan. What about you? I'll have the same as him. Sun Sahan smiled at the staff member. The young woman grinned and said to Lung Feng, Brother Feng, your wife is truly beautiful. You are quite fortunate. Before Lung Feng could explain, the girl had already darted away. He was left speechless, and Sun Sahan's cheeks flushed crimson. I will clarify. She misunderstood, Lung Feng hurriedly explained. Was it a misunderstanding on my part? Or did you say something you should not have? Sun Sahan queried. Upon hearing this, Lung Feng quickly replied, I truly did not say anything. Seeing his flustered demeanor, Sun Sahan laughed heartily. I was just teasing you. There is no need to be so anxious. As they spoke, Sun Sahan gazed at Lin Ying and Yu Bing on the singing stage. The two were discussing their singing techniques and had yet to notice Lung Feng and Sun Sahan's arrival. With the strumming of the guitar, they began their rehearsal anew. Sun Sahan asked Lung Feng, what do you think of Lin Ying? She is beautiful, though her image contrasts starkly with her personality, he replied. In a lowered voice, Sun Sahan playfully suggested, should I help you set them up? Lin Ying adores children. Perhaps she could be a stepmother to your daughter. Are you truly good friends with her? Do you not want Lin Ying to stay with you? If so, I can speak to her on your behalf. Lung Feng understood that Sun Sahan was jesting, so he did not take her words to heart. Do not say such things. We have a great relationship, Sun Sahan insisted. You pushing her towards me hardly constitutes a good relationship. Lung Feng smiled. Lin Ying is a goddess-level single woman. You want her to be a stepmother? As they continued their conversation, the staff member returned with their milk tea and cake. Before leaving, she smiled at Lung Feng, saying, Brother Feng, your relationship with your wife seems wonderful. You both appear quite sweet together. Chapter 44. A Kiss Scene Added, Part 1. The words of the shop assistant left Sun Sahan's fair face flushed with embarrassment. She felt it necessary to clarify this misunderstanding. Many employees from the Shengshe Group frequented this tea shop, and if word of this incident spread, it would lead to a significant misunderstanding. However, after the shop assistant made her remark, she left, leaving no opportunity for Sun Sahan to explain. Seeing the change in Sun Sahan's complexion, Lung Feng could not help but chuckle. Do you want to go over and clarify? Shouldn't that be your responsibility? Sun Sahan retorted. With a smile, Lung Feng replied, as a man, such misunderstandings do not affect me. Sun Sahan felt conflicted upon hearing this. Should she go over and explain? Sun Zong, you've gotten yourself into trouble, Lung Feng commented, glancing toward the Shengshe Group's direction. Sun Sahan followed his gaze and saw Zhao Tsongyan stepping out of a Kuri Nen vehicle. It was evident that Zhao Tsongyan was coming for her. At that moment, Zhao Tsongyan, with a bandage wrapped around his abdomen, appeared undeterred by his condition as he pursued his romantic interests. What a persistent suitor, Sun Sahan mused. How should I handle him? Why not find a man to pose as your boyfriend? A fake one will do, Lung Feng suggested. Sun Sahan's eyes lit up. That's an excellent idea. From now on, you shall be my faux boyfriend, serving as my shield. Lung Feng's expression froze momentarily. He had merely offered a suggestion and did not intend to assume the role of a scapegoat. Sun Zong, I am not fit for this task. Zhao Tsongyan knows I am your bodyguard, and he wouldn't believe it. Lung Feng insisted. I have a way to make him believe it, Sun Sahan replied confidently. I refuse to agree. Don't drag me into this, Lung Feng asserted. 30,000 yuan as a reward, Sun Sahan countered. It's not about the money, Lung Feng replied. 50,000. Not a penny more, Sun Sahan continued. Upon hearing her offer, Lung Feng inquired, is that 50,000 for one occasion or in total? 50,000 for one occasion. Though Sun Sahan felt a pang of regret, she resolved to go all out to deter Zhao Tsongyi. Very well. As an employee of the Shengshe Group, I cannot refuse, Lung Feng stated, already retrieving his WeChat payment code. Sun Zong, let this go through your own account. His words left Sun Sahan feeling disheartened. You speak so nicely, yet it's all for the sake of 50,000. Sun Sahan took out her phone, scanned Lung Feng's payment code, and transferred the 50,000. Upon hearing the notification from his phone, Lung Feng awkwardly chuckled. Having just spent over $1 million on a car, I'm now rather broke. If I don't earn some money, I won't even be able to afford the fuel for my navigator. Under their watchful eyes, Zhao Tsongyan approached the Shengshe Group building. Sir, what brings you here? A security guard inquired. Despite his injury, Zhao Tsongyan maintained an arrogant demeanor. I'm looking for your Sun Zong. Sorry, but Sun Zong is not in the office, the guard replied. Are you blind? That BMW 7 Series is Sun Sihan's car. If her car is here, how could she not be in the office? Zhao Zongyan retorted angrily. Open your eyes and see. This is Zhao Zongyan, the heir of the Zhao group. One of Zhao Zongyan's lackeys chastised the guard. Even if she were here, she should come out to greet me, do you understand? Though the guard was insulted and seethed with anger, he knew better than to provoke the wealthy and simply said, I'm sorry, but Sun Zong is indeed not in the office. She's at the milk tea shop across the street. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zongyan turned to look at the milk tea shop. Seeing his gaze, Sun Sihan proposed, let us go over, lest Zhao Zongyan disrupt the business here. Seeing her step outside, Lung Feng resignedly followed, clutching his milk tea and cheesecake. As they passed the counter, Lung Feng instructed the shop assistant, have Linning settle the bill and pack the cheesecake for me. I'll return to collect it later. The shop assistant acknowledged with a thumbs up. Sipping his milk tea and nibbling on the cheesecake, Lung Feng trailed behind. Upon noticing Sun Sihan approaching, Zhao Zongyan immediately halted, standing still in anticipation. Ever since the assassination attempt, he had taken to carrying bodyguards with him. 2 bodyguards clad in black and wearing sunglasses flanked Zhao Zongyan, enhancing his imposing presence. As they were about to cross the street, Sun Sihan wrapped her arm around Leng Feng's waist, creating an intimate appearance. Lung Feng felt a bit uncomfortable but chose to ignore it, considering the 50,000 he had just accepted. Zhao Zongyan observed this scene and felt a surge of anger at the pain in his wound. Is this meant to provoke me? He seethed through clenched teeth. Under Zhao Zongyan's furious gaze, Lung Feng and Sun Sihan approached. Just then, Lung Feng popped the last bite of cheesecake into his mouth while holding his milk tea in the other hand. Sun Zong, isn't it inappropriate to be so close with a bodyguard? Zhao Zongyan asked coldly. To clarify, he is my part-time bodyguard. My true identity is Sun Sihan's partner and boyfriend, Lung Feng declared, taking a sip of his milk tea before offering it to Sun Sihan. Given that the milk tea had been touched by Lung Feng, Sun Sihan instinctively recoiled. However, considering the current situation, she smiled and took a sip, saying, the isn't wrong. We are indeed in a romantic relationship. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zongyan burst into laughter. Sun Sihan, do you take me for a fool? If you're looking for a shield, at least find someone presentable. A lowly bodyguard has no right to be my rival. Zhao Zongyan's words darkened the expressions of the 2 bodyguards behind him. Although he insulted Lung Feng, it was evident that in Zhao Zongyan's eyes, bodyguards were a lowly profession. Despite their indignation, the 2 bodyguards remained professional and silent. Zhao Dasha, you're overthinking it, Sun Sihan replied with a smile. We are indeed a couple, not merely a shield. Is that so? If you truly are a couple, then show me a kiss, Zhao Zongyan sneered. If you dare to kiss him, I might just believe it. Lung Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The current situation hinged on how Sun Sihan would navigate it. Just as he turned to look at Sun Sihan, he was startled to see her stunning visage swiftly approaching. Before he could react, their lips met. Even if it was but a fleeting touch, it left Lung Feng momentarily stunned. Did she actually just kiss him? What was supposed to be an act had unexpectedly turned into a romantic scene. To be honest, we have already been living together. What is a mere kiss? Sun Sihan's cheeks flushed crimson as she addressed Zhao Zongyan. What brings you to our company? At that moment, Zhao Zongyan was on the verge of an explosive rage. Though he recognized the charade, Sun Sihan had indeed kissed Lung Feng right in front of him. Chapter 45. Just add 10,000. No more. Part 2. Zhao Zongyan clenched his fists tightly. Although he did not harbor any romantic feelings for Sun Sihan, in his heart, she was already his woman. Even if she were to marry someone else, it should only be after he had had his fill of her. Now, witnessing Sun Sihan engage in such behavior before his very eyes, he felt as if he were being cuckolded. Sun Sihan, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Zhao Zongyan fumed. Do you believe I won't expel your Shengshi group from Hangzhou? You still have time to seek Zhao Dashao's forgiveness. His underling scoffed. Sun Sihan, you must be aware of the might of the Zhao group. Your Shengshi group lacks the qualifications to contend with us. Is Zhao Dashao trying to bully us? Sun Sihan retorted coldly. The great Xia nation is not under the dominion of the Zhao family. Do you doubt that? Zhao Zongyan barked. Shall I demonstrate the consequences? Zhao Dashao, I advise you to return home and keep a low profile instead of making a fool of yourself. Lung Feng said dismissively after swallowing his milk tea. If you dare to act against Shengshi Group, I can ensure that you, Zhao Deshao, will spend a lifetime in prison. In fact, your entire Zhao Group will suffer catastrophic losses because of your actions. Are you trying to intimidate me? Zhao Tsongyan seethed, his eyes blazing with fury. You think taking down a mere Zhongheihu makes you formidable? If I so desire, you could be a corpse by tomorrow. Is that so? Lung Feng scoffed. I don't believe it. Teach him a lesson, Zhao Tsongyan commanded with a wave of his hand to his two bodyguards. One bodyguard remained by Zhao Tsongyan's side, while the other charged towards Lung Feng. The bodyguard was indeed powerful, launching a fierce side kick. An ordinary person struck by such a blow would instantly lose the ability to retaliate. However, this assault was far too feeble in the presence of Lung Feng. Bang! Lung Feng's movements were as swift as lightning. He collided with the bodyguard, sending him flying across the ground. Puff! The bodyguard fell, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This... Zhao Tsongyan and his companions gaped in shock. Congratulations! You have completed the intermediate shock task and earned a reward of 300,000. Intermediate shock? Lung Feng was equally astonished, not anticipating that this skirmish would yield such a high rating. Logically, it should not have reached an intermediate level. As he surveyed the crowd, he noticed many onlookers staring in disbelief, clearly intimidated by Lung Feng's prowess. It dawned on him that the number of shocked individuals had reached a threshold, thus qualifying for an intermediate level of astonishment. How impressive! Such terrifying strength. One collision and he causes bloodshed. The surrounding pedestrians whispered among themselves. The bodyguard next to Zhao Tsongyan wore a solemn expression. He was acutely aware of his companion's strength. The fact that Lung Feng had knocked him out with a single blow illustrated Lung Feng's formidable capabilities. Worthless. Get up. Zhao Tsongyan berated his bodyguard. If you cannot win, then you might as well all leave. What a bunch of so-called elite bodyguards, utterly pathetic. The two bodyguards exchanged glances, their expressions grim. The previously injured bodyguard gritted his teeth and rose. They charged at Lung Feng together. Unfazed by their combined efforts, Lung Feng remained composed. Just as they approached, he finally made his move. Bang! Bang! Before the crowd could react, both bodyguards had been dispatched. Good heavens! This is extraordinary. These two bodyguards, clad in such imposing attire, are so easily defeated. A master, without a doubt a master. With such prowess, how could they dare to call themselves bodyguards? The crowd buzzed with astonishment, and these murmurs reached Zhao Tsongyan's ears, inciting his fury. The two bodyguards were equally enraged. They charged forward once more, only to be swiftly subdued by Lung Feng again, proving to be equally ineffectual. Worthless. Is this the caliber of your peak security? Zhao Tsongyan fumed. You lot demand a monthly salary of 100,000? 100,000? Are you jesting? Such incompetence hardly warrants that amount. Hiring you would be the act of a fool. Lung Feng was also taken aback by the exorbitant salaries of the two. Boss, considering how weak they are, shouldn't you raise my pay a little? He suggested to Sun Sihan. Just add 10,000. No more, Sun Sihan replied. Thank you, boss. How generous of you. Lung Feng chuckled. Embarrassing. At that moment, a booming voice erupted from the crowd. The sudden outburst startled everyone, causing them to turn. A towering figure, a 2-meter-tall man, emerged. His imposing presence was akin to that of an iron tower. Upon seeing him, the two bodyguards lowered their heads in shame. Instructor Zhan Xiong. Zhan Xiong was the chief instructor of peak security, and he had come to inspect the work of his subordinates. However, he was appalled to discover that the company's top bodyguards had been thoroughly humiliated. This incensed Zhan Xiong. Failure to defeat Lung Feng would tarnish their security group's reputation. Zhao Deshao, leave this matter to me. Our peak security is the finest. I will prove it to you, Zhan Xiong declared to Zhao Tsongyan. Enough with the idle chatter. Just incapacitate him. That's all that matters, Zhao Tsongyan ordered. This guy looks intimidating. His aura is incredibly powerful. I feel frightened just looking at him. He must be a master. This will be an exhilarating match. I believe this young man is in for a tough time. This giant will undoubtedly crush him. As the previous confrontation attracted an increasing number of onlookers, even Lin Ying and Yu Bing were drawn to the scene. The The crowd was awed by Zhang Xiong's formidable presence. In terms of stature, Lung Feng and Zhang Xiong were not even in the same league. Most spectators were filled with trepidation for Lung Feng, although he had easily overpowered the previous bodyguards. Facing such a formidable opponent as Zhang Xiong would likely result in his downfall. Lung Feng, he seems incredibly powerful. Be cautious, Sun Sihan warned with concern. With a smile, Lung Feng stepped forward, addressing Zhang Xiong. Are you their instructor? Indeed, Zhang Xiong replied coldly. Your speed and strength are commendable, but before me you are insufficient. You put on quite the show. I would rate it a 10, Lung Feng replied with a grin. Let's see what you've got. I hope you're not just all talk. Zhang Xiong's fury intensified at Lung Feng's dismissive attitude. State your name. I do not engage with nameless individuals, he proclaimed arrogantly. Hearing this, Lung Feng couldn't help but laugh. My name is not something just anyone is qualified to know. Chapter 46. The Indestructible Card, Part 3. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xiong's eyes blazed with fury, as if he were ready to kill. His fists clenched tightly, and his cold gaze fixated on Lung Feng. In that moment, Lung Feng felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. His expression grew heavy. This man indeed exuded a formidable strength. The truth of one's worth is revealed through action. As Zhang Xiong's words faded, he suddenly charged forward. With his approach, it felt as though a wild beast were rushing at Lung Feng. The sheer ferocity of his presence instilled fear. Taking a deep breath, Lung Feng attempted to dispel the tension within him. It was the first time since acquiring the martial arts card that he felt such trepidation. Observing Lung Feng's demeanor, Zhang Xiong sneered. You can't even withstand my aura and yet wish to contend with me? With a swift motion, Zhang Xiong unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Lung Feng's chest. In response, Lung Feng stepped back. Just as the punch neared, he grasped Zhang Xiong's fist. However, Zhang Xiong suddenly wrenched his arm away, and with his immense strength, Lung Feng was flung backward. He executed a graceful flip in midair before landing firmly on the ground. Lung Feng's heart raced. It was not that his combat skills were lacking, but rather that there was a significant disparity in their physical strength. He realized that while the martial arts card had endowed him with fighting techniques, it had not augmented his physical prowess. Previously, he could hold his own against ordinary opponents, but against such a skilled fighter the difference was stark. He had never fully grasped the significance of body-refining pills until now. If his physical strength did not improve, mere technique would be insufficient to triumph over his adversaries. Well fought, Zhao Zongyan exclaimed, delighted to see Lung Feng being thrown aside. Meanwhile, Sun Sihan's expression shifted dramatically. This was the first time she witnessed someone break through Lung Feng's defenses. Your strength is lacking, Zhang Xiong disdainfully remarked. Today you shall learn what a true master is. As his words echoed, Zhang Xiong struck again, launching a punch toward Lung Feng. This time, Lung Feng had learned his lesson. He would not compete in strength. With a resounding thud, he exploited an opening and struck Zhang Xiong beneath the arm. Despite Zhang Xiong's impressive physique, the strike to his vulnerable spot elicited a pained expression from him. Zhang Xiong, furious, threw another punch, but Lung Feng deftly evaded it, slipping aside. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a kick to Zhang Xiong's ankle. Off balance, Zhang Xiong fell to one knee. In that instant, Lung Feng executed a side kick that struck Zhang Xiong at the nape of his neck. With a thud, Zhang Xiong collapsed to the ground. Agony etched across his face. The nape of the neck houses vital nerves, and had Lung Feng unleashed his full force, he could have incapacitated Zhang Xiong completely. Despite sparing him, Zhang Xiong was still reeling from the impact. How can such a brawny man be bested? Someone gasped in astonishment. Zhao Zongyan, who had been elated moments ago, now wore a frozen expression of shock. The two bodyguards were equally astounded. Zhang Xiong was the strongest in their company, a former trainer for an elite special forces unit, decorated with numerous accolades. Yet here he was easily defeated by Lung Feng. Coach Zhang, are you all right? The two men rushed to assist him, tenderly massaging the back of his neck. I have lost, Zhang Xiong uttered, resembling a deflated balloon, his voice filled with despair. Lung Feng turned to Zhao Zongyan, his tone icy. Do you wish to step into the ring with me? I assure you, I will avoid your injuries. Zhao Zongyan, terrified, recoiled. If even the formidable Zhang Xiong had been bested so easily, how could he hope to contend with Lung Feng? Congratulations on completing the advanced shock task. You have acquired an indestructible card. The gathering crowd had exceeded 50, triggering the reward for advanced astonishment. The indestructible card, could it render one impervious to harm? How remarkable! Fool! Lung Feng scoffed, fixing Zhao Zongyan with a warning glare. Mark my words, do not provoke the Shengshi group again, or I will ensure your utter disgrace. No amount of wealth from your father will shield you. We shall see. Zhao Zongyan realized that remaining would yield him no advantage, so he hurriedly entered his Cullinan. The two bodyguards assisted Zhang Xiong into the vehicle, and they hastily retreated. Brother, you are incredible. Will you take on disciples? Big brother, let me be your underling. Teach me how to fight, please. Several youths gazed at Lung Feng with admiration. Hastily, Lung Feng led Sun Sihan into the company. Upon entering, his first action was to utilize his ultra-smartphone to identify the onlookers from earlier. Under his control, he filtered out those who had recorded videos. He directly hacked into their phones to erase the footage. Were such videos to surface online, he would undoubtedly become an internet sensation, a fate he wished to avoid. As the saying goes, fame can be a double-edged sword. It was prudent to lay low for now. After deleting the videos, Lung Feng set up surveillance on Zhao Zongyan's phone. This individual would not concede defeat easily. Lung Feng needed to monitor his movements to avoid being ambushed. Noticing Lung Feng's busyness, Sun Sihan, Lin Ying, and Yu Bing refrained from interrupting him. It was only when Lung Feng pocketed his phone that Sun Sihan exclaimed excitedly, I thought you might lose. If you had, it would have been an affront to your pride. After their skirmish, Lung Feng had long since forgotten the fleeting sensation of anxiety. You overstepped your boundaries. You owe me compensation. What? Sihan kissed you? Lin Ying exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. What is going on between you two? Don't misunderstand. We were merely pretending to be a couple. I only kissed her lightly to convince Zhao Zongyan it was real. Sun Sihan replied, her cheeks flushed. How romantic. Lin Ying teased, glancing at Lung Feng. Don't take advantage of her. This is her first kiss. She gave it to you. You should be responsible, not ask for compensation. Ahem. This is a one-time occurrence, merely acting. Don't take it seriously, Lung Feng stammered, surprised to learn it was Sun Sihan's first kiss. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. I must control the little devil within. Do not harbor any thoughts about me. Do I need to remind you? You're a father. I have no desire to become a stepmother, Sun Sihan said, feeling exasperated. You're setting your friend up for failure, Lung Feng chuckled mischievously. Chapter 47. Should we attempt a triple play? Upon hearing this, Sun Sihan's expression immediately turned awkward. Cold Feng had the audacity to say such a thing in front of Lin Ying. Was he not deliberately putting her in a predicament? As expected, Lin Ying's gaze fell upon Sun Sihan, and she sneered, Sihan, what does he mean by that? Which friend have you betrayed? I can't help but feel as if she's referring to me. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's purposely trying to sow discord, Sun Sihan hurriedly clarified. Is that so? Lin Ying said as she seized Sun Sihan, leading to a bit of playful chaos among them. Later that evening, Cold Feng returned home with a cheesecake, only to find that Cold Ningming was not there. After calling her, he discovered that she was busy with renovations at her shop. He had initially planned to prepare dinner, but with his daughter's uncertain return time, he decided to head to the shop instead. Upon arriving, he saw that Cold Ningming's small establishment had been partitioned, covering an area of approximately 7 or 8 square meters. Several workers were diligently engaged in the renovations, while Gu Yuyan and her team were also hurrying to complete their tasks. Dad, here's the design plan for the renovations. What do you think? Cold Ningming presented a photo from her phone to Cold Feng. He glanced at it and smiled. It looks quite appealing. When do you expect it to be finished? It should be done by tomorrow evening, and we can begin selling worry-free milk tea the day after, Cold Ningming replied eagerly. I wonder how it will turn out? Take your time, Cold Feng reassured her with a smile. I can't shake the feeling that the price is a bit steep. 500 yuan per cup is quite alarming. Cold Ningming expressed her concerns. Just like Jiang Taigong fishing. Those willing to take the bait will do so, Cold Fong said. As the father and daughter conversed, Gu Yuyan and her team approached, cheerfully greeting Cold Fong. Uncle, here is the draft of the rental contract. Please take a look. Gu Yuyan handed him a document. Cold Fong reviewed it, noting that the terms matched their previous discussions. Satisfied, he signed it, and both parties retained a copy. Following the signing, Gu Yuyan, representing the group, handed Cold Fong a year's worth of rent. The system had rewarded him with 300,000, and with the rent, the total came to 660,000. By 7 in the evening, the renovation crew finally wrapped up for the day. Cold Fong bid farewell to Gu Yuyan and her team before departing with Cold Ningming. What are we having for dinner tonight, Dad? Cold Ningming asked, linking her arm with his. How about pizza? Cold Fong suggested with a smile. Cold Ningming nodded enthusiastically. Sounds great. The father and daughter strolled hand in hand, exchanging laughter and enjoying a warm atmosphere. After a brief walk, they entered a pizza parlor. Once seated, Cold Fong asked, what flavors do you want to try? Cold Ningming pondered. There are so many delicious options. But what if we can't finish them? Don't worry. Anything left over can be packed up for breakfast tomorrow, Cold Fong assured her. Cold Ningming beamed. Dad, you're the best. Hearing his daughter's praise warmed Cold Feng's heart, and he replied, you are my daughters. If I don't treat you well, who else should I? It's a pity Mom couldn't wait for your return, Cold Ningming said wistfully. At this, the sadness that Cold Fong had managed to suppress surged back. Although his wife had passed away 2 years ago, it felt as if it were just yesterday. Dad, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring it up, Cold Ningming quickly spoke, noticing his sorrowful expression. There's no need for apologies. I too wish your mother had waited for me, Cold Fong replied with a smile. At that moment, a server approached their table and inquired, would you like to order anything? Cold Fong composed himself and proceeded to select 3 pizza flavors with Cold Ningming. As they chatted, an elderly man accompanied by a young woman in her 20s entered the shop. The elderly man was none other than Mu Hongyuan, whom Cold Fong had met the previous day. Grandfather, let us sit here, the young woman said, pulling Mu Hongyuan's arm as they settled down next to Cold Fong. As soon as they were seated, Mu Hongyuan spotted Cold Fong and exclaimed, young friend, what a delightful surprise to see you here. Indeed, quite the coincidence. How is your health? Cold Fong replied, equally astonished by the encounter. Thanks to you, I feel much better, Mu Hongyuan said with a smile. Grandfather, who is this? Mu Hongyuan's granddaughter asked curiously, wondering why her grandfather was being so cordial with a young man. Xiao Ya, this is your grandfather's benefactor, Mu Hongyuan chuckled. This young friend healed my internal injuries. I owe him a great deal. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoya quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you for healing my grandfather. There's no need for thanks. It was a mere trifling matter, Cold Fong replied with a smile. Young friend, would you mind joining us for a meal? This one is on me, Mu Hongyuan offered cheerfully. Since the invitation was extended, Cold Fong felt it would be impolite to decline, so he nodded, of course. Please have a seat. Mu Hongyuan sat beside Cold Fong, while Mu Xiaoya took a seat next to Cold Ningming. Young friend, is this your girlfriend?
Mu Hongyuan inquired.
Glancing at Cold Ningming, Cold Fong chuckled internally at the implications of the question, realizing that rewards from the system were on the horizon. This is my daughter, Cold Fong replied with a smile. What? Your daughter? Both Mu Hongyuan and Mu Xiaoya were taken aback, unable to fathom Cold Feng's words. Yes, my daughter, Cold Fong affirmed with a nod. This. Mu Hongyuan and Mu Xiaoya fell silent, grappling with the incredibility of the revelation. Young friend, you're not joking with me, are you? Mu Hongyuan asked incredulously. My father is not joking, Cold Ningming interjected with a smile. Don't be fooled by his youthful appearance. He is actually 48 years old. 48.
Mu Xiaoya exclaimed, astonished.
How is that possible? He looks no older than 28. Young friend, you really are 48? Mu Hongyuan asked in disbelief. Cold Fong nodded. Indeed, I am 48. Unbelievable. To be 48 yet look so youthful, Mu Hongyuan marveled. Are you practicing the art of eternal youth? Not quite. It's merely a matter of maintaining one's appearance, Cold Fong replied with a smile. At that moment, Cold Fong received a notification from the system, indicating that he had been rewarded twice in succession. The first reward was due to his relationship with cold Ningming, and the second for his age. He pondered whether he should aim for a third consecutive reward. However, he realized that no further astonishing occurrences seemed likely. It was unfortunate that he was just one surprise away from achieving a mid-level shock reward. Just then, Mu Hongyuan's phone rang. Chapter 48. A wandering dragon sword due to the interruption of a phone call. Mu Hongyuan ceased to focus on Lung Feng's age. He put away his phone and said to Lung Feng, "My disciple has encountered some trouble. I shall have him come over to discuss it." "That's quite all right," Lung Feng replied with a smile. Mu Hongyuan summoned the waiter and ordered 2 different flavors of pizza. At that moment, Mu Xiaoya turned to Lang Ningming and remarked, "You look quite familiar. Are you a student at Hangzhou University?" Lang Ningming nodded with a smile. "Yes, my name is Lang Ningming. I am Mu Xiaoya, also a student at Hangzhou University, currently in my 3rd year." "You are my senior," Lang Ningming responded with a grin. As both girls attended the same university, their conversation flourished. Soon, the pizzas arrived, and the 4 of them indulged in food while engaging in lively chatter. Lung Feng and Mu Hongyuan also exchanged introductions, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. "Brother, over here," Mu Xiaoya called towards the entrance while eating. Lung Feng turned to glance, his eyes wide with astonishment. What a coincidence! Mu Xiaoya's brother was none other than Zhan Xiong. At that moment, Zhan Xiong had yet to notice Lung Feng. It was only when he walked over and looked towards Mu Hongyuan that he spotted Leng Feng's beaming smile. "What brings you here?" Zhan Xiong exclaimed, startled, pointing at Lung Feng. "You know each other?" Mu Hongyuan inquired, puzzled by Zhan Xiong's shocked expression. "Master, he is the one who defeated me," Zhan Xiong admitted, a look of shame on his face. "What? This young friend bested you?" Mu Hongyuan was taken aback, having previously wondered who possessed the remarkable skill to conquer Zhan Xiong, only to discover it was Lung Feng. Although Lung Feng had healed his internal injuries, Mu Hongyuan did not perceive him as a martial artist, for he did not exhibit the characteristics typically associated with one. To his surprise, Lung Feng was indeed a master. Zhan Xiong's prowess was well regarded in the martial world, and only a master-level expert could consistently prevail against him. Lung Feng appeared delicate and unassuming, yet he turned out to be a formidable master. Congratulations on achieving a trifecta of astonishments, triggering the intermediate astonishment reward, and receiving a wandering dragon sword. Lung Feng chuckled, amused by the unexpected turn of events. However, he found the reward somewhat lacking, preferring the practicality of money over a sword. What purpose could a sword serve? He couldn't very well wield it to harm others, lest he bring shame to his master. Zhan Xiong initially contemplated inviting Mu Hongyuan to challenge Lung Feng, but upon realizing their acquaintance, he sensed that the matter would likely be resolved amicably. "This young friend is my savior. Why did you engage him in combat?" Mu Hongyuan asked. "He has a conflict with Zhao Tsongyan, who has hired bodyguards from our company, so..." Zhan Xiong trailed off, surprised to learn Lung Feng was his master's benefactor. Mu Hongyuan turned to Lung Feng, expressing, "I never anticipated that you were also a practitioner of martial arts. I failed to recognize it. Truly, I am becoming old. Master Mu, you wouldn't be considering intervening for your disciple, would you?" Lung Feng inquired awkwardly. "Not at all. You are my benefactor. How could I possibly lay hands on you?" Mu Hongyuan quickly assured him. "That's good to hear," Lung Feng replied with a smile. "I am not particularly fond of fighting. I am merely curious. What school do you belong to? With your skill, you cannot possibly be an unknown in the martial world," Mu Hongyuan questioned. Lung Feng appeared slightly embarrassed. "I belong to no school and do not engage in the martial world." At that moment, Lung Ningming struggled to suppress her laughter. For her father was a superhero. What did the martial world signify? Her father's adversaries were formidable aliens. Experts reside among the common folk. That saying holds true.
Mu Hongyuan remarked to Zhan Xiong.
"Let this matter rest. Lung Xiaoyu is my benefactor. In the future, when you encounter him, treat him as you would me, understood?" In stark contrast to Zhan Xiong's imposing presence, he now resembled a child in kindergarten. Hearing Mu Hongyuan's words, he nodded respectfully. "Understood, master. Very well, you may leave."
Mu Hongyuan instructed.
Zhang Xiong nodded before departing in a state of frustration. My young friend, please do not take offense. Mu Hongyuan addressed Lung Feng after Zhang Xiong had left. My disciple is not a bad person, but as a member of a security company, he must uphold the employer's interests. The duty of a bodyguard is to protect the employer. If one becomes an accomplice to the employer's wrongdoing, what distinguishes them from a thug? Lung Feng responded. Mu Hongyuan paused at Lung Feng's words, and after a moment, nodded, I understand. I shall discuss this matter with Zhang Xiong. Lung Feng chose not to elaborate further, wishing to avoid any discomfort. While they were enjoying their meal, Lung Ningming's phone rang. Upon glancing at her phone, she quickly stood up and said to Lung Feng, It's a call from my elder sister and second sister. I need to step outside to answer. With that, she hurried out of the pizza shop. If her elder and second sisters saw her in the pizza shop, they would undoubtedly overthink the situation. Once outside on the street, Lung Ningming took a moment to compose herself before answering the video call. Third sister, why did you take so long to answer? Lung Xingyao asked. I was out for a walk. It was too noisy earlier, and I didn't hear my phone. Lung Ningming replied with a smile. A walk? Alone? Lung Muyun queried coldly. You aren't with a boy, are you? How could I be with a boy? Look, I am out here on the street by myself, Lung Ningming said, turning her phone to show her surroundings. All right, we are not here to check up on you, Lung Xingyao stated. I need to study now. Don't stay out too late. The roads aren't safe. I am going to practice boxing as well. Send us a message when you get home, Lung Muyun added. After ending the call, Lung Ningming sighed with relief. It was evident that they were checking up on her, concerned she might be secretly dating in Hangzhou. Putting her phone away, she returned to the pizza shop. Half an hour later, Lung Feng and his daughter left the pizza shop with their takeaway pizzas, parting ways with Mu Hongyuan and his grandson. Upon returning home, Lung Ningming first washed up, then emerged to smile at Lung Feng. Dad, good night. Wait a moment, Lung Feng said as he approached her, handing her a Qingling pill. Take this when you return to your room. What is this, Dad? Lung Ningming asked, looking at the pill in his hand with curiosity. You wanted superpowers, didn't you? Lung Feng smiled. Once you take this pill, you will have photographic memory. That counts as a superpower, right? Is that for real? Lung Ningming asked in astonishment. Just take it and go to sleep. Tomorrow you will find out whether it is true or not. Lung Feng replied with a smile. Lung Ningming, full of trust in her father, excitedly took the pill and went into her room. Seeing her retreat, Lung Feng then proceeded to wash up. Lying in bed, he took out a body-refining pill. After his encounter with Zhang Xiong, he realized the paramount importance of physical fitness. Thus he needed to solidify his foundation. Chapter 49. I help you become an internet celebrity enhanced by the body refinement pill. Lung Feng's physique had become considerably more robust. Beyond the physical transformation, he sensed a significant increase in his strength. With just a few more body refinement pills, his power would undoubtedly rival that of a battle bear. Stepping out of his room, Lung Feng placed the pizza he had packed the previous night into the oven to heat.
Mumens late, leng nimgmang amarja.
Good morning, Dad. She greeted cheerfully, her spirits evidently high. Noticing her exuberance, Lung Feng inquired, Do you feel anything remarkable? With a thoughtful smile, Lung Ningming replied, I slept soundly, and this morning, I feel incredibly comfortable, almost as if my mind is utterly clear. Lung Feng casually handed her a book. Read a page at random and see if you can remember it. Is it truly possible to have a photographic memory? Lung Ningming asked in astonishment. Only one way to find out, he chuckled. Taking the book, she glanced at the first page. Let me recite it, she exclaimed, and Lung Feng took the book back, encouraging her to give it a try. Recalling the content, a vivid memory surfaced in her mind, and she began to recite flawlessly. With each word she spoke, her surprise grew. She was acutely aware that she had committed the text to memory without error. The book was a military treatise by Lung Muyun, one she had never read before, yet she had memorized it after a single reading. Dad, did I make any mistakes? She asked curiously after finishing. Not a single one, he replied with a grin. Quite useful, indeed. Perhaps I'll procure a couple more for your elder sisters, so they too can have this remarkable memory. Upon realizing she had recited it perfectly, Lang Ningming exclaimed in disbelief. Is it really flawless? How astonishing! Congratulations on completing the beginner's shock task. You've earned a reward of 50,000. Due to her astonishment, Lung Feng had just made an additional 50,000. Go wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon, he smiled. Suppressing her excitement, Lang Ningming resolved to test her memory further at school. By 8:30 a.m., Lung Feng accompanied Sun Sahan and Lin Ying to the Shangshi group. After dropping Lin Ying off, he returned to the company. While Sun Sahan attended a meeting, Lung Feng lounged in the break room, engrossed in his phone. At that moment, he detected a call on Zhao Zongyan's phone. Out of curiosity, he chose to listen in. Once connected, a man respectfully addressed, "Young Master Zhao, I have contacted a professional who can eliminate that troublesome bodyguard for 1 million. Fine, bring him over to see me. 1 million is no big deal." Zhao Zongyan replied nonchalantly, "I'll arrange it and bring him to your villa in an hour." The man chapter 50. I offer you 200 million at this juncture. It was unexpected that Zhao Zongyan remained so arrogant. Faced with Zhao Zongyan's threats, Lung Feng scoffed, "You've already sought someone to kill me. Why should I care about your threats?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Zongyan was momentarily speechless. "Remove the video at once and I may spare you. Otherwise, even if I end up in prison, I will find a way to eliminate you," Zhao Zongyan said through gritted teeth. "I await your attempt," Lung Feng replied, emboldened by the system he possessed, dismissing Zhao Zongyan entirely. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Despicable! Zhao Zongyan roared in rage upon realizing the call had been disconnected. Yet, after his outburst, panic gripped him again. If Lung Feng refused to delete the video, the situation would spiral out of control, ruining his life forever. Suppressing his fury, he attempted to call Lung Feng once more, only to be met with a notification indicating the other party was out of service. Clearly, Lung Feng had added him to his blacklist. Damn it! Zhao Zongyan seethed, smashing his phone to the ground in fury. He paced back and forth, anxiously muttering, "What to do now? What should I do?" At that moment, one of Zhao Zongyan's subordinates rushed in, accompanied by a stoic man. "Young Master Zhao, you must leave the country at once," the subordinate urged. "If you don't depart soon, it may be too late." Zhao Zongyan, realizing the gravity of the situation, suddenly understood. "Yes, as long as I leave the Great Xia, I will be safe. I can live freely abroad. Should we continue with the plan?" the subordinate inquired. "Proceed," Zhao Zongyan directed, glancing at the indifferent man. "I will pay you 5 million. You must ensure he is eliminated." "Agreed, but given your current predicament, payment must be made in full upfront," the assassin replied coldly. Zhao Zongyan swiftly wrote a check for 5 million and handed it over. Just then, the sound of enforcement vehicles echoed from outside the villa. Despair washed over Zhao Zongyan. He knew escape was impossible. "As long as the money is secured, I will surely fulfill the contract," the man in black said, hastily exiting the villa to avoid encountering the law. "I cannot be caught by them," Zhao Zongyan declared before sprinting towards the backyard. The man in black, a professional, had a secure escape route in mind. However, Zhao Zongyan was merely an ordinary person, and the law enforcement officers would anticipate his every move. As he reached the backyard, he was swiftly apprehended by the arriving officers. Feng Qianghua approached, looking down at Zhao Zongyan. "You know why you're being arrested. I won't elaborate further. Take him away." "Let me go. I am innocent." The video and images were digitally fabricated. "That is not me," Zhao Zongyan shouted. Meanwhile, at the Zhao Corporation, Zhao Gaoyuan anxiously dialed Zhao Zongyan's number, but the phone was irreparably damaged, rendering him unable to reach him. Just then, a subordinate entered the room. "Chairman, we have just received news that young master has been taken by the enforcement team." At this news, Zhao Gaoyuan fell silent. He had been so engrossed in business over the years that he had neglected Zhao Zongyan. Initially believing his son to be merely brash, he was blindsided by the extent of his misdeeds. "Has the uploader been identified?" Zhao Gaoyuan asked, suppressing his furious outrage. "A friend of young master just contacted me. He claims it was Sun Sahan's bodyguard from the Shangshi group." "Sun Sahan did this?" Zhao Gaoyuan clenched his fists in anger. "Who gave her the audacity? Get in touch with her." Just then, Zhao Gaoyuan's phone rang. Frustrated, He answered, "Who is this?" "I am Lung Feng. I was the one who uploaded your son's video." Aware that the Zhao Corporation would soon discover his identity, Lung Feng sought to distance the Shengshi group from the turmoil, hence his proactive communication with Zhao Gaoyuan. "So you are the bodyguard," Zhao Gaoyuan exclaimed in fury. "Immediately delete the video and issue a statement declaring it a forgery. If you comply, I will grant you 100 million. Save your money for your own retirement." Lung Feng replied with a cold laugh. "I called merely to inform you that this matter has no connection to the Shengshi group. Your son sought an assassin to kill me. My actions were merely to ensure he faced justice, which is quite lenient. 200 million. If you follow my instructions, I will provide you with that sum, provided you ensure my son retracts the assassin." Zhao Gaoyuan was taken aback by the complexity of the situation. His son had indeed sought a killer. "I will handle the assassin myself. Your son has committed numerous wrongs and must atone for them. Oh, and let me offer you a word of caution. Do not seek revenge for your son, or you will suffer the consequences." With that, Lung Feng ended the call. Zhao Gaoyuan stood rooted in place, unable to conceive of any other means to save his son. They had previously reached out to video platforms, but only a few smaller ones were willing to accept payment. The larger sites had ignored the Zhao Corporation's public relations efforts. Just 5 minutes prior, the incident had surged into the top 10 trending topics online, with countless individuals denouncing Zhao Zongyan's inhumane actions. As a result, the Zhao Corporation's stock plummeted, evaporating billions in mere hours. "Come with me to the Shengshi group," Zhao Gaoyuan said, his expression darkening. He would not surrender so easily. Since Lung Feng was a bodyguard for the Shengshi group, he intended to confront Sun Sihan. Meanwhile, Sun Sihan remained oblivious, engrossed in a meeting regarding Zhao Zongyan's affairs. Half an hour later, Zhao Gaoyuan arrived at the Shengshi group with a dozen bodyguards. At that moment, a secretary burst into the conference room. "What's the emergency?" Sun Sihan inquired, looking at the flustered secretary. "President, Chairman Zhao Gaoyuan of the Zhao Corporation is here." Surprised, Sun Sihan rose. "Zhao Gaoyuan? What brings him here?" "It must be related to Zhao Zongyan," the secretary speculated. "This morning, several platforms leaked a video of Zhao Zongyan's misdeeds, and now he has been apprehended by law enforcement." "Could it be?" Sun Sihan gasped, taken aback by the enormity of the situation unfolding during her meeting. Without a doubt, this incident was linked to Lung Feng. "Where is Lung Feng?" she asked. "In the lounge," the secretary replied. "Dismiss the meeting," Sun Sihan instructed before rushing to the lounge. At that moment, Lung Feng was leisurely playing cards in the lounge, seemingly unconcerned with the online uproar. Just then, Sun Sihan hurried in, exclaiming, "Lung Feng, did you orchestrate Zhao Zongyan's predicament?" Lung Feng nodded. "Yes, that was my doing." "What prompted the sudden exposure of Zhao Zongyan's actions? Has something transpired that I am unaware of?" Sun Sihan questioned. Lung Feng rose to explain. "Zhao Zongyan hired an assassin to kill me." Sun Sihan was taken aback. Zhao Zongyan would stoop to such depths? "No wonder you acted. He brought this upon himself." Chapter 51. Advanced shock reward. Sun Sihan had always harbored a deep-seated disdain for Zhao Zongyan. What initially began as mere skirmishes escalated dramatically when Zhao Zongyan resorted to hiring an assassin to eliminate Lung Feng. It was no wonder that Lung Feng chose to expose Zhao Zongyan's dark secrets. Lung Feng turned to Sun Sihan and inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? Do you all keep an eye on online news during your discussions?" At that moment, Zhao Gaoyuan was making his way forward, ready to confront them. Sun Sihan, turning to Lung Feng, asked, "Does he know it was you?" "That is hardly a secret, as I have previously contacted Zhao Zongyan," Lung Feng replied, rising to his feet. "Since he has arrived, I shall confront him." "Indeed, I stand with you," Sun Sihan declared, solidifying her stance. Lung Feng had only sought to defend himself, leading to his enmity with Zhao Zongyan. Even if it meant opposing the Zhao group, Sun Sihan was determined to stand alongside Lung Feng. Lung Feng smiled at her. She was quite commendable. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have cast Lung Feng aside, unwilling to confront such a powerful conglomerate as the Zhao group on his behalf. Sun Sihan was essentially wagering the future of Shengshi group. "President Sun, Chairman Zhao and his entourage are approaching," He Lin exclaimed hurriedly. Sun Sihan nodded and, side by side with Lung Feng, made her way towards the elevator exit. Soon, they encountered Zhao Gaoyuan in the corridor. Uncle Zhao, your presence is an honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly, Sun Sihan greeted with a smile. Zhao Gaoyuan glared at her furiously and demanded, "Where is Leng Feng?" "I am here," Leng Feng responded with a smile. "I will ask you once more. Will you acquiesce to my demands? We can discuss it. Withdraw the video and issue an apology, and I will offer you 300 million. Zhao Gaoyuan replied coldly. "Give me the entire Zhao group, and I may consider it," Leng Feng countered with a smile. "You are determined to oppose the Zhao group?" Zhao Gaoyuan shouted in outrage. "Blame your son. I warned him not to provoke me, yet he chose to disregard my advice." Leng Feng chuckled lightly. "Sun Sihan, do you not wish to say anything? He is your bodyguard, and I will hold you accountable for this. If you do not persuade him to withdraw the video, I shall ruin Shangshi Group," Zhao Gaoyuan threatened, sensing Leng Feng's unwavering resolve. "Your son threatened me with similar words during his recent birthday celebration, demanding I publicly kiss him and become his plaything," Sun Sihan retorted angrily. "You seek to bully us, but Shangshi Group is not easily intimidated," she declared. Zhao Gaoyuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such behavior from Zhao Zhongyan. With the Zhao Group currently in a precarious position, how could they dare to declare war on Shangshi Group? "As long as you dare to play, I will engage you in this game," Sun Sihan asserted boldly. Zhao Gaoyuan was momentarily speechless. In the peak of its glory, the Zhao Group would not have considered Shangshi Group a threat. However, now, besieged by public scrutiny and a plummeting stock market, they were hardly in a position to threaten anyone. "Your son is tainted. Do you believe you are unblemished?" Leng Feng approached Zhao Gaoyuan, stating menacingly, "To be frank, I possess a wealth of incriminating evidence against your Zhao Group. Should I choose to release it, I can assure you that your group will crumble. Care to test that?" Zhao Gaoyuan's expression turned icy at this revelation. What elite consortium is devoid of scandal? If Leng Feng's claims held any truth, it would spell disaster. "Are you trying to intimidate me?" Zhao Gaoyuan glared at Leng Feng. "Your son once said the same thing, but the reality proved otherwise," Leng Feng replied with a smile. Zhao Gaoyuan fell silent, regarding Leng Feng with a frigid stare before finally gritting his teeth. "Delete the information you possess, and let us avoid further conflict. As long as you refrain from provoking me, we shall coexist peacefully. However, should you engage in any underhanded tactics, I assure you that your Zhao Group will become a relic of history," Leng Feng warned. Zhao Gaoyuan clenched his fists in anger. "You are ruthless." Despite his vast wealth, he dared not confront Leng Feng directly. After expressing his fury, he turned and stormed away. "Do you truly possess incriminating evidence against the Zhao Group?" Sun Sihan inquired softly once Zhao Gaoyuan had departed. Leng Feng chuckled. "I have yet to investigate, but the Zhao Group is undoubtedly compromised. Hence their hesitation to gamble." Sun Sihan nodded. "In business, how many are truly innocent? Even we at Shangshi Group cannot claim to be blameless. Your acknowledgement suggests that Shangshi Group has not crossed any significant lines," Leng Feng remarked with a smile. "Return now. The Zhao Group is too preoccupied to challenge you." As the crowd dispersed, Leng Feng was greeted by the long-awaited system reward. "Congratulations on triggering the advanced shock reward. You have acquired a 40% stake in the Marriott Hotel. The relevant contract has been sent to your system package. Please retrieve and sign it." This time, it was Leng Feng who was taken aback. The Marriott Hotel is one of the most luxurious 5-star establishments in Hangzhou, and this reward amounted to a significant equity stake. What does a 40% share signify? How much equity does the chairman of the Marriott Hotel possess? Hastily, Leng Feng returned to the lounge and utilized his ultra-smartphone to research the Marriott Hotel. Earlier that day, the 3 major shareholders of the hotel had united to divest their holdings, all acquired by a mysterious buyer, presumably the source of Leng Feng's astonishing reward. Public records indicated that the Marriott Hotel had 6 partners. Among them, Chairman Chen Wanhao held a 35% stake, while the remaining 65% was distributed among the other 5. With 3 shareholders having sold their stakes, Leng Feng had acquired 40%. In other words, Leng Feng had become the largest shareholder of the Marriott Hotel. The remaining 2 shareholders held 10 and 15%, respectively. Finding the lounge empty, Leng Feng retrieved the documents from the system repository. These papers were the equity transfer documents for the Marriott Hotel, already signed by the sellers. Now, only Lung Feng's signature was needed to finalize the transfer of ownership. He quickly procured a black pen and affixed his name to the documents. The Marriott Hotel was valued at no less than 10 billion, and now, Lung Feng had become its predominant owner. Please proceed to the Marriott Hotel promptly to complete the subsequent formalities. The system chimed as Lung Feng finished signing. Chapter 52. The astonished Li Chuan. Although the equity transfer contract had been signed, Lung Feng still needed to complete several tedious tasks to become a genuine shareholder. Unfamiliar with these matters, he sought the assistance of a professional lawyer. Fortunately, Shangshe Group had its own legal team, so Lung Feng did not need to look elsewhere. After gathering the necessary documents into a file, he proceeded to Sun Sihan's office. President Sun, may I borrow someone for personal matters? Lung Feng approached Sun Sihan with a smile. Borrow someone? Who? Sun Sihan inquired curiously. I need someone from the legal department to assist me with a few tasks. Lung Feng explained. What tasks? Let me see who would be suitable, she asked. With a grin, Lung Feng replied, I purchased something and need to follow up on the subsequent procedures. Sun Sihan's curiosity piqued further. What exactly did you buy that requires legal follow-up? The equity of the Marriott Hotel, Lung Feng stated. What? The equity of the Marriott Hotel? Sun Sihan exclaimed in shock. How much did you acquire? 40%, he said, handing over the equity transfer document with a smile. I am not well versed in the follow-up processes, so I am borrowing someone knowledgeable to assist me. Rest assured, I will cover any additional fees if necessary. You are the mysterious buyer, Sun Sihan realized. The transfer of equity in the Marriott Hotel had attracted numerous onlookers, and even she had sent people to compete for it. She never expected that Lung Feng had purchased it. The 40% stake was worth at least 400 million yuan. How could Lung Feng be so wealthy? Yet he still claimed to be poor every day? It was astonishing that such a wealthy individual was fixated on her modest bonuses. Why would someone with such riches choose to work as a bodyguard in her company? What was his motive? Congratulations! You have triggered the initial shock task and received a reward of 100,000 yuan, he said, chuckling. Well, I suppose, Lung Feng responded, amused by Sun Sihan's astonished expression. Sun Sihan fell silent for a time, and after 5 minutes, she managed to compose herself and asked, Please tell me, who exactly are you? You can purchase something worth 4 to 500 million with ease, yet you choose to work as my bodyguard? President Sun, are you planning to fire me? Lung Feng feigned a hurt expression. When did I say I would fire you? I am merely curious about your identity, Sun Sihan replied, unwilling to let such a talent slip away. Other matters are inconsequential. I remain your humble bodyguard, he reassured her. Seeing that Lung Feng was reluctant to divulge more, Sun Sihan ceased her inquiries. She reviewed the equity contract and then returned it to the file. Would you consider giving me 20%? Sun Sihan smiled sweetly. I can offer you 10 million as a reward for your hard work. Or I could invest this 40% equity into Shangshe Group. Lung Feng suggested with a smile. I cannot make that decision alone. I will discuss it with my father when he returns, Sun Sihan said before picking up the office phone and dialing the legal department. Director Liu, please send Xiao Li to my office. In less than 5 minutes, a stunning young woman in a professional outfit entered. With a stylish bob and glasses, she exuded an air of intellectual beauty. President Sun, you called for me? Li Chuan greeted with a clear voice. This is Lung Feng. You should be acquainted with him, Sun Sihan indicated. Li Chuan nodded. President Sun's personal bodyguard and rumored boyfriend. Ahem. Let us omit the latter part. In summary, he is merely a shield, Sun Sihan joked, fostering a relaxed atmosphere among her employees. Understood, Li Chuan replied with a smile. This is Li Chuan, a master's degree holder in law and an elite member of our legal department. Sun Sihan introduced her to Lung Feng. Lung Feng extended his hand to Li Chuan with a smile. Hello, I will be relying on you this afternoon. Li Chuan shook his hand and asked, What is the matter? Are you facing any legal disputes? He has purchased 40% equity in the Marriott Hotel. I need you to assist him with the subsequent procedures, Sun Sihan stated, feeling a sense of disbelief. It was hard to fathom that her bodyguard had acquired such a significant stake in a 5-star hotel. Although she was the president of Shangshur Group, her personal wealth amounted to only a few tens of millions. The notion of a bodyguard being wealthier than his employer was utterly absurd. The Marriott Hotel. Li Churan gasped. Can't be the five-star Marriott, right? Indeed it is. Lung Feng smiled. Li Churan was momentarily speechless, and after a pause, she turned to Sun Sahan and asked, President Sun, this isn't a joke, is it? I wish it were, Sun Sahan replied, feeling vexed. Li Churan gazed at Lung Feng in astonishment and finally asked, Are you still in need of a legitimate girlfriend? I could use some sponsorship. Due to Li Churan's shock, Lung Feng received another cash reward from the system. He recognized her jest and chose not to take it to heart. This matter should remain confidential. Only the three of us need to be aware, understood? Lung Feng instructed. I understand. Li Churan nodded. Shall we go now? Let us have the company's complimentary lunch first. Then we can proceed, Lung Feng suggested with a smile. Tonight, I will treat you to a lavish dinner. Very well. I shall return to work and perhaps have a cup of tea to calm my nerves, Li Churan said, exiting with a look of disbelief. A bodyguard so affluent. What could possibly motivate him to remain in that role? Was it his intention to pursue Sun Sahan? Was the shield meant to become something more, to win her heart? Various thoughts swirled in Li Churan's mind. If Lung Feng and Sun Sahan were indeed unrelated, she would genuinely consider pursuing him. Though not conventionally handsome, he possessed a certain charm. Most importantly, he was not only capable but also incredibly wealthy. It was only natural for Li Churan to entertain such thoughts. What girl wouldn't desire a perfect partner? Presently, Lung Feng epitomized perfection. If this news were to spread, the single women in the company would surely swarm around you, Sun Sahan laughed. Thus, it is imperative that they remain unaware. I prefer to be a quiet and handsome man, Lung Feng replied, grinning with pride. Did you truly mean what you said earlier? Are you genuinely considering investing in our group with that equity? Sun Sahan straightened in her seat and addressed Lung Feng. If you are serious, I will call my father shortly to discuss his opinion. Do you believe it to be worthwhile? Lung Feng inquired. Sun Sahan pondered carefully before explaining. For our group, it would certainly be advantageous. It would enhance our stock price and facilitate our expansion into the chain hotel industry. However, for you, it would merely be an investment. As a publicly listed company, any issues that arise with Shangshur Group could adversely affect you as well. Controlling your own stake would significantly mitigate risks, allowing you to simply enjoy the dividends each year. Chapter 53. This is my family's hotel. After finishing lunch, Lung Feng departed from the company with Li Churan. Upon stepping out of the company gates, Lung Feng took out his phone and said, I will summon a ride. I have a car. There's no need for that. Li Churan replied. All right, I shall fill it up with gas. Lung Feng responded. Li Churan chuckled. Mine is an electric vehicle. No need for gas. Just treat me to a lavish dinner tonight. Consider it done, Lung Feng replied with a smile. Once they settled into Li Churan's car, they set off towards the Marriott Hotel. As they drove, Li Churan smiled and asked, May I inquire about a piece of gossip? After a moment's contemplation, Lung Feng smiled and said, Are you curious why I chose to be a bodyguard? Li Churan nodded with amusement. You possess such wealth. There's no necessity for you to be a bodyguard. Are you perhaps enamored with our general manager's son? I simply enjoy the profession of being a bodyguard. It is not motivated by any pursuit of general manager's son, Lung Feng replied with a grin. Besides, I have a daughter. Do you think general manager's son would want to be a stepmother? You're divorced? Li Churan exclaimed in surprise. You seem so perfect. I never imagined you would have been divorced. A hint of sorrow crossed Lung Feng's face. My wife has passed away. It was not a divorce. I am so sorry. Li Churan quickly apologized upon hearing this. It is all right. Birth, aging, illness, and death are inevitable parts of life, Lung Feng stated. As they chatted casually, they arrived at the Marriott Hotel. The Marriott is a landmark in Hangzhou, renowned for its architectural style and opulence. According to Lung Feng's findings, the hotel's annual profit ranges between 20 to 40 million, meaning he would receive a profit share of 5 million each year. Additionally, he holds a 40% stake in the hotel. Entering the hotel lobby, Lung Feng approached the front desk and inquired, Excuse me, which floor is the chairman's office on? Do I need an appointment? The receptionist politely responded, May I ask if you have an appointment? The matter I wish to address should not require an appointment. Just as Ling Feng was about to clarify his intentions, a mocking voice interjected. No appointment needed? Do enlighten me about your business here. Turning around, Ling Feng saw a young man approaching with an air of arrogance. Young Master Chun, the receptionist greeted the young man hastily. You are Chun Wanhao's son? Ling Feng asked. My father's name is not something you can casually use. Chun Xiangyu replied coldly. Let me make it clear. If you wish to see my father, an appointment is mandatory. No appointment, no entry. You hardly hold any authority in this hotel, do you? Ling Feng retorted. Chun Xiangyu burst into laughter. This is my family's hotel. If I lack authority, then who does? Ling Feng chose not to engage further with Chun Xiangyu. Turning to Li Chuan, you are the professional. Why don't you handle this? Li Chuan nodded and stepped forward to address the receptionist. I am Mr. Ling Feng's legal representative. We are here to finalize the subsequent steps of a stock transfer. Mr. Ling has acquired a 40% stake in the Marriott Hotel, making him the largest shareholder. I believe that qualifies him to bypass the appointment. What? The receptionist was taken aback, never having anticipated that the young man before her was the new majority shareholder of the Marriott Hotel. Chun Xiangyu's expression shifted dramatically. His father only held 35%. This young man had acquired 40%? I will contact the chairman immediately, the receptionist said, hurriedly dialing Chun Wanhao's number. Listen carefully. This hotel does not belong solely to your father, Chun Wanhao. Although you are his son, you wield no power here, so do not flaunt your status. Ling Feng addressed Chun Xiangyu. You! Chun Xiangyu seethed with anger but dared not retaliate against Ling Feng. The ability to purchase 40% of the Marriott Hotel meant Ling Feng's status far surpassed that of this young heir. Please, follow me. I will escort you upstairs, the receptionist said, leading the way. Ling Feng disregarded Chun Xiangyu and followed the receptionist into the elevator. Soon they arrived at the executive floor. As the elevator doors opened, a beautiful woman awaited outside. Hello, I am the chairman's secretary. My surname is Zhang. Zhang Binglu had already been informed of Ling Feng's identity and, in the presence of the major shareholder, was careful not to act arrogantly. Surprise flickered in Zhang Binglu's eyes. She had expected the new major shareholder to be a seasoned businessman, not a youth. In her mind, she had already labeled Ling Feng as a wealthy second-generation heir. Hello? Ling Feng greeted with a smile. Please follow me, Zhang Binglu said, noting Ling Feng's amiable demeanor, which suggested he was easy to converse with. Under her guidance, Ling Feng and Li Chuan entered the chairman's office. Inside, a stern middle-aged man was engrossed in his work. This man was Chun Wanhao, the founder and chairman of the Marriott Hotel. Upon noticing Ling Feng and Li Chuan's entrance, Chun Wanhao smiled. Forgive my lack of a formal greeting. Please accept my apologies. Chairman Chun, you are too kind, Ling Feng replied with a smile. I did not expect our mysterious buyer to be a young talent, Chun Wanhao remarked, surprised by the youthfulness of the buyer. Chairman, here is Mr. Ling Feng's stock transfer contract, Li Chuan said, presenting the documents to Chun Wanhao. After glancing at the transfer contract, Chun Wanhao instructed Zhang Binglu, Secretary Zhang, please notify the legal department to come over for a discussion. Zhang Binglu left the room, and Chun Wanhao turned to Ling Feng, saying, Mr. Ling, let us enjoy a cup of tea while we leave the remaining matters to the professionals. Taking a seat in the reception area, Chun Wanhao inquired, what tea would you like, Mr. Ling? Anything will suffice, Ling Feng replied with a smile. I am not well versed in tea. This is a premium Maojian, freshly acquired. I hope you enjoy it, Chun Wanhao said with a smile. At that moment, Zhang Binglu returned after completing her call. As a secretary, she was well versed in attending to guests. She took the tea from Chun Wanhao and began to brew it. Zhang Binglu appeared to have received formal training in tea arts. Her movements were fluid and professional. You are quite young yet already managing such a significant project. You truly are a rising star, Chun Wanhao remarked as Zhang Binglu brewed the tea. One cannot claim to be a rising star. I merely engage in some investments and earn dividends, Ling Feng replied with a smile. The company's development will still require Chairman Chen's careful oversight. Upon hearing this, Chun Wanhao visibly relaxed. With Ling Feng holding the majority of shares, should he attempt to seize the chairman's position, it would pose a substantial threat to Chen Wanhao. Lung Feng's words were clear. He sought only to earn dividends and had no intention of actively managing the hotel. In essence, Lung Feng would not threaten his position as chairman. Chapter 54. The Old Versailles. Soon, the legal department of the Marriott Hotel arrived at the chairman's office. Cold Feng had already delegated the handover of procedures to Li Churan, so all subsequent negotiations were to be handled by her. While Cold Feng and another individual were enjoying tea, Chen Xiangyu walked in. "Xiangyu, you arrived just in time. Come over and meet Mr. Cold." Chen Wanhao greeted Chen Xiangyu. Cold Feng smiled and remarked, "I've already met him downstairs." Chen Xiangyu's expression soured. Previously, he had tried to impress Cold Feng, only to be ruthlessly exposed. Whenever he faced Cold Feng, an overwhelming sense of humiliation washed over him. Noticing his son's awkward demeanor, Chen Wanhao sensed something was amiss. "Is there a misunderstanding between you two?" Chen Wanhao inquired. "Since we're on the subject, I'd like to offer a suggestion to Chairman Chen," Cold Feng stated, unafraid of offending Chen Wanhao as the largest shareholder. "Your son flaunting his privilege at the hotel is quite inappropriate. While he is indeed your son, the hotel is not yet associated with him, and he should not wield any authority here. My father's is mine. Why should I lack a voice?" Chen Xiangyu retorted angrily upon hearing Cold Feng's intention to strip him of his rights at the hotel. Cold Feng smiled. "If you desire a voice, can be arranged. Once your father transfers his shares to you, you will possess authority. Until then, you are merely an ordinary individual in this hotel." Although Chen Wanhao held the title of chairman, he was not the largest shareholder and could not dictate unilaterally. Cold Feng refrained from usurping his power, which brought him silent amusement. Should this matter provoke Cold Feng's ire, he could very well convene a shareholders' meeting to re-elect the chairman, resulting in dire consequences. "Mr. Cold is correct," Chen Wanhao said, turning to Chen Xiangyu. "From now on, you are just an ordinary person in this hotel, not a young master." "Dad!" Chen Xiangyu protested, feeling indignant. It is only within this hotel that he can feel elevated. Now he is being stripped of that right. Chen Wanhao instructed Secretary Zhang. "Issue a notice this afternoon that all employees are to disregard Xiangyu's comments and refrain from addressing him as young master." "Understood?" Secretary Zhang Binglu nodded. Chen Xiangyu shot Cold Feng a furious glare before storming out. "Chairman Chen, I do this for your son's benefit." Cold Feng lifted his teacup and continued. "I presume you are aware of the situation with Zhao Zongyan of the Zhao Group?" "Of course," Chen Wanhao replied. The Zhao Group's turmoil had stirred a great commotion throughout the nation, and as a prominent figure in Hangzhou's business circle, he could not be oblivious. "Your son's arrogance is concerning," Cold Feng cautioned. "If he is not properly guided, any ensuing trouble could jeopardize our Marriott Hotel." Cold Feng's words displeased Chen Wanhao, yet he had no rebuttal. He was well aware of his son's temperament. Although Cold Feng's remarks were harsh, they were not without merit. The Zhao Group was on the brink of collapse due to its current predicament, facing not only turbulent stock markets but also multiple criminal lawsuits. Moreover, competitors were seizing the opportunity to dig deeper into the Zhao Group's scandals, seeking to bring it down entirely. Even if the Zhao Group managed to survive, it would be severely weakened, losing its status as a top-tier conglomerate. If a $100 billion group could not withstand such a blow, how could a singular Marriott hotel? "Mr. Cold speaks wisely. I will take heed," Chen Wanhao said, his expression stiffening with embarrassment. Cold Feng chose not to delve further into the matter to spare Chen Wanhao additional discomfort. "What does your family do, Mr. Cold?" After a brief pause, Chen Wanhao inquired. "An ordinary family," Cold Feng said with a smile. Chen Wanhao found it hard to believe Cold Feng's words. Could an ordinary family afford to invest 4 to 500 million to acquire shares in the Marriott Hotel? Since Cold Feng was unwilling to elaborate, Chen Wanhao refrained from prying further. 2 hours later, Li Churan approached Cold Feng and announced, "It's all settled." Having spent ample time there, Cold Feng stood and addressed Chen Wanhao. "We have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Mr. Cold, would you like me to show you around the hotel?" Chen Wanhao offered. "No need. I will come by again when I have time," Cold Feng replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to Chen Wanhao, Cold Feng and Li Churan departed from the Marriott Hotel. Shortly after Cold Feng left, Chen Xiangyu returned to the office, fuming. "Dad, That arrogant guy dared to make you look foolish on his first day. Why should I feel embarrassed? Don't you have any self-awareness? Chun Wanhao retorted coldly. If it weren't for your own indiscretions, would I have been left speechless? How was I to know he would be the new shareholder? Chun Xiangyu protested. Mind your behavior, Chun Wanhao warned. Our family is merely middle tier in Hangzhou. There are far too many people we cannot afford to offend. Zhao Tsongyan has already been arrested. If you provoke the wrong individuals, I may not have the ability to protect you. By the time they returned to the company, it was already 4 in the afternoon, leaving just an hour until closing. As they walked down the corridor, Cold Fong said to Li Churan, "Let's South meet at Wulin Street tonight. I'll treat you to barbecue." "All right, I'll contact you when I arrive. I'll head back to the legal department first," Li Churan replied. Parting ways with Li Churan, Cold Fong entered Sun Sihan's office. Upon seeing Cold Fong return, Sun Sihan smiled and asked, "Did everything go smoothly?" "Done." Cold Fong replied with a grin. "At last, I have some assets. I won't have to worry about going broke anymore." "Your tone is so ostentatiously Versailles," Sun Sihan remarked. "If I were to go broke, you wouldn't even get a crumb," Cold Fong scoffed. "Have you checked the accounts of the Marriott Hotel? Don't let anyone take advantage of you," Sun Sihan cautioned. Cold Fong chuckled. "I checked long ago, including Chun Wanhao's personal account. Surprisingly, he appears to have no ulterior motives concerning the company's interests. With a partner like you, Chun Wanhao is quite unfortunate. Should he resort to any tricks, he would be sealing his own fate," Sun Sihan mused. After chatting casually with Sun Sihan for an hour, it was finally time to leave work. Cold Fong stretched and said with a smile, "What a comfortable day. Life is truly delightful. Don't say that in front of me, or I'll contemplate reducing your salary," Sun Sihan replied teasingly. "Let us go. I'll drive you home." "I still need to treat Li Churan to dinner tonight," Cold Fong said. "When will you treat me and Lin Ying to dinner?" Sun Sihan jested. "Tomorrow night. I'll treat you to a couple of cups of milk tea at my niece's tea shop opening," Cold Fong replied. In Sun Sihan's presence, Cold Lemon was indeed Cold Fong's niece, a fact he must not reveal. Chapter 55. A conversation outside at 5:30. Lung Fong accompanied Sun Sihan and Lin Ying as they left the company. Upon arriving at Sun Sihan's residential complex, Lung Fong stepped out and walked to the roadside. At that moment, an unsettling sense of anxiety washed over him, as if something ominous was about to transpire. Just then, a vehicle halted directly in front of him. "Oh no!" Upon recognizing the driver inside, a chill ran down Lung Feng's spine, prompting him to leap away without a second thought. Bang! A muffled gunshot echoed, the bullet embedding itself in a nearby tree. Fortunately, Lung Feng's quick reflexes saved his life. Otherwise, that shot could have proven fatal. Clearly, this individual was the assassin Zhao Tsongyan had hired. With one failed attempt, the assailant swiftly drove away, unwilling to linger. Lung Feng exhaled deeply, realizing how perilous the situation had been. It seemed prudent to don the bulletproof vest he had recently acquired. Coldly, he gazed at the departing vehicle, determined to track down this individual. If he were to follow Lung Feng home, it could jeopardize the safety of Lang Ningming. With that thought in mind, Lung Feng hastily retrieved his smartphone. Utilizing his advanced device, he could trace the assassin's vehicle and monitor his movements. After setting up the tracking, he took out the bulletproof vest from the system's repository. It resembled a snug undershirt, deceptively thin for a piece of protective gear. However, facing an armed assassin necessitated precaution. Stepping into a nearby greenbelt, Lung Feng slipped the vest underneath his t-shirt. Having completed his preparations, he hailed a taxi, unaware that he was already being monitored by the assassin. Half an hour later, the assassin entered a modest inn. Having failed in his mission, he opted not to strike again, fearing the attention of law enforcement. This demonstrated the assassin's professionalism. If not for Lung Feng's quick thinking, he would have been a lifeless corpse by now. Shortly thereafter, Lung Feng arrived at the inn where the assassin was staying. Through the surveillance cameras, he pinpointed the assassin's exact location. Standing outside the inn, Lung Feng wrestled with his thoughts. Should he call Feng Qianghua for assistance, or handle it himself? After much contemplation, he resolved to confront the matter directly. This individual sought to end his life. It was no trivial matter. Entering the inn, Lung Feng proceeded unfettered to the assassin's door. He raised his hand and knocked. A cold voice emanated from within. "Who is it?" "I am a staff member of the inn. We received a call from a guest. The previous occupant left something behind," Lung Feng replied. Moments later, the assassin opened the door. Upon seeing Lung Feng, his expression shifted drastically. The assassin had not anticipated Lung Feng's arrival. As he reached for his gun, his consciousness began to fade. Recognizing the threat he faced, Lung Feng had activated his mental control card in advance. "Did Zhao Zongyan send you to kill me?" he inquired. The assassin, now under Lung Feng's control, nodded like a puppet. "Yes." With this confirmation, Lung Feng ceased his questioning. A few minutes later, he departed the inn. Once he left, the assassin, lost and despondent, ascended to the rooftop and leapt off. Though the inn was not exceptionally tall, it stood over 10 meters high. The outcome was inevitable. Lung Feng's emotions were indeed complex. Yet, he felt he had no choice. Such individuals posed an extreme danger. As long as they lived, they were ticking time bombs. Should they escape, they would undoubtedly threaten Lung Ningming's safety. Lung Feng wished to eliminate this potential risk, hence his ruthless decision. This incident marked a transformation within Lung Feng. He was no longer an ordinary individual. He possessed abilities beyond the common man's. Anyone who threatened his and his daughter's lives would face severe consequences. As he walked down Wuling Street, Lung Feng spotted the sign for Wang Yu milk tea from a distance. Upon entering the shop, he found Lung Ningming diligently cleaning with a towel. "Finished with the cleaning?" Lung Feng asked as he stepped inside. "Yes, just tidying up," Lung Ningming replied with a smile. "Hand me a cloth. I'll help you clean," Lung Feng offered. Beaming, Lung Ningming handed him a cloth. The shop was only 7 or 8 square meters in size, and with their combined efforts, they quickly tidied it up. Just then, a call came in from Li Churan. After informing her of his location, Lung Feng turned to Lung Ningming. "Wash your hands. I'll take you out for barbecue later." "Oh, and just a heads up, there's an older sister joining us." "Older sister?" Lung Ningming regarded him with a peculiar look, as if suspecting an improper relationship between him and Li Churan. "This older sister is our company's lawyer. She helped me today, so I want to express my gratitude." "Don't overthink it," Lung Feng clarified. Seeing his earnest explanation, Lung Ningming giggled. "I understand. I think too much. Tonight, you'll be my niece, so don't miscall me," Lung Feng reminded her. "Okay, Dad." Lung Ningming laughed, happily heading to the restroom. A few minutes later, Li Churan arrived, now dressed in casual attire, appearing even more radiant. "I thought you'd invite me for milk tea," she remarked, glancing at the Wang Yu milk tea shop. "It's my niece's shop. It opens tomorrow," Lung Feng smiled. "We'll wait for her to join us for dinner." "Your niece's shop?" Li Churan chuckled. "I'll definitely come to support her tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Lung Feng felt slightly awkward. "Her milk tea is rather pricey. I fear you might complain." Li Churan laughed. "It's just milk tea. How expensive can it be? Maybe over 20? Lung Feng held up a hand. "Close. 50? Li Churan exclaimed, surprised. "That does seem a bit steep." "Not 50. 500. Lung Feng replied with a smile. "And they're limited to 10 cups per day." 500. Li Churan gasped in disbelief. "Are you joking, Fenggo?" Due to Li Churan's astonishment, Lung Feng received a system reward of 10,000. "I'm not joking. Wang Yu milk tea isn't just a name. It truly possesses magical properties that alleviate stress and worries," Lung Feng explained. "Is it really that miraculous?" Li Churan's tone was thick with skepticism. "It's just milk tea. Does it need to be so mystical?" As they conversed, Lung Ningming joyfully returned. 5 minutes later, the three sat in a barbecue restaurant. On the way, Lung Ningming and Li Churan had introduced themselves and were now familiar with one another. Just as they placed their orders, Lung Feng spotted a familiar figure. It was Feng Qianghua. She entered the barbecue restaurant and made a beeline for Lung Feng. In a cold voice, she said, "Let us step outside to talk." Seeing Feng Qianghua, a flicker of unease crossed Lung Feng's mind. "What's so serious?" he inquired with a smile. Chapter 56. Who among you is the wealthiest? Feng Qianghua remained silent, her delicate face clouded with displeasure as she huffed and turned to exit the barbecue restaurant. Lung Feng instructed Lung Ningming and Li Churan to continue their meal while he followed Feng Qianghua outside onto the street. Standing by the roadside, Lung Feng smiled and said, I haven't provoked you. Why such fury? You're the one who dealt with Zhao Tsongyan, aren't you? Feng Qianghua asked, her voice laced with anger. Upon hearing her mention this matter, Lung Feng felt a sense of relief. He had feared there might be a breach regarding the assassin incident. That was indeed my doing. He admitted openly, for it was a truth that could not be concealed. Earlier, he had spoken with Zhao Tsongyan and Zhao Gaoyuan over the phone, acknowledging his involvement. Do you comprehend the negative impact your actions have inflicted upon Hang City? Feng Qianghua retorted angrily. If you provide me with the evidence, I can directly apprehend and convict the culprits. Why must you escalate the situation so dramatically? What standing does the Zhao family hold in Hang City's business sphere? Lung Feng countered. Naturally, they are a top-tier conglomerate, Feng Qianghua replied. With a tone of derision, Lung Feng remarked, once the evidence is placed in your hands, how confident are you in withstanding the pressure from all sides? You should be aware of the influence wielded by a premier conglomerate. At this, Feng Qianghua fell silent. Despite her noble intentions, she was ultimately just a minor player in this vast game. Should this affair be handled discreetly, it would undoubtedly be suppressed by Zhao Gaoyuan's connections. Zhao Tsongyan had committed numerous misdeeds without any whistleblowers, indicating the profound darkness within this situation. I still have guests to attend to. Farewell for now. Noting Feng Qianghua's inability to respond, Lung Feng turned and returned to the barbecue restaurant. Feng Qianghua hesitated, ultimately leaving in a dejected manner, swept away by the crowd. Back in the barbecue restaurant, Lung Feng resumed his place beside Lang Ningming. This barbecue looks quite appealing, he remarked as he picked up a skewer. What transpired? Captain Feng's expression was quite alarming. Li Chuan inquired. Do you know her? Lung Feng asked. I had previously interacted with her on behalf of the company, Li Chuan replied. Lung Feng smiled. It's nothing, merely a misunderstanding, and it's resolved now. Understanding that Lung Feng preferred not to discuss the matter further, Li Chuan ceased her inquiries. Li Chuan, what a coincidence to encounter you here. As the trio chatted, a woman clad in designer attire approached. Her appearance was average, yet enhanced by her makeup. She could be considered attractive. Besides her designer clothing, the woman's watch, handbag, and jewelry all bore hefty price tags. Are you Pangyu? Li Chuan asked, somewhat skeptically. What? Have you forgotten your college classmates? Pangyu's tone dripped with sarcasm. Please, don't misunderstand. It's just that you look so stunning now. I hardly recognized you, Li Chuan apologized. Upon hearing this, Pangyu's expression softened slightly. I heard you work in legal affairs at Shangshi Group? How's the compensation? She inquired nonchalantly. Not bad. Li Chuan replied with a smile. What about you? You seem quite affluent. Pangyu's demeanor grew more self-satisfied. I wouldn't say affluent. I simply found a wealthy boyfriend. Not to be rude, but with your looks, why not simply find a rich man instead of working hard? Earning my own money and spending it feels rather fulfilling. Li Chuan said, slightly awkward. Is it that you can't find a quality boyfriend? Pangyu laughed. Don't say I didn't help you. If you're willing, I can introduce you to some wealthy young men. Just as Li Chuan was about to decline, several young men approached. One young man, wrapping an arm around Pangyu's slender waist, said, Have you run into friends? Pangyu replied coyly, Yes, this is my college classmate. I was just telling her that I should introduce her to you. Though Li Chuan wasn't a stunning beauty, her looks and poise far surpassed Pangyu's. Upon hearing Pangyu's words, the other young men perked up. Hello, beautiful. I'm Lu Chao, said the strikingly handsome young man as he extended his hand toward Li Chuan. Brother Chao's family owns a chain of supermarkets, worth over 100 million, Pangyu added with a smile. Most importantly, Brother Chao is still single. Our Brother Chao is not only wealthy but also treats his girlfriend exceptionally well. He grants any wish, Pangyu's boyfriend chimed in. These young men exuded an air of frivolity, particularly Lu Chao, who appeared to be a notorious playboy. Such individuals often viewed women merely as playthings. Forgive me, but I believe our personalities are incompatible, so there's no need for us to meet, Li Chuan stated bluntly. Upon hearing her refusal, Lu Chao's expression darkened. Pangyu, is your classmate too good for us? He remarked with displeasure. As Lu Chao spoke, Pangyu's expression had already soured considerably. His words further incensed her, and she shot a cold glare at Li Chuan, saying, Li Chuan, it is an honor for you that Brother Chao has taken notice of you. Why act so aloof? Another young man scoffed. Isn't it just an attempt to inflate your own worth? Spend one night with our brother Chow, and I'll give you 20,000. What do you say? Taken aback by their brazen remarks, Li Chuan retorted angrily, you should speak more courteously. This is already quite courteous. Lu Chao sneered. I make the effort to approach you, yet you refuse to appreciate it? Strut around elsewhere. Don't disturb our meal. As a guest of Lung Feng, Li Chuan was not one to be bullied without recourse. Lung Feng spoke up, drawing the attention of all present. Pang Yu scoffed. What? Do you intend to defend Li Chuan? Who do you think you are? Before you play the hero, consider your own worth. Are you sure you can handle the consequences of opposing us? Who among you is the wealthiest? Lung Feng inquired, gazing at Lu Chao and his companions. His seemingly nonsensical question left them all puzzled. Naturally, it's brother Chao, with a fortune exceeding 100 million. Pang Yu declared haughtily, as though that wealth belonged to her. Hearing this, Lung Feng chuckled disdainfully. A fortune of merely 100 million? And you're so boastful? I was under the impression you all possessed fortunes in the billions. How dare you mock us? Who do you think you are? Lu Chao glared at Lung Feng. If you have a more substantial background, I will kneel and apologize. But if you're merely posturing, believe me, I can make you leave on your hands and knees. With a calm smile, Lung Feng turned to Li Chuan and asked, what is the value of my shares in the Marriott Hotel? Chapter 57. Substantial compensation from the Marriott Hotel upon hearing the name Marriott Hotel. Expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of Lu Chao and his companions. Among them, Lu Chao was the wealthiest, yet his total assets scarcely exceeded 100 million. In contrast, the market valuation of the Marriott Hotel stood at approximately 1.5 billion. Even a mere 10% stake in the hotel would surpass Lu Chao's wealth significantly, with a 40% stake worth no less than 500 million. Li Chuan, aware that Lung Feng was advocating for her, responded with a smile. However, the initial shock among the group swiftly transformed into laughter. Lu Chao derisively looked at Lung Feng, stating, I thought you were someone of consequence. Turns out, you're merely a pretentious fool. Do you think we are ignorant? Trying to intimidate us with the Marriott Hotel. Chun Xiangyu from the Marriott is our friend. Did you not know? Lu Chao continued. Chun Xiangyu's father is the chairman of the Marriott Hotel and its largest shareholder, holding only 35%. You claim to possess 40%? That is utterly laughable. If you held 40%, wouldn't that make you the largest stakeholder in the Marriott? Pang Yu mocked Li Chuan, saying, Li Chuan, I never imagined you would become so audacious, lying without a hint of shame. Li Chuan replied with a smile, It is not I who lies, but rather your information is outdated. Aren't you acquainted with Chun Xiangyu? Why not inquire with him? Holding a skewer, Lung Feng interjected, causing the group's disdainful expressions to freeze. Did Lung Feng dare suggest they verify with Chun Xiangyu? Could it be that he was not lying? Li Chuan smiled and said, The 3 shareholders of the Marriott Hotel have sold their stakes, and Mr. Lung is the buyer. As of now, Mr. Lung is indeed the largest shareholder of the Marriott Hotel. Should you doubt this, feel free to verify it on Tianyanka. Upon hearing Li Chuan's statement, the group hastily retrieved their phones to check. Their expressions darkened as they confirmed the shareholder changes of the Marriott Hotel. What Li Chuan said was undeniably true. If the person before them was indeed the new shareholder, they were certainly not to be trifled with. The acquisition of 40% of the Marriott Hotel's shares spoke volumes about Lung Feng's financial prowess. That was a misunderstanding. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave, Lu Chao said awkwardly. Leaving already? Did you not just declare that you would kneel? Lung Feng smiled and responded. One must possess integrity. One ought to follow through on their words. That was merely a jest. Surely, you did not take it seriously? Pang Yu remarked to Li Chuan. I am not that familiar with you, Lung Feng replied coolly. I only joke with friends, and you are not among them. Do not go too far. Lu Chao retorted angrily. Though you may be wealthier than I am not afraid of you. Standing up, Lung Feng smiled and said, If you choose not to kneel, then you may crawl out instead. You intend to confront us? Lu Chao fumed. You think you can take on all of us by yourself? Let me remind you, Mr. Lung's part-time job is as the bodyguard for the president of the Shengshe Group. Even dozens of Zhong Heihu's subordinates could not harm Mr. Lung. Li Chuan smiled. Your numbers pose no real threat. A part-time bodyguard? Lu Chao and his companions found it hard to believe. Such a wealthy individual. And yet he takes on a part-time job? Moreover, as someone else's bodyguard. The president of Shengshi Group is rumored to be an attractive woman. How charmingly convenient. It seems he is merely seeking romantic interests. The conflict between Lung Feng and Lu Chao had drawn the attention of surrounding patrons. As Li Chuan spoke, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Meanwhile, Lu Chao could not help but swallow hard. The incident involving Zhong Heihu had long circulated, and Lu Chao had heard of it. He had not anticipated provoking the legendary figure today. I work at Shengshi Group, and this matter is known to Pang Yu, so there is no need for deception. Li Chuan stated. If you do not believe me, feel free to confront Mr. Long. At this moment, Lu Chao found himself in a precarious position. In terms of financial resources, he was no match for Lung Feng, and in terms of physical strength, he had no chance of winning. However, kneeling in public would be an unbearable humiliation. Do you not wish to save face? Lung Feng smiled. I am not unreasonable. Offer me 1 million as an apology, and I shall not compel you to kneel. 1 million. Is this the life of the wealthy? Demanding 1 million as compensation without hesitation? Lu Chao exclaimed. Is 1 million so trivial? To us, it is a substantial sum, but to a person worth over 100 million, it is no different from 10,000. Indeed, poverty limits one's imagination. Lung Feng's words left the patrons in astonishment, and due to their shock, he received a system reward, this time a spirit pill. Not only were others astonished, but Lu Chao and his companions were likewise taken aback. Lu Chao, in particular, was furious. Grinding his teeth in anger, he found Lung Feng's demand outrageous. While Lu Chao's family was reasonably affluent, true wealth belonged to his father. For Lu Chao, 1 million was no small sum. He would not mind spending 1 million to purchase a car, but parting with 1 million as an apology to Lung Feng was intolerable. What? Can you not even gather 1 million? Lung Feng taunted. Weren't you boasting earlier? Aren't you worth over 100 million? 1 million is nothing. Who says I cannot afford it? Lu Chao retorted angrily. Lung Feng displayed his bank payment code on the table and said, Come on, scan it. Everyone present can attest. This is your apology to me, and I am not extorting you. After Lu Chao spoke, he suddenly realized he had fallen into Lung Feng's trap. However, it was too late to regret. Although Lu Chao hesitated to part with 1 million, he was adamant about not losing face in front of so many people. Bearing the inner turmoil, he scanned Lung Feng's payment code and transferred 1 million. Is it just 1 million? A mere trifle. Think of it as treating you to a meal. After transferring the money, Lu Chao feigned indifference. Did he truly send it? He is indeed wealthy, giving away 1 million without a second thought. Upon witnessing Lu Chao's actual transfer, the surrounding patrons were left in shock. What began as a mere argument escalated into a demand for 1 million in compensation. You may leave now, Lung Feng smiled and said, until we meet again. Fuming, Lu Chao clenched his fists and huffed as he exited. Pang Yu and the others followed suit, their faces downcast, unwilling to utter another word. This money was earned effortlessly. Lung Feng thought to himself, elated that his savings had finally surpassed 1 million. He had intended to tease Lu Chao but did not expect him to be so desperate to save face as to actually make the transfer. Chapter 58. Do you wish to be punished? At 8:30, Cold Maple and his companions exited Wulin Street. After watching Li Chuan board a taxi, Cold Maple and Cold Lemon proceeded towards their home. Father, when did you acquire shares in the Marriott Hotel? How come I was unaware of this? In Cold Lemon's eyes, Cold Maple was akin to a superhero. The purchase of the Marriott Hotel was hardly astonishing. However, Cold Maple had never mentioned this to her, hence her confusion. I just signed the paperwork today, Cold Maple replied with a smile. In a few days, I shall take you to the Marriott for a buffet. Wonderful, Cold Lemon exclaimed. How pitiful for our eldest and second sisters. We shall feast, and they remain oblivious. Should I fly over to greet them first? Cold Maple felt a twinge of guilt for their elder daughters. Not just yet, Cold Lemon quickly interjected. We wouldn't want to frighten them into a heart attack. Perhaps you could subtly remind them to prepare themselves. I shall discuss it with them tonight, Cold Maple agreed. The father and daughter strolled home, arm in arm, sharing laughter. After refreshing themselves, Cold Lemon returned to her room to video call her 2 sisters. When the call connected, Cold Xingyao laughed. The sun rises in the west. Our third sister has taken the initiative to chat. Cold Muyun speculated. Perhaps she fears a surprise ambush, hence the early notification. Is it not permissible to say I miss you? Cold Lemon huffed. TSK, TSK. Do you believe your own words? Cold Xingyao chuckled. I certainly do not. Cold Muyun remarked indifferently. Cold Lemon, exasperated, replied, All right, I do have something on my mind, which is why I sought you out. What is it? Is a boy pursuing you? You need not fret. Simply reject him, Cold Muyun advised. It is not that. Cold Lemon paused momentarily before continuing. I dreamt last night that our father was alive and had returned. Upon hearing this, both Cold Xingyao and Cold Muyun fell silent, their expressions heavy with sorrow. Despite their outward optimism, an innate insecurity lingered within them. At 20, they had become orphans, devoid of parental presence. Are you feeling too lonely? Cold Xingyao gently suggested. Engage in part-time work and occasionally socialize with classmates. Do not isolate yourself at home. Going out is acceptable, but do inform us whom you are with, and call us regularly to assure your safety, Cold Muyun added. What if I told you this was no mere dream, but reality? Cold Lemon ventured tentatively. At that moment, Cold Xingyao and Cold Muyun's expressions froze. Why speak of such things at this hour? Cold Xingyao exclaimed in fright. Do not scare me. Lemon, do not do anything reckless. I shall return home tomorrow, Cold Muyun declared. You must remain calm and not indulge in wild thoughts. Observing her sister's tense demeanor, Cold Lemon quickly reassured them. All right. I was merely jesting. I am not suffering from schizophrenia. You dare joke about such matters? Do you wish to be punished? Cold Muyun retorted angrily. Sister, you have gone too far this time. We shall see how we handle you when we reunite this summer, Cold Xingyao proclaimed before abruptly ending the call. Just wait, Cold Muyun threatened, also disconnecting the video call. Gazing at her phone, Cold Lemon sighed. If our father were to appear on screen, it would surely terrify you both. Perhaps it is best to wait until summer to reunite. The following morning, Cold Maple returned to Sun Sihan's residential complex. However, today, Lin Ying was nowhere to be seen. Sun Sihan had gone to the factory to oversee the production of the scar removal ointment, leaving Lin Ying to taxi to the milk tea shop alone. Sun Sihan was quite invested in the ointment's production. Under her supervision, the production line and preparations were complete. Today was dedicated to inspecting the production line and raw materials. If these passed, they would be halfway to success. Once the regulatory documents were approved, production could commence. The morning swiftly passed, and Cold Maple and Sun Sihan returned to the office for lunch. In the afternoon, Cold Maple sat in Sun Sihan's office sipping tea when he received a sudden call from Cold Lemon. Stepping into the corridor, he answered, Daughter, what is the matter? Father, the milk tea shop cannot open today, Cold Lemon lamented. What happened? Cold Maple inquired. They initially said we could obtain the license today, but I just received a call saying we are missing some documents, and they will not issue it for now, Cold Lemon explained. Cold Maple contemplated briefly before replying. I shall inquire further, and you should gather the tools and materials after school. Understood, Cold Lemon affirmed. After hanging up, Cold Maple accessed the software on his superintelligent phone. Upon investigation, he found that Cold Lemon's license was already processed, and there were no missing documents. It became evident that the other party was attempting to manipulate Cold Lemon for personal gain. Cold Maple bid farewell to Sun Sihan and hailed a taxi to the licensing center. While in the taxi, Cold Maple received a call from Mu Hongyuan. Upon learning that Cold Maple was heading to the licensing center, Mu Hongyuan arranged to meet him there. When Cold Maple arrived at the center, he spotted Mu Hongyuan conversing with a middle-aged man. Upon noticing Cold Maple's entrance, Mu Hongyuan promptly approached him. Young friend, what brings you here? Mu Hongyuan inquired. My daughter is opening a milk tea shop, and they claim we are lacking documentation. So I believe a little persuasion is in order, Cold Maple replied. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man beside Mu Hongyuan suddenly turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Sir, I believe there has been a misunderstanding, he stammered. Please tell me your daughter's name. I will assist you in checking. Cold Maple glanced at Mu Hongyuan, who smiled encouragingly. Just provide him with the name. After Cold Maple revealed Cold Lemon's name, the man hastily rushed to the service window. In less than 5 minutes, the man returned with the license in hand, apologizing profusely. Sir, our staff made an error in the phone call. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Cold Maple understood this was merely a pretext, but having obtained the license, he saw no need to delve deeper. Stowing the license away, Cold Maple turned to Mu Hongyuan and asked, Mu, what was it you wished to discuss? I have an old friend who suffers greatly from internal injuries. Do you still possess those pills? Mu Hongyuan inquired. Cold Maple nodded. Indeed, I do. I shall procure them for you. Young friend, I hope you will accompany me to personally deliver the medicine to my friend. It would allow him to express his gratitude in person. Mu Hongyuan smiled. Chapter 59. Two significant figures. The West Lake Villa District is renowned in Hangzhou. To reside here, one must undoubtedly possess considerable wealth and influence. Although Zhao Gaoyuan is the helmsman of a top-tier consortium, he lacks the qualification to inhabit this prestigious area. Living in the West Lake Villa District is the aspiration of all affluent individuals in Hangzhou. Mu Hongyuan and his old friend both reside here. Lung Feng initially hesitated to come, but Mu Hongyuan's stubbornness compelled him to acquiesce. The car halted at Villa number 6, and Lung Feng and Mu Hongyuan alighted. My home is here, dear friend. Do come over for tea when you have time. Mu Hongyuan gestured towards Villa number 6. Very well. Lung Feng replied with a smile. But we must first visit your friend. I need to return to Shangshi Group before 4:30. Follow me. My friend lives just ahead, Mu Hongyuan said, beaming. A few minutes later, the two entered Villa number 3. Old Hong, are you at home? Mu Hongyuan called out. The villa door swung open, revealing an elderly man with a pale, square face, leaning on a cane as he emerged. Where else would I be if not at home? Hong Tianshan replied weakly. Allow me to introduce you. This is Lung Feng, the one who treated my internal injuries, Mu Hongyuan said, pointing to Ling Feng. Upon hearing this, Hong Tianshan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Lung Feng and asked, Young friend, did you truly heal old Mu's injuries? I'm no physician. I merely possess a unique pill that aids in treating such ailments. Lung Feng replied, producing 6 snow ginseng pills and handing them to Hong Tianshan. If you truly have internal injuries, these should assist you. Come inside and sit. Hong Tianshan eagerly accepted the pills and invited Ling Feng and Mu Hongyuan into the villa. Once inside, Hong Tianshan could hardly contain his excitement as he swallowed one of the snow ginseng pills. 5 minutes later, the pallor of his face had improved considerably. This medicine is remarkable. I feel rejuvenated, and even the pain has diminished significantly, he exclaimed in astonishment. Your voice carries more strength than before. I told you. This medicine is miraculous for internal injuries. Mu Hongyuan laughed heartily. Hong Tianshan nodded, then rose and bowed respectfully to Lung Feng. Seeing this, Lung Feng quickly got up to support him, saying, Old sir, what are you doing? This is not necessary. You have given me a new lease on life. It is only right that I express my gratitude, Hong Tianshan insisted. No need for such formalities. You are a senior, and I cannot accept that, Lung Feng replied, noticing that Hong Tianshan appeared to be around 80 years old. Let us forgo the formalities, Mu Hongyuan chuckled. Why not discuss something more tangible? I did not come here seeking favors, Lung Feng interjected hastily. This medicine is of little use to me. If it can aid you, then it is worth it. Nevertheless, a token of appreciation is warranted, Hong Tianshan pondered aloud. I have an unoccupied villa in the Four Seasons garden. I shall gift it to you as a token of my gratitude. Upon hearing this, Lung Feng was taken aback. A villa in the Four Seasons garden costs over 40 million. This is far too extravagant. He began to refuse, but Mu Hongyuan interjected. Old Hong is even more stubborn than I am. Once he has decided to gift it, you cannot decline. Indeed, Hong Tianshan affirmed, his voice now imbued with vigor. Is my life not worth a villa? Under the persuasive words of Mu Hongyuan and Hong Tianshan, Lung Feng accepted the villa. Hong Tianshan promptly contacted his lawyer to initiate the transfer of the property into Lang Feng's name. Young friend, should you require anything, do not hesitate to approach us. We hold some influence in Hangzhou, Hong Tianshan remarked, feeling invigorated. I do have a matter at hand. I wonder if you two might assist me, Lung Feng said, unaware of the true identities of Mu Hongyuan and Hong Tianshan, yet sensing their substantial background. Do tell, Hong Tianshan encouraged. Lung Feng recounted the situation regarding the scar-removing ointment, stating, I do not seek to expedite the approval process. I merely wish for no obstacles in my path. Even obtaining a license for a small milk tea shop can encounter hindrances, let alone bringing a new product to market. Given his stake in the ointment, Lung Feng was particularly invested in its success. Is this ointment effective? Hong Tianshan inquired with curiosity. Would you like to try it? I have a stronger version that demonstrates results in 5 minutes, Lung Feng offered. Results in 5 minutes? Truly remarkable. Both Hong Tianshan and Mu Hongyuan exclaimed in astonishment. Lung Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is that effective. Hong Tianshan rolled up his sleeve, revealing several knife scars. This sight startled Lung Feng, who could hardly fathom what Hong Tianshan had endured. What is this? Lung Feng asked in disbelief. Old stories, best left unmentioned. Hong Tianshan replied with a smile. Allow me to test your ointment. Respecting Hong Tianshan's desire for privacy, Lung Feng refrained from further inquiry. He applied some of the ointment to Hong Tianshan's scars, stating, "You should see results shortly." As the three conversed, 5 minutes swiftly passed. When Hong Tianshan rolled up his sleeve once more, the scars where the ointment had been applied showed noticeable improvement. Truly extraordinary, Hong Tianshan remarked, grinning. Rest assured, I will assist you with your matter. This bottle of scar ointment is a gift for you, sir, Lung Feng said, handing the ointment to Hong Tianshan. To Lung Feng's surprise, Hong Tianshan shook his head, saying, "These scars are my honor. I intend to carry them with me to my resting place. I have no need for the ointment. Please keep it." Mu Hongyuan added, "Old Hong is correct. These scars symbolize our honor." From their words, Lung Feng began to discern Hong Tianshan's background. Only those who have fought to protect their homeland would regard scars as badges of honor. By 4:30, Mu Hongyuan's driver returned Lung Feng to the company. Upon encountering Sun Sihan, he noticed her expression was one of discontent. "What troubles you so?" Lung Feng inquired curiously. "I need you to accompany me to a dinner tonight. We need to address the approval for the scar ointment," Sun Sihan replied. "No need for that. I have already resolved the matter," Lung Feng stated with a smile. Sun Sihan looked at him in astonishment. "What did you say? You resolved it?" Lung Feng nodded. "I discussed it with 2 influential figures this afternoon, and they assured me they would handle it." "Influential figures? Who are they?" Sun Sihan asked, intrigued. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Lung Feng scratched his head. "I'm not entirely sure who they are, but they certainly seem to possess significant connections." Sun Sihan appeared exasperated, questioning, "You don't even know their identities, yet you refer to them as influential figures? Surely you must know their names?" "One is named Mu Hongyuan, and the other is Hong Tianshan," Lung Feng replied. Chapter 60. Exorbitant Milk Tea. Mu Hongyuan, Hong Tianshan. Upon hearing these 2 names, Sun Sihan's eyes widened in astonishment. You truly do not know who they are? You actually know them?" Sun Sihan asked incredulously. "Congratulations on completing the beginner's shock mission and earning 100,000 yuan. Lung Feng was taken aback that merely 2 names could render Sun Sihan so flabbergasted. "You know them? What is their status?" he inquired curiously. Mu Hongyuan is a retired member of the provincial council. Although he has retired, he still holds immense prestige in this province. As for Hong Tianshan, he was once the formidable general of the provincial military department, with influence rivaling that of Mu Hongyuan. Sun Sihan asked in disbelief, "Did you really spend the afternoon with them?" Lung Feng was equally astonished. He had suspected these 2 individuals were significant figures, but had not anticipated their formidable backgrounds. "Yes," Lung Feng nodded. "You're incredible," Sun Sihan exclaimed, raising her thumb in disbelief. "I must be incredibly lucky to have such a remarkable person as my bodyguard. Are you considering a raise?" Lung Feng smiled. "You're thinking too much," Sun Sihan replied. "I see through it. You don't need this little amount of money from me. Whether you raise it or not is inconsequential." Just as Lung Feng was about to retort, Sun Sihan's phone rang. She glanced at the number and answered the call. Soon, she hung up, excitement bubbling over as she said, "You're amazing. Our approval has gone through. We can start production now. If the salary isn't raised, surely the bonus will be?" Lung Feng asked. "Yes, it must be," Sun Sihan replied with a smile. "By the way, your niece's milk tea shop opens today. I'll give a big red envelope as a bonus." At 5:30 p.m., Lung Feng led Sun Sihan and Lin Ying to Willian Street. "Dad, Cold Lemon called out as she spotted Lung Feng but quickly corrected herself upon seeing Sun Sihan and Lin Ying. Did you bring the license? The similarity between Dad and Bring made Sun Sihan and Lin Ying think nothing of it. Lung Feng had been startled by Cold Lemon's outburst, nearly exposing himself. Handing the license to Cold Lemon, he asked, "Do you need help putting it up?" Cold Lemon shook her head. "No, I'll frame it tomorrow." At that moment, a young couple approached, with the young man asking Cold Lemon, "What flavors of milk tea do you have?" "Currently, we only have Forgetting Worries milk tea," Cold Lemon replied. Her tone slightly conflicted, as she knew these two were unlikely to be her customers, given the exorbitant pricing of the Forgetting Worries milk tea. Forgetting Worries milk tea. The name sounds lovely. I wonder if it tastes good. The girl smiled and asked, "How much is a cup?" "Ahem." Cold Lemon awkwardly replied, 500. "What? Did I mishear? Or did you misspeak? 500 yuan for a cup?" The young couple was utterly dumbfounded. The notion of a 500 yuan cup of milk tea was simply unheard of. Are they trying to rob us? Or are they insane? Sun Sihan and Lin Ying were equally shocked. They believed Cold Lemon had made a mistake due to her nerves. Seeing the astonished expressions on the customers' faces, Cold Lemon turned to Lung Feng with a questioning look. "You didn't tea hear wrong. She didn't tea misspeak. The Forgetting Worries milk tea is indeed 500 yuan a cup." Lung Feng replied with a smile to the couple. 500 yuan a cup? You really dare to ask for that? They scoffed. Exactly. Why not just go rob a bank? The young couple muttered as they walked away. Lung Feng, are you serious? Selling a cup of milk tea for 500 yuan? Sun Sihan asked incredulously. Who would buy such an expensive milk tea? Is this some sort of gimmick? Lin Ying questioned. Lung Feng shook his head. It's not a gimmick. It's truly 500 yuan a cup, and only 10 cups are available each day. Hearing Lung Feng's resolute stance, Sun Sihan and Lin Ying were puzzled as to why he would do this. Aren't you going to change the price? Cold Lemon asked. Lung Feng shook his head firmly. No changes. At such a high price, you probably won't tea sell even one cup, Lin Ying remarked. Lung Feng entered the shop and soon emerged with a piece of paper. He affixed it to the counter, writing the price of the Forgetting Worries milk tea with a marker. Below the price, he added a line. Those feeling down or suffering from depression should not miss out. It won't be long before this place becomes famous online, Lin Ying mused. But it will definitely be for all the wrong reasons. Lung Feng smiled and replied, like Jiang Taigong fishing, only those willing will bite. I don't quite understand your thoughts, Sun Sihan said. Lung Feng turned to Cold Lemon and instructed, Lemon, make 2 cups for them. Cold Lemon nodded and began preparing the milk tea. Meanwhile, passers-by were drawn to the prices at the milk tea shop. Increasingly, people stopped in front of the shop, pointing and discussing. Goodness, did the shop owner forget a decimal point? 500 yuan a cup? Is this milk tea made of gold? Is this shop trying to go bankrupt? Who would be foolish enough to buy at 500 yuan a cup? It must be a publicity stunt to attract attention. Those feeling down or suffering from depression should not miss out? What does that even mean? Could Forgetting Worries milk tea actually help one forget their troubles? It's undoubtedly a gimmick, trying to get famous through outrageous tactics. Miss, is this price written incorrectly? A young man asked Cold Lemon. She shook her head. No, that's the price. Your boss must be out of their mind, the young man scoffed. Cold Lemon felt quite embarrassed at this remark. Just then, the aroma of the Forgetting Worries milk tea wafted through the air, captivating those who had been discussing. The mere scent brought a sense of joy, making the pressures of work and study seem to dissipate. What is this fragrance? Why do I feel inexplicable joy? Could it be the effect of this milk tea? How could a mere cup of milk tea possibly influence one's mood? Amidst the murmurs, Cold Lemon prepared 2 cups of milk tea. Miss Sun, here are your drinks. Goodness, someone actually bought it? Miss Sun, this must be a wealthy person. Foolish people with money, that's what they are. 2 beautiful women, and they can't even see through such a trick. Sun Sihan and Lin Ying curiously took the milk tea and gently sipped. As the tea slid down their throats, an indescribable sense of joy welled up from within. Sun Sihan felt completely relaxed, as if she were in an endless meadow, her spirits uplifted and euphoric. This is truly miraculous. No wonder you dare to sell it for 500 yuan a cup, Sun Sihan exclaimed with a smile. Lin Ying nodded in disbelief. No wonder it's called Forgetting Worries milk tea. It can actually make people feel happy. This is simply incredible. Chapter 61. This matter defies logic. The performances of Sun Sahan and Lin Ying left those around them utterly astonished. Is it truly that delicious? Can it genuinely evoke happiness? Such claims seem utterly implausible. Surely, these two must be shills. Did you see them pay? Yes, I too suspect they are imposters. To have two goddesses sit as decoys is quite devious. The onlookers cast incredulous glances at Sun Sahan and Lin Ying. Can your milk tea truly make one forget their troubles? At that moment, a sorrowful girl emerged from the crowd. Her eyes were red, clearly having just endured a heartbreak. Cold Lemon smiled, saying, "If it doesn't work, I will refund you in full." Upon hearing this, the girl numbly retrieved her phone and transferred 500 yuan. The notification of the payment resonated, stirring the crowd into a frenzy once more. Someone actually fell for it? This time, they had witnessed the payment firsthand, and the girl's sorrow did not appear feigned. She was evidently heartbroken. Cold Lemon was overwhelmed with excitement. This was her first genuine customer. As she prepared the forgetfulness milk tea, many in the crowd began to film her with their phones. Soon, a series of short videos appeared on social media platforms, announcing with astonishment that a cup of milk tea had reached the exorbitant price of 500 yuan. Unscrupulous merchants exploit the pain of depression for profit. Is the 500 yuan milk tea a sign of madness or merely a symptom of market chaos? The short videos needed time to circulate, so the initial uproar was muted. Meanwhile, the heartbroken girl inhaled the fragrant aroma of the forgetfulness tea. Under its influence, she felt her inner sorrow gradually dissipating. "Here is your milk tea," Cold Lemon said, offering it to the heartbroken girl. She accepted the cup and took a gentle sip. As the tea touched her lips, an inexplicable joy welled up from within her. The questions that had plagued her suddenly became clear. Just moments ago, she had discovered her boyfriend's infidelity. She had been tormented by thoughts of what she might have done wrong. But now she realized that his betrayal was not a reflection of her shortcomings. No matter how compliant she had been, he would have strayed regardless. Coming to terms with her boyfriend's true nature was far better than remaining in ignorance. She resolved to become stronger and better, making it clear to him that losing her would be his misfortune. Wiping away her tears, the heartbroken girl took another sip of the milk tea. To her astonishment, the tea had genuinely uplifted her spirits, and the matters that had once confounded her were now resolved. "This is truly miraculous," she said to Cold Lemon. "Thank you. I will return when I am feeling down." With a smile, she departed, leaving the onlookers in shock. Is it really that remarkable? The girl who was recently in despair now walks away brimming with vitality after just 2 sips? This is absurd. Surely, she must be a shill. It cannot be possible for mere milk tea to transform the mood of a grieving soul. This defies all logic. Some debated amongst themselves while others shared the videos online. Astounding! The heartbroken girl drank the overpriced milk tea and forgot her sorrow? Is it a miracle of the tea, or merely the merchant's unscrupulous marketing? You said, "If it doesn't help me forget my woes, I will receive a full refund." Curiosity often drives people to experiment, and at that moment, a notably intimidating man approached Cold Lemon. Cold Lemon responded, "If you possess no sorrow, it will merely grant you a fleeting sense of joy. Only those truly troubled can fully appreciate its effects. Fine, if it can bring me happiness, I shall consider it effective." As he spoke, he paid 500 yuan. This cannot possibly be a ruse, can it? Who knows? The marketing strategies today are unpredictable. Let us see its effects. When Cold Lemon had prepared the milk tea for the heartbroken girl, she had made a couple of extra cups, so she poured one for him and proceeded to package it. Cold Lemon handed the milk tea to the man, who inserted a straw and took a sip. "Whoa! This actually makes me feel happy. What is this sorcery?" he exclaimed, turning to Cold Lemon. "What have you put in your tea? Is there some sort of stimulant or illegal substance?" Cold Lemon chuckled. "You may take this cup for testing. If it contains any illicit substances, I shall willingly accept legal consequences. Here is a certificate from a professional testing agency confirming that it contains absolutely no stimulants." In truth, Cold Lemon had already tested the tea, ensuring it was safe for consumption before opening her shop. "Remarkable," the man said as he took another sip, a genuine smile spreading across his face. "This milk tea truly brings about authentic happiness, akin to suddenly recalling a delightful memory." Such impressive claims. "You must be a shill," someone chimed in. "How much were you paid?" To the crowd's inquiries, the man replied, "If I am a shill, may a car strike me down." The crowd fell silent at his fervent declaration. Could it be that he's not a shill? I'll have a cup, and I, too, shall try one. In this era, there are many affluent individuals. 500 yuan may equate to 2 or 3 days' wages for an average person. Yet for the wealthy, it is merely the cost of a meal. Driven by curiosity, they were eager to discover if the milk tea truly possessed such extraordinary qualities. Apologies, but the forgetfulness milk tea is limited to 10 cups daily, and only 6 remain. Cold Lemon informed the first 6 who had spoken. The rest may return tomorrow if they wish to partake. Wow! Is this a tactic of scarcity marketing? Selling only 10 cups a day? It must be a gimmick. 500 yuan for a cup of milk tea, and they're limiting sales? Aren't they interested in profit? Despite the milk tea being sold out, the onlookers did not disperse. They were keen to witness the reactions of the 6 fortunate buyers. Surely, not all 6 could be shills? Before long, the 6 received their milk tea. As they sipped, their eyes widened in astonishment. This milk tea genuinely uplifted their spirits. How could this be? The anger that had once consumed them now faded away, replaced by joyful memories from years past. This is simply extraordinary. Who would have thought that a milk tea could influence one's mood so profoundly? Chapter 62. Your sister is on fire. The performance of the 6 individuals left the onlookers in utter astonishment and curiosity. While the previous few might have been plants, it seemed improbable that all 6 were. Could this milk tea truly influence one's mood? Many present were eager to sample the worry-free milk tea. However, Lung Ningming had already locked the window and closed the door. "We're out of stock. Let us go," she declared, beaming with joy. She had initially expected to sell none, but to her surprise, 10 cups had been sold so swiftly. Of course, 2 of those were for Sun Sahan and Lin Ying. Excluding those, the rest were genuine patrons. On the very first day of business, she had earned 4,000 yuan in less than an hour. Earning such money in a mere hour felt exceedingly effortless. "Are you really not going to earn more?" Someone stopped Lang Ningming and inquired. With a smile, she replied, "I'm sorry, but we have a daily limit of 10 cups. Anything beyond that one tea be sold." After saying this, Lung Feng and his companions navigated through the crowd and departed. "Is that it?" At this moment, Li Churan caught up with the group. Having previously heard that the price was 500 yuan per cup, she thought Lung Feng and Lung Ningming had lost their minds. However, witnessing the bustling business left her astonished. "Well," Lung Ningming smiled. "I too did not anticipate selling out so quickly. Why limit it to 10 cups? With such a thriving business, wouldn't tea selling more increase profits?" Li Churan curiously asked. Sun Sahan and Lin Ying shared her inquisitive gaze, waiting for an explanation from Lung Feng and Lung Ningming. Lung Feng smiled. "The tea leaves used for the worry-free milk tea are exceedingly rare. If we do not limit the sale, they would be consumed rapidly. By offering limited supply, I only need to operate for an hour each day, which allows me to focus on my studies and part-time job." Lung Ningming joyfully added, "Exactly." As Lung Ningming spoke, Lung Feng's anticipated system reward arrived. With so many people astonished today, the system rating surely would not be low. "Congratulations on completing the advanced shock task. You have received a Frostfire Wolf Cub." Upon hearing this reward, Lung Feng was momentarily bewildered. What on earth? A Frostfire Wolf Cub? Why such a fantastical name? What does one do with a wolf cub? Surely not roast it for dinner? If I were to keep it as a pet, wouldn't that be too perilous? After all, it is a wolf cub, not a dog. Hastily, Lung Feng summoned the system warehouse and found a snow-white wolf cub curled up within. As his gaze fell upon the cub, an introduction about it appeared. Ice-type pet, once bonded, it possesses absolute loyalty. Currently in its cub stage. Ice-type pet? Cub stage? Is this creature akin to a Digimon, capable of evolution? Lung Feng mused. Ningming would adore this little fellow. I shall gift it to her tonight. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to dinner. Let us go for barbecue. Just as Lung Feng contemplated the Frostfire Wolf Cub, Lung Ningming cheerfully suggested, "I'll cover the bill. Today, Lung Feng has been a tremendous help," Sun Sahan declared. "Today is the grand opening of Ningming's milk tea shop. It is only right for her to treat us. You can invite us another time," Lung Feng replied. Hearing Lung Feng's words, Sun Sahan nodded. "All right, I'll treat you all in a few days." While Lung Feng and the others dined, the worry-free milk tea became a sensational phenomenon. The event itself was highly discussed, and thus, short video platforms could not overlook this wave of publicity. Where there is a topic, there follows traffic. With the surge of short videos, new media and news outlets began reporting on the matter. Within just over an hour, the story surged into the top 10 trending topics. The worry-free milk tea had taken the internet by storm. In her dormitory at Kyoto University, Lung Xingyao was engrossed in her studies. Suddenly, her roommate exclaimed in shock, "Xingyao, is that your sister? What's going on?" Curious, Lung Xingyao inquired, "What do you mean? Come quick and see. Your sister is on fire." Her roommates, aware that Lung Xingyao had two identical twin sisters, recognized the third sister in Hangzhou. In the short video, Lung Ningming's likeness was captured with remarkable clarity. "What is this?" Lung Xingyao asked. "They're selling overpriced milk tea in Hangzhou for 500 yuan a cup, claiming it can influence one's mood. It's said that drinking this tea makes one forget their worries and feel joyful. I saw the news. Many believe it's a scam to generate buzz. However, some individuals have posted videos clarifying that the tea indeed possesses magical effects. Your sister is now being hailed as the milk tea fairy and has become an internet sensation." Her roommates discussed animatedly. "A milk tea shop? Where did she get the money to open one? She should just be working for someone else," Lung Xingyao remarked. "That's beside the point. Your sister is famous now. In a few days, once she starts live streaming, she'll undoubtedly rake in substantial profits. Do you think she signed with an influencer agency? Could this be a strategy to promote her? That is quite plausible. Nowadays, influencers rise to fame through trending topics and then engage in live commerce." At that moment, Lung Xingyao's expression sharpened. She thought she saw a familiar figure. Snatching her roommate's phone, she replayed the video. Just then, the camera shook slightly, capturing Lung Feng and Sun Sihan in the frame. Assuming it was merely an illusion, she quickly paused the video. Lung Feng's visage appeared clearly before her. The wedding photo of Lung Feng had always hung in their home, so the three sisters were no strangers to his appearance. After viewing the same photo for over 20 years, how could she possibly fail to recognize him? "Ah!" Upon realizing Lung Feng's identity, Lung Xingyao shrieked in terror, dropping her roommate's phone onto the bed and retreating in fear. "Xingyao, what's wrong?" Her three roommates were startled by her reaction. "It's just a short video. Why are you so frightened? Are you envious of your sister's fame? Ghost. There's a ghost." Lung Xingyao pointed at the phone, exclaiming, "Ah!" Her roommates, hearing the word ghost, screamed and retreated. "Xingyao, don't scare us." Her roommates pleaded in fright. "Ghost? Where's the ghost?" Another roommate asked, trembling. Lung Xingyao opened her phone, revealing that her wallpaper was indeed the wedding photo of Lung Feng and his wife. "Do you see the man in the video? He looks exactly like the person on my phone." Lung Xingyao showed her phone to her roommates. One of them took the phone and began comparing it to the figure in the video. Chapter 63. Do not frighten us. Three roommates, their hearts laden with trepidation, placed two phones side by side. They did not need to compare them deliberately. It was immediately apparent that the men depicted on both devices were indeed the same individual. "Who is this man?" one of the roommates inquired. Cold Xingyao, trembling with fear, replied, "It's my father." "Since he is your father, what is there to fear? He appears to be only around 30 years old." The three roommates were oblivious to Cold Xingyao's background and thus unaware of the tragic accident that had claimed Cold Feng's life 2 decades prior. My father died in a car accident 20 years ago," Cold Xingyao stammered, her voice quaking with terror. Upon hearing this, the three roommates screamed in fright, tossing the phones onto the bed before rushing to Cold Xingyao's side. You mustn't scare us," they quivered. How could a man who had perished 2 decades ago appear at the Wangyu milk tea shop? Could it truly be a ghost? Memories of Cold Ningming's earlier words rushed back to Cold Xingyao, intensifying her panic. Cold Ningming had asserted that their father was not dead. Could it be that she had glimpsed his spirit? Was their father yearning so desperately for them that he wished to take them away from this world? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Cold Xingyao grew increasingly alarmed. Summoning her courage, she approached to retrieve her own phone. Unsure of how to proceed, she decided to call Cold Muyun for counsel. The National Defense University was also located in Kyoto, but due to its strict closed management, Cold Muyun and Cold Xingyao seldom had the opportunity to gather. Although it was already evening, Cold Muyun was still training on the field. Hearing her phone ring, she paused her exercises. Big sister, what is the matter? Your expression seems off, Cold Muyun said, wiping the sweat from her brow as she answered the video call. Muyun, Lemon is being haunted by Dad's ghost. Cold Xingyao exclaimed in a panic. Cold Muyun responded nonchalantly, Sister, are you and the third sister conspiring to prank me? Ghosts do not exist in this world. You cannot frighten me. The third sister has become an internet sensation. There are numerous videos of her on short video platforms. I will send you a video. Pay close attention to the moment the camera shakes, Cold Xingyao stated before abruptly ending the call. Before long, Cold Xingyao shared the video link. Curious, Cold Muyun opened it, and at the moment the camera shook, she too saw Cold Feng's figure. This genuinely startled her. However, Cold Muyun possessed a resilient spirit. She rewound the video and paused it on Cold Feng's image. What is this? Could it truly be a ghost? She pondered, quickly dismissing the thought. Ghosts could not exist in this world. In the video, Cold Feng was engaged in conversation with Sun Sihan and Lin Ying. If Cold Feng were a ghost, then what of the two beautiful women beside him? Were they also phantoms? As Cold Muyun contemplated this, Cold Xingyao's video call came through again. Did you see it? Cold Xingyao asked urgently upon answering. Cold Muyun nodded. I did, but I do not believe it to be a ghost. If it is not a ghost, then what could it be? Could it be true what Lemon said? That Dad is not dead? Cold Xingyao pondered aloud. Cold Muyun shook her head. We have our father's death certificate, which confirms that he is indeed deceased. What do you mean by that? Cold Xingyao questioned. Cold Muyun contemplated. Could this individual be our uncle? We are triplets. Perhaps our father had a twin brother. Could it be that Lemon's dream of Dad not being dead was inspired by this man? Cold Xingyao speculated. Regardless of the circumstances, we must investigate this matter thoroughly, Cold Muyun asserted. I have a senior in the law enforcement team in Hangzhou. I will ask her to look into it. After ending the call with Cold Xingyao, Cold Muyun sent the photo from the video to her senior. Her senior was a member of Feng Qionghua's team and had previously encountered Cold Feng when he came to the law enforcement team regarding Yuanhua's case. Upon receiving Cold Muyun's photo, her senior quickly returned the call. Muyun, what are you investigating this person for? She asked. He might be a long-lost relative of mine, which is why I want to find him, Cold Muyun replied. Hearing this, her senior laughed. I know this person. His name is Cold Feng, and he is the bodyguard of the president of Shangshi Group. Cold Feng? Cold Muyun's eyes widened in surprise. How can he have the same name? Yes. He resides at Unit 301, Building 3, Number 63, Kaiyuan City, Hangzhou. Cold Feng had previously provided his contact information and address when he gave a statement to the law enforcement team. Cold Muyun was taken aback. This address was her own home. A man named Cold Feng lived in her house? What could possibly be going on? How old is he? Cold Muyun inquired again. According to his ID, he is 28 years old, her senior answered. Is the address on his ID the same as the one you mentioned? Cold Muyun pressed. Yes, her senior confirmed. Cold Muyun was utterly bewildered. What could this mean? Sharing a name was one thing, but why would his identification information be linked to her home? Thank you, Cold Muyun said before hanging up the phone. After much contemplation, she could not fathom the situation. Could this Cold Feng truly be living in her home? Would that mean he was cohabiting with Cold Ningming? Suddenly, Cold Muyun recalled that men's shoes had previously appeared in their home. Cold Ningming had claimed they were their father's belongings, and they had not thought much of it at the time. But upon reflection, something felt amiss. After much deliberation, Cold Muyun decided to video call Cold Xingyao. Once connected, she relayed all that she had discovered. Cold Xingyao was equally perplexed. What was happening? A man sharing their father's name, with his household registration even at their home? Most astonishingly, he was only 28 years old? How could this not seem strange? Ultimately, Cold Xingyao opted to call the aunt living upstairs. The conclusion of the call revealed that their uncle resided in their household. But this didn't add up. If he were indeed their uncle, there would be no reason for Cold Ningming to conceal this. Moreover, since Cold Xingyao was the homeowner, any registration of their uncle within the household would necessitate her identification. How could it be that she remained oblivious while this household registration had been established? In a barbecue restaurant, Cold Fong found himself somewhat puzzled. Just moments ago, the system had unexpectedly awarded him 2 instances of the beginner shock reward. Cold Fong could not fathom the source of these accolades. He had not been showing off at the dining table. At that moment, Cold Ningming's phone began to ring. The video call initiated by Cold Xingyao and Cold Muyun. Cold Ningming hurriedly stood and dashed outside to answer the call. Big sister, second sister, what is the matter? Cold Ningming greeted with a smile. Chapter 64. Telekinesis. Cold Xingyao and Cold Muyun wore serious expressions, which made Cold Ningming feel a bit unnerved. Ningming, you've become an internet sensation. Did you know? Cold Xingyao inquired. Ah? Cold Ningming was taken aback, shaking her head. When did this happen? I had no idea. The exorbitantly priced milk tea incident has made it to the trending list. You are famous now, Cold Muyun explained. What? It's trending? Cold Ningming exclaimed, astonished. Is it really that alarming? There is something even more shocking. In the videos circulating online, we saw our father's figure. Does he miss you and want to bring you to join him? Cold Xingyao asked. Cold Ningming's expression changed dramatically. Impossible. Are you sure you aren't seeing things? Ningming, tell us the truth. Is there someone else in the house? Cold Muyun pressed. And no, there isn't. Cold Ningming replied, a hint of panic in her voice. Stop pretending. We already called the aunt upstairs. She said uncle is living here, Cold Muyun retorted. When did you recognize him? And why is he living here? His residency is even registered at our home. You both know now. Cold Ningming thought it absurd that this matter was exposed in such a manner. Now you admit it? That person is indeed our uncle? Cold Xingyao asked. Cold Ningming pondered for a long time before speaking. Eldest sister, second sister, prepare yourselves. What I am about to say may seem ludicrous, but it is the truth. Go on, Cold Xingyao urged. Actually, he is not our uncle. He is our father, Cold Ningming revealed. Dad did not die. He is a superhero guarding the Earth. 20 years ago, he went to the cosmos to combat extraterrestrial foes and has just returned. Cold Xingyao and Cold Muyun were left speechless. Is that really possible? Ningming, we are not joking. Do not tease us, Cold Xingyao retorted angrily. A superhero guarding the Earth? Have you watched too many movies and lost your mind? Cold Muyun added, equally furious. Speak honestly, what is going on? Cold Ningming was frustrated. I am telling you the truth. Why don't you believe me? I witnessed our father using his superpowers firsthand in the park east of our community. There were criminals taking several children hostage, and Dad controlled the criminals' minds, immobilizing them on the ground. Ningming, have you had enough of this nonsense? Cold Muyun shouted in anger. What I said is true. Believe it or not, the truth is out. I am currently having barbecue with Dad. There are others present, so I won't let you talk to him for now. You can chat with him once we get home. With that, Cold Ningming hung up the phone. In Kyoto, Cold Xingyao and Cold Muyun were bewildered. They sensed Cold Ningming was genuinely upset. Could it be true that their father was alive? Yet, Cold Ningming's words seemed utterly implausible. A superhero? Fighting extraterrestrial enemies? What on earth was happening? They could only wait for Cold Ningming to return home and clarify things face to face with their father. Cold Ningming returned to the barbecue restaurant, waving to Cold Fong. Uncle, come here. I need to discuss something with you. Cold Fong hurried over, intrigued. What is so mysterious? Dad, the eldest sister and second sister are aware of your existence now, Cold Ningming stated. Cold Fong was taken aback. How did they find out? When the milk tea incident happened, many people filmed short videos, and you appeared in them. Those videos went viral online, Cold Ningming explained. Eldest sister and second sister recognized you in the videos. They initially thought you were our uncle, but I came clean. What was their reaction? Cold Fong inquired nervously. They said I was talking nonsense, Cold Ningming replied. When we get home, you can video call them and find a way to convince them you are a superhero. Cold Fong felt anxious. He was unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. He had planned to visit his 2 daughters during the summer, but life had other plans. All right, I understand, Cold Fong said, feeling apprehensive. They returned to the barbecue restaurant, and Cold Fong appeared distracted, preoccupied with his thoughts. After finishing their meal, Cold Fong and Cold Ningming accompanied Sun Sihan and Lining home. By the time Cold Fong and Cold Ningming arrived home, it was already 9:30 p.m. Cold Ningming first sent a message to her two sisters before initiating a video call. When the call connected, both sisters were seen on the playground, not in their dormitory. "Dad, come over," Cold Ningming urged Cold Fong. With trepidation, Cold Fong appeared on screen, his voice filled with excitement. "Xingyao, Muyun. It's me, Dad. I'm back." Hearing Cold Feng's words, Cold Xingyao and Cold Muyun were stunned. They wanted to believe it was true, yet reason told them it was impossible. Their father was already 48. How could he appear so youthful? Are you really a superhuman? Can you demonstrate it for us?" Cold Xingyao asked anxiously. In their hearts, they deemed this entirely implausible, yet they yearned for it to be true. If Cold Fong truly possessed superpowers, it would mean Cold Ningming was right. Their father was alive. In that case, they would no longer be the three sisters without support. Mental control was not suitable for a demonstration at this moment, but Cold Fong had previously obtained a power chest. He hoped it would yield an appropriate ability. As Cold Fong concentrated, the power chest began to activate. "Congratulations! You have unlocked a power chest and acquired the limited-time ability of telekinesis." Hearing this, Cold Fong smiled. It was the perfect ability for a demonstration. "Let me show you telekinesis. It's a control-type ability." Cold Fong handed the phone to Cold Ningming and said, "Hold the phone for now." Cold Ningming eagerly accepted the phone, exclaiming, "Dad, you can also do telekinesis?" Cold Fong stepped aside and pointed to the remote control on the table. "I will retrieve the remote. Watch closely." Speaking these words, Cold Fong activated the telekinesis ability card. With a mere thought, the remote control, located 3 meters away, suddenly lifted into the air and flew towards Cold Feng's hand. This scene left Cold Xingyao and Cold Muyun utterly astounded. They stood there, dumbfounded, unable to believe the image on the screen. Was this really a superpower, or merely a magic trick? Cold Ningming was at home, so it couldn't be a trick, could it? She had no reason to deceive them. Yet, it was incredibly hard to fathom. Could there truly be superhumans in this world? Chapter 65 Recognition. Due to the astonishment of his two daughters, Lung Feng was once again rewarded by the system. He received a body-refining pill along with a sum of 100,000 yuan, both categorized as primary shock rewards. Observing the stunned expressions of her sisters, Lung Ningming triumphantly exclaimed, "I told you I wasn't lying. Our dad is truly a superhero. This can be considered a superpower? It must be magic," Lung Muyun said in disbelief. "I also believe it's magic," Lung Xingyao added. Hearing their words, Lung Feng felt a pang of urgency. How could he convince his daughters of the truth? Suddenly, an idea struck him. "I brought back a cub of the ice flame wolf from another planet, and it's a gift for you, my little sister." As he spoke, a snow-white pup materialized in Lung Feng's hands. This little wolf cub was irresistibly adorable, with a blue flame insignia nestled between its brows. The sudden appearance of the cub left Lung Xingyao and Lung Muyun in a state of shock. What is this? A magical transformation? Meanwhile, Lung Ningming was captivated by the cub's cuteness. "Wow, what a lovely puppy. Dad, is this for me?" With a smile, Lung Feng replied, "This is not a dog. It is a wolf. It looks just like a puppy to me." Lung Ningming beamed, cradling the little wolf in her arms and pointing the camera towards it. "Sister, look how adorable it is." At that moment, Lung Feng approached with a needle. Before Lung Ningming could react, he pricked her finger. "Ah, Dad, what are you doing? That hurts." Lung Ningming cried out. "This is no ordinary wolf cub. It possesses extraordinary abilities. You must drop your blood to establish a bond, and then it will be loyal to you and heed your commands." As he spoke, he held the cub close and let a drop of Lung Ningming's blood fall onto the wolf cub's insignia. Before the watchful eyes of the 3 girls, the insignia radiated a blue glow, and Lung Ningming's blood was absorbed. This scene left Lung Xingyao and Lung Muyun utterly astonished. Is this truly not magic? At that moment, they had begun to believe that Lung Feng was indeed a superhuman, yet a lingering disbelief remained within them. Just then, the ice flame wolf cub emitted soft whimpers. To her astonishment, Lung Ningming realized she could sense the cub's thoughts. It was hungry. "Dad, it's hungry. What should we feed it? We have milk at home. Let us give it some milk," Lung Feng suggested. Hurriedly, Lung Ningming fetched a dish and poured milk into it. Lung Feng placed the ice flame wolf cub in front of the dish, and it opened its sleepy eyes and began to drink. "Wow, it's so adorable. Lung Ningming had always loved small animals, but her mother had been too exhausted to take on the burden of a pet, so she had never owned one. Now, with such a delightful little creature, her joy knew no bounds. Seeing this, Lung Xingyao and Lung Muyun were filled with envy. "Are you really our dad?" Lung Xingyao asked, her tone still laced with skepticism. "Indeed, I am your father," Lung Feng replied into the phone. "Did you really go to fight off alien enemies?" Lung Muyun inquired. Having previously spun this tale, Lung Feng had no choice but to continue the ruse. "Yes, I didn't expect it would take 20 years. To conceal my identity, they arranged for me to be declared dead." Although Lung Feng's explanation was far-fetched, following his display of telekinesis and the spontaneous appearance of the ice flame wolf cub, Lung Xingyao and Lung Muyun began to accept his words. Overwhelmed with emotion, the two daughters could not help but shed tears, realizing their father was indeed alive. Witnessing their tears brought a bittersweet pang to Lung Feng's heart, and he too felt tears welling in his eyes. After conversing with his daughters for an extended period, they reluctantly ended the call when it was time for them to return to their dormitory. Lung Feng was elated to have reunited with his daughters, eagerly anticipating their family's reunion during the summer break. However, a wave of sorrow washed over him as he realized that their family was still incomplete without his wife. How wonderful it would be if she could also be reborn. Alas, such a thought felt far too unrealistic. After washing up, Lung Ningming joyfully carried the ice flame wolf cub into her room. Lung Feng consumed a body-refining pill and soon fell asleep. The following morning, Lung Feng prepared millet porridge, along with roasted sausages and fried eggs. In addition to Lung Feng and Lung Ningming's breakfast, there was also a portion for Bebe, the ice flame wolf cub, named by Lung Ningming. Lung Ningming snapped a photo of the breakfast and shared it in their family group chat, where Lung Feng had now become a member. "Ningming, are you trying to tease us? Do you dare to call Dad to come to Kyoto and join us?" Lung Xingyao sent a voice message. "I second that," Lung Muyun typed. "No way. I want Dad to stay with me in Hangzhou," Lung Ningming protested. After sending her message, Lung Ningming shared another photo of Bebe eating, exclaiming, "Look how cute Bebe is. I adore it so much." Just then, a red envelope appeared in the group chat. It was sent by Lung Feng. "Thank you for the red envelope, Dad," Lung Muyun typed. "I snagged 80. I can have chicken legs for lunch today," Lung Xingyao remarked. "Ugh, I only got 30. Lung Ningming lamented. "Serves you right for showing off," Lung Muyun teased. "Have you both had breakfast yet?" Lung Feng inquired in the group chat. "We're going to the cafeteria soon," Lung Muyun replied. "The food at the National Defense University is quite good. The cafeteria at Kyoto University is just average. I envy you. I'll visit you in Kyoto with Ningming during the summer break and treat you to a feast," Lung Feng promised. "Looking forward to it," Lung Xingyao replied in a voice message. "Dad, now that you're a bodyguard, your combat skills must be exceptional. Let us practice together sometime," Lung Muyun suggested. "Second sister, are you asking for punishment? Dad could easily take on dozens of opponents," Lung Ningming chimed in. "Muyun, I'll send you some pills. Take them before you sleep at night. They will enhance your physique and greatly benefit your combat training," Lung Feng offered, referring to the body-refining pills. Having personally experienced the effects of the body-refining pill, Lung Feng was well aware of its efficacy. The pill could refine one's physical constitution without any adverse effects on the body. "Dad's pills are amazing. I took one before, and now I have an exceptional memory," Lung Ningming said. "An exceptional memory? Is that for real?" Lung Xingyao asked incredulously. As Lung Feng and Lung Ningming enjoyed their breakfast, they continued chatting with their daughters in the group chat. After finishing their meal, Lung Feng took a taxi to Sun Sihan's apartment, still wearing a blissful smile as he interacted with his daughters online. Chapter 66. The spokesperson, even while seated in the passenger seat beside Sun Sihan, Lung Feng wore a blissful expression as he engaged in conversation. His demeanor left both Sun Sihan and Lin Ying perplexed. "Lung Feng, have you fallen in love?" Lin Ying inquired curiously. Lung Feng shook his head in confusion. "No, why do you ask?" "That smile of yours resembles that of a man deeply in love," Lin Ying remarked. "Really?" Lung Feng retorted. Sun Sihan nodded in agreement. "It indeed resembles it. I am not in love. I merely find it amusing that my niece has become an internet sensation." Lung Feng fabricated a reason. "It is rather amusing," Sun Sihan replied while driving. I glanced at it this morning, and the keyword outrageously priced milk tea has already topped the headlines. Tonight, Wulin Street will undoubtedly be bustling, Lin Ning added. There are all sorts of claims online, including allegations that your milk tea contains banned substances, specifically stimulants, Sun Sahan stated. Lung Feng shrugged nonchalantly. As long as I am upright, I have nothing to fear. Even if tested, I would not be concerned. Your niece has certainly become a celebrity on campus, Lin Ning remarked. As Lin Ning had predicted, Lung Ningming was indeed surrounded by students from Hangzhou University. Many of these students were into live streaming, and now that Lung Ningming had gained popularity, they all sought to bask in her glow. This left Lung Ningming quite distressed. Upon arriving at the company, Lung Feng first sought a small box. He placed 2 body-refining pills inside and then arranged for a courier to send them to Lung Muyun. Lung Muyun, studying martial arts at the National Defense University, had high demands for physical fitness. With the aid of these 2 pills, her physical performance would surely excel. Just as he dispatched the package, Sun Sahan approached him. Lung Feng, come with me for a moment, she said. Lung Feng smiled and followed her outside. Upon reaching the entrance of the company, a security guard approached and handed him a package, saying, Brother Feng, I forgot to give you this yesterday. Lung Feng thanked him and opened the package, revealing a driver's license. Your driver's license has arrived? Sun Sahan exclaimed with a smile. Lung Feng nodded. I am now a licensed driver. From now on, you can drive, Sun Sahan said, handing him the car keys. Once inside the vehicle, Lung Feng asked, Where to? To the Hangzhou film base. Today, I have an appointment with the popular star Song Yunyun, Sun Sahan replied. As they set off, Sun Sahan asked Lung Feng, Do you think Song Yunyun would be suitable as the spokesperson for our scar cream? I'm afraid I don't know Song Yunyun, so I can't provide an opinion at this moment, Lung Feng replied. What? You don't know Song Yunyun? Sun Sahan exclaimed in astonishment. Are you perhaps part of a new generation? A star like Song Yunyun, and you're unfamiliar with her? 2 years ago, she debuted and quickly rose to fame with her stunning looks and exceptional acting skills. Over the past 2 years, the dramas she starred in have been immensely popular, further elevating her status. To put it bluntly, Song Yunyun is currently the most celebrated actress. It is indeed astonishing that Lung Feng, as a man, is unaware of her. Congratulations on completing the primary shock task. You have earned a reward of 50,000 yuan. Lung Feng chuckled. Is this really a trigger for rewards? An hour later, Lung Feng and Sun Sahan arrived at the Hangzhou film base. Numerous film crews were busy shooting productions. Throughout the journey, Sun Sahan introduced various stars to Lung Feng, yet he remained largely indifferent. After walking for 20 minutes, they encountered another film crew. Do you see that beautiful woman in the white gown? That is Song Yunyun, Sun Sahan pointed out. Lung Feng glanced over and indeed found Song Yunyun to be quite beautiful. Dressed in ancient attire, she exuded charm. She is indeed impressive. But I believe you are more attractive, Lung Feng remarked to Sun Sahan. Upon hearing this, Sun Sahan laughed joyfully. Are you trying to flirt with me? Is it considered flirting to speak the truth? Lung Feng replied, If that is the case, I retract my previous statement. I will contact her manager, Sun Sahan said with a smile as she took out her phone to make a call. Soon, a woman in her mid-30s approached them. Are you Miss Sun? She inquired. Sun Sahan nodded. Hello, I am Sun Sahan. I am Yunyun's manager, Jin Qing. Yunyun is still filming. Let us discuss over there, Jin Qing smiled. Under Jin Qing's guidance, Lung Feng and Sun Sahan moved to a nearby resting area and took a seat. After settling in, Jin Qing stated, Miss Sun, if I may be frank, Yunyun is currently only accepting endorsements from major brands, and the cosmetics from Shengshe Group are relatively weak in brand power. Our product is bound to become a bestseller, and collaborating would result in a mutually beneficial situation. Sun Sahan understood Jin Qing's implication. She was attempting to leverage this opportunity to increase the endorsement fee. It is good to see Miss Sun is confident, but as a manager, I must consider Yunyun's interests. Her endorsement fee is 17 million, with a licensing period of 2 years. Can Miss Sun accept this? Upon hearing this quote, Sun Sahan fell silent. Her psychological price point was around 6,500,000, or 13 million for 2 years. Jin Qing's offer exceeded her expectations by 4 million. 15 million is the highest I can accept, Sun Sahan finally replied after contemplation. Jin Qing smiled in response. Miss Sun, please take your time to think it over. Sun Sahan's expression soured upon hearing Jin Qing's response. She did not anticipate such firmness from the other party. Sun Sahan placed great importance on the Scar Cream product, which was why she sought the most famous celebrity for endorsement. Having conducted prior research, she was aware that Song Yunyun's endorsement fee was around 6 million annually. However, she did not expect Jin Qing to raise the price so significantly without room for negotiation. I believe Song Yunyun is not the best choice. Since we cannot agree on a price, let us leave it at that, Sun Sahan said, hesitating. At that moment, Lung Feng interjected. Hearing Lung Feng's words caused Jin Qing's expression to shift slightly as she asked Sun Sahan, "Who is this?" "He is a partner for this product," Sun Sahan replied. Upon hearing this, Jin Qing chuckled. Yunyun is the hottest female artist. Do you have a better option? If I may be so bold, does Song Yunyun have any scars? Lung Feng inquired. Yunyun is flawless, of course. She has no scars, Jin Qing replied. Sahan, this time it's your oversight, Lung Feng said to Sun Sahan. Our product is a scar cream. Seeking someone perfect as a spokesperson is akin to deceiving consumers. I believe it would be more convincing to choose a female artist who has given birth, as our product can effectively eliminate stretch marks. Chapter 67. I am an honest person. Upon hearing Lung Feng's words, Sun Sahan nodded in agreement. Lung Feng's reasoning was sound. Although Song Yunyao enjoyed popularity, having a spokesperson without scars endorse a scar removal cream seemed to lack credibility. Jin Qing's expression darkened. This endorsement was worth over 10 million, and she was reluctant to relinquish it. I'm sorry, I haven't considered this properly. We'll take our leave, Sun Sahan said apologetically. Wait a moment, Miss Sun. Jin Qing quickly interjected as Sun Sahan attempted to depart. In today's market, endorsements require no particular credibility. Popularity is sufficient, and fans will pay for it. I can agree to 15 million, but you must guarantee the quality of the product. Sun Sahan glanced at Lung Feng upon hearing this. Lung Feng smiled. We can agree to 17 million. What? Jin Qing was taken aback. What was this strategy? After all the discussion, was the intention merely to negotiate a lower price? Why was he now acquiescing to her figure? Sun Sahan also looked at Lung Feng with confusion, unsure of his motives. You misspoke earlier, Lung Feng smiled at Jin Qing. When Song Yunyao was 20, she was involved in a car accident that left a scar on the outer side of her thigh, requiring 10 stitches. How do you know that? Jin Qing was incredulous. How could Lung Feng possibly be aware of such a secret? This matter had been kept under wraps. Even her friends in the industry were unaware. Did Lung Feng know Song Yunyao personally? That's not important, Lung Feng continued. As long as Miss Song is willing to allow us to create a documentary about her scar, we can accept the 17 million offer. That is unacceptable. The scar will affect Yunyao's image, Jin Qing flatly refused. Our product can make Miss Song's scar disappear entirely, Lung Feng replied with a light chuckle. Moreover, the documentary will only be aired after the scar has vanished. Jin Qing, intrigued by this statement, asked, You have such confidence in your product? If it proves ineffective, the 17 million endorsement fee is yours. Lung Feng replied boldly, Indeed. Hearing this, Jin Qing felt a twinge of excitement. If it truly worked, it would be of immense benefit to Song Yunyao. They could even use this opportunity to enhance her image as a dedicated professional. At that moment, Song Yunyao finished shooting a scene and had some time to rest. Jin Qing turned to Sun Sahan and Lung Feng, saying, Please hold on. I will speak with Yunyao. After Jin Qing left, Sun Sahan chuckled softly. Did you not say you didn't know Song Yunyao? How do you know so much, even about the scar on her thigh? Lung Feng smiled. I just looked up her information. There was a record of her hospital visit. In your presence, does anyone still have privacy? Sun Sahan found Lung Feng rather intimidating. Now that you mention it, I feel a bit unethical. I shouldn't misuse this tactic in the future, Lung Feng said seriously. Sun Sahan nodded and smiled. Your awareness is commendable. As they conversed, Jin Qing returned with Song Yunyao. Hello, both of you, Song Yunyao greeted them with a smile. Hello, Miss Song, Sun Sahan responded politely. I am aware of the situation and am willing to accept your terms, Song Yunyao stated. Sun Sahan was elated upon hearing her response. Really? That's wonderful. Although the price exceeded her budget, Song Yunyao's willingness to reveal her scar would serve as powerful promotion for the product. Other endorsements merely involved photo shoots and advertisements, which failed to convey the product's true value. Song Yunyao personally testing the product could not be more persuasive. This 17 million was undoubtedly a bargain. I am simply curious as to how you, sir, learned of the scar on my leg. Did we know each other previously? Song Yunyao asked, looking at Lung Feng with curiosity. Lung Feng awkwardly chuckled. I have a friend who knows about it. I heard it at a gathering. What is your friend's name? Song Yunyao continued her inquiry. I don't know his name. He is a friend of a friend, and we only dined together once. Lung Feng smiled. Song Yunyao regarded him with suspicion. Is that really true? Of course it's true. I am an honest person and never lie, Lung Feng quickly assured. Sun Sahan stifled a laugh at his words. When do you have time for us to discuss this in detail? Sun Sahan redirected the conversation. How about 2 days from now? We will finish filming by then. So we will have ample time to discuss? Jin Qing replied. That works. We will be in touch, Sun Sahan said as she stood up. We won't keep you any longer. After bidding farewell to Song Yunyao, Sun Sahan couldn't help but laugh. Turning to Lung Feng, does your conscience not ache? Claiming to be an honest person who never lies. Don't dwell on the details. You should focus on the advertising strategy, Lung Feng replied. Sun Sahan nodded. Indeed, a thorough plan is necessary. Upon returning to the office, Sun Sahan immediately immersed herself in work. Lung Feng, with time to spare, browsed the internet for news about the exorbitantly priced milk tea. According to the comments, 90% of netizens deemed it a publicity stunt. Accepting the notion of a publicity stunt, Lung Feng could tolerate it. However, he was dismayed to see derogatory comments about cold lemon in the comments section. It was obvious this was a calculated ploy. This woman is so beautiful. Who knows how many have slept with her? With that appearance. Shimu Chapter 68. The phenomenon of worry-free milk tea. Ordinary employees would naturally refrain from making phone calls in the conference room. Yet the same did not apply to superiors. When Qin Jun's manager beheld the messages on his phone, his expression darkened ominously. Qin Jun, explain this to me. What do you mean by this? The manager brandished his phone, suppressing an inner tempest of fury. When did I provoke you for you to hurl such venomous insults at me? Qin Jun was utterly perplexed. How could he dare to insult his superior? The colleagues in the conference room wore expressions of astonishment. Was Qin Jun truly so audacious as to publicly disparage his manager? Mr. Wang, could this be a misunderstanding? I have no idea what you are talking about. I would never insult you, Qin Jun replied, bewildered. Take a look at this. Do I have a second Qin Jun I am unaware of? Mr. Wang thrust his phone towards Qin Jun. Hastily, Qin Jun grasped the device, only to find that Mr. Wang's WeChat was displaying a conversation with him, containing disparaging remarks he had made online the previous night. The comments were not directed at anyone specifically. Thus Mr. Wang naturally assumed Qin Jun was targeting him. Mr. Wang, this is a misunderstanding. My phone was turned off. How could I have sent you a message? WeChat does not have a scheduling feature. It must have been hacked, Qin Jun insisted. Show me your phone, Mr. Wang said, beginning to suspect something was amiss. Qin Jun insulting him served no advantage, so perhaps a breach had occurred. As Mr. Wang approached, Qin Jun quickly handed over his phone. Mr. Wang pressed the wake button, and to their astonishment, the screen illuminated. Didn't you claim it was turned off? Mr. Wang interrogated. Qin Jun was at a loss. What was happening? Company policy mandated that phones be powered down during meetings, and he had adhered to the rule. He distinctly remembered shutting it off before entering the conference room. I truly turned it off, Qin Jun exclaimed in shock. Mr. Wang returned the phone to Qin Jun, demanding, explain to me what is going on. Panic-stricken, Qin Jun scrolled through his chat history and was horrified to discover he had sent insulting messages to all his clients. Messages that were simply vitriol he had unleashed online. This Mr. Wang, my phone must be infected with a virus. Look, it sent messages to everyone, even to my parents. I would never insult my own family. Qin Jun pleaded. Mr. Wang examined the phone and his expression shifted dramatically. Many clients were already responding, some furiously threatening to lodge complaints and terminate their partnerships. Qingjin, I don't care whether your phone is infected or not. You need to explain this to the clients immediately, or you're out. Mr. Wang had no time to investigate the truth. Preserving the client relationships was paramount. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Qingjin rushed from the conference room, dialing clients one by one to apologize and clarify. By the time he resolved the matter, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Only then did Qingjin find a moment to contemplate the entire ordeal. Just then, an anonymous message appeared on his phone. The internet is not a lawless realm. Do not resort to insults to find your release. Upon reading this, Qingjin grasped that he had attracted the attention of a skilled internet adversary. Lung Feng merely intended to teach Qingjin a lesson, thus refraining from overly harsh actions. Had he been more severe, no one would have believed Qingjin's explanations. Having just sent a message to Qingjin, Lung Feng received a call from the Lincoln dealership. The car he had ordered had arrived, and he could finalize the paperwork to pick it up the next morning. The prospect of acquiring his new vehicle filled him with excitement. Time flew, and soon it was time to leave work. Sun Sihan, aware that Lung Feng was heading to Wuling Street, decided to clock out on time, even though her tasks remained unfinished. When Lung Feng arrived at Wuling Street, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The street was bustling with throngs of people, and the worry-free milk tea shop was so crowded it was nearly impassable. The atmosphere resembled that of a festive market. Among the crowd, he noticed several reporters and social media influencers, all intent on unveiling the true nature of worry-free milk tea. Many internet celebrities were live-streaming the spectacle. Nearby, a young woman with a trendy appearance held her phone aloft, exclaiming, "Dear viewers, I have arrived at Wuling Street, home of the worry-free milk tea shop. The sheer number of onlookers is beyond comprehension. Even now, the shop has yet to open. I will randomly ask a few spectators for their opinions on worry-free milk tea." With that, she turned to a young man beside her and inquired, "Excuse me, do you believe worry-free milk tea truly possesses magical properties that bring joy? Whether it works or not is irrelevant. I only know that the lady selling the milk tea is stunning. I am utterly smitten," the young man replied excitedly. The female broadcaster awkwardly thanked him and moved on to another passerby, posing a similar question. "This is undoubtedly a publicity stunt. I'm just here to observe," another onlooker chuckled. "I've already spotted several so-called fact-checkers." Though Lung Feng had anticipated the popularity of worry-free milk tea, he was unprepared for the overwhelming frenzy it had incited. This was his first exposure to the formidable influence of the internet. At that moment, Lung Feng received a call from Lung Ningming. "Dad, this scene is quite daunting. Perhaps we shouldn't open the shop today," she whispered. Surveying his surroundings, Lung Feng asked, "Where are you?" "Right by the noodle shop," she replied. Upon hearing this, Lung Feng made his way toward her, spotting Lung Ningming in a duckbill cap, seemingly anxious to avoid recognition. Reaching her side, he smiled. "Let me take you there." "Dad, there are just too many people. Shouldn't we postpone opening?" she said, fear evident in her voice. "Rest assured, with your father here, no one can harm you. If you don't open today, people will surely label you a fraud, and the backlash will be severe," Lung Feng reassured her. Seeing the logic in her father's words, Lung Ningming nodded. "All right then." With a smile, Lung Feng wrapped an arm around her shoulders, guiding her toward the milk tea shop. The area surrounding worry-free milk tea was densely packed, and with no other option, Lung Feng called out, "Please make way, we need to enter to open the shop." At the sound of Lung Feng's voice, all eyes turned toward him. "One worry-free milk tea for me. Make it 2. In an instant, the crowd erupted, clamoring for their own worry-free milk tea. Chapter 69. The chaos outside the milk tea shop. Cold Maple sheltered Cold Lemon as they entered the shop, then turned to face the crowd behind him. "Everyone, please quiet down," he called out loudly. Upon hearing his command, the crowd's attention shifted to him. Once silence enveloped the area, Cold Maple inquired, "Are there any individuals suffering from depression here?" "Yes, my daughter has depression. My son too. I also have depression." Numerous individuals who had come seeking help for their afflictions responded affirmatively. Those with mild depression had arrived on their own, while those with severe cases were accompanied by their parents. Patients with severe depression often harbor a profound disdain for life. Without supervision, they may resort to self-harm. These individuals had been drawn by the news, hoping that forgetting worries milk tea could indeed alleviate their suffering, making the cost of 500 yuan seem exceptionally worthwhile. Does anyone have hospital diagnosis records? Cold Maple asked again. We have them. I have mine too. He heard from 4 individuals. He gestured for them to step to his right and present their medical documentation. After they moved, he addressed the crowd once more. There should be some internet influencers present who are here to debunk this. Correct? Please step to my left. At his words, 5 male influencers who were live-streaming approached. Cold Maple continued, now, I ask all live-streaming influencers to take their places in the front row. What is this? Are we holding a press conference? Someone murmured. It seemed to suggest just that. Have these debunkers been bribed? Another pondered, considering the influencer's hunger for views. All eyes were fixed on the spectacle, curious about his intentions. The presence of depression patients added an unsettling layer. Was this an attempt to validate the efficacy of forgetting worries milk tea? Felt rather contrived. Even bringing hospital proof seemed theatrical. If they were fabricating hospital records for a show, it could lead to charges of fraud. The atmosphere buzzed with fervent discussions both online and on-site. Once the influencers stood before him, Cold Maple declared, normally, we limit sales to 10 cups a day. However, to demonstrate that we are not merely engaging in publicity stunts, we will make an exception today. First, the debunking influencers may inspect the diagnosis records of these depression patients. Of course, you may also seek their consent to verify this at the hospital. Upon hearing this, the debunking influencers eagerly approached the families of the patients. With the event gaining such traction, they couldn't afford to miss out on the spotlight. Without needing a reminder from Cold Maple, they were determined to uncover the truth. I must clarify. Both the depression patients and the influencers will need to pay for their milk tea. We will not be offering complimentary drinks, Cold Maple smiled, adding, besides them, the first 10 customers in line will gain the privilege to purchase today. How stingy! The debunking influencers and the test patients must pay out of pocket? Someone exclaimed incredulously. That's over 5,000 yuan. This business is incredibly profitable. Selling just 20 cups a day would yield over 10,000. Another voice chimed in. I just want to say, ladies, please support me. In the live stream, viewers ardently debated the situation. The exorbitant profits from the milk tea left many feeling envious. They worked tirelessly for a month. Yet Cold Lemon earned more in an hour. What a bitter pill to swallow. How can we be certain these debunking influencers weren't bought off? I strongly suggest we should also be allowed to purchase Forgetting Worries milk tea. A male streamer shouted. I assure the 50,000 viewers in my stream that I have not been bribed. I will speak the truth. Exactly. Why should the debunkers be allowed to buy while we cannot? A female influencer chimed in. I have 5 million followers. I believe I deserve the right to taste this as well. What do you mean? We are professionals at debunking. We absolutely will not be bribed. One of the debunking influencers retorted angrily. Indeed, anyone who knows me knows I am committed to the truth. I will not compromise for any public relations or individuals. I will definitively ascertain whether Forgetting Worries milk tea is genuine. Another influencer declared. Whether they have been bribed or not, it all hinges on your words. After all, who would admit to being bought? Another influencer added, igniting a frenzy of support from their loyal fans. That's right. Who would admit to being bribed? I only trust Jia Jia, a supporter shouted. Yes, we must let Jia Jia taste it. If she says it's real, then we will believe. In an instant, chaos erupted between the debunking influencers and those seeking attention, with tensions escalating to the point of potential violence. The spectators around them found the scene utterly amusing. They had come to witness the spectacle, and the uproar among the influencers was nothing short of entertaining. Among the crowd, some content creators hurriedly captured the moment, knowing they had an abundance of material for the night. Forget Worries milk tea. A live battle among influencers, chaos unleashed. Shocking. Influencers clash over the right to purchase Forgetting Worries milk tea. Cold Maple found himself bemused. He hadn't anticipated such a scenario, with over 10 influencers present. Allowing them all to purchase would create an overwhelming workload. Tomorrow we will open again. If you wish to taste it, I can reserve places for you, but not today. He interjected, preventing the imminent brawl among the influencers. Our milk tea is made fresh on site. It is not a powdered mix, so the preparation takes longer. I hope everyone can understand. As he explained, the two factions of influencers finally began to separate. However, their followers continued to engage in a fierce online battle, igniting a widespread conflict among fans. At that moment, the delightful aroma of the Forgetting Worries tea wafted through the air. Cold Maple seized the opportunity to speak. Everyone, take a moment to inhale the fragrance permeating the air and observe any emotional shifts. The essence of Forgetting Worries milk tea lies in this tea, he proclaimed. Upon hearing his words, the attendees began to inhale deeply, savoring the fragrant air. The scent of the tea was indeed enchanting, instilling a sense of joy within them. How remarkable! I genuinely feel happier, a female streamer exclaimed, astonished. Just moments ago, I was filled with rage, but now I find myself reminiscing about joyful memories. The anger I felt has significantly diminished. The mere aroma had such a profound effect. Perhaps this milk tea could truly help soothe one's worries. Chapter 70. I offer 2,000. Not only did this influencer express their sentiments, but others also shared their genuine feelings. Even those dedicated to debunking myths were astonished by the transformation in their emotions. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback by these influencers' words. Could it truly be so miraculous? While the aroma of food is known to stimulate appetite, it is understandable. Yet, the notion that the fragrance of tea could evoke cherished memories was unprecedented and seemed implausible. The most profound reactions came from 4 individuals suffering from depression, 3 of whom were severely affected. Previously, they had trailed behind their parents with vacant expressions, but now their eyes sparkled with newfound vitality, akin to embers rekindling into flames. Lung Feng approached the window of the milk tea shop and inquired, "Who are the first 10? You may proceed to pay now." "I," shouted a crowd gathered in front of the shop. "We're only selling 10 cups. Others need not bother with payment to avoid complications," Lung Feng clarified. After the first 10 had completed their transactions, the shop window opened, and Lang Ningming handed out the 10 prepared cups of milk tea one by one. Those fortunate enough to receive the tea could proceed to be interviewed by the influencers. Lung Feng jested. Before the 10 could savor their tea, they were encircled by a throng of onlookers. "I'll offer 1,000 yuan for a cup of Wangyu milk tea," a youth clad in designer attire proclaimed. His declaration sent ripples through the crowd. Is it possible to be so extravagant with wealth? A price of 500 yuan per cup was already exorbitant, yet someone was willing to pay double? Upon hearing this, 2 individuals who had already purchased milk tea felt tempted. Having waited 2 hours in line, they could secure a profit of 500 yuan, a tempting proposition. The remaining 8, however, seemed indifferent. Those who could afford 500 yuan for milk tea likely possessed considerable means. The 2 tempted youths had initially come merely to please their goddess, and their circumstances weren't particularly remarkable. Despite their intrigue, they struggled internally, knowing the goddess yearned for the milk tea. 1,005 for a cup. "I'll take 2, another young man suddenly interjected. In this world, there are many affluent individuals. With Wangyu milk tea currently in such high demand, numerous patrons were eager for a taste. These wealthy individuals were unconcerned about the cost. "I'll pay 2,000 for a cup," a fashionable young woman stated with pride. "Rich patrons, you can buy directly from the shop. The seller will undoubtedly accept this price." The onlookers were astonished by the audacity of these 3 affluent individuals. Indeed, poverty curtails imagination. To bid 2,000 for a cup of tea seemed utterly insane. "Miss, for 2,000 a cup, I'll take 2, the stylish woman declared, addressing Lang Ningming, who was equally taken aback. She had thought 500 per cup was already outrageous. Who would have guessed that the young woman would offer 2,000? "Apologies, but it's 500 per cup, with a daily limit of 10, Lang Ningming replied, smiling. "Wait, you're actually turning down the offer? Are you really passing up on this opportunity?" The crowd murmured, incredulous at the seller's refusal. Selling 1 cup for the equivalent of 4 seemed too good to ignore. Was the seller adhering to principle, or merely seeking publicity? 2,000 for a single cup, and the crowd anticipated Lang Ningming's acceptance. However, she surprised everyone by declining. The fashionable young woman, taken aback by Long Ningming's resolute demeanor, turned to the individuals who had acquired the tea. "I'll sell my cup to you." One young man succumbed to the lure of money. The stylish girl beamed with delight, immediately transferring 2,000 yuan and claiming her tea. "I'm also willing to pay 2,000. The youth who had initially bid 1,005 raised his offer, realizing he could earn a profit of 1,005. Yet, he recalled that Xiaomei had expressed a desire for Wangyu milk tea. If he sold it, she would miss out. Resolute, he pushed through the crowd, determined to deliver the tea to his goddess. Despite the young man's offer of 2,000, he still could not procure the Wangyu milk tea. Meanwhile, the 9 remaining buyers were surrounded by influencers. "What sensations do you experience after drinking this tea? Does it truly alleviate sorrow? Have you felt joy?" they inquired eagerly. "I can confidently state that this tea indeed brings happiness. However, the extent of joy seems contingent upon your prior mood. If you were feeling despondent, the effects would be notably profound. It is astonishing. It genuinely influences my mood. Memories of happiness, even those long forgotten, have resurfaced. I have been reminded of the warmth of my childhood. The joyful moments spent with my parents." The 9 patrons who had tasted the tea shared their incredulous experiences, leaving the viewers in the live stream in a state of uncertainty. Initially, they had dismissed this as mere hype, but now they began to question their assumptions. Previously, these influencers had claimed that the aroma of tea could affect one's mood. Now, with the buyers validating the tea's effects, it appeared less like a publicity stunt. Could this be true? Why wasn't tea available in our city? If it were, I would certainly buy a cup to try. Even in Hangzhou, it may not be attainable. With only 10 cups available each day, how early would one need to line up? It was easy to envision scalpers eyeing this opportunity. Purchasing for 500, then reselling for 2,000 would yield substantial profits. After all, even if one started queuing at dawn, it would be worth it. Earning 1,005 in a day, I would gladly camp outside this shop. At that moment, Lung Feng addressed the debunking influencers and the individuals with depression. "You may proceed with your payments now." Upon hearing this, the individuals hurriedly approached to complete their transactions, especially the families of the depressed patients, who brimmed with anticipation. Given the previous 9 individuals' reactions, it seemed the Wangyu milk tea might genuinely be effective. If it could alleviate their children's depression, 500 yuan would be a small price to pay. They had already spent an unimaginable sum on treatments for depression. If Wangyu milk tea could indeed cure it, wouldn't that be a medical miracle? Indeed, it could even warrant a Nobel Prize nomination. Even if it merely brought joy, it might not necessarily cure depression. The moment of witnessing a miracle was upon them. The surrounding spectators and online viewers fervently discussed the unfolding events. Chapter 71. Is this a medical miracle? In the dormitory of Kyoto University, Lung Xingyao was engrossed in a live stream of the Forgetting Worry milk tea event. "Xingyao, your sister is bound to become a sensation, and the money seems to come effortlessly," one of her roommates exclaimed. "Indeed, your uncle bears an uncanny resemblance to your father," another added. "It was quite a shock last night." Lung Xingyao's roommates were also captivated by the live broadcast. Previously, she had confided in them about her father's tragic car accident. It was not feasible for her to disclose that Lung Feng was a superhero, so she simply referred to him as her uncle, attributing their prior misunderstanding to confusion. With a smile, Lung Xingyao remarked, "It's wonderful to earn money. Soon, I shall have someone to support me." Although they sold only 10 cups a day, the high price allowed for a net profit exceeding 4,000. By the end of the month, that would accumulate to over 100,000. "I envy that so much," one of her friends said. "Has your sister registered a trademark?" With the current popularity of Forgetting Worry milk tea, businesses will surely be eyeing that trademark. "Indeed, I thought of that this morning and had my sister register it," Lung Xingyao replied with a grin. Not only was Lung Xingyao watching the live stream, but Lung Muyun was also tuned in, albeit in a different manner. She was performing push-ups while watching. Due to the explosive success of Lang Ningming, both sisters had become prominent figures at their respective universities. Every student was aware that the star of Forgetting Worry milk tea was their sister. Their existence even garnered attention online, with the triplet goddesses trending on social media. A legion of devoted fans, predominantly young males, had emerged to support the 3 sisters. Within a day, tens of thousands had joined their fan club. The triplet sisters were not only stunningly beautiful but also exceptionally talented. Both Kyoto University and Hangzhou University were among the finest institutions in the Great Xia Nation. As for Lung Muyun's Defense University, it was regarded as a cradle for cultivating national defense talents. Graduates could seamlessly enter the military, potentially attaining officer ranks. Amid the discussions of netizens and onlookers, Lung Ningming prepared the second batch of Forgetting Worry milk tea. After distributing the tea to her customers, she discreetly closed the window to incinerate the tea leaves, a closely guarded secret that must not fall into the wrong hands. Under the watchful eyes of the public, both influencers and those suffering from depression sampled the Forgetting Worry milk tea. The most striking reactions came from the latter. Influencers' cameras remained focused on the depressed individuals, whose faces reflected deep despair and weariness with the world. Yet, upon tasting the milk tea, a spark of vitality ignited in their eyes, and, remarkably, smiles began to grace their lips. Witnessing these smiles, their families were overwhelmed with emotion, tears flowing as they realized it had been years since they had seen such joy in their loved ones. "Mom, Dad, I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused. I promise to become optimistic and start anew," sobbed a severe depression patient as he embraced his parents, his cries releasing a torrent of pent-up negativity. Not only did this individual appear to emerge from his dark corner, but others did as well. Though their depression was not entirely cured, they undeniably experienced significant improvement. Hope returned to their hearts, replacing their previous aversion to life. My goodness, is this truly possible? Have depression patients truly stepped out of their despair? Is this a medical miracle? The condition long considered a medical conundrum seems to have found a remedy. The medical community is bound to be in an uproar. I can only envision the countless individuals who will seek out Forgetting Worry milk tea. Experts are already on their way. This could even create a global sensation. Unbelievable. My aunt suffers from severe depression. I must take her to get Forgetting Worry milk tea. I strongly advocate for it to be nationalized for the benefit of countless patients. Hey, upstairs fool, would you hand it over if it were yours? Just because you're behind a keyboard doesn't tea make you a deity. Why should anyone be compelled to surrender their secret formula? What price will you offer? Some individuals upstairs were clearly envious, rejecting any moral coercion. If the results are this remarkable, they should indeed benefit those with depression, but there's no need for compulsory surrender. If all this is true, then 500 yuan per cup is truly a bargain. A hospital visit would certainly cost far more, and the results are often negligible. The display of improvement among depression patients left everyone astounded. As some netizens noted, numerous research institutions had already set their sights on Forgetting Worry milk tea. Some had even purchased tickets to rush to Hangzhou. Certain hospitals were actively seeking Lung Ningming's contact information to propose collaboration. Brands like Xiang Miao Miao milk tea and Yulamai milk tea dispatched acquisition teams in hopes of obtaining the formula for Forgetting Worry milk tea. Influencers infamous for their skepticism began to voice their support, declaring that Forgetting Worry milk tea was not merely a publicity stunt but genuinely possessed miraculous effects. As this astonishment unfolded, Lung Feng quietly led Lung Ningming out through the back door of the shop, avoiding the chaos that would surely ensue at the front entrance. Congratulations! You have completed the ultimate shock mission and earned an ultra-intelligent automotive system. Shortly after departing the tea shop, Lung Feng received notification of his latest shock mission. To his surprise, this was classified as an ultimate shock mission. The levels of shock missions ranged from beginner, intermediate, advanced, to ultimate. He pondered whether there might be additional levels beyond the ultimate. Given the magnitude of this event, which had captivated the nation, it was only reasonable that he would receive the ultimate shock reward. An ultra-intelligent automotive system? Lung Feng eagerly summoned the system's repository, where he discovered a folder marked for download. This automotive system surpassed current technology by a decade, achieving true autonomous driving capabilities. It could accurately identify traffic signals and analyze road conditions to prevent accidents. Moreover, the system boasted a flawless protective framework, impervious to hacking, ensuring the technological safety of the vehicle. How extraordinary! If this system were revealed, it would undoubtedly create a global sensation. Lung Feng's heart raced with anticipation, knowing that this could lead to yet another ultimate shock reward. Dad, what should we do tomorrow? This commotion is bound to attract even more attention. Lang Ningming inquired, her excitement palpable. Chapter 72. Remembering those who prosper after tonight, this matter is bound to create even more sensation. Tomorrow, an influx of people will undoubtedly arrive. Observing the worry etched on Cold Lemon's face, Cold Maple smiled reassuringly. You need not fear, for I am here with you. His words elicited a joyful smile from Cold Lemon, who replied, Indeed, my father is a superhero. I truly have nothing to fear. The father and daughter engaged in cheerful conversation, soon returning home. Once at home, Cold Lemon's first task was to attend to Baby. Yet the little creature was absent from its cozy nook. After a prolonged search, they finally discovered the furry little one nestled within the wardrobe. At that moment, Baby resembled a wobbly puppy, its bright, lively eyes exuding cuteness. Cold Lemon cradled Baby in her arms, her face radiating affection. Just then, both Cold Maple and Cold Lemon's phones chimed simultaneously. It was Cold Xingyao summoning them in the group chat. Dad, little sister, you two have become quite the sensation, Cold Xingyao exclaimed. I only wish to inquire, are there any red envelopes? Cold Muyun chimed in. Cold Lemon settled onto the sofa with Baby, joyfully sending out 4 red envelopes of 200 yuan each. In no time, her 4 envelopes were snatched up completely. Cold Maple, with a look of dismay, remarked, adding them together amounts to a mere 100. My luck is abysmal. I've only managed to grab 200. Cold Xingyao sent a voice message. 300 yuan has passed by. Cold Muyun replied with a smile, Third sister, our living expenses from now on depend on you. We shall await your red envelopes promptly at 9 each night. Cold Lemon rolled her eyes and voiced her thoughts in a voice message. Is it possible not to send them? Remember those who prosper. Cold Maple added in the group chat. Father speaks wisely. Ha ha, remember those who prosper. Cold Xingyao echoed with laughter. I second that. Cold Muyun agreed. The family engaged in conversation for over half an hour before bidding each other good night and heading off to wash up. While Cold Lemon was in the bathroom, her phone rang. Noticing the unfamiliar number, Cold Maple answered the call. Is this Miss Cold? I am the general manager of Longxing Media Company. Would you be interested in venturing into the entertainment industry? Not interested. Please refrain from calling again. Cold Maple responded, promptly blocking the number. Just then, another call came through. Miss Cold, I am the president of Yulamai Milk Tea. Our team will be arriving in Hangzhou tomorrow. May we discuss a potential collaboration? There is nothing to discuss. Do not come, Cold Maple stated firmly, once again blocking the caller. It was evident that Cold Lemon's information had been leaked. He set her phone to the highest do not disturb mode before turning it off. Exiting the bathroom, Cold Lemon curiously inquired, Dad, who called me? Entertainment company. Milk Tea Company. Cold Maple replied with a resigned smile. Your number has been leaked. I've activated the strongest do not disturb mode and turned off the phone. Ah. Do you think we will get found out? Cold Lemon asked anxiously. This is unavoidable. After all, many people recognize you. Cold Maple pondered aloud. Rise early tomorrow. I shall drive you to school to avoid any disturbances. Cold Lemon nodded with a smile, wished her father good night, and retreated to her room with Baby to sleep. The following day, the father and daughter departed the house together. To avoid recognition, both donned masks. Before they even reached the gates of Hangzhou University, they spotted a throng of reporters in the distance. These were indeed members of the mainstream media, microphones in hand, accompanied by cameras. It was clear they were there for Cold Lemon. The management at Hangzhou University was exceedingly strict. Even though these individuals were journalists, they could not enter without prior permission. Moreover, since they were there for Cold Lemon, the school would seek her consent. If she chose not to be interviewed, the reporters would certainly not gain access. Cold Lemon bid her father farewell and blended into the crowd, making her way onto campus. With her mask on, the reporters failed to recognize her. Once Cold Lemon had entered the university, Cold Maple hailed a taxi to Sun Sihan's community. Upon entering Sun Sihan's vehicle, Linning smiled and remarked, Big Star, is wearing a mask now a necessity when going out? Last night, Cold Maple had appeared before the camera of an internet celebrity and had since become well known to many. To avoid unnecessary complications, he wore the mask. Removing it, Cold Maple said, I was careless. I should have worn a mask last night. Sun Sahan chuckled. To be honest, your niece's commercial value is soaring. Are you interested in collaborating to establish a milk tea brand? Cold Maple shook his head. Let's pass on that. The ingredients for Wang Yu milk tea are far too scarce for mass production. I hung up on Yulamai milk tea when they called for collaboration yesterday. These companies move swiftly, Sun Sahan noted with a smile. Has the trademark been registered? If another company registers Wang Yu milk tea, they may demand a name change. It was registered yesterday, Cold Maple confirmed. As the three engaged in conversation, they soon arrived at the company. After dropping Sun Sahan off, Cold Maple took a taxi to the Lincoln dealership. Upon entering, the sales representative assigned to him greeted warmly. Mr. Cold, welcome. Is the car ready? Indeed. Shall we proceed to inspect it? Cold Maple inquired. Yes. Allow me to take you to the vehicle for inspection, after which we can finalize the paperwork. By the way, is Wang Yu milk tea part of Mr. Cold's venture? The salesperson recognized him immediately after watching the live stream the previous day. Cold Maple smiled. It's my niece's business. I am merely assisting. It's quite the sensation now. The trending news is all about Wang Yu milk tea, the salesperson remarked cheerfully. In response, Cold Maple simply smiled, refraining from further discussion. The two chatted as they made their way to the garage. Inside, Cold Maple spotted his car, a sleek white model that exuded a sense of modernity. After thoroughly inspecting the vehicle, he followed the salesperson to complete the necessary procedures. By 11:30, the new car had successfully received its license plates, and it was now legally ready to hit the road. In the Hangzhou University campus, Cold Lemon exited her classroom just as a middle-aged woman approached her. The woman was the administrative director of the university. Cold Lemon, may I have a word with you? Director Lu said, stopping Cold Lemon in her tracks. Cold Lemon nodded. Director Lu, please go ahead. There are many individuals outside wishing to meet you. Besides journalists, there are renowned professors and experts from the medical field, as well as representatives from well-known enterprises. Director Lu inquired with a smile. Would you like to meet them? Chapter 73. You are outrageous. Lung Ningming was acutely aware of the intentions of these individuals, but she found no merit in further discussion. Director Lu, I believe there is no necessity for me to meet with them. Please ask them to leave, she stated firmly. Those medical professors are quite renowned in our country. If you choose to avoid them, would that not reflect poorly on you? Director Lu advised. With a hint of regret, Lung Ningming replied, there truly is no need for a meeting. Their purpose in seeking me out is solely to acquire the recipe for the Wang Yu milk tea. While it may be acceptable to decline others, there is one person I hope you will meet, Director Lu continued. Professor Huang Zhongtian is an esteemed alumnus of Hangzhou University and holds significant renown in the international medical community. Please consider meeting him. Upon hearing this, Lung Ningming's expression wavered slightly. Director Lu had made a compelling point, and further refusal would seem ungracious. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, I would prefer to meet Professor Huang in the company of my elder. Seeing her agreement, Director Lu nodded with a smile. That is acceptable. After receiving a call from Lung Ningming, Lung Feng drove directly to Hangzhou University. The security personnel, already informed by Director Lu, promptly opened the gate for him. As soon as he parked the car, Lung Ningming approached with a smile. Dad, is this our new car? With a grin, Lung Feng nodded. Do you like it? It's beautiful, truly impressive, she replied, though parking may be somewhat inconvenient. Every advantage has its drawbacks, he smiled, but the space is ample. Curiously surveying the new vehicle, Lung Ningming then said, you haven't eaten yet. Have you? Let's grab a bite at the cafeteria before meeting Professor Huang. The food at Hangzhou University was decent, though it paled in comparison to that of the Shengshe Group's cafeteria. After their meal, Lung Feng followed Lung Ningming to the administrative office. Upon entering, they found several university leaders in conversation with a distinguished elderly gentleman in his 60s, Professor Huang Zhongtian, a figure of great acclaim in the medical field of the Great Xia Nation and a prominent name internationally. Even the university president held him in high regard. Professor Huang. This is Lang Ningming, Director Lu said with a smile as Lang Ningming entered. Professor Huang's gaze fell upon her, and with an air of dignified seniority, he nodded, Ah, commendable junior. Professor Huang, my uncle has other matters to attend to, so let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. Lang Ningming responded, showing little regard for the esteemed professor. While Huang Zhongtian was indeed a titan of medicine, to her, he was merely an ordinary elder. I have come regarding your Wang Yu milk tea, Professor Huang stated, sitting upright. Wang Yu milk tea is a medical marvel, and I believe it should not merely serve as a profit-making endeavor. What does Professor Huang mean by that? Lung Feng inquired with a smile. I hope you can contribute to the advancement of medicine in the Great Xia Nation, allowing Wang Yu milk tea to benefit more patients suffering from depression, Huang Zhongtian declared earnestly. Professor Huang makes a valid point. I will assemble a research team shortly, aiming for early application in the medical field, Lung Feng replied. At this, Professor Huang's expression soured. Professional matters should be left to professionals. I possess a specialized team. You may entrust the recipe to me for research. Rest assured, any findings will be dedicated to the advancement of national medicine, and I will not claim them for myself. With sufficient funding, is there not a plethora of qualified teams available? Lung Feng countered with a smile. Professor Huang, you need not concern yourself with this matter. You seem to be seeking excuses to evade contributing to the development of national medicine. Huang Zhongtian retorted angrily. Your actions are exceedingly selfish, driven solely by personal gain. Lung Feng, no naive youth, was well aware of Huang Zhongtian's motives. He recognized that while the professor might not personally monopolize the research outcomes, he would undoubtedly leverage them for profit. Most critically, should the research succeed, he would gain unparalleled prestige within the medical community. Huang Zhongtian's attempts to maintain a facade of nobility while coveting the recipe for Wang Yu milk tea only fueled Lung Feng's irritation. Lang Ningming, as a member of the Great Xia Nation, you should contribute to the progress of national medicine, the university president interjected. Given Professor Huang's stature, he will ensure the recipe remains confidential, allowing you to continue selling the tea without conflict. You are correct, President, Lang Ningming replied with a smile. However, the recipe belongs to me, and I have the right to choose suitable individuals for its study. Isn't Professor Huang the most qualified person? The president queried. Lung Feng looked at the president and asked, President, have you and Professor Huang reached some form of collaboration? Perhaps sharing honors? The president's face shifted with embarrassment. Having been caught in a delicate situation, he had indeed negotiated with Huang Zhongtian. If Hangzhou University could persuade Lang Ningming to surrender the recipe, the results of Huang's research would be shared with the university, thus entitling it to a portion of any accolades garnered. Let it be clear that while Lang Ningming is a student at your institution, it does not grant you the right to interfere in her personal affairs. Lung Feng asserted sternly. Wang Yu milk tea is our private property, and how we choose to handle it is our prerogative. Using national interest as a guise for personal gain is utterly despicable. Some truths, once exposed, can lead to significant discomfort, he continued, pointing out Huang Zhongtian's underhanded tactics. Though a medical luminary, he possesses no authority to represent the medical community of the Great Xia Nation. Speaking of advancing medical technology is merely a pretext for personal benefit. The president and others were left speechless, their faces flushed. I make it unequivocally clear, should research be conducted, we will seek out suitable individuals ourselves, Lung Feng declared resolutely. But they will certainly not be self-serving hypocrites. You are outrageous, Huang Zhongtian exclaimed, trembling with anger. What audacity to label Professor Huang a hypocrite. His assistant, brimming with arrogance, pointed an accusatory finger at Lung Feng. You must apologize to Professor Huang, or I will expose your shameless conduct. Ignoring both Huang Zhongtian and his assistant, Lung Feng turned to the university president and said, I trust you will not make things difficult for Ningming regarding this matter. Should anyone attempt to undermine her, we will reveal today's events. I believe you are all aware that Ningming is currently a focal point of public interest. None of you would wish to become the subject of scrutiny, would you? It is time for class. We shall take our leave now, Lang Ningming said, wishing to avoid further contention as she took Lung Feng's arm. Lung Feng cast a final, profound glance at Huang Zhongtian before departing alongside Lang Ningming. Chapter 74. Father. Your impressive the disdain exhibited by Lung Feng incited immense fury within Huang Zhongtian. As a prominent figure in the medical community of the Great Xia, Huang Zhongtian possessed formidable connections. To him, Lung Feng was merely a pitiable individual. Yet, this insignificant person had the audacity to reject him and openly berate him as a hypocrite. Principal, I believe this Lung Ningming is of questionable character. She is unworthy of remaining at Hangda, Huang Zhongtian exclaimed furiously to the principal. Old Huang, it is not prudent for us to become further entangled in this matter. The principal replied, not wanting to find himself in the eye of a media storm. If he were to expel Lung Ningming, it would escalate into a significant issue. Currently, she was the focal point of public interest, with millions of netizens in the Great Xia closely monitoring her every move. Any incident involving her would undoubtedly cause a stir. The principal's words only fueled Huang Zhongtian's rage. With a cold snort, he stormed out with his entourage. Outside Hangda, a crowd had gathered, consisting of both journalists and esteemed medical professors. At that moment, Huang Zhongtian emerged with his assistant. Upon his appearance, a throng of reporters immediately surrounded him. Professor Huang, have you seen Lung Ningming? What did you discuss? Professor Huang, is Lung Ningming willing to use Wangyu milk tea for medical research? The journalist's inquiries only intensified Huang Zhongtian's ire. Lung Ningming's attitude is exceedingly arrogant. Not only does she refuse to contribute to the advancement of medicine in the Great Xia, but she also accused me of wasting her time and trying to usurp her path to wealth. I, Huang Zhongtian, have dedicated my life to the development of medicine, only to be insulted by a mere child. As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, portraying a man who felt deeply wronged. Who would have imagined that Lung Ningming could be such a person? Professor Huang was a paragon of the medical field, yet Lung Ningming displayed such a lack of decorum. The journalists buzzed with excitement. This was sensational news. Huang Zhongtian was a titan in the medical world, and for Lung Ningming to refuse cooperation and insult a highly respected figure was astonishing. At that moment, Lung Feng drove up. Observing Huang Zhongtian's theatrical display, he surmised that the latter was attempting to defame Lung Ningming. Dad, I have a feeling I'm about to be scolded, Lung Ningming remarked, having decided to leave school with her father since she had no classes that afternoon. Spotting the reporters interviewing Huang Zhongtian filled her with unease. Don't pay him any mind, Lung Feng replied with a smile. The more ruckus he creates, the harder he will fall. But I'm worried we won't be able to defend ourselves. Lung Ningming expressed her concern. Everything that transpired earlier has been recorded on my phone. If he continues to slander us maliciously, the one who will ultimately bear the brunt of the backlash will be him. Furthermore, his background is far from clean. I have uncovered all his dirty secrets. You really are impressive, Dad. Lung Ningming chuckled. Upon returning home, Lung Feng parked his car in the garage before hailing a taxi to his company. Later that evening, he drove Sun Sihan's car back, deeming his own unnecessary. As Lung Feng returned to the office, discussions regarding Huang Zhongtian's comments had already erupted across the internet. Given the connection to Lung Ningming, the news quickly garnered attention on various platforms. The towering figure of the medical community summons Lung Ningming, only to be insulted. The stunning Lung Ningming is Chapter 75. Your life is over. 10 minutes ago, the internet was rife with scathing posts directed at Cold Lemon. Yet, a mere 10 minutes later, the tide had turned dramatically. Whether it was the video uploaded by Cold Maple or the incriminating evidence he unveiled, Huang Zhongtian's persona had completely disintegrated. The evidence presented by Cold Maple was not mere baseless accusations. It was backed by concrete proof, specific papers, their publication dates, the original authors, and their connections to Huang Zhongtian were meticulously detailed in the article. In a hospital in one city, a deputy chief physician was scrolling through the news about Cold Lemon with fury in his eyes, muttering under his breath. That scoundrel Huang Zhongtian must have resorted to slandering Cold Lemon out of spite for failing to seize the formula. At that moment, his phone refreshed with the news. He immediately spotted a headline regarding Huang Zhongtian's plagiarism of a paper. The deputy physician sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Who exposed this?" He quickly clicked into the article and trembled with excitement upon seeing his own paper mentioned, with his name as the original author. This deputy physician had once been a student of Huang Zhongtian and a member of his research team. 15 years ago, he had authored a paper using the Team S computer, a culmination of years of research. To his shock, he discovered that this paper had been stolen by Huang Zhongtian and published in an international journal, earning accolades. Justice was at hand. Huang Zhongtian, this time, you shall not escape. Ecstatic, the deputy physician logged into his Weibo account and shared the news of Huang Zhongtian's plagiarism. He was not alone. At that moment, All those who had fallen victim to Huang Zhongtian's theft saw the trending news. Previously, they lacked the means to escalate the issue. But now that someone had ignited the fire, they were eager to fan the flames. With these declarations, Huang Zhongtian's disgrace became undeniable. Goodness! The shift in public opinion is astonishing. The spectators can hardly keep up. The unexpected reversal left many astonished, realizing that Huang Zhongtian was nothing more than a fraud seeking fame. Where were the keyboard warriors who had lambasted Cold Lemon? Should they not come forth to apologize? I always knew Huang Zhongtian was no good, merely putting on a facade. I apologize for criticizing Cold Lemon. Countless netizens were caught off guard by this dramatic turn of events. Just minutes ago, they were denouncing Cold Lemon, and now their ire was directed at Huang Zhongtian. Meanwhile, in a hotel in Hang City, Huang Zhongtian was contemplating how to acquire the recipe for forgetfulness milk tea. Suddenly, his assistant rushed in, panic etched on his face. "Professor Huang, something's wrong. What is the matter?" Huang Zhongtian was startled by his assistant's urgency. "You need to check the trending news," the assistant stammered. Huang Zhongtian, brimming with arrogance, replied, "I just saw it. That Cold Lemon is audacious to defy me. This is his fate. Now, no one is criticizing Cold Lemon. They are all condemning you," the assistant said, resigned. "The recording of your conversation with Cold Lemon has surfaced. Everyone knows you were slandering him. Most importantly, your plagiarism of student papers has been exposed online. Your life is effectively over." "What?" Huang Zhongtian's face turned ashen. He hastily opened his phone. Upon seeing the trending news about himself, he felt as though lightning had struck him, standing frozen in despair. "It's over. Everything is over." If it were merely a case of slandering Cold Lemon, he could have written an apology and weathered the storm. But now, his plagiarism scandal had come to light, and the victimized students had stepped forward to testify. All his previous accomplishments crumbled into nothingness, and he faced a barrage of lawsuits. Huang Zhongtian never anticipated that matters would escalate to such a degree. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have refrained from tarnishing Cold Lemon's reputation in front of the media. In a fit of rage, he spat blood. In the office of the president of Hang University, the president silently rejoiced. "I'm glad I didn't heed Huang Zhongtian's advice. Had I expelled Cold Lemon, I would be facing public backlash right now." Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Cold Xingyao and Cold Muyun were closely monitoring the situation. When they learned of their sister being targeted online, they were extremely worried, yet they could not believe how swiftly the narrative had shifted. "Our father is a superhero. Challenging him is truly self-inflicted misery." Cold Muyun smirked with satisfaction. In recent days, the news surrounding Cold Lemon had dominated the internet, overshadowing even the most popular celebrity gossip, especially this afternoon. Within merely 3 hours, the trending topics continuously refreshed. At 5 o'clock, Sun Sihan and Lin Ying entered the lounge. "Who would have thought that the mastermind behind the online frenzy is actually my bodyguard?" Sun Sihan remarked to Cold Maple with a smile. "You've mastered the art of media warfare." Lin Ying added with a grin, "All afternoon, Yu Bing and I did nothing but indulge in the gossip online." Just as Cold Maple was about to respond, a system notification chimed in. "Congratulations on completing the advanced shock mission. You have received 10 pounds of forgetfulness tea." Cold Maple had anticipated a grand reward, only to find it was merely an advanced one. Having directly participated in the previous milk tea incident, this time he had operated from behind the scenes. Perhaps this was the reason he did not receive the ultimate reward. Despite not attaining the ultimate reward, Cold Maple remained elated. 10 pounds of forgetfulness tea would suffice for Cold Lemon for quite some time. "Miss Sun, would you be interested in venturing into the pharmaceutical field?" Cold Maple inquired. "What do you mean?" Sun Sihan asked, puzzled. "I could provide you with some forgetfulness tea, and you could assemble a research team to explore its components. If we can derive a composition chart, we might very well create an effective treatment for depression," Cold Maple suggested. "Are you serious? You're willing to collaborate on this project?" Sun Sihan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "If Shengshi Group can develop this medication, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. We could effortlessly enter the pharmaceutical market and achieve rapid success. I must caution you, this project, if it yields no results, could become a financial sinkhole," Cold Maple warned. "Now that you mention it, I'm somewhat torn," Sun Sihan admitted. "Developing a new drug typically costs between 100 million to 300 million. Our cash flow at Shangshi Group isn't sufficient for such an endeavor. I can invest. How about the three of us jointly establish a new pharmaceutical company? Lin Ying proposed with a smile. I believe this project holds great promise. Chapter 76. I truly have no money. Lin Ying's suggestion illuminated Sun Sihan's eyes. She was well aware of Lin Ying's formidable financial resources. With her involvement, funding was undeniably assured. How much will you invest? Sun Sihan inquired, her excitement palpable. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ying replied, for the first round, how about we both invest 70 million? Sun Sihan nodded in agreement. 70 million is acceptable to me. Lin Ying then turned to Lung Feng. What about you? How much will you invest? Lung Feng, taken aback, responded incredulously. I'm investing in worry-free tea. Isn't that sufficient? Are you planning to reap the benefits without contributing? Sun Sihan, visibly frustrated, retorted, if you don't invest, the most you'll receive is a 10% equity stake. You're not without funds, so why not throw in a few million for fun? Lin Ying chimed in. What's this? A few million for fun? Lung Feng, looking disheartened, exclaimed, ladies, I'm merely a humble bodyguard. Where would I find a few million? My entire net worth is barely over $1 million in cash. You needn't pretend to be impoverished in our presence. Sun Sihan chided. A mere bodyguard, yet you can acquire 40% equity in the Marriott Hotel, which is valued at 500 to 600 million. Lin Ying added, you'll invest 30 million. It's settled. I truly have no money, Lung Feng lamented, feeling as though he was caught in a dilemma. The equity in the Marriott Hotel was a reward from the system, not his own funds. The little over 1 million he possessed was a result of a scheme involving Lu Chao. Where could he possibly acquire 30 million? I'm afraid we don't believe you. Sun Sihan smiled. Come on. It's time for you to sell some milk tea, Lin Ying remarked. On the way home, Lung Feng continued to assert his financial plight, but Sun Sihan and Lin Ying paid him no heed. The two were already crafting plans for their new company. Lung Feng felt utterly helpless. Where could he procure 30 million? Previously, Hong Tianshan had gifted him a villa, which was valued at around 40 million. Did they expect him to sell the villa? He preferred living in a modest apartment with his daughter rather than a villa. He wouldn't feel particularly attached to selling it, yet it was a token of gratitude from Hong Tianshan. Would it be inappropriate to sell it? Suddenly, it dawned on Lung Feng just how impoverished he truly was. The dividends from the Marriott Hotel wouldn't be settled until year-end. Although the scar removal ointment had begun production, it had yet to hit the market. Profits from the ointment would take a while to materialize. The only immediate source of income seemed to be the system from Future Automotive. If he sold it, he could potentially make a handsome profit. However, selling it wouldn't maximize his benefits. The optimal choice for maximizing profits would be to establish a technology company and sell usage rights. Yet, embarking on such a venture would require considerable time before any returns could be seen. In essence, Lung Feng found himself with only modest funds and fixed assets, lacking sufficient liquidity. After escorting Sun Sihan and Lin Ying home, he took a taxi back to his community. Upon receiving a call from Lung Feng, Lung Ningming descended from her abode. Driving her Lincoln Navigator, she and Lung Feng headed to Wulin Street. Upon their arrival, they were met with an even larger crowd than the previous day. The security team had also arrived, fearing potential disturbances due to the sudden influx of people. As other shops on Wulin Street benefited from the crowd, unfortunately, Gu Yuyan and her team's milk tea shop remained unfinished. Had it been ready, they would have reaped substantial profits. Seeing so many potential customers without the ability to earn was causing Gu Yuyan and her friends considerable anxiety. They had even increased the payment to the renovation team to expedite the work. Despite wearing masks, Lung Feng and Lung Ningming were quickly recognized. A flurry of mobile phones emerged to capture their presence. Protecting Lung Ningming, Lung Feng navigated through the throng to the storefront. You promised us we could purchase today. You cannot go back on your word, they insisted. Yes. Today, we should be able to buy. Yesterday, only a handful of influencers had been present. But today, over 20 live-streaming personalities had arrived. What I promised, I shall uphold. Lung Feng replied to their inquiries before announcing. Are there any individuals with depression here, wishing to purchase worry-free milk tea? If so, please step forward. A chorus of voices erupted from the crowd. Yes, yes. Those with valid medical diagnoses hurried to the front. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce the new purchasing rules, Lung Feng proclaimed. For regular customers, the daily limit remains at 10 cups. Additionally, we will allocate 30 more slots for those with depression. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, the purchasing privilege for influencers will be revoked. The removal of the influencers' purchasing rights was met with widespread approval. Why should they enjoy preferential treatment? The onlookers rallied in support. In many people's eyes, being an influencer was not a commendable profession. The crowd applauded Lung Feng's decision, while those influencers who had not arrived in time were left disheartened. They had anticipated that their influencer status would grant them purchasing rights, only to find it rescinded on the second day. With the security team's presence, order was maintained as the first group of depression patients received their milk tea, followed by ordinary customers. The influencers were the last to receive theirs. Once the milk tea was sold out, Lung Feng and Lung Ningming packed up and departed, while the spectators dispersed to nearby shops to indulge in their purchases. Thanks to the overwhelming popularity of worry-free milk tea, the entire street experienced a spike in revenue. That evening, Lung Ningming sold over 50 cups of milk tea, netting a profit exceeding 25,000 yuan. According to Lung Feng's newly implemented rules, they could sell 40 cups daily, translating to daily revenues around 20,000 yuan. Over the course of a month, that amounted to 600,000 yuan. Suddenly, Lung Feng found the bodyguard's salary rather unappealing. Lung Ningming was ecstatic, as this marked her first day earning 20,000 yuan. Making such a profit in just over an hour was remarkable. Upon returning home, she joyously distributed 10 red envelopes of 200 yuan each in their group chat. Lung Feng eagerly joined in the fun. Goodness, my little sister must have struck it rich today, giving away 2,000 yuan in red envelopes. Lung Xingyao exclaimed, I snagged over 700. I only managed over 400. Ha! I got back over 500. Lung Ningming chimed in gleefully. Calculating his share, Lung Feng grumbled. Why did I only get a little over 300? Dad, your luck seems to be quite poor. Lung Xingyao chuckled. By the way, how much did our little sister actually earn today? Lung Muyun inquired with curiosity. Lung Ningming sent a smiley face and replied, Not too much, just around 27,000 yuan. Chapter 77. Midnight Thief, 27,000 yuan. Ling Xingyao and Ling Muyun were utterly astonished. Earning such a hefty sum in just over an hour was simply remarkable. Protests ensued. After such a windfall, only 2,000 yuan was distributed as a red envelope. Ling Xingyao expressed her discontent with an emoticon, followed by Ling Muyun, who added, We demand 10 more 200 yuan envelopes, or we will request shares of the milk tea shop from Dad. Why not just return to Hangzhou? Ling Ningming chuckled. Under the pressure and persuasion from Ling Xingyao and Ling Muyun, Ling Ningming reluctantly sent 10 more 200 yuan red envelopes. Unfortunately, Ling Feng remained the unluckiest one in the group. The family engaged in conversation for quite some time, until they finally bid each other good night at 10 o'clock. After putting down her phone, Ling Ningming smiled at Ling Feng and remarked, Dad, second sister's personality has brightened so much. She wouldn't have spoken this much before. Ling Feng smiled in return. I hope all of you continue to find joy. With you around, we will surely be happy, Ling Ningming replied, embracing him. Ling Feng felt a warmth enveloping his heart as he said, Go wash up. I'll take you to school tomorrow. No need. I can manage on my own. Ling Ningming insisted. Ling Feng, however, remained resolute. You are quite the popular one now. What if someone has ill intentions towards you? Moreover, with Wuyo milk tea being so popular, there are bound to be many envious eyes on you, and we cannot risk your safety. Ling Ningming sensed her father's concern and nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll listen to you. Good, Ling Feng affirmed. Just let me know when you finish school in the afternoon. I will come to pick you up. But when I finish class, it's during your work hours. Wouldn't that be inconvenient? When Mr. Sun is not out, I have nothing to do in the company. If I accompany him on an outing, I can have Yuan Hua come to pick you up, Ling Feng explained. All right, as long as it doesn't disrupt your work, Ling Ningming replied, placing her pet Bebe into Ling Feng's hands. I'm off to take a shower. Please give Bebe some milk. In the dead of night, Wulin Street lay deserted. At that moment, a figure clad in black and wearing a mask approached the Wuyo milk tea shop. The intruder glanced around before climbing up the side pipe to the second floor. After pushing open the window, the intruders stealthily entered the establishment. Making their way down the stairs to the first floor, they approached the entrance of the milk tea shop. Though there was a separate door lock, it posed no challenge for the intruder. With a swift motion, the intruder picked the lock and entered Wuyo Milk Tea, conducting a meticulous search. However, no valuables were to be found. It seemed the only option was to search her home. The intruder locked the door and retraced their steps back to Wulin Street. 20 minutes later, the intruder arrived at Kaiyuan City Community. With the windows of Ling Feng's home secured by burglar bars, entry through the windows was impossible. Hence, the intruder accessed the corridor through a window and stood outside Ling Feng's door. As a thief, lockpicking was a fundamental skill. With a faint click, the door to Ling Feng's home was opened. The intruder paused momentarily, ensuring that Ling Feng and his daughter remained undisturbed before stealthily stepping into the living room. The intruder left the door slightly ajar and retrieved a small flashlight. Just then, a low growl emanated from a nearby room. "Bebe, be quiet. It's time for bed." Ling Ningming's sleepy voice drifted out. The sound startled the intruder. They had not anticipated the presence of a small dog in Ling Feng's home. Remaining still, the intruder waited until the puppy ceased barking before continuing their search. Suddenly, Ling Feng's bedroom door swung open. The intruder was taken aback, instinctively turning to flee. However, was escape an option before Ling Feng? In an instant, Ling Feng was beside the intruder, gripping their shoulder firmly. The intruder, possessing considerable strength, turned and struck a punch at Ling Feng. Yet, Ling Feng swiftly executed a leg sweep, sending the intruder crashing to the ground. As the intruder attempted to rise, Ling Feng delivered a fierce kick to their abdomen. Ouch! The blow was severe, causing the intruder to curl up in pain, resembling a large shrimp. At that moment, Ling Feng turned on the lights and closed the ajar door. "Dad, what happened?" The commotion awakened Ling Ningming, who emerged to find a figure in black sprawled on the floor. "I caught a thief," Ling Feng said with a smile. "You should return to sleep. I'll handle this." "Okay." Ling Ningming was well aware of her father's capabilities. A petty thief posed no threat to him. She cradled Bebe and shut the door, returning to her rest. "Speak. Who sent you?" Ling Feng inquired, gazing at the man on the floor. The black-clad figure shot a cold stare at Ling Feng, having suppressed his pain. "I didn't expect you to possess some strength," the intruder retorted evasively, suddenly flipping onto his feet, revealing a knife in his hand. "Let me go. Or don't blame me for being ruthless." Ling Feng smiled calmly. "Do you truly believe you can match me? That was merely a momentary lapse. Did you think I was so weak?" The intruder remained indifferent. "You are indeed weak in my presence." Ling Feng's lips curled into a cold smirk. "You are truly feeble before me. It is not merely due to my moment of inattention. You're seeking death." The intruder, incensed by Ling Feng's mockery, lunged forward, wielding the knife toward Ling Feng's chest in a horizontal slash. The intruder's knife technique was indeed cunning. Had it been an ordinary person, they would surely have sustained injuries. However, Ling Feng effortlessly seized the intruder's wrist. Startled by the ease with which his wrist was captured, the intruder had no time to react before Ling Feng delivered another kick to his abdomen. Ah! Pain surged through the intruder's midsection, draining the color from his face. "I warned you, you are genuinely weak," Ling Feng said with a smile. "Now, tell me, who instructed you to come?" "You'll never find out." The intruder gritted through clenched teeth. "Very well, your silence will cost you." Ling Feng produced his phone and dialed Feng Qionghua's number. The call connected, and Feng Qionghua's languid voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" "Captain Feng, someone attempted to assassinate me and has now been apprehended," Ling Feng reported. "Why not notify the enforcement team? Why are you calling my personal number?" "I'm off duty, you rascal," Feng Qionghua responded, irate upon recognizing Ling Feng's voice. My apologies," Ling Feng chuckled awkwardly. "I'm just used to calling you. I forgot I could reach other enforcers. Please continue resting. I'll find someone else to handle this." "Don't bother. Just give me the address, and I'll come over," Feng Qionghua said, shifting her tone as a thought crossed her mind. Chapter 78. "Come on. Let's die together." The intruder clad in black wore an expression of sheer terror as he gazed at Ling Feng, exclaiming, "I merely came to steal something. When did it become an assassination?" Ling Feng pointed at the dagger clutched in the intruder's hand and retorted, "You trespass into my home armed with a dagger, and it's up to me to determine your guilt." Moreover, this is of little consequence. The black-clad man fell silent, his eyes heavy with concern. Having faced Lung Feng twice before, he had met with disastrous defeat on both occasions. He understood all too well that Lung Feng possessed an overwhelming superiority in strength. Yet, surrendering without a fight was not an option. If captured by the enforcers, a 3-year prison sentence awaited him. Drawing a deep breath, the intruder lunged at Lung Feng once more, this time aiming a direct thrust. His intention was not to kill but to force Lung Feng back, enabling his escape. However, the disparity in their abilities was insurmountable. Instead of retreating, Lung Feng advanced, delivering a swift kick to the intruder's wrist. Crack! Ah! The intruder's wrist was dislocated, the dagger clattering to the floor. Before he could comprehend his misfortune, Lung Feng was upon him. Bang! A precise chop to the neck rendered the intruder unconscious. After incapacitating him, Lung Feng rifled through his belongings and discovered a suspicious phone number on the intruder's device. Utilizing his advanced smartphone, he effortlessly researched the number's details. 10 minutes later, Feng Qianghua arrived at Lung Feng's residence accompanied by 2 enforcers. Without the need for further dialogue, the enforcers swiftly took the intruder away. Feng Qianghua closed the door and fixed her gaze on Lung Feng. Noticing her demeanor, Lung Feng inquired, "Captain Feng, are you not leaving? I have a matter to discuss with you." Feng Qianghua's eyes scanned the wedding photos adorning the wall before she turned back to him and replied, "I'm curious about your situation." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lung Feng remarked, "My daughter is sleeping in the next room. It is not suitable to discuss other matters." Feng Qianghua's brow furrowed slightly, sensing that Lung Feng was being evasive. "It's rather late, and I came to assist you in apprehending a thief. Shouldn't you owe me a favor?" she asked. "Are you not serving the public? I wouldn't consider it a debt," Lung Feng countered. "Do me a favor," Feng Qianghua insisted. After a brief pause, Lung Feng smiled. "Please, have a seat. I shall pour you a glass of water." Without hesitation, Feng Qianghua settled onto the sofa, her eyes surveying the surroundings. Lung Feng poured a glass of water and placed it before her. "What would you like to discuss?" "A notorious fugitive has arrived in Hangzhou, and I hope you can assist me in locating him," Feng Qianghua stated. Lung Feng smiled. "A notorious fugitive? You overestimate my capabilities. You were the one who released Huang Zhongtian's scandal, were you not?" Feng Qianghua remarked, her gaze fixed on Lung Feng. "While I may not know your true identity, I am aware of your capabilities. I am reluctant to involve myself in this matter." "I apologize," Lung Feng replied. Feng Qianghua's exquisite face broke into a smile. "Let us make a deal. You provide me with the location of the fugitive, and I shall forget a particular memory." "What memory?" Lung Feng asked, puzzled. "A 48-year-old man possessing an identification card indicating he is merely 28. Feng Qianghua replied, gazing at Lung Feng with curiosity. "I am eager to know whether you have lied to me or if there are secrets you wish to keep hidden." Caught off guard, Lung Feng realized that she had indeed looked into his identity. As expected, lies inevitably come to light. The truth cannot remain concealed forever. Noticing Lung Feng's troubled expression, Feng Qianghua smiled. "If you assist me this time, I can guarantee that I will not pursue your matters further." "Very well. Provide me with the information," Lung Feng conceded. Feng Qianghua placed a photograph on the table and stood up, smiling. "I await your news." "Wait 5 minutes," Lung Feng replied. "What? 5 minutes? You cannot possibly find him in that time," Feng Qianghua exclaimed in disbelief. "Let us see," Lung Feng said, capturing the photograph with his phone before activating the advanced surveillance system on his device. This system surpassed even the one featured in Fast and Furious. Even if the target had altered his appearance, the chances of identification remained high. 3 minutes later, the search results materialized on the screen, revealing the target's location and current alias. East District, Yuelai Hotel, Room 205. Currently using the name Suyu, Lung Feng announced, handing the photograph to Feng Qianghua. "Do not investigate my identity any further. It may frighten you." Feng Qianghua stared at Lung Feng in shock. This was astonishing. Their team had spent an entire week searching without success. Yet he had discovered the information in under 5 minutes, complete with room number and false identity. "Congratulations on completing the beginner's shock task. You have earned a clear spirit pill," the system chimed in Lung Feng's mind, causing him to smile internally. He decided to give this clear spirit pill to his eldest daughter, who was studying law and diplomacy, fields demanding extraordinary memory. With the pill, she would have an eidetic memory. Let us hurry and catch him. He may change locations by tomorrow, Lung Feng yawned. I must also get some rest. Feng Qianghua gave Lung Feng a penetrating glance. If we capture him, I shall treat you to a meal. No need. As long as you refrain from investigating me, I shall be fine, Lung Feng replied, retreating to his room. Feng Qianghua, disregarding any further banter, exited swiftly. The Yueli Hotel was a budget establishment, costing just over 80 yuan for a night stay. At 2 in the morning, Feng Qianghua led a team to the vicinity of the hotel. Snipers, take your positions. You few, secure the surrounding exits. The rest, follow me as we apprehend the suspect, but exercise caution, Feng Qianghua ordered, leading her subordinates toward the Yueli Hotel. Inside, the proprietor lay sprawled on a recliner, snoring loudly. You remain here. We will proceed upstairs, Feng Qianghua instructed, opting not to awaken the owner as she and her team stealthily ascended to the second floor. Soon, they arrived outside room 205. Following Feng Qianghua's direction, the tech personnel employed a miniature camera to assess the situation within. Confirming the absence of explosives on the door, Feng Qianghua commanded them to breach the entrance. With a resounding crash, the door was flung open, and the team surged inside. The fugitive bolted upright in alarm. Come on, let us die together, he shouted, revealing that he was strapped with explosives. Feng Qianghua and her team froze, momentarily taken aback. You have some skill to have found me, but do you wish to perish? The fugitive yelled, clutching a remote detonator. You cannot escape, Feng Qianghua declared fiercely. Even if I cannot escape, I will not be taken alive, the fugitive sneered. With a single press, I can take dozens of lives in this hotel with me. Chapter 79. Father, are you going to take action? Feng Qianghua's expression was exceedingly grave. At that moment, she dared not make any rash moves. She was acutely aware that the fugitive before her was an exceedingly dangerous individual, one who would not hesitate to activate the device in his possession. Do not act impulsively. I will allow you to leave. Feng Qianghua decided against taking risks and opted to abandon the pursuit. She reasoned that Cold Feng could easily track down this man, so letting him go once was of little consequence. Have the snipers withdraw. The fugitive was well aware of the tactics employed by law enforcement. He knew there must be snipers outside trained on him. Given a chance to strike, he would surely fire. Upon hearing this, Feng Qianghua had no choice but to relay the order through her earpiece for the snipers to retreat. I warn you, do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, I will take you down with me. The fugitive shouted in a state of agitation. Everyone back off. Retreat to the corridor on the right. Feng Qianghua nodded to her companions, instructing them to comply. Once all the law enforcement personnel had retreated to the right corridor, the fugitive stepped out of the room, taking 2 steps back before abruptly crashing into the adjacent room. The occupants of the neighboring room had long been awakened. A woman had just come out to see what was happening but was persuaded by the law enforcement to return inside. The door of the modest inn was a standard one, and the woman had forgotten to lock it, allowing the fugitive to enter with ease. This is bad. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng Qianghua's heart raced. She understood the fugitive's intentions. He aimed to take a hostage to ensure his safety. Sure enough, the girl in the room was taken hostage. This development made Feng Qianghua even more hesitant to act rashly. You have a hostage. We will follow you closely. If you release her, I will ensure your safe passage. I will let her go once I leave this inn, the fugitive replied coldly. At 8:30 a.m., Cold Feng and Sun Sihan arrived at the company. As for Lining, she had left early to accompany Yu Bing to a rehearsal at the television station. Upon entering the building, Cold Feng unexpectedly encountered Feng Qianghua. President Sun, Feng Qianghua smiled as she approached. Captain Feng, is there something you need? Sun Sihan inquired, puzzled. Feng Qianghua turned to Cold Feng and replied, I came to discuss something with your bodyguard. Sun Sihan glanced at Cold Feng and cheerfully said, All right, I'll get back to work. You two can chat freely. I need him this morning. Cold Feng's expression darkened at her words. You won't need him in the morning? Will you need him in the evening? Sun Sihan's face flushed instantly. Don't say such things. Afterward, she clicked her heels and walked towards the elevator. Feng Qianghua smiled at Cold Feng. Is this how you speak to your boss? It was just a jest. Cold Fong replied with a slight smile. What can I assist you with? Fong Qianghua awkwardly scratched her head. Could you help me locate the fugitive again? You haven't caught him? Cold Fong asked. Fong Qianghua nodded sheepishly. This man is armed with dangerous materials and was in the inn at the time. We did not dare to act recklessly, so? Very well. But this is the last time, Cold Fong asserted. Upon hearing Cold Feng's agreement, Fong Qianghua eagerly nodded. All right, the last time. Cold Fong took out his phone and searched for the photos from the previous night. Minutes later, the screen froze, and Cold Fong looked gravely at Fong Qianghua, saying this location is more challenging than the inn. What place? Fong Qianghua inquired. Hangzhou University. Cold Feng's mood darkened. His daughter was studying there, which posed significant danger. That is a wanted criminal. What? How did he get in? Fong Qianghua asked anxiously. Such places could not be trifled with. If something went wrong, it would be disastrous. He applied for a janitorial position using a false identity. Cold Fong replied solemnly. Are you planning to take action? We must capture him, but we need a foolproof plan, Fong Qianghua stated gravely. After contemplating, Cold Fong expressed his concern. No, I need to go get my daughter out. She must not remain inside. How about you help apprehend him? Once successful, I will apply for a Good Citizen Award for you, Fong Qianghua suggested. Knowing Cold Feng's capabilities could greatly increase their chances of success. I wouldn't agree even if you offered me the award. After saying this, Cold Fong exited the company, driving Sun Sihan's BMW towards Hangzhou University. En route to the university, Cold Fong called Cold Ningming. Dad, what's the matter? Cold Ningming, about to start her class, asked with curiosity upon receiving the call. Cold Fong hesitated. I'm feeling unwell. Please take a leave of absence to accompany me to the hospital. Ah, is it serious? I'll go request leave immediately. Where should I meet you? Cold Ningming was terrified upon hearing her father wanted her to accompany him to the hospital. If it were a minor ailment, Cold Fong would never have asked her to come. It must be something serious. At the school gate, Cold Fong concluded before hanging up. Half an hour later, Cold Fong arrived at the school gate, where Cold Ningming had been waiting. Ningming, get in, Cold Fong called, lowering the passenger window. Cold Ningming hurriedly got into the passenger seat and anxiously asked, Dad, what's wrong? After raising the window, Cold Fong explained, I'm fine. I was just teasing you. Teasing me? Why would you do that? Cold Ningming replied angrily, How can you joke about such things? Sweetheart, don't be upset. Cold Fong pointed towards Hangzhou University. A dangerous individual has infiltrated the university. The enforcement team may be making an arrest today, and I'm concerned about your safety. So it's better if you take the day off. Only then did Cold Ningming realize that her father was worried for her safety, which prompted him to deceive her. Dad, are you going to take action? Cold Ningming asked anxiously. There are so many people inside. We must not allow him to harm the students and teachers. If you are going to act, you need to stay hidden. Cold Fong contemplated. Fong Qianghua is quite astute. If he sees me, he will surely deduce that I was involved in the park incident last time. That makes sense? Cold Ningming nodded. Dad, please be careful. Don't hurt yourself. Understood. Cold Fong started the car. I will first take you home, then return to keep watch. If action is needed, I will assist them. Okay, Cold Ningming agreed. Meanwhile, the enforcement team was conducting a capture meeting. Given the peril posed by their adversary, they had enlisted the help of a more specialized task force. After over 3 hours of deliberation, both parties finally formulated a plan. At 2 p.m., most students had entered their classrooms. At that moment, the enforcement team and the task force commenced their operation. What a massive deployment! It would be better to subdue that individual inside to avoid complications. Cold Fong, sitting in his car, observed the 2 action teams beginning their preparations. He hurriedly exited the vehicle and headed towards the dormitory area of Hangzhou University. Chapter 80. Speak if you like me. 10 minutes later, Lung Feng finally located the fugitive. At that moment, the fugitive was busy tidying up the sports field, surrounded by university students engaged in physical education classes. This crafty individual had indeed managed to blend into the crowd, making it difficult for Fong Qianghua and her team to act decisively. Lung Feng dared not approach too closely, wary of being noticed by Fong Qianghua. From his vantage point in the resting area outside the playground, Lung Feng's gaze swept across the surroundings. He observed several young men and women merging into the crowd. These were members of two action teams. Although they were well disguised, the fugitive seemed to sense something amiss. Suddenly, he seized a nearby girl, brandishing a remote control and bellowing, "Everyone get down!" The girl, terrified, screamed, startling those around her. The hidden members of the action teams quickly drew their advanced weaponry, aiming at the fugitive. "Quickly evacuate," a female officer from the law enforcement team urged, as panic spread among the students on the field. No one had anticipated such a terrifying turn of events. "Damn it!" Feng Chonghua and the commander of the special operations team rushed towards the scene upon witnessing the unexpected chaos. Soon, the fugitive found himself encircled. Who would have thought that the law enforcement in Hangcheng would be this formidable? "I was so well hidden, yet you always managed to find me so quickly," the fugitive spat through gritted teeth. "But what can you do? Do you dare to move against me?" Feng Chonghua seethed with frustration. Despite their careful planning, this man had still managed to detect their presence. Now that he had a hostage, would they have to let him go? Just as they were at a loss, they suddenly noticed a vacant look in the fugitive's eyes as he tossed the remote control aside. This unexpected action startled everyone. What trick was he attempting? Even with the remote control discarded, no one dared to make a move. Then, an even more shocking event unfolded. The fugitive released the girl and knelt on the ground, clutching his ears. This left Feng Chonghua in shock, and she suddenly recalled the incident in the park. Realizing what was happening, she rushed forward, flinging the remote control away and swiftly handcuffing the fugitive. Others quickly came to their senses and hurried to neutralize the dangerous device. At that moment, the fugitive's expression returned to normal. Upon realizing he had been captured, he was bewildered. "Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? How could this be? Wasn't I just holding a hostage?" He was engulfed in confusion, unable to recall the preceding events. Had he dozed off? Suddenly, he began to struggle, but with so many people around him, he had no chance to turn the tables. The law enforcement officers and special forces members were equally perplexed. Hadn't he just surrendered? What was he doing now? As the fugitive was taken away, Feng Chonghua scanned the area. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of a figure darting past a distant window. She hurried after it, but Lung Feng had already departed from Hangzhou University and was driving back to the company. This time, Lung Feng had learned his lesson, erasing all surveillance footage of himself. "Congratulations, you have completed the primary shock task and earned a reward of 50,000 yuan. Lung Feng had grown indifferent to the primary shock reward. While driving, his phone rang. It was Feng Chonghua. Pressing the answer button in his BMW, he said, "Captain Feng, what can I do for you?" "Where are you?" Feng Chonghua inquired. With a smile, Lung Feng replied, "On my way back to the company." "Did you come to Hangzhou University earlier?" Feng Chonghua felt a connection between the incident and Lung Feng, prompting her to probe him. "I picked up my daughter this morning," Lung Feng responded curiously. "Why? Are you planning an operation?" "I must tell you, you need to capture him quickly. He's too dangerous inside. I wouldn't even let my daughter attend school." "We've already captured him." Feng Chonghua's brow furrowed. Could it be that Lung Feng was not involved? "Really? That's fantastic." Lung Feng chuckled. "Truly, our protector is impressive. Don't forget, I contributed as well. Remember to treat me to dinner. I'll wait for you on Wulin Street tonight after you and your daughter finish selling your Forgetting Worries milk tea," Feng Chonghua said. "All right, I'll hang up now." After ending the call, Lung Feng mused. "Indeed, she suspects me, but it matters not. As long as I refuse to admit it, what can she do? Moreover, she would never guess I possess extraordinary abilities." Upon returning to Shangshe Group, He Lin approached him. "Brother Feng, President's son is looking for you." "Ah, what foundation are you using today? You look even more beautiful," Lung Feng joked. He Lin shot him a glare. "Don't flirt with me or I might just cling to you. Can't afford to provoke you. I'm off." Lung Feng chuckled as he briskly entered the elevator. Knocking on the door, he entered Sun Sahan's office, smiling. "Are you heading out?" Sun Sahan shook her head. "Song Yunyao called me, saying she wanted to have a cup of Forgetting Worries milk tea." "That's easily arranged. Tonight, let her people come to Wulin Street, and I'll have Ningming prepare a portion for her," Lung Feng replied nonchalantly. Sun Sihan nodded. All right, I'll call her. As Sun Sihan dialed Song Yunyao, Lung Feng suddenly recalled something. Never mind, I'll find him tomorrow. Last night, Lung Feng had discovered the mastermind behind the thieves. He had intended to speak with that person today but had forgotten due to Feng Qionghua's situation. It was now nearly 4 o'clock, with only an hour left until work ended. After work, he would need to take his daughter to the store. Given the time constraints, he would have to wait until tomorrow to resolve this matter. Song Yunyao's assistant will come by tonight. I gave her your phone number, Sun Sihan informed Lung Feng after finishing her call. Snapping back to reality, Lung Feng smiled and asked, who will pay for the milk tea? I. Sun Sihan was momentarily taken aback by his question. Are you discussing money with me? Not discussing money, then discussing feelings? Lung Feng smiled cheekily. This milk tea is my niece's business. You can't expect me to let her incur losses, can you? Song Yunyao is the spokesperson for the scar removal cream, and you hold a 20% equity stake in it. So is it unreasonable for you to pay? Sun Sihan challenged. Listening to Sun Sihan, Lung Feng nodded solemnly. If that's the case, I can cover 20% of the milk tea cost. You can take care of the rest, since you are the major shareholder. Stop being cheeky. Do you like me using this as an excuse to flirt with me? Sun Sihan looked at Lung Feng with a mischievous smile. If you like me, just say it. That way, I can reject you mercilessly. Chapter 81. Li Ningxue of STR Group. The bustling Wulin Street remained crowded in the evening, transformed into a popular destination thanks to the presence of Wangyu milk tea. Many tourists visiting Hangzhou flocked here to experience the lively atmosphere. At 6:30, Lung Feng accompanied his daughter to the shop. As before, he stood outside to help maintain order while Lung Ningming entered the tea shop to prepare today's milk tea. Following recent events, the efficacy of Wangyu milk tea had become widely accepted, drawing an increasing number of individuals suffering from depression. After an hour of diligent work, the Wangyu milk tea for the day was finally ready. At that moment, Song Yunyan's assistant approached. Lung Feng handed over the prepared milk tea, which the assistant intended to pay for, but he politely declined the offer. Just as the assistant departed, Feng Qionghuo approached with a smile, appearing to have arrived at the perfect time. Noticing that Lung Ningming had closed the sales window, she smiled and remarked, I thought you might try to skip out on the bill. Would you like a cup of milk tea? My treat, Lung Feng offered with a grin. Really? That would be wonderful, Feng Qionghuo replied. Chuckling, your cup of tea is worth more than a meal for us. Her statement held truth. 500 yuan was indeed sufficient for a delightful dinner for 3. While they chatted, Lung Ningming emerged with 3 cups of milk tea. Captain Feng, thank you for catching the bad guys, she said sweetly, handing a cup to Feng Qionghuo. No need for thanks. We merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck, Feng Qionghuo replied, implying that true heroes were not them. The 3 conversed as they navigated through the lively crowd. There was a commendable barbecue restaurant on Wulin Street, so they did not need to walk far. Upon entering, they discovered the place was packed. Boss, is there no seating available? They inquired. Although the restaurant typically maintained good business, its popularity had surged since the rise of Wangyu milk tea, drawing even more patrons. Where others have no seats, you must. The proprietress exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing Lung Feng and Lung Ningming. It would be impolite to cut in line. If there are no seats, we can wait. Lung Feng replied with a smile. No need to wait in line. I have a private room for my use. This doesn't count as cutting, the proprietress assured. That seems too generous, Lung Feng said, feeling bashful. You two are now the deities of fortune for this street. Please don't stand on ceremony with me, she remarked. Which was indeed true. The influx of customers drawn by the Wangyu milk tea had invigorated local businesses, leading to a significant increase in revenue. Under the proprietress's guidance, the trio stepped into a uniquely decorated private room styled with tatami mats, creating a delightful atmosphere for enjoying barbecue. After she departed, Feng Qionghuo remarked, being a celebrity has its perks. Even dining comes with special treatment. Perhaps they might even offer you a discount, Lung Feng jested. By the way, I heard you have a daughter studying at the National Defense University, Feng Qionghuo inquired. Lung Feng looked at her, slightly suspicious. You haven't been investigating me, have you? Not at all. I genuinely just heard about it. One of our team members is a senior to your daughter, she quickly clarified. Upon hearing this explanation, Lung Feng sighed in relief, knowing that any further inquiry might lead to uncomfortable truths about his past. After their meal, the three descended the stairs. Despite it being 9 in the evening, Wulin Street remained lively, with many patrons still present in the restaurant. Boss, let's settle the bill. Feng Chonghua called to the proprietress at the register. There's no need to pay. Tonight's meal is on me, she responded with a smile. That one do. I invited them for dinner tonight, so don't steal my thunder, Feng Chonghua insisted. After a prolonged standoff, the proprietress ultimately accepted only half of the payment. As they exited Wulin Street, a Rolls-Royce slowly came to a stop in front of them. The door opened, revealing a pair of long, slender legs followed by a goddess-like beauty holding a cup of Wangyu milk tea. With cascading hair and elegant high heels, she resembled a noble princess. As she stepped out, 2 bodyguards and 2 business elites followed closely behind her. Their apparent target was Lung Feng and his daughter. This is quite the display, indicating a wealthy conglomerate. Feng Chonghua remarked to Lung Feng. It likely has nothing to do with me. I'll take my leave and we can arrange another meeting later. With that, Feng Chonghua swiftly walked toward a nearby Wrangler and drove away. At that moment, the long-haired beauty approached Lung Feng and his daughter. Mr. Lung, Miss Lung, greetings, she said with an enchanting smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Ningxue, the executive president of STR Group. STR Group, the parent company of Yulimai Milk Tea, ranks among the largest food conglomerates in Daxia. Although the company is not publicly listed, its brand is valued at over 100 billion. If it were to go public, its market value would likely reach around 500 billion. In contrast, the Shengshi Group, which claims 100 billion valuation, pales in comparison to STR. Is there something you need? Lung Feng inquired. May I invite you to discuss further? Li Ningxue asked courteously. I'm sorry, it's quite late and we must head home. Lung Feng replied, fully aware of her intentions, which were undoubtedly related to Wangyu milk tea. Yes, it is late, Lung Ningming added apologetically. I have school tomorrow, and Bebe needs her milk. Seeing Lung Feng's refusal, Li Ningxue smiled and said, Can we schedule a time for tomorrow? Let us reconnect tomorrow morning, Lung Feng decided, understanding that dismissing Li Ningxue would not be a simple task. What is Mr. Lung's contact information? Li Ningxue inquired. Lung Feng relayed his phone number, which Li Ningxue's assistant promptly noted. Then we shall meet tomorrow, she said, offering him a radiant smile that was truly captivating. What an enchanting temptress! Lung Feng, who prided himself on his composure, felt a stirring sensation within him. Chapter 82. The astonishing fan Tianlong Li Ningxue's silhouette was equally captivating, her graceful figure exuding an undeniable allure. As she departed in her vehicle, Lung Ningming turned to Lung Feng with a smile, exclaiming, truly stunning, and her demeanor is simply unparalleled. As a woman, I find myself somewhat enchanted. There was no denying her beauty. Lung Feng replied with a smile. She is indeed a delightful sight. Father, she's attempting to employ her charms on you. You must maintain your composure, Lung Ningming remarked, her hand resting meaningfully on Lung Feng's shoulder. Do you truly think your father lacks resolve? He retorted with a smile. Your mother pursued me for 3 months before I was won over. Is that so? Yet my mother claims it was you who pursued her for 3 months. Lung Ningming queried, puzzled. That's not particularly significant. Let us return home. Your 2 sisters are eagerly awaiting their chance to snatch up red envelopes. Lung Feng suggested, somewhat awkwardly. Seeing her father's discomfort, Lung Ningming found it immensely amusing. Upon arriving home, she promptly issued 20 red envelopes, each containing 200 yuan. The sheer volume of envelopes was overwhelming, akin to a bounty of riches. Ultimately, Lung Muyun fared the worst, managing to collect only 500 yuan. In contrast, Lung Feng emerged as the luckiest, securing a staggering 1,500. I've never felt this happy before. Every evening, I can make over 10,000 just from these red envelopes. It's exhilarating, Lung Xingyao exclaimed. From now on, snatching red envelopes shall be my side job, Lung Muyun declared, barely containing her excitement. Lung Ningming interjected. I have a part-time job in the afternoon. Sell milk tea in the evening. and still have to play the role of a benevolent benefactor before bed. It's incredibly taxing. Consider yourself fortunate. Having your father accompany you is a blessing. We are the truly unfortunate ones. Lung Xingyao sighed. Only the red envelopes can soothe our frigid hearts. Lung Muyun added with a text message. I'm off to freshen up. You all can chat with father, Lung Ningming said, sending a voice message before placing Bei in Lung Feng's arms. At that moment, Lung Muyun sent a voice message. Dad, I received the package. Should I take one before bed? Yes. Consume it after lying down. It has somewhat of a sedative effect. Lung Feng explained. I'm eagerly anticipating the effects of this pill, Lung Muyun replied. My pill will arrive soon as well. I will soon possess an impeccable memory, Lung Xingyao said with a smile. The father and daughters exchanged messages in their group chat for a while longer before bidding each other goodnight and retiring to their respective rooms. In the early morning, Lung Muyun arrived at the playground for her usual morning exercises. She was accustomed to performing a set of pull-ups before jogging laps around the field. However, while executing her pull-ups today, she suddenly sensed something unusual. Why was it so effortless today? It felt as though her body was brimming with strength. Previously, completing 12 pull-ups had been an arduous task, yet today, after 12, she felt remarkably at ease. With a sense of wonder, Lung Muyun continued her pull-ups, managing to complete 20 before finally feeling fatigued. By the time she could no longer hold on, she had achieved 25. Notably, in the military of the Great Xia Kingdom, the benchmark for excellence was 16 pull-ups, while exceeding 20 was the standard for special forces. Lung Muyun landed on the ground, utterly incredulous. Had her physical capabilities truly surged so dramatically overnight? She had initially believed that Lung Feng's elixir merely enhanced physical fitness, not anticipating such potent effects. With exhilaration coursing through her, she commenced her morning run. After 20 pull-ups, she astonishingly ran 5 kilometers in just 20 minutes. Her current physical prowess was likely among the most elite within the entire national defense. Little did she know, her morning exercise had caught the attention of 2 middle-aged men observing nearby. Captain, this girl's physical abilities are extraordinary. Even among our team, she would be considered a top performer, one of the men, clad in camouflage, remarked, his skin darkened and his gaze sharp. Let us coordinate with her class for an impromptu physical assessment. I wish to gauge her true capabilities. The speaker, Fan Tianlong, the captain of the Dragon Special Forces, declared. He had visited the National Defense to see an old friend and, having consumed a bit of wine, stayed overnight. Just as he was about to leave, he was captivated by Lung Muyun performing her pull-ups. Seeing her complete 25 pull-ups astonished Fan Tianlong. She appeared to be merely 20 years old, yet possessed such remarkable physicality. What astounded him further was that after completing 25 pull-ups, she proceeded to run 5 kilometers in under 20 minutes. Elated, he had unexpectedly discovered a promising talent. With such exceptional physical capabilities, with proper training, she could undoubtedly become a formidable special forces operative. At 8:30 in the morning, under Fan Tianlong's coordination, Lung Muyun's class was summoned for a physical assessment. The test comprised push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, long jumps, and a 5-kilometer run. Although Lung Muyun's major was not combat but rather combat command and military studies, the physical requirements remained stringent. For them, physical assessments were routine, and no one felt it was out of the ordinary. The push-up test commenced, and as the timer began, everyone began performing push-ups. Lung Muyun had always trained rigorously, maintaining good physical fitness. However, after the enhancement from the elixir, her physical abilities had transformed into something extraordinary. Not only were her movements precise, but her speed was also astonishing. Her performance left her classmates in awe. How is she so formidable today? Her speed is unbelievable. In 1 minute, Lung Muyun completed an astounding 100 push-ups. This record astonished even her. Her mentor and classmates were in disbelief. How has her physical ability become so terrifying? 100 push-ups in a minute. This is the standard for special forces. As the subsequent events unfolded, Lung Muyun achieved remarkable results across all testing parameters, aligning perfectly with the standards for special forces. This indicated that she now possessed the physical qualities of a special forces operative. Captain, she is only 20 years old. With rigorous training, Her future potential is immeasurable. A man standing behind Fan Tianlong exclaimed as they observed the testing from a distance. Fan Tianlong wore a broad smile. Outstanding academic knowledge coupled with such terrifying physicality. Immediately contact headquarters and ensure she is reserved for us. We cannot allow other combat zones to snatch her away. Chapter 83. The more beautiful the woman, the more dangerous. Ling Muyun remained oblivious to the fact that he had already attracted the attention of the Special Forces team from the Eastern Theater Command. Upon his graduation, he would be directly recruited by them. After the testing concluded, all his classmates gazed at Ling Muyun with expressions of astonishment. Muyun, your physical abilities are simply terrifying. Indeed, your progress is astonishing. As a man, I felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. I just checked, and Ling Muyun's records now rival the training standards of the Special Forces. I wager that the instructor has already approached the principal to report on this. This test has undoubtedly added substantial points to Ling Muyun's record. No, from now on, I must work as hard as Ling Muyun. We are at the National Defense University, where physical fitness is a crucial aspect for scoring. As the students remarked, Ling Muyun's instructor was equally taken aback by his performance. As his mentor, he understood all too well what Ling Muyun's physical prowess represented. If the individuals from the theater command got wind of this, they would surely vie for Ling Muyun's talent. Little did this instructor know that Fan Tianlong had already set his sights on Ling Muyun, prompting the school to conduct this test. Fan Tianlong had reviewed Ling Muyun's profile, identifying him as an exceptional student with outstanding academic performance and formidable physical capabilities, one he could not afford to overlook. At the Shengshi group in Hangqing, Ling Feng wore a puzzled expression. How is it that 3 junior shock rewards have emerged so early in the day? After some contemplation, he deduced that one of the shock rewards was indeed contributed by Ling Muyun. Yet, who were the other 2 contributors? As he pondered this, Ling Muyun initiated a video call. Dad, the pills you gave me are incredible. My physical abilities have surged exponentially. Ling Muyun exclaimed. We just conducted a physical fitness test, and my results met the standards of a Special Forces soldier. Upon hearing that Ling Muyun had undertaken a physical fitness test, Ling Feng felt a sense of relief. Ling Muyun's performance must have astonished her instructors and classmates. Unbeknownst to Ling Feng, there was also the Special Forces officer, Fan Tianlong. Father is a true superhero. The things he provides are certainly extraordinary, Ling Feng chuckled. I'll send you another pill tomorrow. After consuming these 3, you'll be nearly as formidable as Captain America. Ling Muyun couldn't help but laugh, perhaps for the first time in a long while. However, once she realized how joyful she had been, she quickly tried to compose herself, feeling a bit embarrassed and unsure of what to say next. There's no need to feel self-conscious. You should be more cheerful like your sister, Ling Feng remarked with a smile. Seeing you happy brings me joy as well. Ling Muyun nodded. Yes, I will strive to be more cheerful. If you need anything, just let me know. During the summer vacation, I'll visit Kyoto with Ningming to see you. Sounds good, Ling Feng replied. At that moment, Lin approached Ling Feng and said, Brother Feng, Mr. Li from the STR group has arrived. I've invited them to the conference room. All right, I'll head over now. Ling Feng responded to Lin before turning to Ling Muyun. I have some matters to attend to. We'll talk later. Goodbye, Dad, Ling Muyun said. Ling Feng waved at the screen before ending the call. Brother Feng, did that girl just call you Dad? Lin, who had not left, overheard Ling Muyun's address. You must have misheard, Ling Feng replied with a smile. Lin scratched her head, visibly puzzled. Could it be that I really misheard? Absolutely, Ling Feng chuckled before making his way towards the conference room. In the conference room, Li Ningxue sat regally in her chair. As Ling Feng entered, he smiled and said, Thank you for your patience. We just arrived ourselves. Li Ningxue replied with a smile. I didn't expect Mr. Ling to be a bodyguard. That's quite an unexpected role. Ling Feng responded with a smile. It's just a job. Mr. Ling should know my purpose here, right?
Li Ningxue inquirat.
Ling Feng nodded. Let me be straightforward. The raw materials for Wang Yu milk tea are exceedingly rare and difficult to mass produce, so there is little potential for collaboration between us. You're referring to the scarcity of the tea leaves, correct? Li Ningxue's smile exuded a sense of strategic confidence. While you require tea leaves for your milk tea, we do not. If you provide us with a small amount of tea leaves, we can decompose them to discover their elemental formula. Though we may not achieve the same effects as yours, we can still create a product that brings a degree of pleasure, especially since our price will be 100 times lower than yours. Li Ningshua's method was akin to that of producing antidepressants, a concept Ling Feng readily understood. I'm afraid I've already begun preparations to establish a laboratory for developing antidepressants. If you were to derive the elemental formula, wouldn't tea that infringe on my rights? Ling Feng smiled. How about this? Once our research yields results, we can discuss licensing it for your use. Creating a laboratory for antidepressants? Li Ningshua's eyes sparkled with interest. I thought Mr. Ling was merely speaking hypothetically. I didn't realize it was genuine. Of course it is. I possess a strong sense of social responsibility, Ling Feng replied with a smile. However, such a research project requires an investment of at least 100 million yuan. Does Mr. Ling possess such funds? Li Ningxue asked. I don't, but I have investors. Ling Feng gestured towards the desk. Shangshi Group and another investor are collectively contributing 170 million. That should suffice. Upon hearing this, Li Ningxue suggested, how about I invest a portion as well? I'm not familiar with you, so I think it's best to decline. Ling Feng smiled. Li Ningxue's expression shifted slightly. She hadn't anticipated Ling Feng to be so direct. Familiarity isn't an issue. We can become acquainted over time. Li Ningxue replied with a smile. With her beauty, countless men would surely be willing to engage with her. She believed Ling Feng would find it hard to resist her allure. Zhang Wuji's mother once told me that the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she becomes, so we should keep our distance to avoid being ensnared, Ling Feng said with a smile as he rose. I've said all I needed to say. If you wish to discuss the elemental formula, we can talk after our research results are available. Li Ningxue experienced the first instance of her charm being overlooked by a man. The smile on her face faded somewhat. Wait, we can still discuss the Wang Yu milk tea brand. If you're willing to authorize this brand for our use, I'm prepared to offer 30 million as a usage fee. Let us wait until the research results are available. Ling Feng smiled. I want to see you out. Please take your time. As Ling Feng departed, Li Ningxue felt a surge of frustration. Mr. Li, what shall we do now? Her assistant inquired. Please arrange a meeting with the president of Shangshi Group. I would like to speak with her. Li Ningxue resolved, unwilling to concede that easily. Although Ling Feng had turned her down, she could still negotiate with Shangshi Group, one of Ling Feng's investors. Chapter 84? Are you calling me ugly? As Ling Feng returned to the lounge, Sun Sihan approached him. Puzzled, he asked, Are you heading out? Sun Sihan shook her head with a smile and replied, Li Ningxue wants to see me, so I came to inquire about the outcome of your discussion. I have no desire to collaborate with her, Ling Feng said after taking a sip of tea and clearing his throat. Why not? Sun Sihan asked curiously. From what I glimpsed from afar, she is an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Am I that mundane? Ling Feng replied, somewhat frustrated. Discussing a partnership is not akin to matchmaking. Moreover, the more beautiful the woman, the less one can trust her. Sun Sihan's expression immediately soured. Are you saying I'm ugly? I misspoke, Ling Feng awkwardly said. Just pretend you didn't hear that. Get lost. Sun Sihan retorted, visibly annoyed. You can't take back a fart, let alone your own words. Ling Feng, with a gloomy expression, said, You're insulting me. I might just get angry. I won't care if you have a child. Sun Sihan huffed. All right, no more jokes. Ling Feng smiled. Li Ningxue gives off a vibe of deep cunning. I prefer not to engage with such individuals. I much prefer someone as grounded as you. That sounds much better. Sun Sihan teased. You told her about the antidepressant, didn't you? How did you know? Ling Feng asked, astonished. Sun Sihan smiled and explained. Our companies have no overlapping interests. If she wishes to see me, it must be regarding the Wang Yu milk tea. If she intends to mass-produce it, she must study the formula of its elements. Thus, I surmised that you informed her about the medical research project. Very clever, as expected of you, Sun Sihan, Ling Feng praised, giving her a thumbs up. Sun Sihan beamed with pride and said, Since you prefer to avoid excessive interaction with this beauty, I know what to do. Go ahead and chat with her. I'll grab a cup of coffee from you Bing and return to have lunch with you, Ling Feng said, smiling. With little to occupy him at the company, Lung Feng made his way to Yu Bing's milk tea shop. Upon entering, he ordered coffee and cake before settling down at a nearby table. "Isn't that the uncle of Cold Lemon?" someone remarked. "Yes, that's him. He looks quite handsome in person. What is he doing here? Surely not just for milk tea?" Although Lung Feng wasn't as famous as Cold Lemon, he had appeared on screen, leading many to recognize him. Lin Ying and Yu Bing were rehearsing a new song when they noticed Lung Feng and smiled instead of greeting him. Once they finished their performance, Lung Feng curiously asked, "Have you changed your song? What is it? It sounds lovely." This song is titled Misaligned Time and Space, designated by Blueberry Station. It was quite popular many years ago. Lin Ying replied with a smile. "I was only 16 at the time. It's indeed very melodious, with a beautiful ambience," Lung Feng remarked. "Please continue." "Lung Feng, when will you treat me to a cup of Wangyu milk tea?" Yu Bing asked playfully. "Come to Wulin Street, and I shall gift you one," Lung Feng replied with a grin. "Then I shall see you tonight," Yu Bing said with a smile. Afterward, Yu Bing and Lin Ying resumed their rehearsal. The song's tune was exquisite, prompting an involuntary hum from Lung Feng. Half an hour later, he observed Li Ningxue departing from the Shengshi group with her entourage. Despite being across the street, he could still discern her dejected expression. Despite her personal visit, she had failed to achieve her objective. As the Rolls-Royce drove away, Lung Feng returned his attention to Lin Ying and Yu Bing singing. Another half hour passed, marking the arrival of lunchtime. With Lin Ying and Yu Bing needing to rehearse for their live performance at 9 o'clock the following evening, Lung Feng decided to return to the Shengshi group by himself. After sharing lunch with Sun Sihan, he drove away in her BMW. It was time to resolve the incident involving the thief from the previous night. Using the thief's contact information, Lung Feng pinpointed an individual named Lu Si. Lu Si was a small-time boss involved in dubious dealings, maintaining a crew of over 30 men, gaining a modest reputation in Hangzhou. This morning, Lung Feng had located Lu Si's base of operations. Jinding Investment Company was ostensibly an investment firm, but in reality, it operated as a loan shark. Parking the BMW in front of Jinding Investment, Lung Feng walked inside. As he did so, Lu Si's employees noticed him immediately. Spotting the BMW 7 Series, they mistakenly assumed he was a significant client. A striking young woman approached him with a smile, asking, "Brother, how may I assist you? Are you looking to invest or in need of funds? Is Lu Si available?" Lung Feng inquired. Upon hearing that he sought Lu Si, the woman's expression shifted slightly. Just then, she recognized him and realized his intentions were not benign. "Who is Lu Si?" "I don't know him," she replied with a forced smile. Lung Feng casually took a seat on the sofa and smiled. "Have him come to see me. If he doesn't, I shall smash this place." Seeing his demeanor, the woman had no choice but to pick up the phone and dial a number. The call connected, and she said, "Brother Si, Lung Feng is here looking for you. If you don't come down, he plans to cause a scene." At that moment, Lu Si was on the 3rd floor playing mahjong with several associates. Surprised to hear that Lung Feng was seeking him, he wondered how he had come to this point. Had one of his men betrayed him? Yet, if that were the case, it should be law enforcement arriving, not Lung Feng. "Boys, grab your weapons," Lu Si commanded, unafraid of confrontation. If Lung Feng had come to him, it was time to settle matters. At Lu Si's order, over 10 of his men retrieved weapons from the corner. Led by Lu Si, they stormed down to the 1st floor with an intimidating presence. Seeing Lu Si's display, Lung Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Is this grand show meant to intimidate me? You'll find out soon enough whether it's to scare you or not," Lu Si replied, signaling to a young man beside him. The young man picked up a remote control for the rolling shutter door and promptly closed it. Rising with a smile, Lung Feng addressed Lu Si. "Engaging in a fight with me will yield you no benefits. Unexpectedly, you are quite audacious. Surrounded by so many of us, you remain unfazed?" Lu Si remarked, bemused by Lung Feng's composure. "If I can negotiate, I would prefer not to resort to violence," Lung Feng replied calmly. Lu Si, towering at 6 feet tall and appearing quite robust, interpreted Lung Feng's words as a sign of fear, leading him to boast, "It's simple. If you share the formula for Wang Yu milk tea with me, I will let you leave." Hearing this, Lung Feng chuckled. "You've misunderstood. My terms are simple. If you apologize, I may consider letting you off the hook." Chapter 85. The issue of scalpers. Luo Si's expression darkened in an instant. Cold Feng's words ignited a profound anger within him. As a person of some repute in Hangzhou, how dare Cold Feng dismiss him so casually? At that moment, surrounded by more than a dozen of his followers, Luo Si could not fathom Cold Feng's audacity. I am truly curious. What gives you such confidence? Do you think I would be intimidated by you? Luo Si scoffed. I had assumed that after the incident with Zhong Heihu, my legend would echo through the underworld of Hangzhou. Why do you seem unfamiliar with my name? Is gossip not a topic of conversation in your circle? Cold Feng sighed in frustration. Upon hearing Cold Feng mention Zhong Heihu, Luo Si's gaze sharpened. What do you mean? Do you know anything about me? Cold Feng stepped closer to Luo Si, smiling as he introduced himself. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Cold Feng, the bodyguard of Sun Sihan, the president of Shengshi Group. What? You? You are Sun Sihan's bodyguard? The mention of Zhong Heihu had already stirred unease within Luo Si, but this revelation left him utterly stunned. While Cold Feng's name alone held little weight, the identity of being Sun Sihan's bodyguard was immensely impactful. The events surrounding Zhong Heihu had long circulated within the gray circles of Hangzhou. Anyone involved in such circles knew that Sun Sihan was not to be trifled with. Most notably, her bodyguard was said to be extraordinarily formidable, rumored to be able to take on over 50 opponents single-handedly, and it was this very bodyguard who had unearthed all incriminating evidence against Zhong Heihu. A bodyguard who could fight was not particularly alarming. However, one capable of uncovering evidence was truly terrifying. Those who traversed this realm were often doomed when exposed. Once evidence surfaced, they would meet the same fate as Zhong Heihu. Though Zhong Heihu had significant backing, he still fell prey to the prowess of a mere bodyguard from Shengshi Group. Your expression is quite normal, Cold Feng remarked, placing his hand on Luo Si's shoulder. It appears you have indeed heard of Zhong Heihu. Why yes, I have, Luo Si stammered, swallowing hard with trepidation. Do we still need to discuss the recipe for forgetting worry milk tea? And no, it's unnecessary. I was foolish. Please do not be angry, Mr. Cold. Luo Si trembled as he spoke. Cold Feng glanced at Luo Si's followers. Would you like me to spar with one of your men? It would serve as a validation of my identity. No need. I trust you, Mr. Cold. Luo Si had broken into a cold sweat, his back soaked. No wonder Cold Feng was so composed. He was a powerhouse capable of taking on 50 men. His own crew was hardly a match for such a formidable opponent. If a fight broke out, the stakes would escalate dramatically. He had no desire to share the same fate as Zhong Heihu. I mentioned earlier that you should apologize. Yet you seem to hold a different opinion? Cold Feng returned to the sofa, a smile playing on his lips. With a sudden crash, Luo Si, the fierce man, knelt at Cold Feng's feet, his voice trembling. Mr. Cold, grant me a chance. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Please forgive me. Just one sentence? Cold Feng inquired, his brow furrowed. At this, Luo Si hurriedly added, Mr. Cold, please provide a QR code so we may become friends. Cold Feng opened his phone and retrieved the banking QR code. Luo Si quickly scanned it, sending over 1 million. Mr. Cold, a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it for tea. Cold Feng glanced at his phone, then displayed a document before Luo Si's eyes. Since you are being so courteous, I shall not make it difficult for you. I will delete this. Upon seeing the documents on Cold Feng's phone, Luo Si's eyes widened in shock. The information was sufficient to land him in labor reform alongside Zhong Heihu. Witnessing Cold Feng delete the files was like receiving a pardon. Thank you, Mr. Cold, he exclaimed repeatedly. As long as you do not provoke me, I have no interest in delving into your affairs. But should anyone dare to cross me, no matter how skillfully they conceal their actions, they shall not escape my notice. Cold Feng cautioned, patting Luo Si's shoulder. One must not overstep boundaries. There exists a line that, if crossed, leaves one without protection. With that, Cold Feng turned and made his way to the door. Luo Si's subordinates hastily lifted the roller door. As Cold Feng drove away in his BMW, Luo Si exhaled a sigh of relief, sinking to the ground. Boss, is he really the one who brought down Zhong Heihu? Could he be deceiving us? Luo Si rose and dialed a number. Brother, help me look up a license plate. Moments later, he hung up, his expression grave. Is that so? His comrade inquired. The BMW belonged to Sun Sihan. Luo Si was taken aback. This person is definitely not to be trifled with. He is far from an ordinary bodyguard. Congratulations on completing the intermediate shock task, receiving a reward of 300,000. As Cold Fong left Jinding Investment, he received the system's reward. His visit to Luosi was a calculated move to deter any future petty criminals from targeting the forgetting worry milk tea business. For profitable ventures inevitably attract envy. As Cold Fong drove past a traffic light, his phone rang. Pressing the answer button on the steering wheel, he said, "Hello? Who is this?" "Mr. Cold. This is Mu Xiaoya, the granddaughter of Mu Lao." Her melodious voice resonated through the line. "Let me guess, you wish to purchase forgetting worry milk tea?" Cold Fong asked with a smile.
Mu Xiaoya chuckled sheepishly.
"I know it's inappropriate to seek favors, but forgetting worry milk tea is simply too popular, and there are scalpers specifically queuing up. I can't compete with them." The scalper issue indeed requires some regulation, Cold Fong contemplated aloud. Selling a cup of forgetting worry milk tea for 500 yuan, they could hawk it for 2,500, making it an irresistible opportunity for scalpers. "On account of my grandfather, could you possibly grant me a favor and let me buy a cup?" Mu Xiaoya inquired, her tone laced with desperation. "While I cannot allow you to cut in line, I can offer you a complimentary cup," Cold Fong replied with a smile. "This is a private gift, not a queue jump." "Mr. Cold, you are too kind. I will wait for you at the forgetting worry milk tea shop tonight," Mu Xiaoya exclaimed, her excitement palpable. After hanging up with Mu Xiaoya, Cold Fong pondered the scalper situation. Though scalpers operated based on their own merit, their presence disrupted the normal purchasing order. Even the rights of patients suffering from depression could be jeopardized. After all, obtaining a hospital diagnosis record is not particularly challenging. It was entirely possible that individuals were using counterfeit medical records to deceive the system for purchasing the tea. Securing even a single cup of forgetting worry milk tea could yield a profit of 2,000 yuan, undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Chapter 86. Addressing the scalper issue on his way back to the Shengshi group, Lung Feng received a call from Lung Ningming. Upon learning that she had finished school, he headed directly to Hangzhou University. Although several days had passed since the incident with the worry-free milk tea, its popularity had not diminished significantly. As the most talked-about figure of the moment, Lung Ningming was naturally the focus of many eyes. A throng of self-media reporters had gathered at the entrance of the university, eager to interview her, but Lung Feng adeptly shielded her from their grasp. After parking on the roadside, Lung Feng approached the school gate. It wasn't long before Lung Ningming emerged with her classmates. Spotting her father, she almost called out to him, but remembering the multitude of reporters outside, she refrained from greeting him. Bidding farewell to her friends, she hurried to his side and whispered, "Dad, you came quite fast." "I happened to take care of something and passed by," Lung Feng replied as he guided her towards the BMW. "Miss Lung, I'm a Bilibili content creator. Could I get a moment of your time for an interview?" "Miss Lung, I'm from Tushio." As Lung Ningming appeared, a dozen reporters rushed forward. "I'm sorry, we're not celebrities and don't require interviews. You should return and not waste your time here," Lung Feng asserted, already ushering Lung Ningming into the car. Watching Lung Feng drive away with his daughter, the reporters felt quite helpless. If Lung Ningming refused interviews, they could only gather information from her neighbors. Amidst the frustration, a girl with a bobbed haircut suddenly had a spark of inspiration. She swiftly hopped into a taxi and instructed the driver to follow the direction in which Lung Feng and Lung Ningming had departed. Before long, she trailed them to Kaiyuan City, where she spotted Lung Ningming entering the building. After observing Lung Feng's departure, she made her way downstairs. At that moment, an aunt from upstairs descended with a bag of trash. "Excuse me, does Lung Ningming live here?" the short-haired girl inquired politely. The aunt nodded, "Yes." "Are you looking for her? Could I ask you a few questions?" The girl eagerly responded. The aunt's expression turned wary as she scrutinized the girl. "You're a reporter, aren't you?" "I'm merely inquiring about a few simple matters." "I won't fabricate anything," the girl lowered her voice. "If you could answer a couple of questions, I'd offer you 500 yuan as a consulting fee." Upon hearing this, the aunt's eyes glimmered with intrigue. 500 yuan was equivalent to her earnings for 2 days. Just as she was about to agree, she noticed Lung Feng returning. "Young lady, do you have such a penchant for prying into others' privacy?" Lung Feng had already sensed someone tailing them. He hadn't actually left but had merely parked nearby. The girl was startled. her expression tense as she responded, I have the right to interview. Do you possess a press credential? Lung Feng smiled. Self-media does not equate to being a journalist. It is merely akin to being an editor. I may be self-media, but I do not fabricate stories, the girl quickly retorted. Isn't it prudent to obtain consent from the involved party before reporting on their private matters? Don't say I didn't warn you. If you infringe upon Ningming's privacy, I will pursue legal action against you, Lung Feng stated firmly before turning to leave. The aunt, who had contemplated aiding the girl, hurried away. As a neighbor of Lang Ningming, it would be disgraceful to sell her privacy for money. The short-haired girl seethed with frustration. Yet in light of Lung Feng's warning, she dared not continue her investigation. She had already crossed into the realm of a legal inquiry, and should she release any obtained information, she would be violating criminal law. If Lung Feng truly filed a lawsuit, she faced a potential sentence of up to 2 years. The risk was too great to contemplate. Upon returning to the office, Sun Sihan and Lin Ying were engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Lung Feng, Lin Ying smiled and asked, Where have you been roaming this time? I want to tell you, Lung Feng replied with a grin. Do you have time tomorrow night at 9? We're going to the Blueberry stage to watch Lin Ying's screen debut, Sun Sihan inquired. Lung Feng nodded. Can I bring my family? Of course. That's no problem. Lin Ying chuckled. It's 5 o'clock. Another day has passed in style, Lung Feng remarked as he glanced at the time and added, Let us go. I'll drive you home. Such a lackadaisical work attitude. How can one justify a monthly salary of 100,000? Lin Ying teased. Starting next month, we'll cut the salary down to 50,000. Sun Sihan stated earnestly. Lung Feng exclaimed, A sudden halving? Is this a 40-meter cleaver you wield? That's quite severe. The trio bantered as they exited the office. By 6:30, Lung Feng and Lang Ningming arrived at Willian Street. The street remained lively, with new visitors flocking to the worry-free milk tea shop daily. After Lang Ningming entered the milk tea shop, Lung Feng addressed the crowd, Ladies and gentlemen, I've heard that many scalpers have monopolized the purchasing quotas for the milk tea, so starting tomorrow, we will alter the purchasing method. Upon hearing this, some individuals closest to the purchasing window looked disheartened. These were the scalpers who had profited from the worry-free milk tea over the past few days. Finally, it's about time to crack down on scalpers, a bystander shouted loudly. Lung Feng smiled. Tomorrow we will launch a mini-program, opening at 6:30 each evening. The purchasing rights will go to whoever can seize them first. I must remind everyone, only those present are eligible to claim the rights. If the purchase is not completed within 5 minutes, the quota will be forfeited and reassigned. Support. I will definitely be here tomorrow. Scalpers, your good days are numbered. Many in the crowd shouted, even publicly chastising the scalpers in line. What about those suffering from depression? Do they also have to compete online? At that moment, a middle-aged woman holding a young boy's hand inquired. Those with depression are exempt, but the authenticity of their treatment records must be ensured. Starting today, I will conduct a registration process, and if anyone is found to be falsifying information, I will report them to the Enforcement Bureau and Credit Bureau, Lung Feng declared. Upon hearing this, several individuals in the crowd connected to the scalpers left with displeased expressions. Once recorded by the Credit Bureau, the consequences could be dire. Issues with credit could complicate matters concerning loans, home purchases, or vehicle acquisitions. Most critically, if apprehended by authorities, they could very well be charged with fraud. At that moment, Mu Xiaoya hurriedly approached. Mr. Lang, I'm not late, am I? Not at all. Once I prepare the milk teas for the others, yours will be ready. Lung Feng replied with a smile. Why does she get to purchase when she hasn't TQ'd an ISNTA patient? A middle-aged man coldly questioned, overhearing the dialogue between Lung Feng and Mu Xiaoya. Chapter 87. An explanation. The middle-aged man was a scalper who had previously prepared fake medical records, intending to purchase Forget Worry milk tea under the guise of a depression patient. To his surprise, Lung Feng had anticipated this tactic, thwarting his plans. As he simmered with anger, he overheard a conversation between Lung Feng and Mu Xiaoya, seizing the opportunity to confront Lung Feng. In essence, he sought to provoke a confrontation. With his words, several other scalpers joined in, echoing his sentiments, demanding to know why she was permitted to buy. You insist we adhere to the rules, yet you sell milk tea on the side. We demand an explanation. Mu Xiaoya's face fell at the scene, realizing she had caused trouble for Lung Feng. Unfazed, Lung Feng replied, "Firstly, this lady is my friend, and the milk tea provided to her is not counted within the designated quota. Furthermore, she is not required to pay, as this milk tea is a gift among friends." The scalper retorted, "Whether she paid or not is known only to you. Am I not allowed to treat a friend to a cup of milk tea?" Lung Feng replied with a smile. She neither occupies a designated slot nor cuts in line. "I must ask, what is your concern in this matter?" The scalper was left speechless. "If I am not mistaken, you were in the queue for depression patients earlier, correct?" Lung Feng countered. "Why did you leave when I mentioned registration? Do you possess a fraudulent diagnosis to contest the purchasing eligibility of actual depression patients? How shameless!" Someone shouted. "To compete with depression patients for a spot? What utter scum! Get lost, scalper." The scalper quickly became the target of ire, realizing he had stirred up the crowd's anger and fled in disgrace. The remaining scalpers fell silent, unwilling to speak further. "Mr. Lung, I apologize for the trouble," Mu Xiaoya said, feeling embarrassed. "Not at all," Lung Feng replied with a smile. "By the way, please bring a cup for Mu Lao." Of course, Mu Xiaoya responded cheerfully. An hour later, as the milk tea shop closed, Lang Ningming emerged carrying 4 cups of milk tea. "Sister Mu, these 4 cups are all for you," Lang Ningming said with a smile. Mu Xiaoya exclaimed, "There's no need for so many. 2 cups would suffice. You and your family cannot manage with just 2 cups." Lang Ningming laughed. "These 4 cups of forget-worry milk tea are worth 2,000 yuan. Too precious." Mu Xiaoya quickly protested. "2 cups are already more than enough for me." With a stern expression, Lung Feng interjected, "Stop hesitating. If you continue, I 1 tea give you even 1. Seeing Lung Feng's demeanor, Mu Xiaoya hurriedly accepted the milk tea. "If I take them, is that all right? Please don't be so fierce. Make haste and return," Lung Feng smiled. "When I have the opportunity, I'll have my grandfather treat you to tea," Mu Xiaoya said with a grin. After parting ways with Mu Xiaoya, Lung Feng and Lang Ningming strolled hand in hand down Wulin Street. Upon returning home, the father and daughter prepared dinner together. Seated at the table, Lung Feng asked Lang Ningming, "Tomorrow evening, I will be attending the recording at Blueberry Station. Would you like to join?" Curious, Lang Ningming inquired, "What program is it?" Lung Feng pondered, "I am not entirely sure. It's a live singing show." "I know. It's the show Civilian Singer, right? It's one of the hottest variety shows right now," Lang Ningming exclaimed, excitedly adding, "Can I go with you?" Lung Feng nodded, "Certainly." "Wonderful.
I am thrilled."
Just then, a hint of worry crossed Lang Ningming's face. "Will we have enough time? We can't just close the shop." Lung Feng contemplated. "We'll arrive early at the shop tomorrow, striving to finish all milk tea by 6:30. That way, we can close up in just a few minutes." "Perfect. Let's do that," Lang Ningming replied happily. "This will be my first time at a live television studio, and my 2 favorite singers are judges on this show. I can meet them up close." Seeing Lang Ningming so delighted filled Lung Feng with joy as well. After dinner, Lang Ningming sent out a red envelope in their group chat. After claiming their share, the family of 4 engaged in a video call, enjoying a virtual gathering. The following day passed without any notable events, swiftly leading into the afternoon. Lin Ying left early with Yu Bing for a rehearsal at the television station. Since Lang Ningming wished to visit the station, Sun Sihan finished work early and accompanied Lung Feng to Kaiyuan City Community. After picking up Lang Ningming, they headed directly to Wulin Street. While Lang Ningming prepared the milk tea, Lung Feng affixed the program code to the glass. After 6 o'clock, a growing crowd gathered, eagerly scanning the code to participate. Meanwhile, Lung Feng busily registered the information of the depression patients. At 6:30, he promptly activated the mini-program. In an instant, 10 cups of forget-worry milk tea were snatched up. "Dear patrons, each phone number is permitted to purchase only once within a week. Those who secured milk tea today should refrain from returning for the next 7 days," Lung Feng reminded them. His approach garnered much praise from the crowd. With 10 fewer competitors each day, the competition would diminish significantly. Few were willing to spend 500 yuan on milk tea. Once the milk tea sold out, the trio hurried to the recording venue at Blueberry Station. As one of the most renowned television stations in Daxia, It produced numerous popular shows. Upon arriving at the studio, they presented their entry tickets and entered. The audience seating was not random. The staff arranged seating based on their own standards. In essence, those deemed attractive were seated in the front rows. Lung Ningming, Mr. Lung. The television staff instantly recognized Lung Feng and Lang Ningming, smiling as they said, "Please follow me. The best seats are reserved for you today." Given Lung Ningming and Sun Sihan's looks, they were already eligible for front row seating. Now, with Lung Ningming's rising fame, the three secured the coveted center seats in the audience. Clearly, the production team aimed to leverage Lang Ningming's popularity. "Can we go backstage? Our two friends are contestants today," Lung Ningming requested, eager for a photo with her favorite stars. Thus, Lung Feng decided to take her backstage. "Really?" The staff responded with delight, recognizing the advantage of this connection. "Of course. I'll arrange for someone to escort you backstage." The staff soon found a newcomer to guide the trio backstage, while she hurried off to inform the director's team about Lang Ningming's presence. Chapter 88. The Star Chasing of Cold Lemon. "What did you say? Cold Lemon is an audience member tonight, and she is friends with the contestants?" The chief director, a middle-aged woman named Shiwen, was utterly delighted upon hearing her colleague's report. Being a part of the entertainment industry, Shiwen was highly attuned to trending topics. Cold Lemon had recently become a sensational figure, and anything associated with her instantly turned into a hot topic. As the chief director, she certainly could not let such an opportune moment slip away. "Yes, I have arranged for them to have the prime seats in the audience. Come, I shall go and meet Cold Lemon," Shiwen declared. Meanwhile, Cold Feng and his companions had already arrived backstage. At this moment, Lin Ying and Yu Bing had changed into their performance outfits. "Wow, this attire is stunning. The most beautiful garments for women are undoubtedly wedding dresses and stage costumes." Lin Ying and Yu Bing, adorned in magnificent performance attire, resembled the leading ladies in a television drama. Even Sun Sihan and Cold Lemon were astounded, not to mention Cold Feng. "How can you be backstage?" Lin Ying and Yu Bing exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Cold Feng and his companions enter. Sun Sihan pointed at Cold Lemon and said, "With such a trending figure present, the television station naturally has to show some respect." Cold Feng and his companions had already discerned the television station's intentions, but they considered it a trivial matter and chose not to dwell on it. Indeed, Lemon is currently one of the most talked about figures. Her presence as an audience member would certainly flatter the television station. Lin Ying smiled and remarked, "I'll take Lemon to meet her idol. You all carry on with your conversation," Cold Feng stated, leading Cold Lemon toward the star makeup area. "SNT, that Cold Lemon? What is she doing here? Could it be that Cold Lemon is entering the entertainment industry? With her current popularity and allure, it wouldn't be impossible for her to seize this opportunity, especially given her sweet appearance. She also has two identical sisters, and the three could easily form a debut group. Coming to the television station might be a step in that direction." Backstage, apart from the staff, there were numerous contestants. The appearance of Cold Lemon immediately captured their attention. Groups of people whispered among themselves, speculating that Cold Lemon's presence at the television station might indicate her intention to join the entertainment industry. Under the guidance of the staff, Cold Feng and Cold Lemon arrived at the star's resting area. "Brother Song, Sister Chi, Cold Lemon is your fan. Would it be possible for her to take a photo with you?" Brother Song, a handsome man with glasses, had gained fame as one of the hottest male singers due to his remarkable musical talent. Sister Chi was an exceptionally beautiful woman, regarded as one of the finest female singers in Xiangjiang. Both held considerable popularity in the music industry, having created numerous beloved songs. Being an ordinary university girl, Cold Lemon naturally harbored her own fandom. These two were her favorite artists. Cold Lemon. Upon hearing her name, Brother Song and Sister Chi looked over in surprise. Their expressions reflected astonishment at the realization that the most talked-about figure was indeed their fan. As Cold Lemon approached them with a smile, she excitedly said, "Brother Song, Sister Chi, here's some milk tea for you." "Thank you," Brother Song exclaimed, visibly thrilled. "Is this the legendary Forget Worries milk tea? I have always wanted to try it but could never find it. I can't believe I get to taste the Forget Worries milk tea that you personally brought today. My assistant has tried for 2 days but couldn't get any. And I heard this cup fetches an outrageous price of 2,500 per serving. Sister Chi also joyfully accepted the Forget Worries milk tea. The ingredients for Forget Worries milk tea are extremely rare, hence we cannot supply it in abundance. Cold Lemon explained with a smile. I really enjoy your songs. May I take a photo with you? Of course, Brother Song replied with a grin. It is our honor to receive your admiration. Sister Chi echoed his sentiment. Cold Fong took out his phone, stating, let me capture a photo of the three of you. Cold Lemon nodded happily, positioning herself between Brother Song and Sister Chi, her face beaming with joy. As Cold Fong pressed the shutter button, he remarked, we won't disturb you further. Goodbye, and I hope to hear more of your wonderful songs. Cold Lemon smiled as she bid farewell. Cold Lemon's pursuit of her idols was quite rational. She was not overly infatuated. Having met her idols and taken a photo, she felt immense happiness. After Cold Lemon left, Brother Song and Sister Chi eagerly sipped the Forget Worries milk tea. Although they appeared delighted, as public figures, they were burdened with immense pressure. This pressure stemmed not only from external expectations but also from their own creative endeavors. As creative artists, the weight of inspiration's absence loomed heavily upon them. After a sip of the Forget Worries milk tea, they felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over them, as if their minds had been momentarily emptied. The sensation was simply divine. Soon, countless joyful memories flooded their minds, spanning from their youthful days to their time in the entertainment industry. Those moments that had brought them joy resurfaced vividly. This is incredible. It truly allows one to unwind and feel happiness. Sister Chi marveled, feeling her previous stress dissipate. Brother Song nodded in astonishment. I suddenly experienced a surge of inspiration. I must jot this down for my new song. As Cold Fong and Cold Lemon returned to Lining and her companions, they were met by a beaming Shiwen. Mr. Cold, Miss Cold, greetings, Shiwen said with a smile. Introducing herself, I am Shiwen, the chief director of this variety show. Hello, Cold Fong and Cold Lemon replied in unison. I am delighted that you could attend tonight's event. I have a small favor to ask of you. Would that be all right? Shiwen inquired politely. Please go ahead, Cold Fong responded. You are friends with Bing-Ying Shenkai, correct? After their performance, would it be possible for Miss Cold to rally some support for them? Shiwen smiled, adding it would only require a few simple words. Cold Fong pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That may not be appropriate. Wouldn't such an action compromise the program's integrity? You may give Lemon a few close-up shots, but speaking on their behalf is out of the question. Upon hearing Cold Feng's reasoning, Shiwen suddenly came to a realization. He made a compelling point. If Cold Lemon were to solicit votes for Lin Ying and Yu Bing, it would indeed jeopardize the fairness of the competition. After all, Cold Lemon was no ordinary individual. Her popularity was considerable. To have her campaign for Bing-Ying Shenkai would be akin to preordaining a champion. Chapter 89. The Master of Banter. As Lung Fong conversed with Shiwen, Yu Bing's expression suddenly transformed. She clutched her abdomen, bending over in apparent agony. Yu Bing, what is the matter? Lin Ying inquired, astonished by Yu Bing's demeanor. Yu Bing's complexion turned pale as she anxiously replied, Damn it. Why is this happening now? Is it my period? Lin Ying asked in surprise. Yu Bing nodded painfully. I had calculated that it would still be 2 days away, but I never anticipated it would arrive today. I suffer from dysmenorrhea. Perhaps. Perhaps I am just too tense.
Lin Feng instructed, Xian.
Please assist Yu Bing to the restroom. Sun Sihan promptly nodded, supporting Yu Bing alongside Lang Ningmeng as they headed to the facilities. Witnessing this, Shiwen expressed concern. Will she be able to perform? Lin Ying's expression grew anxious. If Yu Bing could not take the stage, she would have to face it alone. We don't know yet, Lin Ying responded, turning to Shiwen. Director, if she can't perform, does that mean our group will be disbanded? If you can manage it yourself, that's also an option. Shiwen replied. Lin Ying appeared exceedingly tense. I can't handle it alone. What are you so anxious about? You sing beautifully on usual occasions, Lung Fong encouraged. I can. Lin Ying murmured, taking deep breaths to calm her nerves. Let me know how it goes. If Yu Bing cannot perform, you will have to go solo. Don't worry. I believe you can handle it, Shiwen stated, recalling Lin Ying and Yu Bing's past performances, convinced that Lin Ying could carry the song alone. After a brief moment, Sun Sihan and Lang Ningmeng returned, supporting a visibly pained Yu Bing. Lining, I cannot take the stage. I have faith in your ability to command this song. Yu Bing stated weakly. Lining, who had seen much in her life, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Unlike previous auditions, this was a live broadcast, and the Blueberry channel boasted a massive following, with millions tuning in via the internet and television. A slip-up could lead to dire repercussions. Is it possible to withdraw from the competition? Lining asked nervously. Weren't you just brimming with confidence? Why are you so timid today? Lung Feng encouraged. Didn't you just say you were capable? I believe in you. It's easy for you to say. Come and perform with me. Lin Ying retorted anxiously. Lung Feng chuckled. Unfortunately, the director's team won't allow that. If they did, I would gladly accompany you on stage. Just so you know, I am a god-level singer. Mr. Lung, if you are willing to perform, I have no objections. Shi Wen's voice suddenly came from behind Ling Feng. His expression froze in embarrassment. I was just joking. Director. Lung Feng awkwardly laughed. So, you have turned timid? You were just boasting about being a god-level singer. Lin Ying scoffed. So, you are merely a master of banter. We are uncivilian singer. Even if you sing off-key, it doesn't matter, Shi Wen implied. Lung Feng was indeed a prominent figure in the Forget Worries milk tea incident. His presence on stage would certainly generate buzz for the program. It's settled then. Have him accompany me on stage. Lin Ying beamed at Shi Wen's suggestion. All right, settled. Get Mr. Lung ready for wardrobe and makeup, Shi Wen instructed the staff. Lung Feng was bewildered and quickly interjected. I haven't agreed yet. Didn't you just say that if the director's team approves, you would accompany me on stage? Lin Ying laughed. Does that hurt your pride? You mocked me. And now it's come back to bite you. Go for it.
Leng ning mengchere.
I will inform our eldest and second sisters to watch your debut performance. Good luck. Sun Sihan added. I look forward to your performance. Yu Bing wished to laugh but was hindered by her pain, managing only a weak good luck. Lung Feng felt frustrated. How had he gotten himself into this predicament? He certainly could not sing. How could he face the stage alongside Lin Ying without losing face? Just then, he suddenly recalled his God Singer card. Produced by the system, it was undoubtedly a masterpiece. With the card's assistance, perhaps he wouldn't be humiliated. Mr. Ling, please come with us. We need to select your outfit. Staff members hurried over to style Ling Feng. Lin Ying, who had previously been anxious, now felt a sense of ease. As the saying goes, one shines in the presence of others. If there were to be embarrassment, it would fall on Lung Feng, allowing her to play a supporting role instead. Once Yu Bing had changed, Lang Ningmeng and Sun Sihan assisted her to the audience seats. In the audience, Lang Ningmeng quickly video-called Lung Xingyao and Lang Muyun. Third sister, where are you? Watching a movie? Lung Xingyao asked, noticing the crowd behind Lang Ningmeng. Eldest sister, second sister, I have wonderful news. Our uncle is going to sing on Blueberry Channel shortly. Don't forget to watch Civilian Singer. Due to the presence of Sun Sihan and Yu Bing, Lang Ningmeng referred to Lung Feng simply as uncle. Singing on Blueberry Channel? Lung Xingyao exclaimed. He has that talent. Civilian Singer? That's the trending variety show. Isn't it?
Leng Muyun equate her surprise.
Not realizing that Lung Feng would participate in a singing program. Recalling the earlier scene, Lang Ningmeng couldn't help but laugh. It happened like this. After hearing Lang Ningmeng's account, Lung Xingyao erupted in laughter. Haha, that's what you call shooting yourself in the foot. I can't take it anymore. This is too funny. Lung Muyun, too, wore a broad smile, stating, I'm off to download a video app to wait for the hilarity. What kind of people are you? Gloating over someone's misfortune.
Sanxian chaidid Len Ningmeng.
Lang Ningmeng playfully asked Sun Sihan, aren't you excited? Haha, how could you not be? Sun Sihan chuckled. Too bad there's no popcorn being sold here. Perhaps Uncle Lung will sing beautifully. Yu Bing, still clutching her abdomen, remarked, according to my mom, my uncle sings terribly, completely tone-deaf.
Leng Ningmeng to
Nearly let slip a secret but managed to catch herself just in time. Chapter 90. The rise of Cold Maple. As the live broadcast was about to commence, the audience was already seated in anticipation. At this moment, the front row had already noticed the presence of Cold Lemon, who occupied the central position. Beside Cold Lemon sat several beautiful girls, their curiosity piqued by her every word. Upon hearing Cold Lemon converse with Cold Xingyao and Cold Muyun, their eyes widened in astonishment. Cold Lemon's uncle was set to take the stage and sing? Moreover, he was notoriously tone-deaf. Most intriguingly, Cold Maple had entirely dug his own grave. The girls quickly pulled out their phones, eager to post on Weibo. This was indeed a scoop. One of them hurriedly reached out to a well-known internet personality to sell the news. With the backing of a social media influencer, the topic of Cold Maple's participation in Commoner Singer swiftly garnered countless shares and comments. These discussions meticulously detailed the unfolding events, even mentioning Yu Bing's menstrual discomfort. The program's director appeared to be a divine ally. Mr. Cold had merely uttered a few sarcastic remarks and was unexpectedly drafted. Braving the stage despite his lack of musical talent was undoubtedly a strategy by the production team to elicit laughter. Everyone was eager to witness just how tone-deaf Cold Lemon's uncle truly was. I want to see Cold Lemon sing. Those in agreement, please give me a thumbs up. Initially, I had no interest in Commoner Singer, but tonight, I shall tune in. Adjusting the channel, I awaited the spectacle. In the broadcasting studio, Shiwen was making the final preparations for the live show. Suddenly, the assistant director rushed over, exclaiming, "Sister Shiwen, take a look at this." Shiwen took the phone and saw that Cold Maple's topic had surged into the top 30 of trending searches. "Excellent. Fantastic," Shiwen exclaimed. "Inform the PR department to heat up the topic further. Let's aim to push it into the top 10 before the show begins." At that moment, Shiwen was elated, believing her decision to be remarkably astute. Even before the broadcast commenced, they were already making headlines. This episode was undoubtedly set to be a hit. With the PR efforts of Blueberry TV in full swing, the topic surrounding Cold Maple's appearance on the show climbed rapidly, soon reaching 6th place on the trending list. Meanwhile, in the law enforcement unit, Feng Chonghua was on duty. Upon learning that Cold Maple would be singing on the show, she chuckled, truly unafraid of embarrassment. "I must see how amusing you will be." Feng Chonghua was not surprised by Cold Maple's identity. At only 28, it was hard to believe he could be Cold Lemon's father. While Feng Chonghua was indifferent, others were increasingly curious. For instance, a sales clerk from a clothing store where Cold Maple and Cold Lemon had purchased outfits recalled Cold Lemon referring to him as her father. How had it transformed into Uncle online? As the topic gained traction, more and more people stumbled upon this news. Even some bystanders were intrigued enough to seek out Blueberry TV, ready to witness the unfolding drama. Backstage at Blueberry TV's studio, Cold Maple had already donned a stylish performance outfit. Linning giggled, "You look quite dashing. At first glance, you resemble Wu Yanzu." Cold Maple replied, somewhat frustrated, "While I don't mind your honesty, could you please stifle that gleeful laughter? You should be grateful to Yu Bing. Without her, you wouldn't have this opportunity to perform." Linning remarked with a smile, "This is Blueberry TV. Who knows, you might just skyrocket to fame. What about my mask?" Cold Maple was reluctant to appear without it. "What mask?" Linning laughed, holding up her phone. "Your participation in the show has already been leaked." Upon seeing the trending list, Cold Maple felt immediate dismay. He hoped the god of song card wouldn't bring him too much embarrassment. Since the cat was already out of the bag, wearing a mask seemed unnecessary. After all, it wasn't particularly comfortable. "I won't wear a mask. You shouldn't either," Cold Maple declared. Linning quickly shook her head. "If I take off my mask, my dad will send someone to drag me back home tomorrow." Cold Maple, feeling anxious, asked, "Are you singing the first segment?" Linning nodded, "Yes, I'll handle the first half." "Mr. Cold, I eagerly anticipate your performance," a contestant passing by said cheerfully to Cold Maple. The tone of this contestant was laced with mockery, as if they were eagerly awaiting Cold Maple's blunder. Cold Maple's nerves were palpable. He had never stepped onto a stage before, and he rarely visited karaoke bars. Indeed, Cold Lemon was right. He had been tone-deaf in the past. Whenever he hummed a tune at home, his wife would look at him disdainfully, remarking that while others sang for money, Cold Maple sang for his life. His only source of confidence now lay in the God of Song card. Produced by the system, it was a premium item. He hoped it would serve him well. Cold Maple didn't expect to be exceptional. He merely wished to avoid making a fool of himself. At the front desk of the broadcasting studio, Shiwen was conducting final confirmations. Just then, The assistant director approached with a grin, saying, "Sister Shiwen, the viewership ratings are rapidly climbing. It seems everyone is tuning in for our show. If all goes well, we might set a new ratings record. Excellent. Let's ensure everything else runs smoothly." "Mr. Cold's segment is all up to him," Shiwen said with eager anticipation. Minutes later, the studio's broadcast echoed, "All staff, prepare. We are counting down to the live show." As the countdown commenced, the stage lights brightened. "Begin." With Shiwen's command, the live broadcast officially started. "Welcome to Commoner Singer. I am your host." Upon hearing the show commence, Cold Maple's anxiety intensified. "Which group are we?" "We are the fifth group," came the reply, but knowing the production team, they would likely place them as the penultimate act, saving the best for last. Linning smiled at Cold Maple. "You are the star of the evening. They won't have you on stage too early." "All right, I'll take a look at the lyrics and listen to the original version," Cold Maple decided. This song, "Misplaced Time and Space," had once been an internet sensation. He had only heard Linning and Yubing perform it and had never listened to the original. Since he was set to sing it, he needed to prepare. The God of Song card was a permanent one, so there was no concern about it expiring. Cold Maple linked the card in advance and donned his headphones to listen to the original track. As he listened, a multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. Initially unfamiliar with the song, he began to analyze and improve its rhythm and delivery in his mind. He even developed some personal interpretations of the lyrics. Noticing Cold Maple immersed in the music, Linning quietly hummed along, preparing for her upcoming performance. Although Cold Maple was there to provide comic relief, Linning still aimed for perfection in her part. As the show commenced, the viewership ratings for Commoner Singer soared, quickly breaking the year's highest record. Chapter 91. Do not fear embarrassment. Keep going. Shiwen had been keenly monitoring the viewership ratings, and upon witnessing the steady rise, she was filled with immense joy. At that moment, countless netizens were tuning in to the live broadcast of Commoner Singer via online platforms. One of the advantages of watching live streams online is the ability to send real-time comments. The comments were predominantly centered around Lung Feng and Lang Ningming. During the live broadcast, the camera panned to the audience, capturing Lang Ningming, alongside Sun Sahan and Yubing. "These three are all my wives. No one can compete with me. Let the battle commence. I only desire Ningming. The rest are yours." The one on the left exudes elegance. She unmistakably belongs to the affluent class. The one on the right appears unwell. She must be the beauty who withdrew due to menstrual pain. To be honest, all three are goddess-level beauties. When will Lung Ningming's uncle take the stage? I merely wish to witness his lack of musical talent. I'm here to support uncle. Even if he sings off-key, he is still the best. Why is it not Lang Ningming making her debut? Why did her uncle appear on the variety show first? As time passed, the program was already past the halfway mark. At that moment, the director approached Lung Feng and Linning. "You two are up next. Please follow me to the waiting area." Upon hearing this, Lung Feng took a deep breath and walked towards the waiting area alongside Linning. In the waiting area, Linning donned a bird mask. Although only half of her face was visible, her beauty was still apparent. Linning linked her arm with Lung Feng's and playfully asked, "How does it feel to be escorted by me?" Lung Feng replied with a smile, "It feels like giving away my daughter. You hold my arm while I entrust you to your future husband. Call me daddy," he joked. "Get lost." Linning retorted, "You still have the time to joke around? Aren't you afraid of becoming a national laughingstock? If I can bring joy to others, then it is worth it." Lung Feng chuckled. "You have a surprisingly optimistic outlook," Linning remarked. At that moment, the host cheerfully announced, "Next, let us welcome the Ice and Shadow colorful duo." Following the host's words, Lung Feng and Linning walked hand in hand into the performance area. The camera had already shifted to capture them. "My uncle is on stage. Everyone, please support him. I represent my wife, Lung Ningming, in thanking you all. Anyone who dares to compete with me for uncle will meet their demise. Uncle is so handsome. How did I never notice before? Why is this beauty wearing a mask? She seems stunning. Uncle is indeed fortunate to be arm in arm with such a beauty. This entrance is quite dashing, but I fear he won't look as good for long. Uncle's expression appears quite gloomy. I can't wait to see him stumble." As Lung Feng took to the stage, the comments flooded the screen, showcasing his immense popularity. In the audience, Lung Ningming and Sun Sihan cheered joyfully. At Kyoto University, Lung Xingyao was watching the live broadcast with her roommates. Wow, your uncle is quite handsome. Does he have a girlfriend? I am available, one of her roommates joked. I also want to be auntie to Xingyao, another chimed in. Lung Xingyao smiled as she watched Lung Feng, saying, just wait for him to embarrass himself. He really does seem tone-deaf. Previously, the three sisters often heard their mother recount tales about Lung Feng. Their mother mentioned that their father enjoyed humming tunes, but due to his lack of pitch, he would often be scolded by her. At the National Defense University, Lung Muyun was also watching the live broadcast with her roommates. While her three roommates engaged in lively discussions, Lung Muyun gazed curiously at the screen. At that moment, the camera shifted to Lung Ningming, who joyfully shouted, "Do not fear embarrassment. Keep going." The production team amplified her voice, eliciting laughter from the comments. Ningming is so adorable. This is truly live commentary. Look at Uncle's expression. He seems utterly defeated. Haha. This is so awkward. I think Uncle is already contemplating escape. In the law enforcement team, Feng Qianghua lounged with her long legs on the desk, chuckling as she gazed at her phone screen. He looks quite dashing on television. When he begins to sing, he will surely astonish everyone, right? Mr. Leng, you were brought in as a last-minute substitute, weren't you? The host, a strikingly beautiful woman, approached Lung Feng with a smile. A bit nervous, he cleared his throat and said, "Can I refrain from answering? This is too embarrassing. I believe your production team is rather unprofessional. You haven't even heard me sing yet you dragged me on stage." "I heard it was Mr. Lung who volunteered for this role," the host replied with a smile. "I was merely joking. Who would have known your director would be so straightforward as to actually put me up there?" Lung Feng felt increasingly vexed. "Ha ha. The host is rubbing salt in the wound. The tone of her voice suggests this isn't scripted. Kudos to the director for their cleverness. Uncle, don't be timid. Off-key singing is in vogue. Just go for it." A chorus of gleeful comments filled the live chat. "Miss Lin, do you have confidence in your partner?" the host inquired of Lin Ying. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she replied, "To be honest, I've never heard him sing. I think it should be fine, right? Could you perhaps express that with a bit more conviction? I assure you, I am of divine singing caliber. Prepare to be astonished," Lung Feng said with a feigned bravado. Lin Ying, stifling her laughter, confidently responded, "Yes, go for it. Singing God. Uncle is too adorable. Even when facing potential embarrassment, he still boasts. A singing God? Is he aiming to be the god of off-key singing? I am even more eager for Uncle's performance," came the taunts from his teammates. "Host, enough chit-chat. Let us get started." A friendly reminder appeared. Avoid drinking water or beverages to prevent laughter-induced spillage. Amidst the barrage of comments, the host finally proclaimed, "Now, let us eagerly anticipate the song Misaligned Time and Space performed by the Ice and Shadow colorful duo." With that, the host stepped into the shadows of the stage. Lin Ying wiped the smile from her face and gave Lung Feng a thumbs up before signaling the band. As she did, the band began to play. Misaligned Time and Space is a somewhat melancholic piece. Its arrangement calm and soothing, inviting listeners to immerse themselves in its emotional depth. Lin Ying entered her zone, holding the microphone as her body swayed gently to the rhythm of the music. She brought the microphone to her lips, and her voice resonated through the air. A film that fills only half the row of the audience, until suddenly the lights come on at the end. The credits freeze on a certain production and distribution. I watch them leave in haste, like an overambitious repeat student, unable to fulfill the mission of passing the exam. Life is not a decision made by guessing scissors, paper, stone, so reckless am I. I have blown the evening breeze you once did. Then do we count as embracing? But as if awakening from a dream, with empty hands, my heart is empty. Chapter 92. Shocking everyone. Lin Ying's vocal prowess and timbre were undeniably remarkable. The moment she opened her mouth, she captivated a multitude of spectators. The live stream's comments overflowed with admiration. The young lady sings beautifully, but her true appearance remains concealed behind a mask. With such a figure and profile, she is undoubtedly a beauty. Her voice is simply enchanting. The young lady's extraordinary singing left one wondering if it was meant to embarrass the uncle. A single beauty could carry an entire song. A warning echoed. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 20 seconds. The uncle grasped the microphone, preparing to commence. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. When everyone witnessed Lung Feng seize the microphone, their hearts raced with excitement. They eagerly awaited to see how dreadful his supposed off-key singing would be. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Ying turned her gaze toward Lung Feng, filled with expectation. Was he truly tone-deaf? As all eyes were upon him, Lung Feng took a deep breath and gently closed his eyes. With the arrival of the melody, he began to sing. There are days I feel this life is such a waste. Note: the lyrics in this segment were shared by Billy Up Master Sean Gibson in a video titled Misplaced Time and Space. One more phase. Always some new goal to chase. To everyone's astonishment, Lung Feng chose to sing an English song, and the lyrics had been creatively adapted. Most importantly, his deep and melodious voice perfectly aligned with the rhythm of the song. The audience was left in awe of Lung Feng's performance. Lin Ying, Lung Ningming, Lung Xingyao, Lung Muyun, Sun Sihan Yu Bing. All bore expressions of sheer astonishment. Where was the promised lack of musical ability? Where was the claim of being unable to sing? His skill was undoubtedly masterful, and the most significant revelation was that Lung Feng had reinterpreted the song. Though it was an English version, it felt entirely harmonious, evoking a unique and intoxicating sensation. The live stream's comments exploded at that moment. Those who had prepared to mock were left dumbfounded. Why is this not following the script? Wasn't he supposed to be tone-deaf? This is certainly not a lack of musicality. It's the level of a musical deity. While Lin Ying's performance was already exceptional, Lung Feng's presence was nothing short of legendary. Even the judges, such as Song Gu and Qi Jie, stood in shock, unable to suppress their applause. They were titans of the music industry, yet they too were captivated by Lung Feng's vocal technique. Who dared to claim he was tone-deaf? No wonder Lung Feng referred to himself as a musical deity. His technique and skill were indeed extraordinary. What a surprise! Initially thought to be a novice, he is, in fact, a champion. Surely, this must be a conspiracy by the production team. The reversal was too immense. I was ready to laugh, yet here I am, kneeling before the screen. My mother asked why I was on my knees watching television. This is incredible, the lyrics, the tone. I'm in love. Don't compete with me. He is my husband. I want to marry him and bear his children. His talent is far too grand for the music industry. This doesn't seem like a mere show effect. Even the uncle's partner was bewildered, likely unaware of his remarkable singing ability. At Kyoto University, Lung Xingyao was left speechless. Is this truly the tone-deaf singer my mother spoke of? Xingyao, are you certain this is tone-deaf? It sounds wonderful. Xingyao, I'll give you 1,000 yuan if you introduce me as your aunt. Please share your contact information. At the National Defense University, Lung Muyun was equally astonished. This is far too delightful. Muyun, can we make a deal? Please share the uncle's WeChat. I want to learn to sing from him. What hypocrisy. Just admit you want to pursue him instead of feigning a desire to learn singing. In the broadcasting studio, after a brief silence, thunderous applause erupted. Lung Ningming finally snapped out of her astonishment and began to cheer excitedly. Unfazed by the external environment, Lung Feng was fully immersed in his performance, bolstered by the divine aura of the singing deity card. The staff, including Shiwen, were equally taken aback. They never anticipated Lung Feng to be such a formidable vocalist. Marvelous. Shiwen clenched her fists, believing the show's impact would be explosive tonight. The headlines for tonight and the following days would undoubtedly belong to them. As the audience remained enthralled, Lung Feng concluded his song, placing the microphone down and opening his eyes. Upon seeing Lin Ying's astonished expression, Lung Feng flashed a triumphant smile. The singing deity card truly worked wonders. The system had never let him down. Observing Lung Feng's smug demeanor, Lin Ying raised her thumb in admiration and applauded. Yu Bing, momentarily forgetting her stomach pain, joined in the applause. Although she hadn't taken the stage, she had witnessed a breathtaking performance. I want to hear it again. I knelt to finish this song. Please release the MP3 version. Incredible. Lung Ningming truly misled us by calling him tone-deaf. I must catch the replay. Although Lung Feng had finished singing, discussions in the live stream were still fervent. His performance had left a profound impact. Thank you, Mr. Lung and Miss Lin, for your splendid performance. At that moment, the host approached, astonished, and addressed Lung Feng. I initially thought you were joking, but now I realize you were merely stating a fact. Your singing ability is indeed that of a deity. I have a question for you. Did you prepare the lyrics beforehand, or did you improvise on the spot? I felt inspired while listening to the original in the backstage, so I modified the lyrics. Lung Feng replied with a smile. Wow, you adapted the lyrics on the spot? That's astounding. This is live broadcasting, and you managed to improvise so beautifully. A true genius. I never imagined Lung Ningming's uncle was so talented. Indeed, masters exist among the populace. I strongly suggest he debut. He is bound to become a sensation. Lung Ningming rose to fame, and now even her uncle was garnering attention. Upon hearing Lung Feng's response, both the audience present and online viewers gasped in astonishment. Miss Lin, did you truly not rehearse beforehand? Even the host expressed skepticism. Did Lin Ning genuinely remain unaware of Lung Feng's vocal prowess? Suppressing her astonishment, Lin Ning nodded. I assure you, this is absolutely not a ploy by the television station. I had never heard him sing before. Previously, Lung Feng had only observed our rehearsals, and tonight we faced an unexpected situation, which is why he was brought in as a last-minute replacement. To be honest, I am equally shocked. I never anticipated his singing ability to be so strong, nor that he would creatively adapt the latter part of the lyrics. Chapter 93. The Ultimate Reward, the Original Mecha. Lin Ying's astonishment was palpable and utterly genuine. None could discern it as mere performance. The improvisation was executed with remarkable finesse, leaving everyone astounded. The host, with a smile, turned towards Brother Song and Sister Qi, inquiring about the judges' perspectives on this duo's performance. Brother Song, holding the microphone with an expression of disbelief, proclaimed, Mr. Lung's vocal prowess is impeccable, truly a paragon of excellence. I must ask, Mr. Lung, have you genuinely never studied music? Lung Feng shook his head, replying, I have not. Brother Song, still in shock, remarked, I can only say it is extraordinary. Both the ability to write English lyrics and the singing itself are beyond my capacity to critique. I concur with Brother Song. Mr. Lung's singing level is exceptionally impressive, rivaling that of professional singers. All four judges bestowed the highest accolades upon Lung Feng, which filled him with quiet joy. This was all thanks to the Song God card. Without it, he would have undoubtedly faltered. After the evaluations, Lung Feng and Lin Ning descended the stage arm in arm, while the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Congratulations on completing the ultimate shock task and earning the design blueprint and technical documentation of the original mecha. At that moment, Lung Feng received the system's reward. To his astonishment, the reward was an incredible mecha design and technical data. Although it was the original model, it was still a mecha. No nation in the world had yet genuinely developed a mecha. The reward he received could undoubtedly lead to the creation of a true mecha. Every man harbors a dream of piloting a mecha, soaring through the skies. Just the thought is exhilarating. Lung Feng was eager to delve into the research and construct his own mecha. Of course, this was merely an impulsive desire. Now was not the right time to examine the mecha materials. Spotting Cold Lemon waving at him, Lung Feng revealed a proud smile. This beaming expression was fortuitously captured by the camera, appearing before countless viewers. Wow, my husband looks so handsome when he's proud. I must go to Hangzhou to find him. A throng of infatuated women exclaimed in the comments. After an hour of live broadcasting, the evening's civilian singer competition concluded splendidly, with Ice Shadow Color claiming the trophy for this season's Civilian King of Singers. Just as Lung Feng and his companions were preparing to leave, Shiwen hurried over, beaming with excitement. Mr. Lung, your performance was utterly astonishing. You truly played the role of a pig to eat the tiger. I genuinely cannot sing, Lung Feng chuckled. Shiwen laughed in response. Mr. Lung, you certainly have a knack for humor. How hypocritical. It's utterly insincere. I disdain you, Lin Ning and Sun Sahan chimed in. Even Cold Lemon reproached Lung Feng. Is this what you call showing off? Lung Feng looked at Cold Lemon and advised, "Young lady, mind your language." Cold Lemon giggled and sealed her lips. "Mr. Lung, there are still the year-end quarterly competitions and finals. I hope you will continue to participate." Shiwen urged. "We can negotiate conditions. Even if you require an appearance fee, we can accommodate." Having already received the shock reward, Lung Feng was not particularly inclined to continue, so he politely declined, "Let Yu Bing take the stage instead. As a quiet and handsome man, I shall refrain from seeking the spotlight." "Ugh, disgusting. Shameless. I've never seen such thick skin." Cold Lemon and her friends all made exasperated expressions before departing. Lung Feng seized the opportunity to follow suit, leaving behind a bemused Shiwen. That night, discussions surrounding Lung Feng escalated. Clips of his performance with Lin Ying were shared across various new media platforms. Upon returning home, Lung Xingyao and Lung Muyun initiated a video call. "Dad, are you truly our father? Mom says your singing is lethal. How could you sing so beautifully? I too am skeptical. Are you really our father? Your singing is so delightful that my roommates are ready to marry you," they whispered, fearing eavesdroppers. Lung Feng chuckled. "Your mother is merely envious of my vocal talent. In truth, it is she who sings dreadfully." Though the three sisters had lived with their mother for 18 years, they had indeed never heard her sing. "Is that true?" Cold Lemon asked skeptically. Gazing at a wedding photo on the wall, Lung Feng smiled nostalgically. "Of course. In fact, I'm not lying. My wife truly cannot sing, just as she is tone-deaf." Though he himself could not sing well, he enjoyed humming a few notes, while his wife preferred to listen quietly without joining in. After chatting with his three daughters for a while, Lung Feng advised, "It's late. Hurry back to your dorm and sleep." "Sure, I'll take the pill you gave me tonight," Lung Xingyao replied. "Dad, remember to send me another pill," Cold Muyun added. Once the video call ended, Lung Feng and Cold Lemon prepared for bed. Back in his room, Lung Feng eagerly summoned the system warehouse. Within it lay a folder labeled Original Mecha. As his gaze fell upon it, a download button appeared. Upon selecting download, the system prompted, "Linking to super intelligent phone? Downloading." In less than a minute, the system chimed again. "Download successful. Please decompress on your super intelligent phone." Meanwhile, Lung Feng's phone lit up, indicating the receipt of a new file. After decompressing the folder, he discovered a plethora of materials. Upon opening the blueprints, a stunning image of a mecha emerged before him, accompanied by detailed design schematics. Lung Feng's excitement surged. If he succeeded in crafting it, he would become a pioneer of modern technology. Once the battle armor was unveiled, the world would undoubtedly be astounded. What rewards might await him then? As he perused the additional materials, his once exuberant expression gradually solidified. Despite the meticulous details, Lung Feng found himself utterly bewildered. Though he possessed a photographic memory, retaining information did not equate to understanding it. The technology required to construct a mecha was extensive: welding, electricity,
Programming, mécanical fabrication.
It necessitated dozens of specialized skills to create a battle suit. Unless he assembled a dedicated team, attempting to tackle this alone would be exceedingly challenging. Forming a team could risk exposure of this endeavor. The Dixia Kingdom was not composed of ordinary individuals. A few lies would not suffice to cover it up. What if I use a clarity elixir to enhance my comprehension? Perhaps I could master all the necessary skills. Lung Feng mused, a spark of excitement returning to his lips. Chapter 94. Fame is a double-edged sword. The following day, Lung Feng, as per his usual routine, had breakfast with Lung Ningming before accompanying her to school. Aware of his newfound internet celebrity status, he donned a mask prior to stepping outside. Fortunately, he remained unrecognized during his journey. However, upon arriving at the gate of Hangzhou University, both he and Lang Ningming were immediately surrounded. This time, the tables had turned. It was Lung Feng who drew the crowd's attention, while Lung Ningming found herself overlooked. Such is the fickleness of internet fame, as within a mere night, the spotlight shifted to him. Seeing Lung Feng besieged, Lung Ningming gleefully remarked, "Goodbye. I shall take my leave. Mr. Lung, may I take a photo with you?" One fan eagerly requested, "Mr. Lang, could I have a moment for an interview?" Another chimed in, "Master, I wish to become your disciple. I will do anything you ask, exclaimed a female influencer, brimming with excitement. Lung Feng, feeling overwhelmed, hastily made his way out of the throng after spotting Lung Ningming entering the campus. Once he settled into a taxi, he exhaled a sigh of relief and removed his mask. You're Lung Feng, aren't you? The taxi driver exclaimed with delight upon recognizing him. Do you believe me if I say I'm not? Lung Feng replied awkwardly. Of course you are. I watched your show with my daughter last night. Your singing is truly wonderful, and she adores you. The driver chuckled. Do you have a girlfriend? My daughter is quite beautiful. Shall I introduce you? 20 minutes later, Lung Feng met with Sun Sihan. She exited her vehicle and approached the passenger seat, allowing Lung Feng to take the wheel. Where is Lin Ying? He inquired. She has decided to be a homebody today. Sun Sihan smiled. We don't need to go to the office. Let us head straight to the Marriott Hotel. To the Marriott? What for? Lung Feng asked, puzzled. To meet Song Yun regarding an endorsement collaboration. She is staying at the Marriott? Sun Sihan explained with a grin. How could I forget? Lung Feng replied as he drove towards the hotel. What does it feel like to be a celebrity? Sun Sihan inquired lazily from her seat. It's rather exhausting, to be honest, Lung Feng lamented. Honestly, your singing is delightful. Have you ever considered debuting? She asked playfully. The life of a star seems quite appealing. I prefer being by your side. Lung Feng chuckled. I do nothing all day and still manage to earn over 100,000 a month. Didn't I mention that starting next month, we'll be slashing your salary in half? Sun Sihan teased. I've prepared a hefty axe for that, she added with a smile. Just as Lung Feng was about to respond, a loud crash echoed, and their BMW jolted slightly. Startled, Sun Sihan screamed, while Lung Feng brought the car to a halt. Clearly, they had been rear-ended. Even with my driving skills, I can't escape a collision, he muttered. I'll handle it. Just wait here, he said as he assessed the situation. After confirming that the left lane was clear, he activated the hazard lights and stepped out. The vehicle that struck them was a Cayenne, and its driver was a young woman in her 20s. She appeared dazed, gripping the steering wheel as she stared blankly at the BMW. Approaching her window, Lung Feng gently tapped on the glass. The girl snapped back to reality, quickly rolling down the window. I'm so sorry. I looked at my phone for a moment, so... She stammered. It's all right. Just turn off your engine and activate your hazard lights, he instructed calmly. Seeing that the girl was still shaken, Lung Feng offered guidance. After a moment, she stepped out of her vehicle, confusion written all over her face. What do we do now? She asked. Do you have a warning triangle in your car? Let us get that out first, he suggested. She hurriedly complied. Noticing her struggle with the triangle, Lung Feng stepped in to assist, placing it behind the Cayenne. The rear-end collision is entirely your responsibility, so you need to call the police and notify your insurance company, he explained. What's the number for the police? She asked, embarrassment creeping into her voice. Realizing her lack of knowledge, Lung Feng patiently guided her step by step until she managed to complete the necessary actions. Now, all they had to do was wait for the traffic police and the insurance company. During this time, Sun Sihan joined Lung Feng, standing beside him.
I am truly sorry.
The girl repeated, her voice filled with regret. Driving while distracted is irresponsible. It endangers both you and others, he advised. The girl nodded fervently, promising never to repeat her mistake. As her anxiety began to dissipate, she looked at Lung Feng and said, You seem familiar. Have we met before? You must be mistaken, he quickly replied. At that moment, a car in the right lane rolled down its window, and a girl in the back seat excitedly shouted while taking photos, Uncle Lung, your singing is amazing. I adore you. Mr. Lung, our family loves you, the driver added with a smile. Thank you, drive safely, Lung Feng responded, smiling back. You're Lung Feng, the one who sang Misaligned Time and Space on the show last night, the girl exclaimed, finally recognizing him. The realization hit the girl beside him, and she exclaimed, Lang Ningming is your niece, right? Could you sell me a cup of forgetfulness milk tea? I'm feeling so anxious right now. As Lung Feng dealt with the accident, numerous passers-by recognized him. Soon, sensational headlines began to surface online, such as, Breaking news. Internet sensation Lung Feng in a car accident. Encounter on the road. Lung Feng's accident scene exposed. What was merely a routine rear-end collision was sensationalized into a catastrophic incident by these titles, leading to a wave of outrage from the public. Ridiculous editor. It was just a fender bender. Why make it sound like a fatality? I'm reporting this. Must report this clickbait. I thought my husband was injured. My husband's looks are resilient. He is still handsome without any filters. Trash editor. Stop using sensational titles to drive traffic. In addition to the accident news, gossip articles began to circulate as well. Lung Feng's accident scene reveals his mysterious girlfriend. This so-called mysterious girlfriend was none other than Sun Sihan, who had been photographed standing beside Lung Feng at the scene. Additionally, during the recording the previous night, she had been seated next to Lung Ningming. This provided ample fodder for sensationalist media. In no time, Sun Sihan's background was unearthed, leading to an influx of news online. Chapter 95. The intention of the drunken man is not in the wine. The power of the internet is formidable. Soon, the truth about Sun Sihan being the president of the Shangsha Group was exposed. At this moment, Lung Feng and Sun Sihan had just arrived at the Marriott Hotel. As for the BMW, it had already been taken away by the dealership staff. Standing outside Song Yunya's room, Lung Feng knocked on the door. Shortly after, Song Yunya's assistant, Jin Qing, opened it. President Sun, please come in. Jin Qing smiled. Sun Sihan apologized. I'm sorry, there was a slight incident on the road, which caused the delay. You were rear-ended, weren't you? That news has already spread online. Jin Qing grinned at Lung Feng. I didn't expect Mr. Lung to be so talented. Not only a bodyguard but also a wonderful singer. Is it really possible for a mere rear-end collision to spread online? Sun Sihan asked, perplexed. At that moment, Song Yunya emerged from the room, smiling calmly. Mr. Lung is now a hot topic. Every move he makes generates buzz. President Sun may not be aware, but you've become Mr. Lang's rumored girlfriend. What? Sun Sihan exclaimed in astonishment. How did that happen? Why would I be a rumored girlfriend? Early this morning, you were seen sharing a private car with Mr. Lung, and you were at the recording site last night. Thus, netizens speculate that you two are a couple. Song Yunya chuckled. Even your background has been uncovered by them. Sun Sihan looked at Lung Feng with a frown. Is there anything you want to say? With a hint of frustration, Lung Feng replied, what can I say? If I suffer a loss, I'll just take it. I won't hold it against you. Get lost. Sun Sihan kicked Lung Feng's calf. My salary must be halved next month. If you have my pay, I'll just debut as a singer. Lung Feng laughed. Upon hearing this, Jin Qing quickly interjected. How about signing with our company? I assure you the best resources. Seeing Jin Qing's serious demeanor, Lung Feng quickly clarified. I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. You should discuss the endorsement matters. At that moment, a knock echoed. Jin Qing went to open the door, revealing Zhang Binglu standing outside. Is there something you need? Jin Qing asked curiously, as she did not know Zhang Binglu. Is Director Lung here? Zhang Binglu had spotted Lung Feng in the lobby and approached him directly. Director Lung? Jin Qing was puzzled. Who is Director Lung? Upon hearing Zhang Binglu's voice, Lung Feng approached. Secretary Zhang, are you looking for me? Director Lung, there will be a board meeting shortly. Would you like to attend? Zhang Binglu had intended to call Lung Feng but decided to inquire in person upon seeing him. What time? Lung Feng asked. It starts at 10 o'clock. All right, I'll be there, Lung Feng replied. As the largest shareholder, he felt it necessary to attend and listen to the meeting's content. With Lung Feng's confirmation, Zhang Binglu smiled and departed. Jin Qing and Song Yunya exchanged astonished glances. Wasn't Mr. Leng just Sun Sihan's bodyguard? How did he suddenly become a director? Mr. Leng, what is this about? Song Yunya inquired, puzzled. Lung Feng is the largest shareholder of the Marriott Hotel. Sun Sihan explained with a smile. Jin Qing and Song Yunya were taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Song Yunya frequently worked in Hangzhou and always stayed at the Marriott Hotel, renowned as a premier luxury establishment valued at billions. Although she knew Lung Feng held the formula for a scar removal cream, she never imagined he was a concealed wealthy individual. A major shareholder of a five-star hotel acting as a bodyguard for Sun Sihan? Congratulations on completing the beginner-level shock task. You've earned a reward of 50,000 yuan. Due to Jin Qing and Song Yunya's astonishment, Lung Feng earned another 50,000. I previously thought the netizens were just making wild claims, but now I find their assertions quite reasonable, Song Yunya remarked jokingly, gazing at Lung Feng. Your intentions are clearly not as simple as they seem. Don't misunderstand. I truly have no money, Lung Feng clarified. President's son pays me a salary of 100,000 a month. I simply cannot refuse. Honestly, I also believe he has ulterior motives, but it's all right. As long as I can run fast, he won't catch me. Sun Sahan smiled. Hearing her words, Lung Feng teased. Aren't you worried about falling and having me catch up? If you can catch up to me, then I will surrender, Sun Sahan laughed. At that point, the shares of the Marriott Hotel can serve as my dowry. Go home and dream. You can have anything in your dreams. Lung Feng glanced at the time and said, You two continue your conversation. I must attend my first board meeting. Bidding farewell to Sun Sahan and Song Yunya, Lung Feng made his way to the conference room of the Marriott Hotel. Today was the board meeting, and the attendance was minimal. Besides the 4 shareholders, there were also their assistants present. Lung Feng was the only one without an assistant. Old Han, Old Zhou, this is Lung Feng, our Marriott Hotel's largest shareholder. Chun Wanhao introduced Lung Feng to the other 2 shareholders. This is Director Han and this is Director Zhou. Director Han was a middle-aged man in his 40s, bald with a substantial belly, while Director Zhou was a lean man, gray-haired despite being middle-aged. Having conducted an investigation into the Marriott Hotel, Lung Feng was well aware of their backgrounds. Director Han's real name was Han Guanghui. Besides being a shareholder of the Marriott Hotel, he also owned a rubber factory, boasting a fortune exceeding 10 billion. Director Zhou, named Zhou Kangon, although a shareholder, was merely a puppet. The true power lay with his brother-in-law, who could not engage in business himself, leaving Zhou Kangon to manage affairs. Even though Lung Feng was the largest shareholder of the Marriott Hotel, the 3 men did not regard him with particular attention. In fact, when Lung Feng smiled at them, their stern faces did not reciprocate. Since they were indifferent to him, Lung Feng saw no reason to be overly cordial. He casually found a seat and stated, Gentlemen, we may begin. The primary agenda for today's meeting centered around the construction of a new hotel. As Chun Wanhao spoke, Zhang Binglu handed Lung Feng a proposal. After reviewing the document, Lung Feng inquired, So, we each need to invest according to our respective shareholdings, correct? Chun Wanhao nodded. Precisely, that is the point. The previous 3 shareholders were unwilling to invest, which is why they sold their shares to you. Chapter 96. The melancholy of the poor, you cannot comprehend. Lung Feng nodded slightly and glanced once more at the proposal. How much do I need to invest? He inquired casually while studying the document. Approximately 500 million. Chun Wanhao replied with a smile. The location is near the West Lake Scenic Area. Once constructed, it will swiftly yield profits. And what if I refuse this plan? Lung Feng smiled. As the largest shareholder, I should possess the right to oppose, correct? Of course, you have that right, Zhou Kangon replied with an air of arrogance. But the 3 of us have already agreed to this plan. Together, we hold 60% of the shares, so you understand, Han Guanghui added with a light chuckle. Even if you approve, how can I manage without the funds? Lung Feng lamented, I am quite impoverished as it is, still awaiting the 30 million for the medical research project, let alone 500 million. Zhou Kangon smiled. It's simple. Just pledge your shares with the bank. If absolutely necessary, we can lend you the money.
Han Guanghui suggested.
Hearing this, Lung Feng chuckled. Can I have some time to think it over? That shouldn't be a problem, right? Of course, no problem at all, Chun Wanhao replied with a smile. Lung Feng picked up the proposal and stood up with a grin. Is there anything else? No, nothing else. But I hope you can provide us with a response within a week, Chun Wanhao stated. Certainly, Lung Feng said before exiting with the proposal in hand. Once Lung Feng departed, the trio dismissed their respective assistants from the conference room. Do you think he can come up with 500 million? Han Guanghui asked. If he manages to do so, it suggests that his background surpasses our expectations, Zhou Kangon remarked thoughtfully. According to my investigations, he is merely an ordinary person and should have no means to purchase shares. Strangely, however, he not only acquired shares but also owns a storefront on Wulin Street. Are you implying he has someone backing him? Chen Wanhao inquired. Zhou Kangan nodded. Rumors circulate online that he is romantically involved with Sun Sihan. Could his benefactor be her? Han Guanghui nodded in agreement. That is indeed a possibility. Shengshi Group has long sought to enter the chain hotel industry, and Sun Sihan could very well leverage this individual for early positioning. If his backer is Shengshi Group, then 500 million is not an issue, Chen Wanhao added. Zhou Kangan chuckled. Do not overestimate Shengshi Group. Although it boasts a market value in the hundreds of billions, its actual liquid assets are at most around 20 billion. An investment of 500 million is crucial for them. That is true, Han Guanghui concurred. The market value of listed companies is often highly inflated. Let us await his response. Chen Wanhao expressed his frustration. If he resolutely refuses this plan, we will be at a loss. Returning to Song Yunyan's room, Lung Feng found Sun Sihan still engaged in conversation with her. Finding a seat, he casually set the proposal aside. His previous words had merely been a facade to placate Chen Wanhao and his associates. These three individuals harbored ulterior motives. They claimed to be investing, but in truth, it was a trap aimed at Lung Feng. Should he agree to invest, they would undoubtedly devise numerous schemes to ensnare him. However, as long as Lung Feng remained uninvolved, they would be powerless. Despite their control over 60% of the shares, they lacked the authority to dilute Lung Feng's holdings or compel him to invest. After 10 minutes, Sun Sihan and Song Yunyan officially signed the endorsement contract and other agreements. Upon completion, Sun Sihan rose and stated, I will assign 2 employees to monitor your scar recovery daily. That sounds good, Song Yunyan replied eagerly. I hope the scar cream truly has the miraculous effects you described. Seeing that their discussion had concluded, Lung Feng approached with the proposal in hand. Has your board meeting concluded so swiftly? Sun Sihan asked with curiosity as Lung Feng approached. Don't mention it. My head is throbbing, Lung Feng sighed. The worries of the poor, you cannot comprehend. Do share, Song Yunyan smiled and prompted. What could possibly make you refer to yourself as poor? Indeed, do tell, Sun Sihan added, intrigued. Lung Feng lifted the proposal, stating, they wish to construct another 5-star hotel and want me to invest. How much are they asking for? Sun Sihan inquired. Approximately 500 million, Lung Feng lamented. I can hardly manage the 30 million for the medical research project. Where am I to acquire 500 million? Truly the affluent, tossing around 500 million casually. Song Yunyan remarked with a sigh. Sun Sihan chuckled. Stop lamenting your poverty. Lung Feng looked at Sun Sihan and smiled. How about you lend me 500 million? Are we that close? Sun Sihan feigned exasperation. The scar cream is about to enter a money-burning phase. We need to invest 100 million in advertising upfront. And I find myself even poorer now. Dear esteemed individuals, please refrain from indulging in your extravagance in front of me. Song Yunyan jested. Shall we have lunch together? It's on me, Sun Sihan suggested to Song Yunyan. I still need to head to Blueberry Stage for a variety show recording. But thank you for your kindness, President Sun, Song Yunyan replied. Upon hearing this, Sun Sihan smiled. Let us reschedule for another time. We must take our leave now. Wait. Jin Qing suddenly called out to Lung Feng and the others, then turned to Lung Feng. Mr. Lang, Yunyan is currently recording a song, and I would like to invite you to collaborate with her. We can discuss compensation in detail. I'm not a professional singer. I must decline. Lung Feng politely refused. Mr. Lung, do not underestimate yourself. Your singing ability is no less than that of a professional, Song Yunyan insisted. This song is my first and it's important to me, so I sincerely hope you can assist. Lung Feng, Yunyan is now our product spokesperson. Her rising fame would greatly benefit our product. I approve of you earning this extra income, Sun Sihan added. After contemplating, Lung Feng replied, I can assist with the recording, but I shall forego any compensation. Consider it a friendly cameo. Upon hearing this, Song Yunyan and Jin Qing were both delighted. Since Mr. Lung is so gracious, I will certainly put in extra effort to promote the scar cream. Song Yunyan expressed her gratitude. At that moment, Jin Qing handed Lung Feng a sheet of lyrics and music. Mr. Lung, here are the lyrics for the song. As Lung Feng accepted the sheet, a flurry of thoughts flooded his mind upon seeing the lyrics. There are several flaws in these lyrics. I believe they can be improved further, he thought. feeling an irresistible urge akin to that of an obsessive perfectionist, eager to refine the lyrics to an impeccable state. Chapter 97. 60 million in investment. The words of Lung Feng left Jin Qing and Song Yunyao somewhat astonished. This lyrical composition was the work of top-tier professionals in the industry, yet Lung Feng asserted that it bore numerous flaws. Mr. Leng, do you truly understand lyrics and music? Song Yunyao inquired. With a casual flick of his wrist, Lung Feng picked up a pen and instinctively made alterations to the score. 10 minutes later, he handed the modified sheet to Song Yunyao, saying, "You may present this to the original composer and solicit his opinion. If he believes his version superior, we shall adhere to it." Neither Song Yunyao nor Jin Qing felt that Lung Feng's lyrical prowess could rival that of the esteemed master in the industry. However, given Lung Feng's assertion, they found it difficult to outright refuse, especially since they hoped for his involvement in the recording of the song. "All right, I shall send this version to the original composer shortly," Jin Qing replied. Lung Feng smiled and said, "We shall take our leave then. Do inform me of any updates. I have memorized the lyrics and composition." Once Lung Feng and Sun Sihan departed, Song Yunyao took a moment to peruse the modified lyrics. While her understanding of music was not profound, she could sense that Lung Feng's words possessed a deeper resonance. Mr. Lung's lyrics indeed seemed to be an improvement, she remarked, handing the sheet back to Jin Qing. After reviewing it herself, Jin Qing stated, "I initially thought he was being disingenuous on the show, but it appears I was mistaken. The lyrics that seemed out of place were indeed improvised on the spot." "What shall we do now?" Song Yunyao asked. Jin Qing pondered for a moment before replying, "I will first send it to Fang Wenshan for his opinion." "Would that be appropriate?" Song Yunyao questioned. "There is nothing inappropriate about it. This is your first song, and we should strive for perfection," Jin Qing asserted. With that, she took a photograph of the revised lyrics and sent it to Fang Wenshan. Fang Wenshan was a preeminent lyricist in the Chinese music scene, having collaborated with King Zhou in the past to create a legendary era in Chinese music. Song Yunyao's request for his input underscored the importance she placed on her inaugural song. Besides Fang Wenshan's lyrics, the composer was also a master in the realm of Chinese music. At a villa in Taiwan, Fang Wenshan was seated at his desk, engrossed in his creative process. Upon hearing his phone ring, he picked it up. "Teacher Fang, Union's collaborator has some differing opinions regarding the lyrics and composition. Could you please provide some feedback?" This message was from Jin Qing. Fang Wenshan opened the photograph, revealing the lyrics altered by Lung Feng. Upon seeing the modifications, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! How did I not consider these words?" Fang Wenshan murmured in disbelief, quickly initiating a video call with Jin Qing. As the video connected, Fang Wenshan urgently inquired, "Who modified these lyrics?" Observing Fang Wenshan's fervent demeanor, Jin Qing feared he was upset and hastily clarified, "Teacher Fang, please don't be angry. I meant no offense, merely seeking your opinion." "Angry? Why would I be angry?" Fang Wenshan responded. "I initially thought these lyrics were quite good, but I am astonished to find so many flaws. I am curious, who is Song Yunyao's collaborator? Their lyrical skill is remarkable." Stunned by Fang Wenshan's words, Jin Qing exclaimed, "Teacher Fang, do you truly find the revisions commendable?" "Absolutely. His modifications have significantly elevated the quality of the lyrics," Fang Wenshan replied excitedly. "But you have yet to tell me who made these changes." Seeing that Fang Wenshan was genuinely impressed rather than upset, Jin Qing revealed, "It was Lung Feng who revised them." "Teacher Fang, are you aware of who Lung Feng is? Is it the Lung Feng from the trending searches? The commoner singer?" Fang Wenshan inquired. "Yes, that is indeed him," Jin Qing confirmed. "I had no idea he possessed such talent. Please introduce me when you have the opportunity," Fang Wenshan remarked. "As for the composition, I am not particularly adept. You should consult Teacher Lin instead." After hanging up, Jin Qing expressed her astonishment to Song Yunyao. "I never anticipated Mr. Leng's lyrical abilities to be so formidable that even Fang Wenshan praises him." "What about the composition?" Song Yunyao asked. "I will send it to Teacher Lin right away," Jin Qing replied. Meanwhile, Lung Feng and Sun Sihan arrived at Kaiyuan City. With Sun Sihan's vehicle in the repair shop, she had commandeered Lung Feng's Lincoln. Lung Feng was indifferent, After all, he had purchased the car for driving. This arrangement was convenient, allowing him to transport Sun Sahan without needing to hail a cab. As they settled into the Lincoln, Lung Feng received a notification from the system. Congratulations on completing the initial shock task. You have been awarded a spirit cleansing pill. Delighted by the reward, Lung Feng felt a surge of joy. Although he possessed a photographic memory card, it did not enhance his comprehension. The spirit cleansing pill, however, could augment his insight. The greater his insight, the swifter he would learn. Lung Feng aspired to construct a mech, necessitating the acquisition of diverse knowledge. With heightened insight, the learning process would undoubtedly become much easier. As he traveled back to the company, Lung Feng received yet another notification from the system. This time, it was also a basic reward, a body refinement pill. Lung Feng surmised that these two rewards were triggered by the lyrical and compositional discussions. A third shock reward would be splendid. Let us aim for a trifecta, he mused internally. Half an hour later, the duo returned to the Shangshi group. Just then, Lung Feng received yet another system notification, leaving him utterly bewildered. Congratulations on triggering a high-level shock task. You have received an investment fund of 20 million. Congratulations on achieving a shock trifecta. Your 20 million investment fund has been tripled to 60 million. The system notified him that the investment funds could only be utilized for commercial investments. A high-level shock task? How did I accomplish that? High-level shock tasks adhered to specific standards regarding the number of shocked individuals and the event's significance. Pondering this, Lung Feng could not fathom how he had attained the high-level shock reward. After considerable reflection, he deduced that it must have stemmed from the trending topic online. Opening his phone, Lung Feng navigated to the trending topics list. Indeed, he discovered a recent topic ranked 18th. Lung Feng's lyrical and compositional abilities garner praise from Fang Wanshan and Lin Make. Upon clicking the topic, he learned that Song Yunyao's lyricist had lauded his capabilities on Weibo. The two had even shared the recent events, expressing their astonishment at Lung Feng's talent. As he was already a hot topic, the acclaim from Fang Wanshan and Lin Make quickly stirred fervent discussions among netizens. In just over half an hour, the topic surged to the 18th position on the trending list. However, due to the event's relatively low shock factor, it only warranted a single high-level reward. Chapter 98. My teeth are bad. Easily sensitive. Just as Lung Feng was about to turn off his phone, he suddenly received a notification about a new topic. Song Yunyan Studio officially announces that Song Yunyan will collaborate with Lung Feng on her first single. Today's applications are driven by big data. Once you click on a certain topic, related discussions are promptly delivered to you. Having just engaged with his own topic, he was instantly inundated with news about himself. Curiosity piqued, Lung Feng delved into the discussion. He was already well aware of the article's content, rendering it unnecessary to read further. Instead, he was keen to ascertain the public's opinion on this matter. The topic had only been published for a little over 20 minutes, yet it had garnered millions of views and thousands of comments. My idol has finally entered the entertainment industry. I must become a die-hard fan. Song Yunyan is so swift. She is collaborating with Uncle Lung already. I eagerly anticipate the performance of my idol and Song Yunyan. I said it before, the previous commoner singer was merely a publicity stunt. First, they spread rumors of being tone-deaf, then they create a shocking impact. The so-called improvisation is surely a lie. Exactly. I think the commoner singer is scripted, a premeditated act. I just want to know, is Sun Sahan really my idol's girlfriend? The comment section predominantly exuded encouragement and anticipation, though it was not devoid of the occasional internet troll. After skimming through a few comments, Lung Feng shut off his phone, choosing not to engage further with the topic. What are you looking at? Sun Sahan inquired, noticing Lung Feng walking while engrossed in his phone. Just gauging the affection netizens have for me, Lung Feng replied with a smile. Stop being narcissistic. Quickly transfer the investment funds to me, Sun Sahan jested. We need to expedite the preparations for our medical research project. Give me your account details. Just moments ago, Lung Feng had secured an investment of 60 million, making the funding for the medical research project more than adequate. Upon hearing Lung Feng's words, Sun Sahan expressed surprise. You were just lamenting about being broke, and now you have money? I truly have no money. That 30 million was originally meant as my daughter's dowry, Lung Feng said, his tone tinged with concern. You must succeed. At least let me witness some ripples of success. I don't believe you, Sun Sihan retorted, pulling out her phone and sending her account details to Lung Feng. No more chit-chat, just transfer the funds. Upon entering Sun Sihan's office, Lung Feng promptly transferred 30 million to her. Receiving the funds, Sun Sihan beamed, congratulations on becoming one of the major shareholders of our pharmaceutical company. Now, assist me with a task. After transferring the 30 million, Lung Feng still had 30 million left and decided to establish a tech company to monetize an ultra-intelligent automotive system. What task? Sun Sihan asked, her curiosity piqued. First, help me register a tech company. Lung Feng contemplated. Let us name it Ultra-Intelligent Technology Company. You want to create a tech company? Sun Sihan inquired, astonished. What's the purpose of that? To earn money, but let us not delve into details. Lung Feng replied with a smile. What's your operating capital? Sun Sihan pressed. 30 million, he stated. Is this your definition of poor? You gave me 30 million, and you still have 30 million left. Do you have a misunderstanding of what poor means? Sun Sihan asked, her expression reflecting disbelief. Lung Feng then realized his actions seemed self-contradictory, and he chuckled, let us not focus on the details. I am simply poor. Sun Sihan, unconvinced, asserted you need to find a suitable location for the company. All right, I'll look for one when I have time, he replied. Is your company going to be large? If it's not too big, I can arrange an office space for you here, Sun Sihan mused. 5 technical staff, 2 legal personnel, 1 receptionist, and 2 accountants, Lung Feng calculated. That's fewer than 15 people. That's sufficient. The 8th floor has a large area available. I'll have someone prepare it for your office, Sun Sihan smiled. Great, that will make things easier for me, Lung Feng responded happily. What's the rent? No rent. Feel free to use it. I'll have our legal team provide you with a rent waiver shortly, Sun Sihan assured him with a smile. Lung Feng looked at Sun Sihan, touched by her generosity. You are truly kind to me. I feel somewhat indebted. Stop right there. Save the flattery. My teeth are bad and I'm sensitive, Sun Sihan quickly interjected, then added, please make a copy of your identification for me. I'll have our legal team register the company for you. As for the talent you need, let the HR department know, and I'll have them keep an eye out. All right, I'll bring the information to you tomorrow, Lung Feng replied with a smile. Sun Sihan paused for a moment, then fixed her gaze on Lung Feng, asking, do you truly wish to offer yourself in exchange? Lung Feng, expecting a serious inquiry, was taken aback by her playful remark. Recognizing her jest, he laughed and replied, as I said, go home early tonight and dream of everything. Get lost. Do you think I care about you? Sun Sihan laughed. I'm off to lunch now. As Lung Feng and Sun Sihan entered the dining hall, the previously bustling atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Every gaze was fixed upon them, creating an atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Even the chef paused in his actions. Under such scrutiny, both Lung Feng and Sun Sihan felt distinctly uncomfortable. Initially perplexed, Sun Sihan wondered why the employees were staring at her and Lung Feng, but soon she realized it was due to the online topic, which led them to believe she and Lung Feng were romantically involved. Previously, rumors had circulated about them, but over time, the staff had come to understand it was a misunderstanding. However, with the resurgence of online gossip, doubts resurfaced about whether there was indeed something between Lung Feng and Sun Sihan. Understanding the situation, Sun Sihan felt embarrassed, her cheeks flushing. Everyone, while I've become an internet sensation, there's no need to look at me like that. Lung Feng cleared his throat awkwardly and said, please continue your meals. Don't stare at me. Brother Feng, could we take a photo together? I'd like to post it on my social media. I want one too. Me too. Not only did female employees want photos with him, but even male employees joined in the excitement. Most of them were not genuine fans of Lung Feng. Rather, they were merely eager to snap a picture to flaunt on social media. Let us eat first. After lunch, line up in the corridor. Each photo will cost 100. Lung Feng chuckled, adding, we accept WeChat, Alipay, and digital banking. No credit and no bargaining. Chapter 99. Are you open to joining the family? Of course. Lung Feng was merely jesting with his colleagues. He would never genuinely ask for money. After finishing lunch, he took on the role of a photographer's assistant in the corridor. An hour later, he finally completed his photographic duties. Just as he settled into the lounge, Sun Sihan approached with Lin. Big star. Will you accompany me to the factory to check on the production? Sun Sihan teased. Can I finish this bag of chips first? Lung Feng inquired, holding up a packet of cabbie snacks. Finish them in the car. You can eat once we arrive at the factory, Sun Sihan replied. Lung Feng nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. As they spoke, he opened the snack cabinet and grabbed 2 more bags to cradle in his arms. Seeing Lung Feng's antics, Sun Sihan couldn't help but chuckle. Lin remarked, You are the most eccentric bodyguard I've ever encountered. Lung Feng retorted, How many bodyguards have you met throughout your life? It seems like just you, Lin admitted awkwardly. With that, the trio departed from the company. Driving a Lincoln, Lung Feng maneuvered through the city. Sun Sihan, seated in the back, crossed her legs comfortably and remarked, The spaciousness of an SUV is indeed delightful. One could even nap in the back. 2 people could sleep back there as well, Lung Feng quipped. Lin stifled a laugh at this, while Sun Sihan blushed and said, I suspect you're distracted while driving. Speak not without evidence. Lung Feng chuckled. I am a pure-hearted individual. Your purity is rather insulting, Lin joked. As they bantered, Lung Feng's vehicle arrived at the factory. The guard, unfamiliar with Lung Feng's car, initially refused entry. However, upon seeing Sun Sihan, he hurriedly opened the gate. This visit was unexpected for the factory's management, who were unaware of Sun Sihan's arrival. It wasn't until Lung Feng parked that the factory director rushed out. Ms. Sun, welcome, the director greeted with a smile. I'm here to observe the production of the scar removal cream, Sun Sihan stated. I'll accompany you, the director offered. No need. Focus on your own tasks, Sun Sihan replied. By the way, please arrange a pass for this vehicle. My car was damaged, so I'll be using this one for a while. You have excellent taste. This vehicle suits your demeanor perfectly, the director flattered, adept at ingratiation, though he indeed possessed some competence, which is why Sun Sihan's father valued him. This car belongs to him. Not me, Sun Sihan said with a slight smile, leading Lung Feng and Lin towards the production workshop for the scar removal cream. The director stood dumbfounded. Could it be that a bodyguard owned such a luxurious vehicle? Did bodyguards earn that much to afford a car worth over $1 million? Could the rumors online be true that this fellow had won over Ms. Sun? The director wondered in astonishment. Congratulations on achieving a basic level of shock. You've earned a reward of 10,000. Though the sum seemed modest, it represented the monthly earnings of many individuals. Alas, I am a low-key person. Otherwise, I would flaunt my wealth to gain more rewards, Lung Feng mused within. The trio changed into fully enclosed work attire in the changing room and underwent disinfection before entering the production area. Sun Sihan maintained a rigorous standard for the factory, ensuring that the production floor was immaculate and adhered strictly to food-grade protocols. They first visited the raw materials room, filled with all the thoroughly cleaned traditional Chinese medicine ingredients. Although none of them were well-versed in herbal medicine, specialized testing equipment was available. Sun Sihan randomly selected a few herbs for testing to prevent any adulteration. Since the scar removal cream was a herbal product, any compromise in the raw materials would render it ineffective. Thus, Sun Sihan was stringent in her quality control. After confirming the integrity of 3 batches, Sun Sihan led Lung Feng and Lin to the next stage of production. While they were inspecting the operations, Sun Sihan's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she answered, Dad, what's on your agenda? I heard you've started dating? Came a commanding voice from the other end. Sun Sihan was puzzled. Who told you that? It's all over the trending news. Do I need someone to inform me? Her father continued. Despite being abroad for the past 3 months, he still kept abreast of domestic news. You believe the online gossip? Sun Sihan replied, somewhat exasperated. Lung Feng is my bodyguard and a partner in the company's new project. It's entirely normal for us to be seen together. There's no need to explain. Even if you were truly dating, I wouldn't oppose it, her father chuckled. Ask Lung Feng if he would consider joining the family. If he agrees, the company will be yours. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up. I'm currently inspecting the production of the scar removal cream. Sun Sahan's cheeks flushed, but fortunately, her mask concealed her expression as she proceeded forward, feigning nonchalance. An hour later, the trio finally exited the factory. Sun Sahan remarked, "There are still a few issues to address. I need to convene a meeting." "I'll grab some chips," Lung Feng said, dashing to the car to retrieve his snacks. Sun Sahan would be in the meeting for at least an hour, and Lung Feng preferred not to sit idly by. 20 minutes later, the factory director, workshop manager, procurement officer, and technical staff had gathered in the conference room. While Sun Sahan conducted the meeting, Lung Feng sat outside the room, enjoying his snacks. At that moment, a call came in from Lang Ningming. It was now past 3 in the afternoon, coinciding with her school dismissal time. Being at the factory, Lung Feng was unable to pick her up. Although her online popularity had waned, she still attracted significant attention. For her safety, Lung Feng decided to contact Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua had accepted a position at Shangshi Group, realizing he could not escape Lung Feng's influence. Faced with no other option, he resigned himself to compliance. Upon receiving Lung Feng's directive, Yuan Hua drove his Audi R8 to Hangzhou University. With Yuan Hua's protection, Lung Feng felt assured about Lang Ningming's safety. At 4 in the afternoon, Lung Feng received a call from Lang Ningming, confirming she had arrived home safely. Just then, Sun Sahan and He Lin emerged from the factory. "Mr. Lung, here is your access pass," the factory director said, handing over the pass with a hint of deference as the trio prepared to leave.